de Oliveira was hit with 4 charges and accused by prosecutors of attempting to delete surveillance footage at Mar-a-Lago after it was requested by the government. De Oliveira appeared in court in Florida on Monday, but since he could not secure a local lawyer, he was unable to enter a plea. He was asked to return for his arraignment later in the month. Even as the classified documents case expands its scope, the legal trouble is not slowing down for former President Trump. All eyes remain on Jack Smith as he is expected to bring new charges against Trump in the other part of his investigation, Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Earlier Monday, Trump took to Truth Social and said he's anticipating his indictment in that case. Meanwhile, a judge in Georgia on Monday shot down Trump's attempt to block the probe into election interference there taking place in Fulton County. This comes as Fulton County DA Fannie Willis says her office is ready to go on potential charging decisions in that case. Willis had previously signaled those decisions could come this month. One place where Trump's legal woes aren't weighing him down is in the Republican primary. The latest New York Times Siena College poll shows him with a commanding 37-point lead over his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
And Drew, lots of legal cases mounting up, lots of lawyers to pay for. How is Trump paying for all of this?
Well, new reports filed with the FEC show that Trump's Save America Political Action Committee spent more than $20 million in the first 6 months of 2023 on legal fees. The total legal expenditures amount to 2/3 of the PAC's spending during that time period. While the group began the year with over $18 million saved, the legal bills have whittled that down to less than $4 million in cash on hand. The PAC even asked for a refund of $12 million from another Trump-affiliated group, MAGA Inc., in order to cover its costs. Despite Trump's runaway lead in the Republican primary, these numbers show the undeniable toll ongoing legal troubles are taking on his finances. Jessica, back to you.
Draining that account. Drew, thank you.
In a reversal of a Trump-era decision, the Pentagon announced Monday that the headquarters of the U.S. Space Command would not move to Alabama and instead remain in Colorado. The statement said the decision came after consultation between President Biden and senior military leaders. Earlier this year, the Biden administration signaled that it was reconsidering Space Command's move to Alabama due to the opposition to the state's near total ban on abortion. The White House denies that this was a factor. This move was met with anger from Alabama lawmakers, with Republican Mike Rogers blaming far-left politics for the decision.
The president of Niger has been seen in public for the first time since he was ousted in a military coup last Wednesday. Mohamed Bazoum is seen here meeting with the president of Chad, who is trying to mediate in Niger after a summit of West African leaders threatened military action if democracy isn't restored. Let's go live now to Chapman Bell, who has been following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. What do you know about how these mediation efforts have been going?
Well, Jessica, we'll have to see. It's early days. As you said, the president of Chad, they're meeting with the ousted president of Niger. He also met with the head of the Presidential Guard, who is now the leader of the country, and the person who was meant to protect the president, really. And the West African bloc of 15 nations, the economic bloc, as you said at the weekend in a meeting in Nigeria, gave the military 1 week to restore Mr. Bazoum to power or face military intervention. Also, the IMF withholding a loan that was approved to the country while all this plays out in a country that's seen as a beacon of stability in the region that's plagued by Islamic militants, and it's also home to U.S. and French forces in the area, and in the country that is the world's 5th largest producer of uranium. And what may be seen as a worrying sign for some, demonstrators were seen outside the French embassy waving Niger's flag, but also Russia's flag, and shouting pro-Putin messages outside the embassy. Some had to be dispersed with tear gas. And publicly, Russia has condemned this coup and said they've called for restraint and said that they want a swift return to legal order. But we've also heard in an audio message said to be that of the Wagner leader Prigozhin, but it can't be confirmed, that he was supportive of this. So it's a long way to go now to see how things pan out, but people will be monitoring this country, including the U.S., very closely.
Yeah, it could
Jessica.
still be very volatile. All right, Chapman, thank you.
A federal jury in Pennsylvania heard closing arguments in the Tree of Life massacre trial Monday. They had already found Robert Bowers guilty of murdering 11 worshipers in the Pittsburgh synagogue in October of 2018. Their only remaining decision is whether or not Bowers will now get the death penalty. His lawyer asked for life in prison, focusing on their client's difficult childhood and mental problems. The shooting was the worst attack on the Jewish community in U.S. history.
A major tragedy may have just been avoided in Memphis, Tennessee. In an email to parents, a Hebrew academy says a man approached their door with a gun in his hand. After failing to get inside, he fired shots while retreating from a worker there. Nobody at the school was hurt. Police say they later shot and wounded the suspect at a traffic stop when he got out of his truck with a gun. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. This incident is still under investigation.
Some intense summer heat is helping to fuel wildfires in California. The York fire is the biggest to burn in the state so far this year, destroying more than 77,000 acres in the Mojave National Preserve. It has stretched into Nevada as well. A smaller brush fire is also forcing some evacuations north of San Diego County this weekend. That fire is at least 20% contained.
All right, so we have the fires out west, heat in the south, summer storms brewing in the plains, a little bit of everything today. And NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking all of it for us. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. And just a reminder, that fire season out west just started in July, so we've got a long way to go with that. We know the worst of it potentially could be ahead of us, but we're going to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we've got some rain focused off towards the west. Places like Denver stretching into Albuquerque and points west of that. That actually helped us keep our temperatures a little lower in parts of the southwest yesterday, but still triple digits it is for folks there. Meanwhile, a flood watch in effect for parts of Colorado extending into Wyoming. We're going to continue to see multiple rounds of storms with some heavy rain thanks to this system that's going to work through the day today. Just potential really heavy downpours and even some strong storms into parts of the northern plains this afternoon. That soaking rain will shift off to the east here as we get into tomorrow, so umbrellas will be needed. Meanwhile, there's that storm hazard later today, including Bismarck and Fargo with strong winds and large hail. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. The heat continues in parts of the south. 107 for Dallas today, 99 in New Orleans with partly cloudy skies. Plenty of sunshine expected in Scranton, Philadelphia, and down through Washington, D.C. Temperatures near average into the low 80s to mid 80s in that region. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies.
All right, thank you. All right, get ready to feel old this morning. The bygone but fondly remembered titan of the internet got its start 20 years ago today. MySpace launched on August 1st, 2003, paving the way for the social media revolution that would go on to define the decade. The site allowed users to customize their online personas in bold new ways, from choosing your top 8 friends to the music that you would like played when someone clicked on your page. While it wasn't able to keep up with the competition, the site still exists today. Ironically, it gives you the choice of signing in using your Facebook or Twitter account.
New developments in a case in North Carolina. That story in 60 seconds.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
The driver of that SUV that injured 6 migrants after hitting them in a North Carolina Walmart parking lot has turned himself in. 68-year-old Daniel Gonzalez told police and his family that he hit the gas by accident and he panicked, leading him to leave the scene. He has been charged with felony hit and run. Here's NBC's Guad Venegas.
This video released by Lincolnton Police shows the moment the black SUV slowly makes its way down a Walmart parking lot before making a turn towards the group of workers who were standing in the shade under these trees. The driver then speeding over the curb and striking 6 men. An ambulance then seen arriving, tending to the injured men ranging from ages 21 to 39. All have been treated and released from the hospital and are expected to recover.
Jorge López Amaya.
Among the injured, 33-year-old Jorge López.
Marvel se fue directamente contra nosotros.
He went straight towards us, said López to our Telemundo affiliate. He says the workers were shopping at a local Walmart on their day off when the incident occurred. He now suffers from injuries in his ankle and says he won't be able to work for 2 weeks. We're all here to work hard and make a little bit of money, said Lopez, who, like the other men, is in the U.S. with an H-2A farm worker visa, according to his employer. This incident reminiscent of a fatal incident in Brownsville, Texas, back in May, where 8 migrants were killed after police say a driver under the influence drove into them while they stood outside a migrant shelter. That driver was charged with manslaughter, and authorities are still looking into whether that crash was intentional. But fear now spreading among other farm workers in North Carolina, including the farm where the 6 men work. I'm scared after what's happened, said Jose Benjamin Morales as he took a break from working in the fields. As for the victims that won't be able to work for the next few days, the Mexican consulate says that legal and financial help is available to them if necessary.
All right, our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report.
Turning to some hopeful news for long COVID patients, the National Institutes of Health has launched enrollment for phase 2 clinical trials to evaluate at least 4 possible treatments for the disabling disorder affecting millions. Additional trials to test more treatments are expected in the coming months. The trials will focus on issues including cognitive dysfunction and COVID persistence, where the immune system stops working properly or damages organs. They will also work to treat sleep disorders and dysfunctions of the nervous system, which controls bodily functions like heart rate, breathing, and the digestive system.
Scientists at Washington University in St. Louis have now developed a brand new test to detect COVID that gives results in less than a minute. Now, this device requires a person to breathe 1 or 2 breaths into it. The scientists say the test could be modified to simultaneously detect other viruses like the flu and RSV. The same group of researchers recently published a paper in Nature Communications about an air monitor they built to detect the virus in public places in under 5 minutes.
No one's going to miss the nasal swab. That's safe to say.
Yeah, we'll do anything else.
Still to come, Team USA plays for a spot in the World Cup knockouts. Rather, we will have your first half highlights.
And the reigning Rookie of the Year makes a major league play for the Braves. Your sports breakdown after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, All right, let's break down some of the biggest stories in sports on this Tuesday morning, starting with Team USA's match with Portugal at the Women's World Cup. The Americans got 4 shots in the first 20 minutes, but they could not score. They are currently tied at 0 at the half. Elsewhere at the World Cup, the co-host Australia is through to the quarterfinals after a massive win over Canada. Haley Rasso scored twice in the first half, and Australia ran away with the 4-0 victory. This has been some great soccer to watch.
Incredible playing, and still a lot of time for Team USA to get that goal. Well, from one football to another, and a major hurdle cleared for Damar Hamlin. The Bills safety suited up in his pads at practice Monday for the first time since he suffered cardiac arrest on the field back in January. Hamlin told reporters after practice it felt good to be back in the pads, and his faith is stronger than any fear of playing. First preseason game for them is August 12th in Buffalo. It'll be interesting to see if he suits up for that.
That replay is still hard for me to watch every single time when it actually happened on the field. I think everybody thinks that.
Yes.
All right, taking you to the baseball field now, and an incredible catch in the outfield for Michael Harris II. The Atlanta outfielder extended over the fence to rob Shohei Ohtani of a home run late in the game. What can this guy not do? It was a great play for the Braves. For a better win for the Angels, who now move within 4 games of the final wild card spot in the American League.
Can't believe we're already talking about that point in the baseball season. When we come back, Angie's tracking the brutal heat that is baking the South this morning.
And the shark attack at one of Florida's most popular vacation destinations.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news.
sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The heat alerts continue for parts of the South, stretching from Wichita to Oklahoma City, Dallas into Houston, New Orleans. That's going to last through the day today, and for good reason. We still have the potential to break some record highs in this area. That heat dome continues for folks in the South. Temperatures headed to 106 in San Angelo. We could potentially tie a record in Dallas with a high of 107 today. As we look ahead to tomorrow, you can see the triple digits stick with us, stretching from Houston up into Roswell. Those temperatures aren't going anywhere. But meanwhile, in the Northeast and parts of the Midwest, it feels great. Of course, still summer-like, ladies, but a little better than it was a couple days ago when we were into the 90s.
For sure. All right, Angie, thank you. And still to come, it's the hottest planet in the solar system, but could Venus also be the hottest new travel destination? We'll be right back with Early Today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A man has been hospitalized after a shark attack off Anna Maria Island in Florida. Local officials say sharks are not uncommon in that area, but attacks are rare. Allison Henning has the details.
On the northernmost end of Anna Maria Island, you'll find Bean Point Beach. It's where the Gulf of Mexico meets Tampa Bay. Sunday afternoon, West Manatee Fire Rescue says a man in his early 20s took a shark bite to the leg.
We're unsure as to the circumstances surrounding that. Not sure if he was fishing or if he was spear fishing, scuba diving. But we just know that he was obviously in the water at the time at that location.
Put in neutral for me, Cap. The boat the shark bite victim was on managed to make contact with deputies near the Kingfish boat ramp. Someone had already applied a tourniquet before lifeguards hopped on board to help.
There was some in the water.
The victim alert and talking when deputies pulled away. Locals tell us shark attacks are not common on Anna Maria, but some say that part of the island does have a reputation.
It's our little spot because it's not overcrowded, but they do call it Shark Alley for a reason.
Either pier, you'll see sharks, from a nurse shark to a bonnethead to the scarier ones.
And our thanks to Allison Henning for that report. And of course, as she said there, they are uncommon. So it does sound scary. You see the headline, but you have to remember out of how many people it's occurring.
Sure, but they do, like she said, they call it Shark Alley for a reason. 4 this year, I think they said 3 in July. And experts say that a way to decrease your chance of getting bitten by a shark, swim in groups. They're more likely to go for that one singular person and stay close to shore.
I'm never swimming alone in those kinds of waters.
No, definitely not. Well, the co-founder of OceanGate has a new expedition in mind. The new venture, Humans to Venus, would bring people to our planetary neighbor. Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system and has a thick atmosphere made of mostly carbon dioxide. Overall, not exactly a welcoming environment for humans, but Guillermo Sunlen, who left OceanGate back in 2013, believes about 1,000 humans could colonize that planet. He claims the planet's similar gravitational force means it would be a better second home than Mars or the moon. So men are from Mars, women are from Venus. They're hoping, they say they would like to be able to send about 1,000 people there in the next 25 years. Not sure if I want to be one of the first.
Listen, when you look at some of the temperatures that we've been talking about all morning, sometimes another planet doesn't seem like such a terrible thing now, does it?
It does look gorgeous, I will say that, but we'll let somebody else be the experiment.
All right, thank you so much for watching early today and joining us. I'm Vanita Nair.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great start to August. As Taylor Swift would say, don't let it slip away like a moment in time or a bottle of wine. Have a great day.
No plea from the new defendant in the classified documents case inside the first court appearance for the Mar-a-Lago property manager, accused of trying to wipe security video on former President Trump's orders. Plus, the new legal trouble looming in Georgia.
Niger's ousted president back in the public eye, the narrow path toward restoring order in the country after that attempted coup.
Yellow won't keep on trucking. Why one of the nation's biggest shipping companies is shutting down, leaving tens of thousands of workers in the lurch.
Cardi B now accused of battery. The fallout after the rapper hurled a mic at a fan who threw water at her face mid-performance.
Crunchwrap not so supreme. Why a customer is taking his beef with Taco Bell's advertising to court. It is Taco Tuesday. Early today starts right now. Good morning, and thanks for waking up with us. I'm Vanita Nair.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Layton. The latest co-defendant in the classified documents case that has entangled former President Donald Trump and his allies left a Florida courtroom on Monday without a definitive plea. This as new details are being revealed on how Donald Trump is paying for his mounting legal fees. For more on all of this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Drew, what else happened in court on Monday?
Well, good morning, Jessica and Vanita. That's right. Last week's superseding indictment from special counsel Jack Smith named a new co-defendant in the classified documents case. Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira was hit with 4 charges and accused by prosecutors of attempting to delete surveillance footage at Mar-a-Lago after it was requested by the government. De Oliveira appeared in court in Florida on Monday, but since he could not secure a local lawyer, he was unable to enter a plea. He was asked to return for his arraignment later in the month. Even as the classified documents case expands its scope, the legal trouble is not slowing down for former President Trump. All eyes remain on Jack Smith as he is expected to bring new charges against Trump in the other part of his investigation, Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Earlier Monday, Trump took to Truth Social and said he is anticipating an indictment in that case. Meanwhile, a judge in Georgia Monday shot down Trump's attempt to block the probe into election interference taking place in Fulton County. This comes as Fulton County DA Fani Willis says her office is ready to go on potential charging decisions in that case. Willis had previously signaled those decisions could come this month. One place where Trump's legal woes are not weighing him down is in the Republican primary. The latest New York Times Siena College poll shows him with a commanding 37-point lead over his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
And Drew, these cases are clearly mounting up. So how is Donald Trump paying for all the massive legal fees?
Well, new reports filed with the FEC show that Trump's Save America Political Action Committee spent more than $20 million on legal fees in the first 6 months of 2023. The total legal expenditures amount to 2/3 of the PAC's spending during that time period. While the group began the year with over $18 million saved, the legal bills have whittled that down to less than $4 million in cash on hand. The PAC even asked for a refund of $12 million from another Trump-affiliated group, MAGA Inc., in order to cover its costs. Despite Trump's runaway lead in the Republican primary, these numbers show the undeniable toll that his legal issues are having on his finances. Back to you.
For sure. All right, Drew, thank you.
Well, less than a week after its collapse in a court, House Republicans are demanding more information on the plea agreement between Hunter Biden and government prosecutors. The chairman of 3 House committees sent a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland, citing elements of the plea deal that they say raise concerns over how the DOJ handled the case. The letter asked for Garland to answer their questions by 5 p.m. on August 14th. Biden pled not guilty to federal tax charges last week after the judge declined to sign off on the agreement.
The day after explosive drones targeted Moscow, spreading fear among Russians and embarrassing Vladimir Putin, the Russian military retaliated in a very personal way. Missiles rained on the hometown of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. These strikes injured 75 and killed 6, including a 10-year-old girl and her mother. That's according to Ukrainian officials. And overnight, Moscow's mayor said on Telegram that several more drones were shot down. One of them crashed into the same skyscraper that was hit Sunday. So far, there were no reported injuries.
The president of Niger has been seen in public for the first time since he was ousted in a military coup last Wednesday. Mohamed Bazoum is seen here sitting with the president of Chad, who is trying to mediate in Niger after a summit of West African leaders threatened military action if democracy is not restored. Let's go live now to Chapman Bell, who is following the story for us. So, Chapman, we're all wondering, how are these mediation efforts going?
Well, good morning. We'll have to see how these mediation efforts go. The Chad's president also meeting with the general who now is leading the country, who as head of the presidential guard was supposed to be protecting the president. And there is a deadline, though. The West African Economic Bloc of 15 nations at a meeting in Nigeria over the weekend gave Niger's military 1 week to restore power to Mr. Bazoum or face military intervention. And we also understand the IMF is withholding an approved loan to the country as these coup scenes play out in a country that was seen as a beacon of stability in the region, that's plagued by Islamic jihadists and also home to French and U.S. forces fighting these factions in the region. And it's a country that's rich in natural resources, the 5th largest producer of uranium. Now, what some people may find disturbing is demonstrators were seen outside the French embassy waving Russian flags, including and Niger's flags, and shouting pro-Putin statements in a region that has seen a growing Russian influence, particularly through the Wagner mercenary group that has a presence in many of the countries surrounding Niger that are rich in natural minerals and resources. Now, publicly, Russia has called for restraint and a swift return to legal order. However, we have seen reports today that the French foreign minister says European evacuations from Niger will start today. And of course, the U.S. and other Western governments will closely monitor this situation as things play out.
Yes, we are all monitoring it closely, Chapman. Thank you.
Lori Vallow Daybell has been sentenced to multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. Back in May, she was found guilty of murdering her 2 children and conspiracy to murder her husband's first wife. In an incredibly bizarre statement to the court, Vallow Daybell claimed she was able to speak to her dead children, Tylee and JJ, saying the 2 told her they're happy in heaven. She has previously stated that her kids were actually zombies and that she was a goddess sent to usher in the apocalypse.
And now to the collapse of one of the country's biggest trucking companies. Yellow is shutting down, leaving up to 30,000 employees out of work and taxpayers in the hole for hundreds of millions of dollars it received during COVID. Here's Tom Costello.
Those yellow trucks are iconic on America's highways. Now it's the biggest collapse ever in the U.S. trucking industry, with the company telling employees and customers that it's shutting down, affecting 30,000 employees, including 22,000 Teamsters. A mechanic for 20 years, Shannon Abbott is worried about his family.
I'm worried about my insurance for me and my family. You never know, something could happen.
Yellow's CEO blamed the union.
The leadership at the International Brotherhood of Teamsters refuses to come to the table to discuss the future of our employees.
When managers in Omaha urge drivers to pressure the union,
the company is running out of cash and is at risk of closure and liquidation.
The anger and pushback were immediate.
But we're the ones that do the work for you. Close the doors. You guys can't run this company. That's the problem.
Yellow has been around for 99 years, offering lower rates to truck freight for retailers big and small, including Home Depot and Walmart. But for years, it struggled to turn a profit. Congressional investigators found Yellow should have never received $700 million in emergency funding during the pandemic. The Trump administration approved the loan in 2020, claiming the company was critical to maintaining national security, even though the Justice Department had sued Yellow for overcharging the military. Taxpayers still own 30% of the company. Its stock down 89% in less than 2 years. Industry experts believe other trucking companies can pick up Yellow's business with minimal impact on the supply chain.
Are there jobs for every worker at Yellow? That remains to be seen, but certainly there is a steady demand for drivers.
The question now is whether that national demand for truck drivers will create enough openings for Yellow's drivers now looking for jobs. Back to you.
We certainly hope so, Tom. Thank you.
Phoenix has finally ended a record-breaking streak of high temperatures. That city saw an historic 31 days in a row with highs of over 110 degrees. Monday, after some rain, the high dipped to 108, which is still 2 degrees above the normal. And the sweltering heat could rise again this week. There are still extreme heat warnings in effect across the South. The intense heat is also fueling wildfires in California. The York Fire has destroyed more than 77,000 acres in the Mojave National Preserve, and a smaller brush fire forced evacuations near San Diego County. Summer storms are now heading toward the plains, bringing heavy rainfall. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking so much this morning, including how much rain some of those areas are going to get. Hi, Angie.
Good morning, ladies. It's going to be one of those couple of days stretches where we see some heavy rain across the midsection of the country. We could see some stronger storms, too, but we're also not going to get a break from that heat in parts of the South. Let's focus on the storms, though. Your satellite and radar right now showing most activity this morning as far as rain is concerned off towards the west, focused along the Rockies. And we do have some flood watches already in effect. It includes places like Scottsbluff, Cheyenne, Denver, with ample amounts of rain expected over the coming days. Here's what we're watching today. That system starts to work to the east. It does bring some heavy morning rain, as you saw, from places like Missouri to Arkansas, but we could see some heavy rain as well this afternoon and even some strong storms in parts of the northern plains. By tomorrow, that shifts off to the east and will include St. Louis. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Triple-digit temperatures once again for parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Little Rock headed to 95 degrees with some partly cloudy skies and plenty of sunshine expected in Charleston with a high of 83 degrees today. Burlington heads to 73 degrees with Boston at 76. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
All right, thank you. We are back in 60 seconds with potential legal battle for Cardi B after the rapper hurled her microphone during a confrontation at a concert. We will have details on the possible charges coming up next.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Summertime.
Cardi B may have to face the music after retaliating against a concert goer that threw a drink at her. The incident comes after a string of recent attacks on musicians while they are performing. Maya Eaglin has more on the investigation.
Rapper Cardi B at the center of a battery investigation for this moment caught on camera at her Las Vegas concert. The Grammy winner hit with a drink while on stage and then hurls her microphone toward the person who threw it. The microphone appearing to hit at least 2 people. Las Vegas police now confirming at least 1 person who was in that crowd has filed a police report for battery over the event. We've reached out to Cardi B for comment but have not heard back. While Cardi may be the one in hot water now, the incident comes after several high-profile entertainers were hit with objects while on stage. In June, a man threw a phone at pop star BB Rexha during a New York City concert, striking her in the face. She was hospitalized and had to get stitches. The man now faces assault charges. Country star Kelsea Ballerini also had to briefly stop a concert the same month after she was hit in the face by a bracelet while singing. Ballerini addressing the incident at a later performance.
I want to say about what just happened. All I care about is keeping everyone safe. Don't throw things, you know?
And just a week after that, Harry Styles was struck in the face with an object while performing in Vienna. Other artists, including Adele, speaking out against the dangerous trend.
Have you noticed how people are like forgetting show etiquette at the moment? People are throwing on stage. Have you seen that? I dare you throw something at me.
As for Cardi B, so far no criminal charges have been filed against the rapper. Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
The family of a woman who died after taking kratom was awarded $11 million in a wrongful death lawsuit against the company that sold the substance. 39-year-old Crystal Talavera collapsed in her home in Florida back in 2021 with a packet of the herb next to her. The coroner attributed her death to one of the main chemical compounds that produces the classic opioid effect. Her estate's lawyers say Talavera was taking kratom for pain management right before her death. And the FDA has warned consumers not to use this substance because it carries a risk of liver toxicity and also seizures.
Well, as airport race to hire workers, a small number are working on in-house child care centers for employees. So far, only Pittsburgh International Airport has a daycare ready to open this month. This comes as the lack of affordable child care continues to impact working parents. Last month, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden visited Pittsburgh, praising the airport for it on its site day care that allows workers to pursue their career.
Still to come on Early Today, saved by the shell. More on Velveeta Mac and Cheese's courtroom victory after the break.
But legal troubles could be living moss for Taco Bell. Why people are suing the fast food chain. Coming up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back with today's breakdown, giving you the scoop on this morning's consumer headlines. Courtroom concerns have cooled off for Velveeta mac and cheese after a judge dismissed a class action lawsuit claiming they used fraudulent advertising practices. A Florida woman stirred the pot last year, suing the Kraft Heinz company for $5 million. Because, get this, she said their Velveeta shells and cheese product took longer than 3.5 minutes to cook. While Heinz dismissed her claim as frivolous, the woman is allowed to file a new suit again.
$5 million.
Wow.
Yeah, her time is valuable. That's right.
A couple dollar mac and cheese.
Well, it looks like advertising trouble could be boiling for Taco Bell after a man in New York is taking the chain to court over some favorite menu items. A class action lawsuit claims Taco Bell misleads its customers over the amount of fillings they'll get in their Mexican pizza and crunch wraps. The plaintiffs are seeking at least $5 million. Once again, that $5 million number, saying they wouldn't have paid for their orders if they knew they would be getting less beef than they were expecting. Taco Bell has not yet commented on this case.
All right, and moving along to a recall, we have a consumer alert to warn you about, especially if you have some frozen meat sitting in your freezer right now. Kingsland Food Processing Corporation is recalling an unknown amount of frozen meat and poultry after it produced without a federal inspection. Customers with any of the 50 products that have best before dates between today and April 20th, 2024, you should throw them away or return them to where you bought them. Thankfully, so far, no illnesses have been reported.
And let's hope that it stays that way.
Yeah, that would be nice.
All right, Angie is next, tracking the blistering heat wave that is sweeping the South.
Summertime. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Parts of the South still hot. No surprise here. 37 million people under these heat alerts, and it does include major cities like Oklahoma City, Dallas, New Orleans. So get ready again for another day of triple digits and potentially record-breaking temperatures in some spots like Dallas, which will head to 107. If we hit that number, it'll tie the record high for today, and it stays that way into tomorrow. Here's a look at Houston, 103 with that record of 104 tomorrow. So another potential record for folks there. Meanwhile, Northeast and in the Midwest, temperatures right where they should be. It's about time that we see conditions like that. It'll remain comfortable, ladies, at least for the next couple of days. So there's your good news.
We can't complain when you look at those temps in the South. All right, thank you, Angie. Still to come, the teen entrepreneur doing his best to help animals.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It is August, so that means it's time for Clear the Shelters, NBC Universal's nationwide pet adoption and donation drive. Now in its 9th year, the campaign has helped adopt close to 900,000 animals and raised over $500,000 for shelters all across the country. This year, a teen entrepreneur has been tapped as the campaign's ambassador. Meet the inspirational Darius Brown and his simple way to help pets find their forever homes.
Hello, my name is Sir Darius Brown. I'm 16 years old. I'm from North New Jersey, and I am the CEO and founder of Bows and Paws. I brought in some donations.
Excellent.
And I brought in some bow ties.
Excellent. Will you help us put them on some animals so we can get some of our kids adopted?
Of course. Bows and Paws is a company where I handcraft bow ties for dogs, cats, to help look more noticeable and adoptable and find their forever living homes. I believe a bow tie, it's a symbol. It gives a form of importance. It's gonna attract people to wanna adopt the dog or a cat. Every single bow tie that I make, it's personal. When it's handmade, it creates that bond. When growing up, I had certain speech and comprehension problems, even like fine motor skills delays, and I feel like within this initiative, I was able to overcome it. I learned how to sew from my sister. My mom and my sister, they are very proud of me. If it wasn't for them, this initiative wouldn't have become close to possible. Some accomplishments that I was able to achieve, I was able to donate over 5,000 bow ties. I was able to help raise for animal shelters over $300,000, and I was even able to receive a letter from former President Barack Obama. I created this bow tie for Clear the Shelter because not only is it really cute, but I wanted to spread the word. I'm really excited to be working with Clear the Shelters because we're going to be clearing out shelters and all the dogs and cats are going to find a home, and it's just going to make us feel better as people.
Such a great story. Great that it also helped him overcome his own struggles.
His own struggles. Some of the best bow ties I have seen, actually. I really like those. Way to go, Darius.
All right, coming up on the Today Show, a recap from all the action from the World Cup. Jess has been checking the scores. The U.S. women's team is at the tail end of their game against Portugal right now. Molly Hunter is live in New Zealand. We will have all the highlights on today. And Al Roker also has a look at what else to expect.
This morning on the third hour of Today, we're getting an update on the Screen Actors Guild strike from President Fran Drescher joining us live. Plus, Vicki Nguyen telling us what to buy in August, and our consumer confidential and singer Scott Hoying joining us for a live performance. All that and more coming up this morning on the third hour of Today.
Always a packed Today Show. Thank you, Al. And thanks for watching early today to all of you. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Tuesday and stay cool.
Right now on Morning News Now, Donald Trump says it could come any day now. This morning, the former president is lashing out ahead of what could be more criminal charges against him, this time related to alleged efforts to interfere with the 2020 election results. All of this just one day after an alleged co-conspirator faced a judge over those classified documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, life behind bars, a dramatic end to a years-long murder trial that gained national attention. This morning, an Idaho mother is set to spend the rest of her life in prison for killing her 2 children and her husband's ex-wife nearly 4 years ago.
Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen.
Hear her final message in court and reaction from the victims' loved ones. Hate or censorship. New this morning, Elon Musk's X is taking an online fight to real-life court. The company, formerly known as Twitter, is now suing a hate speech research group for what it calls a scare campaign to limit freedom of speech. We'll break down the claims and what it could mean for the company. And Sky's the Limit. We'll introduce you to a hot air balloon pilot who's defying the odds after a life-altering accident nearly ended a lifelong dream. And we are back together again.
Good
on
to
a
see
Tuesday.
you.
Good to see you too.
Joining a little long weekend. I'm Joe Fryer. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the mounting legal troubles for former President Donald Trump.
The grand jury investigating whether Trump interfered with the 2020 election is expected to reconvene today as charges potentially loom. Just yesterday, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira appeared in court for the first time as part of the classified documents case. Now, de Oliveira is facing several charges, including conspiracy to obstruct justice and giving false statements to investigators. According to that indictment, de Oliveira was instructed by the former president to destroy footage of the classified documents being stored in Mar-a-Lago. It is unclear whether that video actually has been destroyed. Trump has pleaded not guilty to the 40 charges he faces in connection to the classified documents. That trial date is set for May of 2024. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. outside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. with the latest. Actually, he looks like he's at his home there. Ryan, good morning to you. So, unless your home looks like the courthouse there. So
I'll be there in a couple hours, soon enough.
Exactly, you will be there. What did we learn from yesterday's court appearance by De Oliveira, and what happens next in that case?
So because he didn't have a D.C. lawyer assigned yet, he did not enter a plea of either guilty or not guilty, or rather a Florida lawyer assigned yet. He needs to have someone who's locally assigned to be able to take on that case due to local court rules. So essentially, we're in a little bit of a holding pattern there. But I do think that adding an extra defendant could complicate the idea that this trial is actually going to go forward in May. And that was already sort of obviously a big obstacle because there are so many things that are going to be on Donald Trump's calendar. This is such, as you add more defendants, essentially it becomes a much more complicated case. If you're dealing with the deletion of these videotapes, that's a whole nother component of this investigation. So it really does, call into question whether or not we're actually going to see something move forward there. And just very quickly, you get to the 2024 general election, because, that's right basically before the end of the primary, right before the Republican National Convention is what it's set for essentially right now. And all signs are sort of pointing towards Donald Trump being the person who ultimately wins that nomination. So, either way here, it's going to be pretty complicated, I think, to get that case round by May, especially now that we have this extra defendant added in.
Speaking of elections, let's talk about the case that surrounds the 2020 election. As we mentioned earlier, the grand jury investigating the election interference case is expected to reconvene today. Remind us what's at stake here for the former president, and how does this compare to some of the other ongoing legal challenges he's facing?
Yeah, this is the big one, because this is one really is about the peaceful transfer of power and Donald Trump's efforts to stop it. It's basically the biggest investigation that Jack Smith is taking up. Remember, he was assigned those two initial assignments were into the question of January 6th and/or efforts to stop the transfer of power, to interfere with the election in that critical period after November 2020 and January 6th. And the other component of this was the handling of the classified documents. So, this is the other big one. Certainly the classified documents case is important, but this one really is just at the heart of our democracy, and really speaks to some of these broader issues and really what all sort of kicked this off.
All right, Ryan Riley reporting, kicking us off this hour. Thank you so much, Ryan.
And now let's turn to some international news. Israel's prime minister is defending his government's recent controversial decision to weaken the Supreme Court as part of a broader judicial overhaul. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez spoke exclusively with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hi, Raf, good to see you. So Netanyahu is really digging his heels in over Parliament's decision to pass this bill that essentially weakens the power of the Supreme Court. What did he tell you about that? How did he explain this decision?
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. One part of this interview is really leading the news here in Israel, and it is to do with the possibility that later this year, the Supreme Court will strike down this legislation, basically ruling to preserve its own power. And the question of whether or not Prime Minister Netanyahu will respect that ruling. Take a listen.
I think we have to follow two rules. One is Israeli governments abide by the decisions of the Supreme Court, and at the same time the Supreme Court respects the basic laws, which are the closest thing we have to a constitution. I think we should keep both principles, and I hope we do.
So you are committing, if the Supreme Court strikes down this legislation, you will abide by that ruling?
Remember what I said. I hope that they don't strike down, because I think we should abide by both rules.
Savannah, I asked him twice. Neither time would he emphatically say yes, he would respect the Supreme Court's ruling. And to the ears of many Israelis, it sounds like the Prime Minister is hinting at a possible constitutional crisis if he doesn't get his way. Savannah?
Raf, so we've talked about how divisive this whole thing has been in Israel, the protests we've seen. It's even something that prompted the country's president to warn about civil war. What did Netanyahu have to say about that? I think you asked him directly about that question.
Yeah, it's not just the president. A poll last week found 56% of Israelis fear that civil war is a real danger. I asked the Prime Minister about that. Take a listen to his answer.
There won't be civil war, I guarantee you that. But I think that correcting the imbalance in Israel's democracy, where the judiciary is basically arrogated to itself nearly all the powers of the executive branch and the legislature, I think, yes, it is important to do it. I think when the dust settles, people will see that Israel's democracy has been strengthened and not weakened.
And Savannah, just the fact that we're even talking about the possibility of civil war in Israel gives you a sense of just how deep the divisions are here.
Absolutely. Raf, of course, I also have to ask you about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I understand that you asked Netanyahu about the allegations of apartheid specifically made by several prominent human rights groups over their treatment of the Palestinians. How did he respond to that?
Yeah, so I asked him about the situation in the occupied West Bank, where for 50 years you have had 2 million Palestinians who live under Israeli military control, but do not have a vote for Israel's government. A number of human rights groups say that's apartheid. I asked him for his response.
I think it's hogwash. I mean, the whole idea of ethnic cleansing is what they're talking about. We should get rid of the Jews because otherwise we can't have peace. We have to uproot Jews. That's like saying to me that the million and more Israeli Arabs, Israeli citizens who are Arabs, should be kicked out because we can't have peace unless we have a cleansed state. No, we are going to have to live together in creative arrangements.
Now, the Prime Minister told us he was hopeful about one day reaching a historic peace deal with Saudi Arabia. But guys, I got to tell you, talking to him, I really got the sense peace with the Palestinians, very, very long way away. Guys.
All right, Raf Sanchez, great interview. Thank you for your reporting this morning.
This morning, Ukraine is recovering from a deadly Russian attack that was launched on President Zelensky's hometown. It comes just one day after a drone strike on Moscow. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
With 2 missiles launched at Ukraine, Russia destroyed much of an apartment building full of civilians, killing a 10-year-old girl and her mother in President Zelensky's hometown. It's unclear if the strike, which Ukrainians described as terrorism, was retribution, but it came just 24 hours after drones exploded in Moscow for the 3rd time in days, hitting high-rises in downtown and making President Putin look weak and the capital vulnerable. Russia blamed Ukraine. Zelensky, while not claiming responsibility, gave his most direct admission yet of cross-border strikes. Gradually, the war is returning to Russian territory, he said. In Ukraine, Russian troops are battling and intensifying Ukrainian offensive, and doing it without some of their most experienced troops. Mercenaries from the Wagner Group are off the battlefield after their leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, launched a short-lived mutiny. Putin branded Prigozhin, once a trusted aide, a traitor, but then cut a deal with him. The potential reasons why are now becoming more clear. Prigozhin posted that Wagner troops are, for the moment, in Belarus, awaiting orders. And video from Belarus shows the mercenaries training special forces. Poland, a NATO ally across the border, is on high alert, just in case. But Africa seems to be Prigozhin's main focus now. We reported how Wagner, in coordination with the Kremlin, props up weak African leaders, including the president of the Central African Republic, in exchange for control of gold and diamond mines. Just last week, Putin hosted 17 African leaders in Russia, and on hand to greet them was Prigozhin, who says his network in Africa is expanding.
Prigozhin challenged Putin and embarrassed him. But it seems as long as Wagner is still in business and still making money in Africa, an accommodation is being worked out.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, the Idaho mother convicted of killing her 2 children is facing life in prison. A judge handed down that sentence yesterday to Lori Vallow Daybell. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more on the end of this tragic case.
I do not fear death, but I look forward to it.
Reading from notes moments before a judge ordered her to spend the rest of her life behind bars, Lori Vallow Daybell, the Idaho mother convicted of killing her 2 children and conspiring to murder her husband's former wife, broke her silence and remained defiant.
No one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world.
With Valo Daybell claiming she has spoken to the victims in the afterlife, the tragic and bizarre case led to sensational headlines. Dubbed the Doomsday Cult Mom, Valo Daybell claimed her children were zombies and she was a goddess sent to usher in the biblical apocalypse. The mutilated bodies of 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee were found on the property of her new husband, Chad Daybell, a self-published author who wrote about Doomsday and whose former wife he is also accused of killing.
I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world.
As the judge admonished Valo Daybell for showing no remorse, prosecutors say the motive was money, arguing the mother killed her children to collect benefit checks.
The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review.
Despite the heinous crime, Valo Daybell's attorney pleaded for mercy, but family members say she deserves none.
We're done, Lori. We are done with Lori. She is no more to us.
Chad Daybell, who has pleaded not guilty, faces similar charges his wife Lori was convicted of. His trial on murder and conspiracy to commit murder is scheduled to get underway next year. He too faces life in prison. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And now let's get you to weather. We're tracking storms in the plains and triple digits in the south. Let's get a check on that.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Again, another day of triple-digit temperatures, mainly focused through the south, though. If you look back to last week, we had a whole lot more of these alerts in place. But still, places like Wichita, Oklahoma City, Dallas, and extending out to New Orleans are under these heat alerts. We also have some heat watches in place for places like Phoenix and Tucson. No surprise there. More than 40 million people are under those alerts at this time. And for good reason. The south is really going to stay into those triple digits for the extended period. We've got temperatures today headed to 107 in Dallas. That'll flirt with that record of 107 for this date. San Antonio as well headed to 103. We could potentially break a record. And Houston later today as our temperature heads to 104. Looking ahead to tomorrow, no break from this heat. This same area continues to be under this heat dome. So we'll still see temperatures high 90s for New Orleans, Houston 103. And you know, when you have actual temperatures like that, the humidity levels are going to be elevated. So your feels like temperatures once again are going to be much warmer than that. So just be aware of that if you're going to be out and about in the south over the next couple of days. Still needing to take it slow and drinking a little extra water and taking care of your neighbors and friends. That's going to be something you'll have through the rest of the week, basically. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and parts of the Midwest, we've made major improvements. You probably noticed it over the weekend. We've seen these temperatures falling back to those normal values. We were into the 90s into the early part of the weekend. We've seen now an improvement, and we're going to end up into those low 80s for places like New York as we round out our work week. Detroit ends up at 87 on Thursday, but low 80s by the time we get to Saturday. So some improvements as far as temperatures go. We've also got some showers and even a couple of strong thunderstorms that we could deal with through the day today. Most of it is going to be centered along the Rockies and the midsection of the country. We could see some stronger storms through parts of the northern plains, but also with that comes some heavy rain. We've got multiple rounds of rain that are expected, and for that reason, we've got a flood watch already in effect for parts of the Rockies. Denver is included in that, and the storm system will continue to move a little farther to the east. On the front end of it, that's where we'll see the rain working through parts of Missouri from basically Iowa to Kentucky over the next couple of days. But we've also got those heavy downpours expected in parts of Colorado today, and we could see some strong winds and even some hail in parts of the northern plains, guys. So, you know, in the Southwest, still dealing with the triple digits, but they've also got some rain, which helped them over the past couple of days.
They definitely need that.
A little, yeah. Oh, thanks, Angie.
This morning, Hollywood is celebrating the life of actor Paul Reubens, a one-of-a-kind comedy icon. He's best known for his role as the quirky character Pee Wee Herman. Reubens died Sunday after a years-long battle with cancer. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on his life and his impact.
He was the star whose quirky one-liners were used on playgrounds across America.
I know you are, but what am I?
Known as Pee Wee Herman, a character he created, few recognized him by his real name, Paul Reubens, and he wanted it that way.
I thought that Pee Wee Herman worked better if one didn't know that was an actor.
Reubens' team announced his death on Facebook after a 6-year battle with cancer. Reubens' own final message apologizing to fans for not disclosing his illness sooner, writing, "I have loved you all so much and enjoyed making art for you."
I've been in so many clubs where that music comes on and everybody in the club turns and goes like...
soared to superstardom in the 1980s with a character brought to life through wildly popular films.
I meant to do that.
And a Saturday morning children's show called Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Today's secret word is more.
But it all came crashing down in 1991. Rubens, at the height of his popularity, pleaded no contest following his arrest for indecent exposure at an adult movie theater, becoming the subject of tabloid fodder. That same year, he addressed the scandal head on, appearing as Pee-wee at the MTV Movie Awards.
Heard any good jokes lately?
A decade later, he faced a child pornography charge that was later dismissed. In 2004, explaining the material as vintage erotica to NBC's Dateline.
You would immediately look at that collection and be able to tell very, very, very quickly, this is not a collection of child pornography.
He would go on to appear in both film and television, even bringing Pee-wee back from time to time. Tonight, Paul Rubens is remembered for that signature laugh and those zany antics that helped to define a generation. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
Aaron, thank you. And Rubens' Saturday morning show, Pee-wee's Playhouse, actually took home 15 Emmy Awards during its 4-year run. And I was just telling you, his holiday special, which is still on Netflix, last I checked, we watch it every single year.
I'm going to watch it this
Goldberg and Cher and like so many icons are on it. It's really
so
fun.
cool. Yeah. Oh, wow. That was a great look back. And you'll have one coming up for us.
We'll have another one coming up. All right, much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, falling short. New research shows that nearly every state in the country is failing mothers when it comes to mental health. We're going to break down the problem and the possible solutions.
But first, after the break, tragedy averted. Authorities in Tennessee investigating what they say could have been a horrific mass shooting at a Hebrew school. We'll be right back.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
News news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, Memphis police are searching for answers. They say a man tried to break into a Hebrew school, then opened fire on the building when he could not get in. The suspect is in critical condition at a hospital there. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. You know, this was an unbelievably close call. Police are calling this a potential mass shooting stopped only by a locked door. Now, school was out for the summer, but there were people working inside. And this morning, officials are crediting a strong school safety plan with potentially saving lives. It's the bone-chilling emergency call describing the terrifying scene unfolding outside a Hebrew school in Memphis.
There was a male white wearing a green shirt on a property armed with a gun.
Authorities say that suspect tried to force his way inside Margolin Hebrew Academy, but was met with a closed door. When he couldn't get inside, he opened fire.
The suspect did try to enter the building armed with a gun. When he could not gain entry, he fired shots outside the school.
In a letter sent to parents obtained by NBC News, school officials say the suspect encountered a contract worker with whom he had a brief confrontation, saying the suspect fired 2 shots from the gun while retreating and an additional 2 shots while leaving. He then took off in a pickup truck, triggering a massive manhunt, with police immediately putting other potential targets in the area on high alert.
We need officers to go to every Jewish facility in the city of Memphis with that broadcast and description in case he tries another facility.
It all came to an end less than 5 miles away when police cornered the suspect, who emerged from his truck with a gun and was shot by officers. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Incredibly, no one else was injured, and police are praising school officials for their fast action.
They were able to provide us with a photograph of the suspect. They also provided us with the vehicle description that the suspect left.
According to Tennessee Representative Steve Cohen, the suspect is a former student at Margolin Hebrew Academy, although police have not confirmed that. The incident that police have described as a potential mass shooting is leaving many parents deeply shaken.
So many emotions, nervous, angry, scared, anxious.
Gila Golder, who has 2 young children in the school, says she's grateful officials had a safety plan in place.
Security is absolutely a priority for our community.
Now, all of this comes on the heels of a shooting at a different Tennessee school in Nashville back in March. That one left 3 students and 3 adults dead. Now, of course, all of that sparked a number of calls statewide, including from lawmakers to strengthen gun laws and school security in Tennessee. And, Joe, those calls have only grown louder with this latest incident. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. International headlines now. A security guard is in custody after a deadly railway shooting in India.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with that and other world news. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. That's right. An Indian railway security guard has been arrested after he allegedly shot dead a colleague and 3 passengers on board the train. The guard apparently fired 12 rounds, killing a colleague and a passenger. He later allegedly killed 2 other passengers in 2 separate train coaches, according to Indian media reports. An Afghan branch of the Islamic State group claimed responsibility for a suicide bombing in Pakistan that killed at least 54 people at a pro-Taliban party's rally in one of the region's worst attacks in recent years. ISIS case that the attacker detonated the explosive vest and that the bombing was part of the group's continued war on forms of democracy it deems against Islam. And finally, a railway station in Japan is testing out an automated translation window to help confused foreigners navigate one of Tokyo's most complex transportation hubs. The device lets customers speak to the station attendant over microphones, while a semi-transparent screen between them spells out their words in Japanese and 11 other languages. So no excuses for missing a train in Japan, as your headlines,
That
guys.
is one of those things where you're like, that looks like the future.
That is a great idea.
Now.
I mean, just me in the New York subway system.
Yeah.
I'm like, where am I supposed to go? What train am I supposed to take?
I'll help you with that. You have me for that.
Allie, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, shock and sadness in Hollywood over the death of Euphoria actor Angus Cloud, what his family is saying about his passing.
And calling it quits, what new research shows about a link between race, the workplace, and overall mental health. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hollywood is reeling from a stunning loss, the death of actor Angus Cloud. Cloud's representatives say he passed away yesterday at his family's home in Oakland, California. Family sources told NBC News that Cloud had just laid his father to rest in Ireland a week ago, and he had been battling suicidal thoughts. The 25-year-old was best known for his role on the HBO series Euphoria. Cloud's family released this statement saying Angus was open about his battle with mental health, and we hope that his passing can be a reminder to others that they are not alone and should not fight this on their own in silence. And a reminder that if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
Just heartbreaking. Well, now that is a good segue to our weekly mental health check-in. We are taking a closer look at maternal mental health this morning. A new report shows most states are failing mothers. Plus, Black women are leaving the office, and research shows it might have to do with safety concerns. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist and friend of the show, Dr. George James, to help walk us through all this. Hi, Dr. James. Good morning. Great to see you. So, according to a report from the Policy Center for Maternal Mental Health, nearly every state in the country received a failing grade for access to maternal mental health care. Look at this right here. I mean, the only one you can even see, the highest is a B-. That's in California. Only 10 states got higher than a D. What puts pregnant women at risk for mental health issues? Why is it so tough to get that addressed? And what should a pregnant woman know?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Yeah, you know, the first thing I did was to find where my state was. And unfortunately, so many states are not serving the needs of pregnant women and women who are thinking about what their choices might be. And unfortunately, this system was failing women from before some of the law changes. And so what we need to do is really we need to think about, regardless of where we are on what we believe in terms of abortion, that we need to serve the needs of women who are at the place where they need support around their mental health and to find services and for them to feel safe enough to go seek mental health therapy or treatment and not feel alienated. And unfortunately, that's what is giving some of these states some of these bad grades, because they aren't providing the services that are needed. Absolutely.
And so important to, after pregnancy, once you've had your child, to make sure that you're watching out for your mental health and addressing any issues with a professional. And that's something that's also not talked about nearly enough as postpartum issues. Doctor, let's also now turn to the workplace. A new study, it's from this app called Exhale. It shows that Black women are leaving the workplace. 40% have left their jobs because they felt unsafe in the office due to their race. What a staggering number. What kind of impact does these racial aggressions in the office, what can that do to an employee, and can it be addressed without letting your mental health suffer or leaving the job altogether? How can we find a middle road?
Yeah, this is where we see the unfortunate power of intersectionality, where being a woman and being a woman of color combined has created extremely extra amount of stressors, of negative influences, and where Black women feel like they're encouraged to be resilient, to be strong, but there aren't resources and support. And so feeling like the only option is to leave or to quit. So what we need to do, once again, is to support more women of color, more Black women, to feel that it's okay to be overwhelmed. It's okay to be anxious. It's okay to be depressed, and to get the support and still be able to stay at work. So more companies need to support their employees, as well as more resources even outside of work. Hopefully that might help people to feel like they can stay at work.
So important, such important advice there. Also, I want to ask you about something a lot of people might be seeing online. Ice baths. People are jumping into these things. They're posting on social media, many saying that it helps with their mental health. Is this real, doctor? Are there any benefits to doing one of these ice baths?
I think if you talk to the people who are doing it, they'll tell you, of course, there are benefits. And, you know, for everything, that we can't say that there's a magic pill, but what people have found that when they jump into these ice baths, there's a way that their anxiety actually decreases for that moment, because they're focused on being cold, right? There's also a dopamine increase, which means their energy boost might be there. There's a way that they're focusing on what might be present. And it actually helps them to control their breathing, which is also very important, and the thought about being resilient. These are super important for people in this moment.
Dr. George James, we always appreciate when you come by. Thank you so much. Great conversation this morning. Well, with record high temperatures that we have seen across the U.S. this summer so far, and we're talking about every morning here, it is important for everyone to remember to stay hydrated. But children, they're one of the more vulnerable groups when it comes to staying on top of hydration, especially if they are playing outside this time of year. Well, lucky for us, we have Dr. Edith Bracho Sanchez. She's a pediatrician and contributing editor for She Knows, and she joins us now to help make sure that you are making sure that your child is getting enough water. Good morning. It's great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I do not have any kids, but this is one of those things that comes up where I'm like, how does someone figure this out? How do you know how much water, and how do you make sure that your child is? So how much water should a child be drinking each day, and how can you make sure that they're getting that hydration?
Yeah, so it depends on the age, and depends on what they're doing, and depends on the weather. So if your child is below 6 months, they're too little, they can't really be having water yet. So they really rely mostly on breast milk and formula. Above 6 months to age 1, they need about 4 to 8 ounces of water. 1 to 3, those toddlers, my little guys in this age group, we're talking about 3 cups. Then above that, ages 4 to 8, we're talking 5 cups. And ages 9 and up, we're talking about 7 to 8 cups a day. Again, depends on weather, what they're doing, and what's going on.
So even some adults, never mind kids, have a hard time getting the water that they need. Is there any way, especially for a little one, to make it more appealing?
Yeah, I mean, they have their own agenda, right? They're busy, they want to play, they want to do things. It's hard sometimes to get them to sit down. So I would first say, once you have them sat for mealtime, for snack time, always offer water. You also want to try and make it fun. So if you can add some flavors, whether it's some mint, some cucumber, something to make it a little more refreshing. You want to keep fruits and veggies that are high in water around. I love watermelon, for example. Cucumbers, again, really good veggie to have around.
That's good. So that counts.
It all counts.
That's headed towards that water count, them eating watermelon, things like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whatever they like, whatever you can do, and then let them have a little fun. And let them personalize their cups. Let them make some popsicles, whether it's fruit purees and some yogurt. They can really sort of...
Water popsicles, also known as ice.
Yeah, right. It all counts.
I love it. Okay, how can you tell if your child is dehydrated or does need more water? What are signs to look out for?
So this is where urine is your best friend. And it sounds weird, but it really is. It really is. I promise you. So you want to be looking out for diapers if your child is still in diapers, right? You want to make sure that they're having frequent, constant diapers throughout the day. If your child is already potty trained, you want to make sure that they're going to the bathroom frequently. You can also start to teach them to actually look at their own urine color. And when their urine is getting too dark, that is a sign that they have to up their fluid intake. And, you know, Savannah, it's also important to say, by the time kids are getting dehydrated, you also want to learn to recognize those signs that we're getting into a little bit of trouble. The first sign is the urine, but you also want to learn to recognize a child who's getting overly sleepy, who's having dry lips, flushed skin, who's starting to have some lightheadedness, some headaches. And if those things are happening, take them out of the sun, out of the heat, make sure to increase hydration, and call your pediatrician.
There you go. Oversleepy. I would have never known that was related.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, if you think about it, our bodies are 60% water. We need water to stay active, to have energy. And when we're dehydrated, that can be a very serious sign.
All right, doctor, thank you. Great, great tips. Really important for parents, especially this summer with this heat.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Great to see you. Well, coming up, a hate debate. New this morning, X, formerly known as Twitter, is taking a nonprofit group to court. More on the lawsuit that's raising questions about freedom of speech. Plus, bad news if you're planning a summer road trip. We'll break down what's driving gas prices up. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, new this morning, a free speech battle is brewing with X. That's the company formerly known as Twitter. They're at the center of it. X has filed a legal claim against the Center for Countering Digital Hate, or CCDH. The company announced the news late last night on its blog, claiming that the CCDH has, quote, been actively working to assert false and misleading claims, encouraging advertisers to pause investments on the platform. For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos, of course, to walk us through this. Hi, Danny. Good morning. So let's start here with the big picture. So does Elon Musk and his company X, formerly known as Twitter, do they have a case here? Walk us through what you see.
Maybe. Ordinarily, what I would do is compare this case to other cases like it. But I really don't see a lot of other cases like this. Essentially, what X appears to be alleging is that the defendant did what's called scraped data from Twitter. Twitter being public, and I'm still calling it Twitter. Forgive me, I mean X. If it's accusing the defendants of scraping data, getting data which is already publicly available. That's the essence of X. But they're allegedly collecting that data, putting it into a spreadsheet, and using it against X in their advocacy, whatever the case may be. And X alleges that that is in violation of its terms of service. So I think that already is an uphill battle to complain that you have this app that the essence of it is that it posts things publicly, and you're complaining that, hey, people are taking the public information that we're posting on our public platform. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. They're also alleging, but these allegations are kind of vague to me, that the defendants use some kind of clandestine login information to get other data. The only reason I think this is a little odd is that if they had evidence that somebody was wrongfully using login credentials, that implicates a lot of federal criminal statutes. So I would be surprised if they had those allegations, if they weren't more specific about them and really more. I mean, right now, according to the complaint, they don't even really know exactly how it happened. So they're sort of vaguely alleging it, and I think their plan is to prove it through discovery, depositions, document production.
Okay. What about a countersuit here? Could CCDH say, hey, no, you're the one doing something wrong?
There are countersuits available for defendants who are sued who allege that the lawsuit is just a means of chilling their First Amendment rights. So you may see that here. It's hard to say because, again, I go back to the underlying theory. Yes, they allege breach of contract. But, for example, that breach of contract, and breach of contract is a huge tent. You can allege all kinds of things under breach of contract. Contract claims already being often amorphous. The claim that they're making is that, look, the defendant is a user of the X product. They entered into the terms of service the way anyone else would, the way you or I would, and they're now doing things that are inconsistent with those terms of service. But, I mean, the reality is I could, if I was inclined to do so, spend my entire day going through publicly available information on Twitter and create databases and analyze the data from it. It would be clumsy. I'm one human. It would be slow. But I could do it, and maybe no one would even know. And it's already publicly available.
So we know that Elon Musk has been very open about freedom of speech being a priority of his. Where does the line draw on that? I mean, does that give X users, not even Elon himself, but users, the ability to post anything that they want? Is there a line? Just quickly.
There's a bit of hypocrisy here. You're absolutely right. I mean, if Elon Musk is all about free speech, he's essentially going after a company that's saying mean speech about X or Twitter and saying, hey, you can't do that. So there is a bit of hypocrisy here because Elon Musk, if he is an advocate for free speech, probably shouldn't be bothering an advocacy group that is engaging in free speech that is negative about X.
Right. Danny Cevallos, we appreciate you always. Thank you so much. Now let's get to some financial headlines. Tesla is in the hot seat over reports of malfunctioning cars. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Federal safety regulators say they're opening a preliminary investigation into Tesla's Model 3 and Model Y from the 2023 model year. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that's due to reports of drivers losing the ability to steer the vehicle and the loss of power steering. The agency says it's received a dozen complaints so far from Tesla owners. Meantime, CVS Health will reportedly cut about 5,000 jobs in a move to reduce costs. The Wall Street Journal reports that the layoffs are primarily in corporate roles and that the company does not expect any customer-facing positions in its stores, clinics, or pharmacies to be affected. CVS will offer severance pay, benefits, and help finding another job to those being laid off. The company had about 300,000 employees as of the end of last year. We'll likely hear more tomorrow when they report their quarterly earnings. And AMC is riding the Barbieheimer box office wave. The theater chain says it earned the most from admissions in its history last week, going back to 2019. The past weekend was AMC's busiest since the pandemic forced theaters to close in March 2020. The company says 65 locations in 19 states and Washington, D.C. set their own box office records. And I still maintain, you know, when it's that hot, you want to go see a movie that's 3 hours long with really nice, good air conditioning. Summer heat is really good for the box office.
That's a good point. Also, it just is a good movie. It doesn't even matter that it's 3 hours long. They're both fantastic. I've seen them both now. Amazing. Highly recommend. Bertha, thank you so much. All right, with gas prices already on the rise, get ready. They could be going up even more. That's because the price of crude oil reached a 3-month high on Monday and ended July with its biggest monthly gain since January 2022. That is translating to higher gas prices nationally. AAA says the national average is $3.78 a gallon. That is up 15 cents from, get this, just a week ago and 25 cents from last month. Our friend Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia, joins us now for more on this. Caleb, good morning. Great to see you. So these crude prices went up because specifically Saudi Arabia is expected to extend cuts in oil production through September. Is that right? And walk us through the reasoning there.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. And this is OPEC and OPEC plus. OPEC plus the allies of OPEC. Guess what? The United States is not one of them. That's Saudi Arabia and Russia. They're extending their production cuts. They're going to bring production down about 5 million barrels a day. They extended cuts into August. Why do they want to do that? They want to stabilize prices and bring prices back up. Right? Higher oil prices means better profits for Saudi Aramco and for oil majors around the world, and also for these countries that depend on it.
So what does this mean for us here at home when you go fill up, especially if you're like doing a summer road trip, anything like that? Is this a bad time?
Yeah, oil prices usually are about half the price of a gallon of gas. So the higher oil goes, gas usually follows, usually with a 2-week delay. But we also had extreme heat, and we still have it across parts of this country, especially where the refineries are. So they're not operating at maximum capacity. We're not refining enough gasoline, and demand right now at an all-time high. We're driving, we're flying. Diesel fuel, jet fuel prices also up a lot so far in the last couple months.
How do you think this ultimately makes the consumer feel, especially when we've kind of had this mixed bag of good news, bad news when it comes to inflation rising and lowering and interest rates and all that kind of stuff? What does higher gas price do to the consumer?
Well, we see gas prices all the time. Some people, some small businesses are filling up once, twice a day. So it's one of those things you see, and it's a big inflator and deflator. Gas prices haven't come down so much from last year, really brought down overall prices for just about everything. If they're going back up again, you can expect inflation to creep back up again. And we've been talking about inflation coming down. This could reverse course usually till about Labor Day. That's the peak end of driving season. Gas prices should come down after that, but right now they're driving higher because of all these factors.
So with all these factors, where do you think we're at right now for the American consumer generally, not just talking about gas prices? Is this good news? Is this bad news? What do all these indicators mean?
This could potentially be bad news, but consumers are extremely confident right now. We have the most confidence we've had in the past 2 years, according to the Consumer Confidence Survey. Why? Because prices have come down, and there's a lot of jobs out there. So when you have a good jobs market and you have lower inflation, that usually helps things out. So consumers are feeling confident, but a big spike in gas prices, that could wash away that confidence pretty quickly.
All right, Caleb Silver, as always, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming in. Well, coming up, he is flying high against the odds. When we come back, we'll introduce you to a hot air balloon pilot who overcame a life-changing accident to make history. You're watching Morning News Now. Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tennis superstar Serena Williams, who's pregnant with her second child, had the gender reveal to top them all. Serena and her husband, Alexis Ohanian, had a big party to celebrate and posted the video on social media. In it, Serena arrives at the baby shower / gender reveal party in a pink and white skirt and top, making it known she was Team Pink. However, Ohanian wanted to have a little fun with Williams, and rather than getting a standard pink or blue cake to reveal the baby's gender, he surprised her with a spectacular drone show in the sky with lights, ultimately spelling out girl. Congratulations to the happy mom and dad, as well as big sister Olympia. There you see the moment right there. Lots and lots of joy.
That's so cute.
That is, I mean, take that 4th of July.
Yeah, I know, right? And that's good. They stuck to drones. Nothing that's a concern
There
in
you
this
go.
heat.
The drones are
for
good.
Baby
And-
reveals, yeah.
And Team Pink
Yeah,
gets what
I
they
know.
want.
It's so cute. I know. There you go. She called it.
All right. Next up this hour, a pilot who got the opportunity to fulfill his dream this last weekend at the nation's largest summertime hot air balloon festival.
Yeah, a life-altering accident almost derailed his aspirations, but now he is making history and proving with just a little bit of hard work and determination, the sky is the limit. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach has this story.
It's 6:15 on a Friday morning, and 48-year-old Michael Glenn is attending a weather briefing and getting ready to take flight at the New Jersey Lottery Festival of Ballooning, alongside dozens of hot air balloon pilots.
People have boats, RVs, we just happen to have a balloon.
But Michael's doing it all on 2 wheels. Michael grew up ballooning, flying with his father and brother. He got his student pilot's license as a teenager and was working towards his private pilot's license when he was involved in a life-altering accident that had him ejected from his vehicle.
As you can imagine, you know, your life literally changes overnight.
Hospitalized for weeks, Michael's priorities shifted to relearning to walk. But he never lost sight of his goal, to get back in a hot air balloon and earn his pilot's license.
You get into a balloon basket just a few months after your devastating accident. Did you think at that point, oh, I want to get my license?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was almost instant. Yes, I want to do this.
After being denied a license by the FAA once for being wheelchair-bound, Michael doubled down and ended up tripling the number of practice hours required for him to get licensed.
Woo, that's hot. If you want to be something new, the answer is always no. You know, they're just going to say no, and you need to go out to them and prove to them.
When he obtained his license in 2006, 10 years after his accident, he became the world's first paraplegic hot air balloon pilot.
Just because I am in a wheelchair, it doesn't make a difference.
What is different is how he flies.
It's a duo chariot. It's a two-seat basket. It works perfect for me. Most balloonists like the bigger baskets because you're able to take multiple people, where this is me plus one. So if you're getting engaged or something, it'd be really romantic for you and I, and you would leave your partner down on the ground. So.
Sure. Today, Michael Glenn says he's one of 5 paraplegic hot air balloon pilots in the world, and says 3 of them became pilots after meeting him.
The way I live my life is I'm trying still to strive to inspire one person. I know I probably have, but in general, I still just strive for that, just to make a difference in one person's life, to even give them a better day, make it something, show them that they can achieve anything. That's what I shoot for.
A history-making pilot encouraging others to soar to new heights. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Reddington, New Jersey.
All right, Gary, thank you for that incredible story. Well, now let's get to a story about being at the right place at the right time.
A heroic U.S. postal mail carrier is being hailed as a hero after he performed the Heimlich maneuver on a choking customer on his route. And that man, Donald Proctor, joins us now. Donald, good morning. Great to have you with us. So I guess describe that moment to us. You're on your route. You see someone who's choking. What exactly was it you did in that moment?
Yes, good morning to you. What happened is I'm delivering the mail. The lady at the exact point in time that I'm going to stick the mail in the slat, she's actually already been choking for about a minute, and she's going over to her home security system to press the button, you know, for an ambulance to come to her home.
And then what happened next?
Okay, so unbeknownst to me, you know, I just walk away. I'm continuing on to my route. Somehow I hear her. I'm all the way up the block. So I turn around, I run back down to her home. Her face is purple. I ask her, is she having an allergic reaction or is she choking? She tries her best to tell me that she's choking. So, you know, I hit her on the back a couple of times. That did nothing. You know, I had to physically turn her around, apply the Heimlich maneuver about 2-3 times, and a large chunk of food just comes flying out of her mouth. And, you know, she gets the color back to her face. She's breathing. And at that point, I couldn't even hold myself up. I just dropped to a knee.
Donald, that is just incredible. And then, is this right that you just went right back to work after? And didn't even tell anybody, not your bosses or anyone?
No, I didn't tell anybody. But I was so in shock, and I was just so glad that I was there to help her that, you know, I didn't even think to say anything. I just continued on with my route. And, you know, she actually was very adamant, you know, about management knowing. And that's how I found out by her informing management.
Well, that woman, Jennifer, says that you are her angel, and we would definitely agree with that. Donald Proctor, great to have you on with us this morning. Thank you for joining us, but most of all, thank you for what you did in that moment.
And congratulations. We hear you also received the Postmaster General Hero Award.
Okay, yes, I was so honored to receive this.
Oh, wow. Donald, congratulations. Wow.
Thank you so much.
That is incredible. Thank you so much. You're a hero in your community, and we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Okay, and I just want to say, I want to thank you to Charles Thornton, one of my mentors in the Return to Citizens program, and I love you, Kamal Proctor, my oldest son. He's always with us in spirit. Thank you so much for having me.
That's awesome. That felt like the end of an Oscar acceptance speech.
Yes,
all right, Donald Proctor,
it.
thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, double threat. The grand jury that's investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election reconvenes today. But that's not the only potential looming legal threat for former President Trump. Georgia is preparing to present its own case for election interference, all as Trump expects to see a federal indictment, quote, any day now. Also this morning, deal derailed with the future of Hunter Biden's plea agreement in limbo. House Republicans are launching an investigation into the deal, the questions they want the Attorney General to answer, and what it could mean for the future of the case. Plus, survive and advance. Team USA is moving on to the knockout round in the World Cup this morning, but for just the second time in history, they'll advance without winning their group. We're breaking down today's nail-biting action and what comes next for the Stars and Stripes. And remembering Paul Rubens. This morning, friends and fans are paying their respects to the man behind the beloved character, Pee Wee Herman. We'll take a look back at his career on the big and small screens and his touching last words to fans. We've learned that for years he was secretly battling cancer, didn't let anyone know. He's apologizing to fans for not letting them know, but also sharing a few other thoughts. We'll have those coming up later in the hour.
Absolutely. That last post we saw from him with that. But yeah, you're going to bring us a great remembrance of his legacy.
We're going to begin this hour with the new developments this morning in the ongoing investigations into former President Donald Trump.
In the classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira was unable to file his plea in court yesterday after failing to obtain a lawyer with a license to practice in the state of Florida. De Oliveira is accused of working with Trump in an attempt to destroy video evidence on the documents, in the former president's possession. Meanwhile, the grand jury investigating potential interference in the 2020 election is set to reconvene today. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest on all of this from Washington.
Today marks 2 weeks since Donald Trump told the world he's a target of the grand jury investigation going on in the courthouse behind me, an investigation he now says he believes will soon end with his indictment.
This morning, former President Trump's co-defendant in the classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira, is out on bond, entering no plea during his first court appearance in Miami Monday. Prosecutors say Mr. Trump asked de Oliveira to delete security camera footage at the estate in order to obstruct the investigation. Now, another indictment of the former president is looming, tied to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, with Mr. Trump warning on social media that an indictment could come, quote, any day now, attacking election interference and prosecutorial misconduct.
These are ridiculous indictments.
In Washington, the grand jury hearing evidence in the case is scheduled to meet today. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, investigating Mr. Trump for election interference there, is set to present her case to a grand jury.
The work is accomplished. I mean, we've been working for 2.5 years. We're ready to go.
It comes as a Georgia judge has rejected a Trump bid to shut down the DA's investigation, while blasting the former president's lawyers for, quote, unnecessary and unfounded legal filings ahead of a potential indictment. Despite the legal troubles swirling around Mr. Trump, a new poll shows the former president still dominating the 2024 GOP field, ahead of his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, by 37 points, with the rest of the field far behind. According to the poll, even those who don't support Mr. Trump want to defend him, with 71% of Republican primary voters saying the party must stand behind him in the face of his criminal charges. Still, DeSantis on Fox News suggesting the former president has amassed too much baggage to beat President Biden next year.
I think that there's too many voters who just aren't going to vote for him going forward.
Voters may not agree with the governor's assessment. That same poll mentioned in the piece shows President Biden and Mr. Trump tied at 43% apiece nationally in a hypothetical 2020 re-election rematch.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
In Washington this morning, Republicans on Capitol Hill are turning up the heat on President Biden and his son Hunter. This comes just a day after a former business partner of Hunter's testified in a highly anticipated closed-door hearing in Washington. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on this. Peter, good morning. So Devin Archer is that former business partner. He met with lawmakers to discuss Hunter Biden's business dealings. This was a private meeting, but what have we learned about his testimony?
Yeah, you're right, Joe. So this business partner's name, as you noted, former business partner, is Devin Archer. He answered questions for about 4 hours, told this Republican-led House committee that Hunter Biden sold the illusion of access to his father. Lawmakers say that Archer insisted that Joe Biden was never directly involved in his son's financial dealings, but that Hunter put his father on speakerphone with clients and former business associates maybe 20 times over 10 years, including when Biden was vice president, to try to impress them here. The committee's top Republican says that Hunter was selling the Biden, quote, brand, but a leading Democrat pushed back on that, saying that it was all niceties, like about the weather and what's going on, that Archer said there was not a single conversation about Hunter's business dealings. Republicans here, they've made the argument, Joe, that Joe Biden lied, that he had no involvement in his son's work, saying it's grounds for impeachment. But overnight, the White House said that Republicans keep promising bombshell evidence, but that they keep failing to produce any. The White House called the attacks ridiculous. Joe?
So, Peter, in a separate matter, a few House Republican committee members announced they're investigating the circumstances surrounding Hunter Biden's plea deal with the Department of Justice. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland. What exactly are they demanding here?
Yeah, so in that letter to the Attorney General, the 3 Republican chairmen, including Jim Jordan, they highlighted a provision in that pretrial diversion agreement that would have put the onus on the judge overseeing this case to determine over a 24-month period if the president's son had violated the terms of the plea deal. The judge there, appointed by former President Trump, last week said that doing that would be basically outside of her authority, outside the scope of what she can do. The congressional Republicans also took issue with a clause in the agreement that would have given Biden immunity from all other crimes in exchange for completing that pretrial diversion program. They said that those provisions raise serious concerns. Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to federal tax charges, as you know, last week after the judge raised questions about the terms of this whole agreement. He was expected going into that to plead guilty to a pair of charges for failing to pay taxes under a deal that he had struck with the government. But instead, Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to those charges until both sides here can meet and address all of the judge's questions. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Well, new this morning in the war between Ukraine and Russia, a skyscraper in Moscow has been hit by a second drone attack in as many days. Russia has blamed Ukraine for this latest attack. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is watching the latest developments, of course, and he joins us now. Hi, Richard. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, it happened again. In fact, some people in Moscow were looking at this building that was hit by a drone on Sunday, inspecting the previous damage, when suddenly they heard a new blast and started running. President Putin's war in Ukraine is now coming home to Russia, right to the capital. Another drone this morning slipped through Moscow's defenses, smashing and exploding into a high-rise housing 3 government ministries in the business district. There were no reports of casualties from the early-hour blast, which targeted the very same building attacked by drones on Sunday. Russia blames Ukraine for the attacks, which are intensifying rapidly in and around Moscow. The drones are doing very little damage. They're small and light. These seem more akin to psychological operations to expose ordinary Russians to the conflict and embarrass President Putin. Over the weekend, Ukraine's President Zelensky didn't claim responsibility for the drone attacks, but didn't exactly deny them either, saying the war is now shifting to Russia, calling the move just. This morning, Russia retaliated with its own drone strikes, targeting a student dormitory in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. There were no students in at the time. That was not the case yesterday, when Russia fired 2 missiles at an apartment building full of civilians in President Zelensky's hometown, killing, officials say, at least 6 people, including a young girl and her mother. Ukraine has promised not to use Western-supplied weapons for attacks outside of its borders. Ukraine has been developing its own fleet of armed drones, experimenting to extend their range and make them harder to stop. It is a homegrown industry, and it is one of Ukraine's top priorities right now. Savannah?
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
We have been following Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin's recovery after a medical emergency on the field last season nearly ended his life. Now, almost 7 months later, he is back on the field practicing with his teammates. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Almost 7 months to the day. How about that? And what a remarkable turnaround. As you said, Damar Hamlin can now take hits. The inspirational defensive player, Joe, now going on offense, leading a CPR tour across the country, part of his new mission to save lives.
With thousands cheering him on, it was a monumental Monday for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. The 25-year-old practicing in pads for the first time since suffering cardiac arrest following a routine hit during a January game last season. The nation watching as Hamlin received CPR on the field, nearly losing his life.
It feels amazing. It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, you know, just kind of being back for the first time.
Now, months after being cleared to return to football, and a day after scooping up a young fan, number 3's presence in full pads, a welcomed sight. Hamlin admitted, well, it's not easy easing back under a bright spotlight. he welcomes the challenge.
I think there's strength in, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. It shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Hamlin's recovery, an uplifting outlook, helping further his mission to serve others. That includes leading a recent CPR tour with his Chasing M's Foundation.
They're the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today.
And honoring the Bills medical staff during an emotional tribute at last month's ESPY Awards.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Exactly 1 week before Hamlin retook the field, USC incoming freshman Bronny James, the son of NBA superstar LeBron James, collapsed during practice, also suffering cardiac arrest. Within minutes of the news emerging, Hamlin sending prayers to Bronny and thanking the entire James family.
They've been really big and supportive and reaching out to my family as well. I wanted to let him know I'll be there, for whatever he needs on his journey as far as his recovery.
Now, with Bronny discharged from the hospital and on the mend, Hamlin clearing a major hurdle of his own Monday and looking up to the sky in thanks.
To be able to come out here and compete again, because that's such a blessing. Life is bigger than football, but this is what I love to do.
As for the question so many are wondering right now, Joe and Savannah, when is he going to get back into game action? The Bills' first preseason game is in less than 2 weeks, August 12th. Then their first official game is against the Jets on September 11th. The Bills so far have given every indication they're going to go at Damar Hamlin's pace. Hamlin says that his faith is stronger than his fear. Guys, back to you.
And that's understandable after everything that's happened in the last 7 months.
Yeah.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Amazing to see. Well, summer storms are brewing in the middle of the country. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, so how much rain can we expect in some spots?
There's a couple of spots where we could see upwards of a couple of inches and flooding conditions potentially across those areas here over the next couple of days. Let's talk about where we stand currently with our satellite and our radar. We've got a line of thunderstorms developing across mainly the state of Missouri right now. We've also got some showers that have been focused out towards the Rockies so far this morning, but we're going to continue to see that potential for some heavy rain and even some strong storms through the day today. Let's start with the rain. There's that flood watch that I mentioned. It does stretch into places like Cheyenne, including Denver. There'll be multiple rounds of rain on kind of the back end of the system, while the front end of the system shows us some of those showers and thunderstorms that I just mentioned in parts of Missouri and stretching a little farther east in the coming days. There's the showers that we expect throughout the Denver area here as we get into the later afternoon hours. We'll also see some stronger storms into parts of the northern plains and stretching into the Midwest. And then that rain kind of focuses a little farther to the east, and we'll continue to see a moderate risk of flooding as we get into tomorrow for places like St. Louis. But there's the severe storm risk. This is the area we're mainly watching. It does include places like Fargo and Bismarck, and it's mainly going to be the strong winds and the large hail. The good news is that tornado threat is low, but we are going to see upwards of, as I mentioned, 2, even 3, as high as 4 inches in localized areas across the same kind of section. So stretching from Kentucky basically into Iowa, with the biggest amounts expected in places like Columbia, Missouri, really through central Missouri is where we're looking at those the heaviest rain working through. So umbrella is going to be needed in the coming days, and you're definitely going to want to watch for the flooded roadways. We remember not to drive through those. Meanwhile, the heat, that's what we've really been talking about for weeks and weeks, right? We finally roll into August, continuing with summer, but at least our heat alerts aren't for hundreds of millions of people. Now it's just kind of centered around parts of the South. In a couple of spots in the Southwest, we've got 43 million people under these heat alerts, with some more record highs potentially as we get into the later parts of today. Houston heads to 104. That could break a record of 103. Same goes for Dallas, which could potentially tie a record later this afternoon. And we'll deal with more of the same tomorrow with triple-digit temperatures from Houston to Del Rio and into Roswell. These temperatures are going to stick with us really in that area through the extended period. Meanwhile, a break in parts of the Northeast. You probably noticed over the weekend that big drop in temperatures here as we went from Sunday into Monday. It felt a lot nicer, and it's going to stay right where it should for these areas. We'll see a little bit of a warm up in places like Chicago and Detroit as we get into the end of the week. Cincinnati will hit 90 on Friday, but for the most part, guys, these temperatures are really where they should be. Not quite as warm as they were last week, but still very summer-like. We're still in the swing of summer. So it's better to talk about average temperatures than 10 degrees, 15 degrees above average, right?
It's It's so strange to see the yellow and oranges all over the map.
Yeah,
It's
you missed
red.
Fiery red. Also, I don't know why your graphic is cracking me up. North stays comfy. So you like that? It's comfy.
It's comfy. I'm going to use that all the time now. Comfy 87 degrees.
Exactly. It does feel better, though. All right, thank you. Moving on, by the skin of their teeth, Team USA survives a scare from Portugal and advances to the knockout round. We're breaking down all the heart-pounding action with analysis from former U.S. goalkeeper Ashlyn Harris next.
Plus, remembering Paul Rubens, we have a look back at his life and legacy, the man behind Pee Wee Herman. His fans pay tribute to a one-of-a-kind performer.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back with the World Cup, and Team USA's women have scraped through to the knockout round of the tournament following a nail-biting 0-0 tie against Portugal.
It was a make-or-break game where a loss would have sent the U.S. home in group play for the first time ever. But the result means Team USA qualifies in second place behind the Netherlands, who beat Vietnam 7-0 in the group's other match. In just a few moments, we are so excited that we're going to get to talk to two-time World Cup winner Ashlyn Harris. She's here on set with us. But before that, let's get out to NBC's Molly Hunter in Auckland, New Zealand. Molly, who has been having the time of her life, by the way. Molly, great to see you, as always. All right, close one for Team USA, but they managed to get through in the end. Tell us about it.
Savannah, I don't think you believe that I'm actually not just partying here 24/7. Every live shot I do just happens to align with that because it's so late at night. Look, don't let the party atmosphere kind of fool you. It is not the result that the U.S. team or the U.S. fans here really wanted. That 0-0 was gut-wrenching to watch. Look, they even put Megan Rapinoe in at the 61st minute to really inject some energy into that game, and she instantly sparked some real moves on the field. The 90th minute, and there was 8 minutes of additional play, the 90th minute was absolutely the most amazing minute of soccer I've ever watched. You have Alex Morgan, who's the U.S. co-captain, take a near-miss shot on the Portuguese goal. You had a Portuguese shot that hit the goalpost for the U.S. They were making subs in the final 2 minutes, but they just didn't have what it takes. And look, Portugal, one of the debutantes of this World Cup, played a very, very strong game, guys.
Whatever dance party is going on over your left shoulder, I either want to be a part of or I'm scared to be a part of. I'm not sure which. But
staying away.
Let's talk about what's next for Team USA. Do we know who they could play in the next round?
We do. So all of this is basically being figured out in the next 24 hours. So we will have a much fuller picture of the bracket. But for the U.S., because they came second under the Netherlands in their group, they are heading to Melbourne. We are also heading to Melbourne next week, where they will play Sweden. Sweden is a very, very tough team. But they do have 5 days. And when I spoke with Megan Rapinoe after the game, you guys, she said they really need these 5 days as a team to really, analyze, focus in, and figure out how to bring a better game to Sweden. She also said, though, she lives for these moments. These are these big pressure moments that the World Cup is all about for her, guys.
Molly, other games are happening right now. What are you keeping? As well as the dance party. I can't even, it's just so funny every time we come to you. You weren't here yesterday. It was a whole other thing. There's just always so much going on. Molly, what else are you keeping an eye on?
Savannah, I've decided not to have television screens directly in my line of sight when I'm talking to you, specifically after yesterday. However, over my shoulder, you will see there is actually another game going on. The Lionesses, the English team, and China facing off. Right now, it looks like it's 3-0 England. England looks like they are definitely through in their group, but that is going to be a very tough team as well that the U.S. may see down the road, guys.
We didn't notice anything happening over your right shoulder because what was happening over your left shoulder was far more distracting.
Molly, keep living it up and doing your fantastic reporting and interviews. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Ashlyn Harris. She is a two-time World Cup champion with Team USA and Gotham FC Global Creative Advisor. Good to have you with us. So everyone is sort of assessing this, taking it all in. How do you describe Team USA's performance here?
I think we're underperforming. I think that's safe to say. Everyone's talking about it at this point. I don't think if you asked any player, they would be happy with their individual performance at this point in the tournament. But we can't be so critical. We are moving on. There are a lot of teams who are not. And even though it's not the best performance, it's not the USA mentality that everyone is talking about, we also need to realize that this is a new team, that they're getting settled into the tournament. A lot of these players have never played on this type of stage. And as we continue to progress, they have to deliver. They have to be better individually, and they have to be better collectively. And we can't press the panic button now. It is a moment to say, okay, we have to reflect on the things we've done well. We're moving on. That's a good thing. Let's stay positive with that. But also, the game plan isn't working. So how are we going to change it?
Absolutely. Good to keep in mind. We won one game, 2 ties, haven't lost. Molly just referenced there talking with Megan Rapinoe, who said, it's great we have the 5 days. As someone who's been on that team and as somebody who I know is speaking to this team, what are these next 5 days like? What does the team do?
5 days is a long time. To sit on the performances of the last 3 matches could be difficult because this is a mental battle that people don't realize. Everyone at the highest level is physically incredible at what they do. This is a tournament that anyone can grab. So for me, 5 days, we have to really build on how we want to be better as a team and what we're going to do to execute a game plan based on playing Sweden, because Sweden's a really hard matchup.
How much of this is ability and talent versus mental? Does this team have the skill to win it all, and it's just a matter of getting over some of the mental blocks, or is the experience thing a bit of an issue here too?
I mean, it's always going to be an issue, right? The average age of this team is so young. A lot of these young kids have never been in a tournament like this. They don't understand the expectation. They don't understand the weight of every single thing that they do. But also, we have to understand that the U.S. is the best team in the world for a reason, and excuses are not going to get you to the next round. So we have to pull, our big girl shorts up and own the moment, and we have to perform. We have to play better. If we want to continue in this tournament, we have to forget the last 3 games because they're not going to help us. We need to be a totally different team. And we need to execute, and we need to score goals, and we need to be lethal. We need to be on our front foot. We need to bring back that U.S. mentality that every country feared stepping on the field.
And you think we can?
I absolutely think we can. I think we will.
That's great to hear. What about the other teams? Have you been impressed or surprised by them sort of raising their game?
I said this from the beginning. It is anyone's tournament. Germany's lost. Brazil's lost. Canada is out. I mean, the parity in this tournament, it's the best it's ever been.
Wow.
So I think at this point, whoever is building, whoever is vibing, whoever is lethal in front of goal, they're going to continue moving forward in this tournament. But like I said before, anyone can win. It's anyone's to grab at this point.
Molly mentioned that Megan said she lives for this.
Oh, yeah. She lives for the big moments. She's not stressed at all. I think the hardest part for Megan Rapinoe is she's playing a different role this tournament. She's not getting the minutes she's used to getting. She's used to carrying this team on her back. So my hope is if we play Sweden, that's most likely what's going to happen. She's got to start. We need something different. Right now, it's too static. It's too we need to be unpredictable. Right now, we're too predictable, which makes it easy. And Megan Rapinoe is a type of player that you have no idea what she's going to give the game, but that's a good thing.
All right. Love it. Ashlyn, thank you so much for joining us.
This
We
is so
really
cool to
appreciate
get to
having your
talk to you.
perspective.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming over here. So good to see you. Well, let's stay international now. China is bracing for a third typhoon after weeks of heavy rain and deadly flooding.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi is back with that and other world news. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. At least 11 people have died and around a dozen others are missing after torrential rains pounded Beijing. But the deluge isn't over as China braces for a third typhoon in as many weeks. Heavy rains are likely to persist over the weekend, and flooding could worsen in northern regions of Beijing, according to the Emergency Management Ministry. Relentless rain over the weekend broke daily precipitation records at 14 weather stations in Beijing. Over to Myanmar, where the junta partly pardoned jailed former leader Aung San Suu Kyi on 5 of the 19 offenses for which she was convicted, but she will remain under house arrest. The pardon means that 6 years will be shaved off her 33-year jail term, in part of an amnesty under which more than 7,000 prisoners were freed across the troubled country. And finally, a mystery has been solved. A giant metal dome that was found washed up on the beach in Australia that had everybody puzzled turns out to be part of a polar satellite launch vehicle, according to India's space agency spokesperson. The spokesperson said it would be up to Australia to decide what to do with the object. India doesn't seem particularly keen on getting it back.
Yeah. Not a UAP, though. There we go.
Bizarre, yeah. Oh, God, don't even get us started on that path right now. Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. Coming up, for the first time in more than a decade, Wisconsin's Supreme Court will have a liberal majority.
And as more and more polarizing issues end up in the courtroom, we're digging into what it means for the state and the impact it could have on the rest of the country. That's next.
still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Major changes are coming to Wisconsin's Supreme Court. Later today, a new justice will be sworn in, and with that, it will mark the first time in 15 years that liberal justices will have the majority on the court, and that could have a major impact on the state's most consequential issues. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now from Madison, Wisconsin. Hi, Shaq. Always great to see you. Put this in perspective for us. How big of a political shift is this?
Well, we're talking about a really big shift here in the state of Wisconsin, Savannah. You know, back in April, when this open seat was up for grabs, this election was described as the most consequential election of the year. Well, the liberal judge won that race, giving liberals and progressives a chance that they haven't had to control the court in some 15 years. That means the power to influence policy in this state that they haven't had in even longer than that. I want you to listen to what a professor here at the University of Wisconsin told me just yesterday about what this really means for this state.
But this court has really risen to the top of the policymaking system in Wisconsin. And it's not just this election and these issues. Really, the court has become a bigger player in state politics in recent years, in part because of the stalemate between the Democratic governor, Republican legislature. Feuds over all kinds of things are being decided there. That's become the venue.
And believe it or not, we're already seeing action from this court. We're learning through local reporting this morning that the liberal justices will likely fire the state courts director. That's one of the powers that they have. They can now control how business is done at the state Supreme Court. They can decide and set new ethical rules. That's something that has also been signaled in the past. So we're expecting to see a lot of changes here in Wisconsin, not just in how the court operates, but those ultimate decisions that are made.
Absolutely. Shaq, when we look ahead at the court's term, of course, abortion rights, one of the issues people are watching closely. Walk us through some of the other consequential particular issues that may come before this court.
Really big issues here. We'll start with abortion rights. This is a state where abortion is nearly completely banned. We're already seeing cases move their way through the court. So this will end up before the state Supreme Court, and they will rule on whether abortion remains banned in this state. But you see the other issues there. Redistricting. The previous court sided with maps, legislative maps that benefited Republicans in this state. The court will be able to revisit those. You also see election procedure and challenges. Liberal groups already filed a legal challenge just in the past couple of weeks against some of the election rules in this state, dealing with the ban on drop boxes, dealing with early voting. This court will have influence over all of that. One thing to note here, Professor Berry, he mentioned that this won't be an immediate change. You won't expect to see change in the next couple of days or weeks in terms of those issues. But listen to what he laid out when I asked him about a potential timeline for the shift here.
It's going to be some months before we get decisions. It might be after the new year into the spring, potentially of 2024. But I would say within a year, within this year term from 2023 to 2024, the public ought to expect some really important new decisions coming out of the court.
I think one way you can think of this is if you look at what happened at the federal level with the United States Supreme Court. We saw the appointment of Justice Gorsuch, of Justice Kavanaugh, of Justice Barrett, and then you saw some significant change. So that change did come, but it took some time to actually take place.
Yeah, it's a great point. Shaq, what about the implications beyond the borders of Wisconsin? Should people living across the country care here?
Yes, and, you know, I'm competing with the ambulance here, but, you know, the change that you can see, two big issues and two big points I'll make. One, the shift to a more liberal court, that runs a little bit counter to what you've seen in some other states where you've seen state courts become more conservative. So that is a big shift there. And what that means is that some of those election-related decisions, we know Wisconsin is this automatic battleground state. It's a purple state. The past few elections have all come and been decided by less than 1%. I believe it was 4 out of the last 5 presidential elections in this state. So when you're talking about whether drop boxes will be allowed or whether absentee ballots will be allowed, that matters. That can help determine the United States president there. And you're also talking about election challenges. We remember that back in 2020, former President Trump filed challenges to Wisconsin's election, challenges that, if he was successful in the courts, could have overturned the election or at least flipped the result in that ultimate in the election in 2020. Now with a more liberal Supreme Court, you heard this during the election, they say they will protect democracy, that they would view those challenges a little bit more skeptically. So when you look at presidential politics, Wisconsin is at the center of it, and this court will influence what ultimately happens.
Shaquille Brewster, fantastic reporting as always. Thanks for joining us.
Paul Reubens, the actor best known for playing the whimsical childlike character Pee Wee Herman, has passed away. In a statement posted on social media Monday, his rep said the 70-year-old actor died after a private battle with cancer. This morning, friends and fans are remembering the comedy icon.
I know you are, but what am I?
With his sassy one-liners, signature gray suit and red bow tie, and infectious laugh, actor Paul Reubens turned his character, Pee Wee Herman, into a pop culture icon. He was adored by young and old alike for his kind heart and playful expressions.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Born in upstate New York, Reubens honed his acting skills as a member of the LA improv troupe The Groundlings. He told Today that's where he first developed the Pee Wee Herman character.
He focused on character work and developing and creating characters. So he came out of an improv many years ago at The Groundlings.
That's the password!
A Pee Wee HBO special and guest appearances on NBC's Late Night with David Letterman led to his first big break, the hit 1985 film Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
I meant to do that.
It was followed by his Saturday morning TV show Pee Wee's Playhouse, which ran for 5 seasons and won 15 Emmys.
I'm proud of that show, and we took it very seriously, that we were affecting young minds, and I'm excited that a whole new generation of kids may find it now.
Off-screen, Reubens weathered scandals, including a 1991 arrest for indecent exposure at an adult movie theater, later making light of it at the MTV VMAs.
Heard any good jokes lately?
Like his Pee Wee character, his career bounced back with 2 sequel films, including the 2016 Netflix special Pee Wee's Big Holiday, reaching a new generation of fans.
Think fast!
Reubens also proved his acting chops with guest roles far from his Pee Wee persona on shows like Ally McBeal and The Blacklist, and darker films too, like 2001's Blow.
I mean, I'm not really Pee Wee Herman, so just for a long time people didn't know that, so I don't think people really thought of me as an actor, because I tried to make everyone think Pee Wee Herman was a real person.
Tributes to Paul Reubens are now pouring in from his fans and famous friends. Conan O'Brien tweeted, "His surreal comedy and unrelenting kindness were a gift to us all." Mark Hamill posted, "Can't thank you enough for the lifetime of laughter." And Tim Burton, who directed Pee Wee's Big Adventure, wrote, "He was a great artist. I'll miss him."
Reubens' rep also posted a message that Reubens had written himself before passing away. In it, he apologized for not going public about his health battle, adding, "I have loved you all so much and enjoyed making art with you."
Oh, wow. What a great legacy there. Have to watch that holiday special.
Yes, he's got a holiday special that he recorded in the 80s that has like the most amazing cameos you've ever seen. We watch it every year.
I love that. Thank you, Joe. Well, coming up, a new documentary is taking a look at the man once known as the world's most ingenious thief.
We're going to dig into the wild story with help from the men who helped finally track him down. Next.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with some money news. A major tech giant is making some strides in healthcare.
That's right. CNBC's Bertha Coombs is back with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joe and Savannah. You know, Amazon has been looking to get into healthcare for 5 years now. Now they're expanding their virtual clinic, Amazon Clinic, nationwide. That service will be out there in all 50 states. They launched Amazon Clinic late last year in November with the aim for patients to connect with telemedicine providers. It provides treatments for common conditions like hair loss, migraines, acne, and also sexual health. Amazon Clinic does not accept insurance yet, though. Still, consumers can use insurance to pay for any medications that are prescribed through the service. Nearly half of consumers will turn to some form of financing for their back-to-school shopping this year. A new survey from CNET Money finds 43% will use credit or buy now, pay later programs as they face persistent inflation and price hikes on many goods. Nearly 90%, though, say that they'll use at least one money-saving hack, like a coupon or watching for sales and discounts, which, I don't know, some of us watch for all the time. They'll also shop by comparison for pricing and likely buy fewer things and switch to cheaper brands. The average household's forecast to spend about $890 on back-to-school shopping. That's up 3% from last year. And X no longer marks the spot. That brightly flashing X sign on the top of the San Francisco headquarters of the company formerly known as Twitter has been removed. The sign was installed on the roof of the building late last week. The city's Department of Building Inspection says it received 24 complaints about the structure, including about its safety and the bright lights, which would flash. Representatives for X have yet to respond to messages for comment, I suppose, either on X itself or in the traditional way when we call them over the phone and ask via email.
Right.
But,
I still haven't gotten used to it.
as a branding experiment, I guess we're all talking about it, so maybe that worked. I don't know.
Yeah. The people that lived in the apartment building across the street were certainly talking about it. They were not happy about the flashing lights.
Are we supposed to say you X'd something instead of you tweeted something? I still haven't figured this out. But anyway.
Great question.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Movies like Ocean's 11 make pulling off complicated heists look so easy.
Well, now a new Hulu documentary called The Jewel Thief is exploring firsthand the highs and the lows of a real-life professional thief. It takes viewers inside the mind of Gerald Blanchard, once known as the world's most ingenious thief, and it's going to show us his life of crime.
He went from a small-town thief to a money-making machine.
If you could rob the banks, why not? I studied everything.
As the bank is being built, he's putting ways to get in and ways to get out of the bank.
I've never even heard of anything like this.
We had banks calling us.
In the dozens.
And I was pretty good at it.
This is so cool. Joining us now is Landon Van Soest, director of The Jewel Thief, as well as detectives Mitchell McCormick and Larry Levasseur, who tracked Blanchard around from country to country. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Landon's here on set with us, and the two of them are together. Landon, first just tell us what attracted you to this story as a director.
Oh, there's really so much. I mean, it's just such a head-spinning story, and it's just truly stranger than fiction, you know? I mean, you hear these stories about parachuting into a castle in Vienna, you know, and it sounds like it's straight out of some Hollywood heist movie, but I think for me to realize that that was the culmination of this decades-long crime spree that included bank robberies and frauds and international heists all over the world. I mean, there's just so much to sink your teeth into.
My goodness. Let's chat with the detectives here, starting with Detective McCormick. I mean, how much of a full circle moment was this documentary for you after tracking Blanchard down for so long?
You know, it was a great culmination of what we found to be quite an interesting investigation, and you'll see it when you see the documentary. You know, when you're a policeman, you find that criminals kind of get into a niche. They either do robberies and that's all they do, or break and enters and that's all they do, or frauds. Mr. Blanchard went the gamut on crime, and he did it very well, and he did it very successfully for a very, very long time.
And Detective Levasseur, I mean, save some of this for the documentary. No major spoilers, but just tell us a little bit about what it was like ultimately closing in, and then the relationship with Blanchard now after this long history.
Well, it actually came to a conclusion very quickly in that particular year, and we had received some information that we had to act upon immediately. As Mitch mentioned, there was a whole array of crimes that he was involved in, and we had to react quickly back then with respect to some assault rifles that he was negotiating a deal on. So we couldn't have those hitting the streets of the city. But yeah, it came together nicely. It took a little bit of time to get all the exhibits together and resolve, but at the end of the day, we were successful.
You know, Landon, the poster for the movie shows, I think, another little star of this, which is a specific jewel.
Yeah.
Talk about that jewel and what we should know about it and what role it plays in helping this all come together.
Yeah, so this was it's actually a hair ornament that was worn by Empress Sisi, who's sort of been related to Princess Di, maybe, of Austria, but she's a historic figure that's quite popular there. And most of them have been lost to time. So it's one of very few in the world. I mean, I think it truly does equate to some kind of a crown jewel for the people of Austria. And it was being housed in a historic museum there when Blanchard kind of first set his eyes on it.
That's one way of putting
he said
it.
more than his eyes on it.
Exactly. Detective McCormick, if you look back to when you were tracking Blanchard, I mean, we've heard a little bit of some of these just like fantastic details here, but was there a particular turning point when you realized that this was not a typical case, not an ordinary criminal, and this was going to be as extensive as it was?
Well, you know, again, Larry and I have done some wiretap in our career, and most wiretaps you're going to find that criminals are very guarded. They talk in a code. It was quite the contrary when we ended up hooking up and listening to Mr. Blanchard. And the time that really turned the page for us was, although we did get information that he was a suspect in the theft of the Sissy Star, which, you know, we didn't have too much in the way of Interpol, but when we wired up and he was putting his group together to go do a major fraud in Cairo, and he was doing it, and he got people in the air and in Cairo within a day or two, when he was talking to a guy that he called the boss from London, England, that's when it really took off and became really international for us, and really said that this is a lot bigger than just break-ins and thefts and frauds and offenses in Canada. This became an international thing for us, and that took on a totally different scope, and it really became something that was interesting and different from what we had done in our careers at that time.
So, Detective Levasseur, are there lessons you learned in this case that could apply in the future for other tough cases with criminal masterminds like this one?
Absolutely. I think bottom line is communication between law enforcement agencies. You know, not on just a local level, but on a national level, and obviously internationally. You know, you hear about, you know, Interpol, and, you know, it's always in a James Bond movie or something like that, but it actually exists, and it's really an important tool for law enforcement right around the world to be able to, you know, effectively enforce the laws of their respective countries. So it's important that we maintain that and continue that going forward as a world population.
Oh, well, it is just so cool to get to talk to all of you involved here. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time this morning. And again, the documentary is called The Jewel Thief. It is streaming on Hulu right now. Thank you, guys. So exciting. Congratulations on it. Coming up, back in bloom. It lit up summer reading lists 25 years ago, and now it's back.
And up next, our own Jenna Bush Hager goes one-on-one with Judy Blume to discuss the re-release of Summer Sisters and her legendary literary career.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is an interesting one. Scientists may have just made a big breakthrough in future treatment for depression and anxiety. By tickling rats, the researchers first implanted electrodes into the rats, and then they tickled the rats and analyzed their brain activity. That is when they noticed one particular area of the brain lit up, causing the rats to get this, to laugh. Who knew that? Who knew that rats could laugh? Well, by comparison, when rats were put in environments that made them anxious, that same part of their brain did not light up, even if they were tickled. The team plans to investigate this in future studies to help humans and other animals combat depression and anxiety. And who knew I could say tickled so many times in one story?
Exactly. And who came up with that idea?
I
My
know.
goodness.
And
All
we
right.
needed the footage of the tickling.
We want rat tickling footage. All right. We're going to end this hour with a literary legend, Judy Blume. Her beloved classic novel, Summer Sisters, is being re-released in honor of its 25th anniversary. Today's show co-host Jenna Bush Hager sat down with Blume at her Key West bookstore to discuss her life and legacy.
Lining the walls of books and books in Key West, Florida, are the names of local literary legends. Ernest Hemingway, Tennessee Williams, Shel Silverstein. But another literary legend is working behind the counters, Judy Blume.
And that's going to be for you, too.
Perfect. This is a great love of your life, this town, and it happened kind of accidentally.
We came here for a month because I was trying to finish Summer Sisters. It was just put yourself someplace else and forget all your troubles.
The prolific author has written 29 books with 90 million copies sold, including bestsellers like Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing and Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, which recently became a Hollywood movie more than 40 years after she wrote the book.
Please, 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 please.
Growing up in Elizabeth, New Jersey, Judy's love of literature started early.
Your mom was the one that showed you the love of reading.
My mother loved to read. She loved books. My mother was a worrier, anxious about everything, but never about what we were reading.
You would make up stories in your head that kind of answered the secrets you thought adults were keeping from you. What were those secrets?
Family secrets. It was the kind of thing where when you were a kid and you walked into the room, all the adults stopped talking.
At 25, Judy found herself married with children. Judy says she felt like she was playing at being a married lady. She started writing picture books for her 2 young children, a labor of love and a creative escape for the New Jersey housewife.
And so do you feel like writing was, in some ways, kind of an incredible outlet?
So cathartic. Yeah. It gave me a life. It gave me my own life.
Judy's books explore topics like racism, grief, religion, and menstruation, topics that made kids feel less alone.
You would hear from kids that they felt seen, they felt enough, they were told the truth too. What was that like hearing from these readers?
Well, it was so unbelievable because I never dreamed of anything like that. And then they started to come. And
like 2,000 a month.
There were a lot of them, yes. And I mean, some of them were so desperate. It was tough.
Yeah.
It was very tough. For a couple of years there in the 80s, I couldn't write at all because I was just answering their letters.
Wow.
And so I had to learn to remove myself enough so that I could write again.
That same giant heart knew when someone special walked into her life 43 years ago. She says with George, her third husband, she found her true love.
My magic.
What about him is so magical to you?
Sometimes you just meet a person.
And you've had such an adventure of a life.
I think we have. I've never been bored when George is around.
Judy published her final book, The Unlikely Event, in 2015. Now she spends her days in her Key West bookstore helping customers. More than 50 years later, Judy's books are still changing lives and making readers feel less alone.
I read somewhere that you even plan to take Are You There, God with you into the next life.
I want a little bench or a little stone or something that says, Are you there, God? It's me, Judy.
That's very cool. And our thanks to Jenna for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Right now on Morning News Now, Donald Trump says it could come any day now. This morning, the former president is lashing out ahead of what could be more criminal charges against him, this time related to alleged efforts to interfere with the 2020 election results. All of this just one day after an alleged co-conspirator faced a judge over those classified documents found at Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. We'll bring you the latest. Also this morning, life behind bars, a dramatic end to a years-long murder trial that gained national attention. This morning, an Idaho mother is set to spend the rest of her life in prison for killing her 2 children and her husband's ex-wife nearly 4 years ago.
Jesus Christ knows that no one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen.
Hear her final message in court and reaction from the victims' loved ones. Hate or censorship. New this morning, Elon Musk's X is taking an online fight to real-life court. The company, formerly known as Twitter, is now suing a hate speech research group for what it calls a scare campaign to limit freedom of speech. We'll break down the claims and what it could mean for the company. And sky's the limit. We'll introduce you to a hot air balloon pilot who's defying the odds after a life-altering accident nearly ended a lifelong dream. And we are back together again.
Good
on
to
a
see
Tuesday.
you.
Good to see you too.
Enjoyed a little long weekend. I'm Joe Fryer. Good to have you with us on this Tuesday.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the mounting legal troubles for former President Donald Trump.
The grand jury investigating whether Trump interfered with the 2020 election is expected to reconvene today as charges potentially loom. Just yesterday, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira appeared in court for the first time as part of the classified documents case. Now, de Oliveira is facing several charges, including conspiracy to obstruct justice and giving false statements to investigators. According to that indictment, de Oliveira was instructed by the former president to destroy footage of the classified documents being stored in Mar-a-Lago. It is unclear whether that video actually has been destroyed. Trump has pleaded not guilty to the 40 charges he faces in connection to the classified documents. That trial date is set for May of 2024. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now outside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. with the latest. Actually, he looks like he's at his home there. Ryan, good morning to you. So, unless your home looks like the courthouse there. So
I'll be there in a couple hours, soon enough.
Exactly, you will be there. What did we learn from yesterday's court appearance by de Oliveira, and what happens next in that case?
So because he didn't have a D.C. lawyer assigned yet, he did not enter a plea of either guilty or not guilty, or rather a Florida lawyer assigned yet. He needs to have someone who's locally assigned to be able to take on that case due to local court rules. So essentially, we're in a little bit of a holding pattern there. But I do think that adding an extra defendant could complicate the idea that this trial is actually going to go forward in May. And that was already sort of obviously a big obstacle because there are so many things that are going to be on Donald Trump's calendar. This is such, as you add more defendants, essentially it becomes a much more complicated case. If you're dealing with the deletion of these videotapes, that's a whole nother component of this investigation. So it really does, call into question whether or not we're actually going to see something move forward there. And just very quickly, you get to the 2024 general election, because, that's right basically before the end of the primary, right before the Republican National Convention is what it's set for essentially right now. And all signs are sort of pointing towards Donald Trump being the person who ultimately wins that nomination. So, either way here, it's going to be pretty complicated, I think, to get that case round by May, especially now that we have this extra defendant added in.
Speaking of elections, let's talk about the case that surrounds the 2020 election. As we mentioned earlier, the grand jury investigating the election interference case is expected to reconvene today. Remind us what's at stake here for the former president, and how does this compare to some of the other ongoing legal challenges he's facing?
Yeah, this is the big one, because this is one really is about the peaceful transfer of power and Donald Trump's efforts to stop it. It's basically the biggest investigation that Jack Smith is taking up. Remember, he was assigned those two initial assignments were into the question of January 6th and/or efforts to stop the transfer of power, to interfere with the election in that critical period after November 2020 and January 6th. And the other component of this was the handling of the classified documents. So, you know, this is the other big one. Certainly the classified documents case is important, but this one really is just at the heart of our democracy, and really speaks to some of these broader issues and really what all sort of kicked this off.
All right, Ryan Riley reporting, kicking us off this hour. Thank you so much, Ryan.
And now let's turn to some international news. Israel's prime minister is defending his government's recent controversial decision to weaken the Supreme Court as part of a broader judicial overhaul. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez spoke exclusively with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hi, Raf, great to see you. So Netanyahu is really digging his heels in over Parliament's decision to pass this bill that essentially weakens the power of the Supreme Court. What did he tell you about that? How did he explain this decision?
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. One part of this interview is really leading the news here in Israel, and it is to do with the possibility that later this year, the Supreme Court will strike down this legislation, basically ruling to preserve its own power. And the question of whether or not Prime Minister Netanyahu will respect that ruling. Take a listen.
I think we have to follow two rules. One is Israeli governments abide by the decisions of the Supreme Court, and at the same time the Supreme Court respects the basic laws, which are the closest thing we have to a constitution. I think we should keep both principles, and I hope we do.
So you are committing, if the Supreme Court strikes down this legislation, you will abide by that ruling?
Remember what I said. I hope that they don't strike down, because I think we should abide by both rules.
Savannah, I asked him twice. Neither time would he emphatically say yes, he would respect the Supreme Court's ruling. And to the ears of many Israelis, it sounds like the Prime Minister is hinting at a possible constitutional crisis if he doesn't get his way. Savannah?
Raf, so we've talked about how divisive this whole thing has been in Israel, the protests we've seen. It's even something that prompted the country's president to warn about civil war. What did Netanyahu have to say about that? I think you asked him directly about that question.
Yeah, it's not just the president. A poll last week found 56% of Israelis fear that civil war is a real danger. I asked the Prime Minister about that. Take a listen to his answer.
There won't be civil war, I guarantee you that. But I think that correcting the imbalance in Israel's democracy, where the judiciary is basically arrogated to itself nearly all the powers of the executive branch and the legislature, I think, yes, it is important to do it. I think when the dust settles, people will see that Israel's democracy has been strengthened and not weakened.
And Savannah, just the fact that we're even talking about the possibility of civil war in Israel gives you a sense of just how deep the divisions are here.
Absolutely. Raf, of course, I also have to ask you about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I understand that you asked Netanyahu about the allegations of apartheid specifically made by several prominent human rights groups over their treatment of the Palestinians. How did he respond to that?
Yeah, so I asked him about the situation in the occupied West Bank, where for 50 years you have had 2 million Palestinians who live under Israeli military control but do not have a vote for Israel's government. A number of human rights groups say that's apartheid. I asked him for his response.
I think it's hogwash. I mean, the whole idea is of ethnic cleansing is what they're talking about. We should get rid of the Jews because otherwise we can't have peace. We have to uproot Jews. That's like saying to me that the million and more Israeli Arabs, Israeli citizens who are Arabs, should be kicked out because we can't have peace unless we have a cleansed state. No, we are going to have to live together in creative arrangements.
Now, the Prime Minister told us he was hopeful about one day reaching a historic peace deal with Saudi Arabia. But guys, I got to tell you, talking to him, I really got the sense peace with the Palestinians very, very long way away. Guys.
All right, Ralph Sanchez, great interview. Thank you for your reporting this morning.
This morning, Ukraine is recovering from a deadly Russian attack that was launched on President Zelensky's hometown. It comes just one day after a drone strike on Moscow. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest.
With 2 missiles launched at Ukraine, Russia destroyed much of an apartment building full of civilians, killing a 10-year-old girl and her mother in President Zelensky's hometown. It's unclear if the strike, which Ukrainians described as terrorism, was retribution, but it came just 24 hours after drones exploded in Moscow for the 3rd time in days, hitting high-rises in downtown and making President Putin look weak and the capital vulnerable. Russia blamed Ukraine. Zelensky, while not claiming responsibility, gave his most direct admission yet of cross-border strikes. Gradually, the war is returning to Russian territory, he said. In Ukraine, Russian troops are battling an intensifying Ukrainian offensive and doing it without some of their most experienced troops. Mercenaries from the Wagner Group are off the battlefield after their leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, launched a short-lived mutiny. Putin branded Prigozhin, once a trusted aide, a traitor, but then cut a deal with him. The potential reasons why are now becoming more clear. Prigozhin posted that Wagner troops are, for the moment, in Belarus, awaiting orders. And video from Belarus shows the mercenaries training special forces. Poland, a NATO ally across the border, is on high alert, just in case. But Africa seems to be Prigozhin's main focus now. We reported how Wagner, in coordination with the Kremlin, props up weak African leaders, including the president of the Central African Republic, in exchange for control of gold and diamond mines. Just last week, Putin hosted 17 African leaders in Russia, and on hand to greet them was Prigozhin, who says his network in Africa is expanding. Prigozhin challenged Putin and embarrassed him. But it seems as long as Wagner is still in business and still making money in Africa, an accommodation is being worked out.
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, the Idaho mother convicted of killing her 2 children is facing life in prison. A judge handed down that sentence yesterday to Lori Vallow Daybell. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more on the end of this tragic case.
I do not fear death, but I look forward to it.
Reading from notes moments before a judge ordered her to spend the rest of her life behind bars, Lori Vallow Daybell, the Idaho mother convicted of killing her 2 children and conspiring to murder her husband's former wife, broke her silence and remained defiant.
No one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world.
With Vallow Daybell claiming she has spoken to the victims in the afterlife, the tragic and bizarre case led to sensational headlines. Dubbed the Doomsday Cult Mom, Vallow Daybell claimed her children were zombies and she was a goddess sent to usher in the biblical apocalypse. The mutilated bodies of 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee were found on the property of her new husband, Chad Daybell, a self-published author who wrote about Doomsday and whose former wife he is also accused of killing.
I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world.
As the judge admonished Vallow Daybell for showing no remorse, prosecutors say the motive was money, arguing the mother killed her children to collect benefit checks.
The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review.
Despite the heinous crime, Vallow Daybell's attorney pleaded for mercy, but family members say she deserves none.
We're done, Lori. We are done with Lori. She is no more to us.
Chad Daybell, who has pleaded not guilty, faces similar charges his wife Lori was convicted of. His trial on murder and conspiracy to commit murder is scheduled to get underway next year. He too faces life in prison. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And now let's get you to weather. We're tracking storms in the plains and triple digits in the south. Let's get a check on that.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Again, another day of triple-digit temperatures, mainly focused through the south, though. If you look back to last week, we had a whole lot more of these alerts in place. But still, places like Wichita, Oklahoma City, Dallas, and extending out to New Orleans are under these heat alerts. We also have some heat watches in place for places like Phoenix and Tucson. No surprise there. More than 40 million people are under those alerts at this time. And for good reason. The south is really going to stay into those triple digits for the extended period. We've got temperatures today headed to 107 in Dallas. That'll flirt with that record of 107 for this date. San Antonio as well, headed to 103. It could potentially break a record. And Houston later today as our temperature heads to 104. Looking ahead to tomorrow, no break from this heat. This same area continues to be under this heat dome. So we'll still see temperatures high 90s for New Orleans, Houston 103. And you know, when you have actual temperatures like that, the humidity levels are going to be elevated. So your feels like temperatures once again are going to be much warmer than that. So just be aware of that if you're going to be out and about in the south over the next couple of days. Still needing to take it slow and drinking a little extra water and taking care of your neighbors and friends. That's going to be something you'll have through the rest of the week, basically. Meanwhile, in the Northeast and parts of the Midwest, we've made major improvements. You probably noticed it over the weekend. We've seen these temperatures falling back to those normal values. We were into the 90s into the early part of the weekend. We've seen now an improvement, and we're going to end up into those low 80s for places like New York as we round out our work week. Detroit ends up at 87 on Thursday, but low 80s by the time we get to Saturday. So some improvements as far as temperatures go. We've also got some showers and even a couple of strong thunderstorms that we could deal with through the day today. Most of it is going to be centered along the Rockies and the midsection of the country. We could see some stronger storms through parts of the northern plains, but also with that comes some heavy rain. We've got multiple rounds of rain that are expected, and for that reason, we've got a flood watch already in effect for parts of the Rockies. Denver is included in that, and the storm system will continue to move a little farther to the east. On the front end of it, that's where we'll see the rain working through parts of Missouri from basically Iowa to Kentucky over the next couple of days. But we've also got those heavy downpours expected in parts of Colorado today, and we could see some strong winds and even some hail in parts of the northern plains, guys. So, you know, in the Southwest, still dealing with the triple digits, but they've also got some rain, which helped them over the past couple of days.
They definitely need that.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Angie.
This morning, Hollywood is celebrating the life of actor Paul Reubens, a one-of-a-kind comedy icon. He's best known for his role as the quirky character Pee Wee Herman. Reubens died Sunday after a years-long battle with cancer. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on his life and his impact.
He was the star whose quirky one-liners were used on playgrounds across America.
I know you are, but what am I?
Known as Pee Wee Herman, a character he created, few recognized him by his real name, Paul Reubens, and he wanted it that way.
I thought that Pee Wee Herman worked better if one didn't know that was an actor.
Reubens' team announced his death on Facebook after a 6-year battle with cancer. Reubens' own final message apologizing to fans for not disclosing his illness sooner, writing, "I have loved you all so much and enjoyed making art for you."
I've been in so many clubs where that music comes on and everybody in the club turns and goes like...
He soared to superstardom in the 1980s with a character brought to life through wildly popular films.
I meant to do that.
And a Saturday morning children's show called Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Today's secret word is more.
But it all came crashing down in 1991. Reubens, at the height of his popularity, pleaded no contest following his arrest for indecent exposure at an adult movie theater, becoming the subject of tabloid fodder. That same year, he addressed the scandal head on, appearing as Pee Wee at the MTV Movie Awards.
Heard any good jokes lately?
A decade later, he faced a child pornography charge that was later dismissed. In 2004, explaining the material as vintage erotica to NBC's Dateline.
You would immediately look at that collection and be able to tell very, very, very quickly, this is not a collection of child pornography.
He would go on to appear in both film and television, even bringing Pee Wee back from time to time. Paul Reubens is remembered for that signature laugh and those zany antics that helped to define a generation. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
Aaron, thank you. And Ruben's Saturday morning show, Pee-wee's Playhouse, actually took home 15 Emmy Awards during its 4-year run. And I was just telling you, his holiday special, which is still on Netflix, last I checked, we watch it every single year.
I'm going to watch it this
Goldberg and Cher and like so many icons are on it. It's really
so
fun.
cool. Yeah. Oh, wow. That was a great look back. And you'll have one coming up for us.
We'll have another one coming up. All right. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, falling short. New research shows that nearly every state in the country is failing mothers when it comes to mental health. We're going to break down the problem and the possible solutions.
But first, after the break, tragedy averted. Authorities in Tennessee investigating what they say could have been a horrific mass shooting at a Hebrew school. We'll be right back.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Summertime. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Summertime.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Welcome back. This morning, Memphis police are searching for answers. They say a man tried to break into a Hebrew school, then opened fire on the building when he could not get in. The suspect is in critical condition at a hospital there. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Joe, good morning to you. You know, this was an unbelievably close call. Police are calling this a potential mass shooting stopped only by a locked door. Now, school was out for the summer, but there were people working inside. And this morning, officials are crediting a strong school safety plan with potentially saving lives. It's the bone-chilling emergency call describing the terrifying scene unfolding outside a Hebrew school in Memphis.
There was a male white green shirt on a property armed with a gun.
Authorities say that suspect tried to force his way inside Margolin Hebrew Academy, but was met with a closed door. When he couldn't get inside, he opened fire.
A suspect did try to enter the building armed with a gun. When he could not gain entry, he fired shots outside the school.
In a letter sent to parents obtained by NBC News, school officials say the suspect encountered a contract worker with whom he had a brief confrontation, saying the suspect fired 2 shots from the gun while retreating and an additional 2 shots while leaving. He then took off in a pickup truck, triggering a massive manhunt, with police immediately putting other potential targets in the area on high alert.
We need officers to go to every Jewish facility in the city of Memphis with that broadcast and description in case he tries another facility.
It all came to an end less than 5 miles away when police cornered the suspect, who emerged from his truck with a gun and was shot by officers. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. Incredibly, no one else was injured, and police are praising school officials for their fast action.
They were able to provide us with a photograph of the suspect. They also provided us with the vehicle description that the suspect left.
According to Tennessee Representative Steve Cohen, the suspect is a former student at Margolin Hebrew Academy, although police have not confirmed that. The incident that police have described as a potential mass shooting is leaving many parents deeply shaken.
So many emotions, nervous, angry, scared, anxious.
Gila Golder, who has 2 young children in the school, says she's grateful officials had a safety plan in place.
Security is absolutely a priority for our community.
Now, all of this comes on the heels of a shooting at a different Tennessee school in Nashville back in March. That one left 3 students and 3 adults dead. Now, of course, all of that sparked a number of calls statewide, including from lawmakers, to strengthen gun laws and school security in Tennessee. And, Joe, those calls have only grown louder with this latest incident. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. International headlines now. A security guard is in custody after a deadly railway shooting in India.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with that and other world news. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. That's right. An Indian railway security guard has been arrested after he allegedly shot dead a colleague and 3 passengers on board the train. The guard apparently fired 12 rounds, killing a colleague and a passenger. He later allegedly killed 2 other passengers in 2 separate train coaches, according to Indian media reports. An Afghan branch of the Islamic State group claimed responsibility for a suicide bombing in Pakistan that killed at least 54 people at a pro-Taliban party's rally in one of the region's worst attacks in recent years. ISIS case that the attacker detonated the explosive vest and that the bombing was part of the group's continued war on forms of democracy it deems against Islam. And finally, a railway station in Japan is testing out an automated translation window to help confused foreigners navigate one of Tokyo's most complex transportation hubs. The device lets customers speak to the station attendant over microphones, while a semi-transparent screen between them spells out their words in Japanese and 11 other languages. So no excuses for missing a train in Japan, as your headlines, guys.
That is one of those things where you're like, that looks like the future.
That is a great idea.
Now.
I mean, just me in the New York subway system. Yeah. I'm like, where am I supposed to go? What train am I supposed to take?
Well, you have me for that.
Ali, thank you so much.
You. All right, coming up, shock and sadness in Hollywood over the death of Euphoria actor Angus Cloud, what his family is saying about his passing.
And calling it quits, what new research shows about a link between race, the workplace, and overall mental health. You're watching Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hollywood is reeling from a stunning loss, the death of actor Angus Cloud. Cloud's representatives say he passed away yesterday at his family's home in Oakland, California. Family sources told NBC News that Cloud had just laid his father to rest in Ireland a week ago, and he had been battling suicidal thoughts. The 25-year-old was best known for his role on the HBO series Euphoria. Cloud's family released this statement saying Angus was open about his battle with mental health, and we hope that his passing can be a reminder to others that they are not alone and should not fight this on their own in silence. And a reminder that if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
Just heartbreaking. Well, now that is a good segue to our weekly mental health check-in. We are taking a closer look at maternal mental health this morning. A new report shows most states are failing mothers. Plus, Black women are leaving the office, and research shows it might have to do with safety concerns. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist and friend of the show, Dr. George James, to help walk us through all this. Hi, Dr. James. Good morning. Great to see you. So, according to a report from the Policy Center for Maternal Mental Health, nearly every state in the country received a failing grade for access to maternal mental health care. Look at this right here. I mean, the only one you can even see, the highest is a B-. That's in California. Only 10 states got higher than a D. What puts pregnant women at risk for mental health issues? Why is it so tough to get that addressed? And what should a pregnant woman know?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Yeah, you know, the first thing I did was to find where my state was. And unfortunately, so many states are not serving the needs of pregnant women and women who are thinking about what their choices might be. And unfortunately, this system was failing women from before some of the law changes. And so what we need to do is really we need to think about, regardless of where we are on what we believe in terms of abortion, that we need to serve the needs of women who are at the place where they need support around their mental health and to find services and for them to feel safe enough to go seek mental health therapy or treatment and not feel alienated. And unfortunately, that's what is giving some of these states some of these bad grades, because they aren't providing the services that are needed. Absolutely.
And so important to, after pregnancy, once you've had your child, to make sure that you're watching out for your mental health and addressing any issues with a professional. And that's something that's also not talked about nearly enough as postpartum issues. Doctor, let's also now turn to the workplace. A new study, it's from this app called Exhale. It shows that Black women are leaving the workplace. 40% have left their jobs because they felt unsafe in the office due to their race. What a staggering number. What kind of impact does these racial aggressions in the office, what can that do to an employee, and can it be addressed without letting your mental health suffer or leaving the job altogether? How can we find a middle road?
Yeah, this is where we see the unfortunate power of intersectionality, where being a woman and being a woman of color combined has created extremely extra amount of stressors, of negative influences, and where Black women feel like they're encouraged to be resilient, to be strong, but there aren't resources and support. And so feeling like the only option is to leave or to quit. So what we need to do, once again, is to support more women of color, more Black women, to feel that it's okay to be overwhelmed. It's okay to be anxious. It's okay to be depressed, and to get the support and still be able to stay at work. So more companies need to support their employees, as well as more resources even outside of work. Hopefully that might help people to feel like they can stay at work.
So important, such important advice there. Also, I want to ask you about something a lot of people might be seeing online. ice baths. People are jumping into these things. They're posting on social media, many saying that it helps with their mental health. Is this real, doctor? Are there any benefits to doing one of these ice baths?
I think if you talk to the people who are doing it, they'll tell you, of course, there are benefits. And, for everything that we can't say that there's a magic pill, but what people have found that when they jump into these ice baths, there's a way that their anxiety actually decreases for that moment because they're focused on being cold, right? There's also a dopamine increase, which means their energy boost might be there. There's a way that they're focusing on what might be present. And it actually helps them to control their breathing, which is also very important. And the thought about being resilient. These are super important for people in this moment.
Dr. George James, we always appreciate when you come by. Thank you so much. Great conversation this morning. Well, with record high temperatures that we have seen across the U.S. this summer so far, and we're talking about every morning here, it is important for everyone to remember to stay hydrated. But children, they're one of the more vulnerable groups when it comes to staying on top of hydration, especially if they are playing outside this time of year. Well, lucky for us, we have Dr. Edith Bracha-Sanchez. She's a pediatrician and contributing editor for She Knows, and she joins us now to help make sure that you are making sure that your child is getting enough water. Good morning. It's great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So I do not have any kids, but this is one of those things that comes up where I'm like, how does someone figure this out? How do you know how much water and how do you make sure that your child is? So how much water should a child be drinking each day, and how can you make sure that they're getting that hydration?
Yeah, Savannah, it depends on the age and depends on what they're doing and depends on the weather. So if your child is below 6 months, they're too little, they can't really be having water yet. So they really rely mostly on breast milk and formula. Above 6 months to age 1, they need about 4 to 8 ounces of water. 1 to 3, those toddlers, my little guys in this age group, we're talking about 3 cups. Then above that, ages 4 to 8, we're talking 5 cups. And ages 9 and up, we're talking about 7 to 8 cups a day. Again, depends on weather, what they're doing, and what's going on.
So even some adults, never mind kids, have a hard time getting the water that they need. Is there any way, especially for a little one, to make it more appealing?
Yeah, I mean, they have their own agenda, right? They're busy, they want to play, they want to do things. It's hard sometimes to get them to sit down. So I would first say, once you have them sat for mealtime, for snack time, always offer water. You also want to try and make it fun. So if you can add some flavors, whether it's some mint, some cucumber, something to make it a little more refreshing. You want to keep fruits and veggies that are high in water around. I love watermelon, for example. Cucumbers, again, really good veggie to have around.
That's good. So that counts.
It all counts.
That's headed towards that water count, them eating watermelon, things like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whatever they like, whatever you can do, and then let them have a little fun and let them personalize their cups. Let them make some popsicles, whether it's fruit purees and some yogurt. They can really sort of
water popsicles, also known as ice.
Yeah, right. It all counts.
I love it. Okay, how can you tell if your child is dehydrated or does need more water? What are signs to look out for?
So this is where urine is your best friend. And it sounds weird, but it really is. It really is. I promise you. So you want to be looking out for diapers if your child is still in diapers, right? You want to make sure that they're having frequent, constant diapers throughout the day. If your child is already potty trained, you want to make sure that they're going to the bathroom frequently. You can also start to teach them to actually look at their own urine color. And when their urine is getting too dark, that is a sign that they have to up their fluid intake. And, Savannah, it's also important to say, by the time kids are getting dehydrated, you also want to learn to recognize those signs that we're getting into a little bit of trouble. The first sign is the urine, but you also want to learn to recognize a child who's getting overly sleepy, who's having dry lips, flushed skin, who's starting to have some lightheadedness, some headaches. And if those things are happening, take them out of the sun, out of the heat, make sure to increase hydration, and call your pediatrician.
There you go. Oversleepy. I would have never known that was related.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, if you think about it, our bodies are 60% water. We need water to stay active, to have energy. And when we're dehydrated, that can be a very serious sign.
All right, doctor, thank you. Great tips. Really important for parents, especially this summer with this heat.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Great to see you. Well, coming up, a hate debate. New this morning, X, formerly known as Twitter, is taking a nonprofit group to court. More on the lawsuit that's raising questions about freedom of speech. Plus, bad news if you're planning a summer road trip. We'll break down what's driving gas prices up. This is Morning News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. Brighter than the sun, we gonna shine, gonna shine. 'Cause this is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, new this morning, a free speech battle is brewing with X. That's the company formerly known as Twitter. They're at the center of it. X has filed a legal claim against the Center for Countering Digital Hate, or CCDH. The company announced the news late last night on its blog, claiming that the CCDH has, quote, been actively working to assert false and misleading claims, encouraging advertisers to pause investments on the platform. For more, we are joined by NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos, of course, to walk us through this. Hi, Danny. Good morning. So let's start here with the big picture. So does Elon Musk and his company X, formerly known as Twitter, do they have a case here? Walk us through what you see.
Maybe. Ordinarily, what I would do is compare this case to other cases like it. But I really don't see a lot of other cases like this. Essentially, what X appears to be alleging is that the defendant did what's called scraped data from Twitter. Twitter being public, and I'm still calling it Twitter. Forgive me, I mean X. If it's accusing the defendants of scraping data, getting data which is already publicly available. That's the essence of X. But they're allegedly collecting that data, putting it into a spreadsheet, and using it against X in their advocacy, whatever the case may be. And X alleges that that is in violation of its terms of service. So I think that already is an uphill battle to complain that you have this app that the essence of it is that it posts things publicly, and you're complaining that, hey, people are taking the public information that we're posting on our public platform. I don't know. Maybe there's something there. They're also alleging, but these allegations are kind of vague to me, that the defendants used some kind of clandestine login information to get other data. The only reason I think this is a little odd is that if they had evidence that somebody was wrongfully using login credentials, that implicates a lot of federal criminal statutes. So I would be surprised if they had those allegations, if they weren't more specific about them and really more. I mean, right now, according to the complaint, they don't even really know exactly how it happened. So they're sort of vaguely alleging it, and I think their plan is to prove it through discovery, depositions, document production.
Okay. What about a countersuit here? Could CCDH say, hey, no, you're the one doing something wrong?
There are countersuits available for defendants who are sued who allege that the lawsuit is just a means of chilling their First Amendment rights. So you may see that here. It's hard to say because, again, I go back to the underlying theory. Yes, they allege breach of contract. But, for example, that breach of contract, and breach of contract is a huge tent. You can allege all kinds of things under breach of contract. Contract claims already being often amorphous. The claim that they're making is that, look, the user, the defendant is a user of the X product. They entered into the terms of service the way anyone else would, the way you or I would, and they're now doing things that are inconsistent with those terms of service. But, I mean, the reality is I could, if I was inclined to do so, spend my entire day going through publicly available information on Twitter and create databases and analyze the data from it. It would be clumsy. I'm one human. It would be slow. But I could do it, and maybe no one would even know, and it's already publicly available.
So we know that Elon Musk has been very open about freedom of speech being a priority of his. Where does the line draw on that? I mean, does that give X users, not even Elon himself, but users, the ability to post anything that they want? Is there a line? Just quickly?
There's a bit of hypocrisy here. You're absolutely right. I mean, if Elon Musk is all about free speech, he's essentially going after a company that's saying mean speech about X or Twitter and saying, hey, you can't do that. So there is a bit of hypocrisy here because Elon Musk, if he is an advocate for free speech, probably shouldn't be bothering an advocacy group that is engaging in free speech that is negative about X.
Right. Danny Ceballos, we appreciate you always. Thank you so much. Now let's get to some financial headlines. Tesla is in the hot seat over reports of malfunctioning cars. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other money news. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Federal safety regulators say they're opening a preliminary investigation into Tesla's Model 3 and Model Y from the 2023 model year. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that's due to reports of drivers losing the ability to steer the vehicle and the loss of power steering. The agency says it's received a dozen complaints so far from Tesla owners. Meantime, CVS Health will reportedly cut about 5,000 jobs in a move to reduce costs. The Wall Street Journal reports that the layoffs are primarily in corporate roles and that the company does not expect any customer-facing positions in its stores, clinics, or pharmacies to be affected. CVS will offer severance pay, benefits, and help finding another job to those being laid off. The company had about 300,000 employees as of the end of last year. We'll likely hear more tomorrow when they report their quarterly earnings. And AMC is riding the Barbieheimer box office wave. The theater chain says it earned the most from admissions in its history last week, going back to 2019. The past weekend was AMC's busiest since the pandemic forced theaters to close in March 2020. The company says 65 locations in 19 states and Washington, D.C. set their own box office records. And I still maintain, you know, when it's that hot, you want to go see a movie that's 3 hours long with really nice, good air conditioning. Summer heat is really good for the box office.
That's a good point. Also, it just is a good movie. It doesn't even matter that it's 3 hours long. They're both fantastic. I've seen them both now. Amazing. Highly recommend. Bertha, thank you so much. All right, with gas prices already on the rise, get ready, they could be going up even more. That's because the price of crude oil reached a 3-month high on Monday and ended July with its biggest monthly gain since January 2022. That is translating to higher gas prices nationally. AAA says the national average is $3.78 a gallon. That is up 15 cents from, get this, just a week ago and 25 cents from last month. Our friend Caleb Silver, editor-in-chief of Investopedia, joins us now for more on this. Caleb, Caleb, good morning. Great to see you. So these crude prices went up because specifically Saudi Arabia is expected to extend cuts in oil production through September. Is that right? And walk us through the reasoning there.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. And this is OPEC and OPEC plus. OPEC plus the allies of OPEC. Guess what? The United States is not one of them. That's Saudi Arabia and Russia. They're extending their production cuts. They're going to bring production down about 5 million barrels a day. They extended cuts into August. Why do they want to do that? They want to stabilize prices and bring prices back up, right? Higher oil prices means better profits for Saudi Aramco and for oil majors around the world, and also for these countries that depend on it.
So what does this mean for us here at home when you go fill up, especially if you're like doing a summer road trip, anything like that? Is this a bad time?
Yeah, oil prices usually trends are about half the price of a gallon of gas. So the higher oil goes, gas usually follows, usually with a 2-week delay. But we also had extreme heat, and we still have it across parts of this country, especially where the refineries are. So they're not operating at maximum capacity. We're not refining enough gasoline, and demand right now at an all-time high. We're driving, we're flying. Diesel fuel, jet fuel prices also up a lot so far in the last couple months.
How do you think this ultimately makes the consumer feel, especially when we've kind of had this mixed bag of good news, bad news when it comes to inflation rising and lowering and interest rates and all that kind of stuff? What does higher gas price do to the consumer?
Well, we see gas prices all the time. Some people, some small businesses are filling up once, twice a day. So it's one of those things you see, and it's a big inflator and deflator. Gas prices haven't come down so much from last year, really brought down overall prices for just about everything. If they're going back up again, you can expect inflation to creep back up again. And we've been talking about inflation coming down. This could reverse course usually till about Labor Day. That's the peak end of driving season. Gas prices should come down after that, but right now they're driving higher because of all these factors.
So with all these factors, where do you think we're at right now for the American consumer generally, not just talking about gas prices? Is this good news? Is this bad news? What do all these indicators mean?
This could potentially be bad news, but consumers are extremely confident right now. We have the most confidence we've had in the past 2 years, according to the Consumer Confidence Survey. Why? Because prices have come down, and there's a lot of jobs out there. So when you have a good jobs market and you have lower inflation, that usually helps things out. So consumers are feeling confident, but a big spike in gas prices, that could wash away that confidence pretty quickly.
All right, Caleb Silver, as always, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming in. Well, coming up, he is flying high against the odds. When we come back, we'll introduce you to a hot air balloon pilot who overcame a life-changing accident to make history. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, anticipated too.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. And it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
Welcome back. Tennis superstar Serena Williams, who's pregnant with her second child, had the gender reveal to top them all. Serena and her husband, Alexis Ohanian, had a big party to celebrate and posted the video on social media. In it, Serena arrives at the baby shower / gender reveal party in a pink and white skirt and top, making it known she was Team Pink. However, Ohanian wanted to have a little fun with Williams, and rather than getting a standard pink or blue cake to reveal the baby's gender, he surprised her with a spectacular drone show in the sky with lights, ultimately spelling out girl. Congratulations to the happy mom and dad, as well as big sister Olympia. There you see the moment right there. Lots and lots of joy.
That's so cute.
That is, I mean, take that 4th of July.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's good. They stuck to drones. Nothing that's a concern
There
in
you
this
go.
heat.
The drones are good.
Baby reveals, yeah.
And Team Pink
Yeah,
gets what they want.
So cute. I know. There you go. She called it.
All right. Next up this hour, a pilot who got the opportunity to fulfill his dream this last weekend at the nation's largest summertime hot air balloon festival.
Yeah, a life-altering accident almost derailed his aspirations, but now he is making history and proving with just a little bit of hard work and determination, the sky is the limit. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach has this story.
It's 6:15 on a Friday morning, and 48-year-old Michael Glenn is attending a weather briefing and getting ready to take flight at the New Jersey Lottery Festival of Ballooning, alongside dozens of hot air balloon pilots.
People have boats, RVs, we just happen to have a balloon.
But Michael's doing it all on 2 wheels. Michael grew up ballooning, flying with his father and brother. He got his student pilot's license as a teenager and was working towards his private pilot's license when he was involved in a life-altering accident that had him ejected from his vehicle.
As you can imagine, you know, your life literally changes overnight.
Hospitalized for weeks, Michael's priorities shifted to relearning to walk, but he never lost sight of his goal, to get back in a hot air balloon and earn his pilot's license.
You get into a balloon basket just a few months after your devastating accident. Did you think at that point, oh, I want to get my license?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was almost instant. Yes, I want to do this.
After being denied a license by the FAA once for being wheelchair-bound, Michael doubled down and ended up tripling the number of practice hours required for him to get licensed.
Woo, that's hot. If you want to be something new, the answer is always no. You know, they're just going to say no, and you need to go out to them and prove to them.
When he obtained his license in 2006, 10 years after his accident, he became the world's first paraplegic hot air balloon pilot.
Just because I am in a wheelchair, it doesn't make a difference.
What is different is how he flies.
It's a duo chariot. It's a 2-seat basket. It works perfect for me. Most balloonists like the bigger baskets because you're able to take multiple people, where this is me plus one. So if you're getting engaged or something, it'd be really romantic for you and I, and you would leave your partner down on the ground. So.
Sure. Today, Michael Glenn says he's one of 5 paraplegic hot air balloon pilots in the world, and says 3 of them became pilots after meeting him.
The way I live my life is I'm trying still to strive to inspire one person. I know I probably have, but in general, I still just strive for that. Just to make a difference in one person's life, to even give them a better day, make it something, show them that they can achieve anything. That's what I shoot for.
A history-making pilot encouraging others to soar to new heights. Gary Grumbach, NBC News, Reddington, New Jersey.
All right, Gary, thank you for that incredible story. Well, now let's get to a story about being at the right place at the right time.
A heroic U.S. postal mail carrier is being hailed as a hero after he performed the Heimlich maneuver on a choking customer on his route. And that man, Donald Proctor, joins us now. Donald, good morning. Great to have you with us. So I guess describe that moment to us. You're on your route. You see someone who's choking. What exactly was it you did in that moment?
Yes, good morning to you. What happened is I'm delivering the mail. The lady at the exact point in time that I'm going to stick the mail in the slot, she's actually already been choking for about a minute, and she's going over to her home security system to press the button, you know, for an ambulance to come to her home.
And then what happened next?
Okay, so unbeknownst to me, you know, I just walk away. I'm continuing on to my route. Somehow I hear her. I'm all the way up the block. So I turn around, I run back down to her home. Her face is purple. I ask her, is she having an allergic reaction or is she choking? She tries her best to tell me that she's choking. So, you know, I hit her on the back a couple of times. That did nothing. You know, I had to physically turn her around, apply the Heimlich maneuver about 2-3 times, and a large chunk of food just comes flying out of her mouth. And, you know, she gets the color back to her face. She's breathing. And at that point, I couldn't even hold myself up. I just dropped to a knee.
Donald, that is just incredible. And then, is this right that you just went right back to work after? And didn't even tell anybody, not your bosses or anyone?
No, I didn't tell anybody. But I was so in shock, and I was just so glad that I was there to help her that, you know, I didn't even think to say anything. I just continued on with my route. And, you know, she actually was very adamant, you know, about management knowing. And that's how I found out by her informing management.
Well, that woman, Jennifer, says that you are her angel, and we would definitely agree with that. Donald Proctor, great to have you on with us this morning. Thank you for joining us, but most of all, thank you for what you did in that moment.
And congratulations. We hear you also received the Postmaster General Hero Award.
Okay, yes. I was so honored to receive this.
Oh, wow. Donald, congratulations. Wow.
Thank you so much.
That is incredible. Thank you so much. You're a hero in your community, and we appreciate you joining us this morning.
Okay, and I just want to say, I want to thank you to Charles Thornton, one of my mentors in the Return to Citizens program, and I love you, Kamal Proctor, my oldest son. He's always with us in spirit. Thank you so much for having me.
That's awesome. That felt like the end of an Oscar acceptance speech.
Yes,
all right, Donald
love
Proctor,
it.
thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, double threat. The grand jury that's investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election reconvenes today. But that's not the only potential looming legal threat for former President Trump. Georgia is preparing to present its own case for election interference, all as Trump expects to see a federal indictment, quote, any day now. Also this morning, deal derailed with the future of Hunter Biden's plea agreement in limbo. House Republicans are launching an investigation into the deal, the questions they want the Attorney General to answer, and what it could mean for the future of the case. Plus, survive and advance. Team USA is moving on to the knockout round in the World Cup this morning, but for just the second time in history, they'll advance without winning their group. We're breaking down today's nail-biting action and what comes next for the Stars and Stripes. And remembering Paul Rubens. This morning, friends and fans are paying their respects to the man behind the beloved character, Pee Wee Herman. We'll take a look back at his career on the big and small screens and his touching last words to fans. We've learned that for years he was secretly battling cancer, didn't let anyone know. He's apologizing to fans for not letting them know, but also sharing a few other thoughts. We'll have those coming up later in the hour.
Absolutely. That last post we saw from him with that. But yeah, you're going to bring us a great remembrance of his legacy.
We're going to begin this hour with the new developments this morning and the ongoing investigations into former President Donald Trump.
In the classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira was unable to file his plea in court yesterday after failing to obtain a lawyer with a license to practice in the state of Florida. De Oliveira is accused of working with Trump in an attempt to destroy video evidence on the documents, in the former president's possession. Meanwhile, the grand jury investigating potential interference in the 2020 election is set to reconvene today. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest on all of this from Washington.
Today marks 2 weeks since Donald Trump told the world he's a target of the grand jury investigation going on in the courthouse behind me, an investigation he now says he believes will soon end with his indictment.
This morning, former President Trump's co-defendant in the classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira, is out on bond, entering no plea during his first court appearance in Miami Monday. Prosecutors say Mr. Trump asked de Oliveira to delete security camera footage at the estate in order to obstruct the investigation. Now, another indictment of the former president is looming, tied to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, with Mr. Trump warning on social media that an indictment could come, quote, any day now, attacking election interference and prosecutorial misconduct.
These are ridiculous indictments.
In Washington, the grand jury hearing evidence in the case is scheduled to meet today. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, investigating Mr. Trump for election interference there, is set to present her case to a grand jury.
The work is accomplished. I mean, we've been working for 2.5 years. We're ready to go.
It comes as a Georgia judge has rejected a Trump bid to shut down the DA's investigation, while blasting the former president's lawyers for, quote, unnecessary and unfounded legal filings ahead of a potential indictment. Despite the legal troubles swirling around Mr. Trump, A new poll shows the former president still dominating the 2024 GOP field, ahead of his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, by 37 points, with the rest of the field far behind. According to the poll, even those who don't support Mr. Trump want to defend him, with 71% of Republican primary voters saying the party must stand behind him in the face of his criminal charges. Still, DeSantis on Fox News suggesting the former president has amassed too much baggage to beat President Biden next year.
I think that there's too many voters who just aren't going to vote for him going forward.
Voters may not agree with the governor's assessment. That same poll mentioned in the piece shows President Biden and Mr. Trump tied at 43% apiece nationally in a hypothetical 2020 re-election rematch.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
In Washington this morning, Republicans on Capitol Hill are turning up the heat on President Biden and his son Hunter. This comes just a day after a former business partner of Hunter's testified in a highly anticipated closed-door hearing in Washington. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on this. Peter, good morning. So Devin Archer is that former business partner. He met with lawmakers to discuss Hunter Biden's business dealings. This was a private meeting, but what have we learned about his testimony?
Yeah, you're right, Joe. So this business partner's name, as you noted, former business partner, is Devin Archer. He answered questions for about 4 hours, told this Republican-led House committee that Hunter Biden sold the illusion of access to his father. Lawmakers say that Archer insisted that Joe Biden was never directly involved in his son's financial dealings, but that Hunter put his father on speakerphone with clients and former business associates maybe 20 times over 10 years, including when Biden was vice president, to try to impress them here. The committee's top Republican says that Hunter was selling the Biden, quote, brand, but a leading Democrat pushed back on that, saying that it was all niceties, like about the weather and what's going on, that Archer said there was not a single conversation about Hunter's business dealings. Republicans here, they've made the argument, Joe, that Joe Biden lied, that he had no involvement in his son's work, saying it's grounds for impeachment. But overnight, the White House said that Republicans keep promising bombshell evidence, but that they keep failing to produce any. The White House called the attacks ridiculous. Joe?
So, Peter, in a separate matter, a few House Republican committee members announced they're investigating the circumstances surrounding Hunter Biden's plea deal with the Department of Justice. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland. What exactly are they demanding here?
Yeah, so in that letter to the Attorney General, the three Republican chairmen, including Jim Jordan, they highlighted a provision in that pretrial diversion agreement that would have put the onus on the judge overseeing this case to determine over a 24-month period if the president's son had violated the terms of the plea deal. The judge there, appointed by former President Trump, last week said that doing that would be basically outside of her authority, outside the scope of what she can do. The congressional Republicans also took issue with a clause in the agreement that would have given Biden immunity from all other crimes in exchange for completing that pretrial diversion program. They said that those provisions raise serious concerns. Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to federal tax charges, as you know, last week after the judge raised questions about the terms of this whole agreement. He was expected going into that to plead guilty to a pair of charges for failing to pay taxes under a deal that he had struck with the government. But instead, Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to those charges until both sides here can meet and address all of the judge's questions. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Well, new this morning in the war between Ukraine and Russia, a skyscraper in Moscow has been hit by a second drone attack in as many days. Russia has blamed Ukraine for this latest attack. NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel is watching the latest developments, of course, and he joins us now. Hi, Richard. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, it happened again. In fact, some people in Moscow were looking at this building that was hit by a drone on Sunday, inspecting the previous damage, when suddenly they heard a new blast and started running. President Putin's war in Ukraine is now coming home to Russia, right to the capital. Another drone this morning slipped through Moscow's defenses, smashing and exploding into a high-rise housing 3 government ministries in the business district. There were no reports of casualties from the early-hour blast, which targeted the very same building attacked by drones on Sunday. Russia blames Ukraine for the attacks, which are intensifying rapidly in and around Moscow. The drones are doing very little damage. They're small and light, These seem more akin to psychological operations to expose ordinary Russians to the conflict and embarrass President Putin. Over the weekend, Ukraine's President Zelensky didn't claim responsibility for the drone attacks, but didn't exactly deny them either, saying the war is now shifting to Russia, calling the move just. This morning, Russia retaliated with its own drone strikes, targeting a student dormitory in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. There were no students in at the time. That was not the case yesterday, when Russia fired 2 missiles at an apartment building full of civilians in President Zelensky's hometown, killing, officials say, at least 6 people, including a young girl and her mother.
Ukraine has promised not to use Western-supplied weapons for attacks outside of its borders. Ukraine has been developing its own fleet of armed drones, experimenting to extend their range and make them harder to stop. It is a homegrown industry, and it is one of Ukraine's top priorities right now. Savannah?
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
We have been following Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin's recovery after a medical emergency on the field last season nearly ended his life. Now, almost 7 months later, he is back on the field practicing with his teammates. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Almost 7 months to the day. How about that? And what a remarkable turnaround. As you said, Damar Hamlin can now take hits. The inspirational defensive player, Joe, now going on offense, leading a CPR tour across the country, part of his new mission to save lives.
With thousands cheering him on, it was a monumental Monday for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. The 25-year-old practicing in pads for the first time since suffering cardiac arrest following a routine hit during a January game last season. The nation watching as Hamlin received CPR on the field, nearly losing his life.
It feels amazing. It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, just kind of being back for the first time.
Now, months after being cleared to return to football, and a day after scooping up a young fan, number 3's presence in full pads, a welcomed sight. Hamlin admitted, well, it's not easy easing back under a bright spotlight. He welcomes the challenge.
I think there's strength in, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. It shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Hamlin's recovery, an uplifting outlook, helping further his mission to serve others. That includes leading a recent CPR tour with his Chasing M's Foundation.
They're the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today.
And honoring the Bills medical staff during an emotional tribute at last month's ESPY Awards.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Exactly 1 week before Hamlin retook the field, USC incoming freshman Bronny James, the son of NBA superstar LeBron James, collapsed during practice, also suffering cardiac arrest. Within minutes of the news emerging, Hamlin sending prayers to Bronny and thanking the entire James family.
They've been really big and supportive and reaching out to my family as well. I wanted to let him know I'll be there, for whatever he needs on his journey as far as his recovery.
Now, with Bronny discharged from the hospital and on the mend, Hamlin clearing a major hurdle of his own Monday and looking up to the sky in thanks.
To be able to come out here and compete again, because that's such a blessing. Life is bigger than football, but this is what I love to do.
As for the question so many are wondering right now, Joe and Savannah, when is he going to get back into game action? The Bills' first preseason game is in less than 2 weeks, August 12th. Then their first official game is against the Jets on September 11th. The Bills so far have given every indication they're going to go at Damar Hamlin's pace. Hamlin says that his faith is stronger than his fear. Guys, back to you.
And that's understandable after everything that's happened in the last 7 months. All right,
Yeah.
Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Amazing to see. Well, summer storms are brewing in the middle of the country. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, so how much rain can we expect in some spots?
There's a couple of spots where we could see upwards of a couple of inches and flooding conditions potentially across those areas here over the next couple of days. Let's talk about where we stand currently with our satellite and our radar. We've got a line of thunderstorms developing across mainly the state of Missouri right now. We've also got some showers that have been focused out towards the Rockies so far this morning, but we're going to continue to see that potential for some heavy rain and even some strong storms through the day today. Let's start with the rain. There's that flood watch that I mentioned. It does stretch into places like Cheyenne, including Denver. There'll be multiple rounds of rain on kind of the back end of the system, while the front end of the system shows us some of those showers and thunderstorms that I just mentioned in parts of Missouri and stretching a little farther east in the coming days. There's the showers that we expect throughout the Denver area here as we get get into the later afternoon hours. We'll also see some stronger storms into parts of the northern plains and stretching into the Midwest. And then that rain kind of focuses a little farther to the east, and we'll continue to see a moderate risk of flooding as we get into tomorrow for places like St. Louis. But there's the severe storm risk. This is the area we're mainly watching. It does include places like Fargo and Bismarck, and it's mainly going to be the strong winds and the large hail. The good news is that tornado threat is low, but we are going to see upwards of, as I mentioned, 2, even 3, as high as 4 inches in localized areas across the same kind of section. So stretching from Kentucky basically into Iowa, with the biggest amounts expected in places like Columbia, Missouri, really through central Missouri is where we're looking at those the heaviest rain working through. So umbrellas going to be needed in the coming days, and you're definitely going to want to watch for it. The flooded roadways, we remember not to drive through those. Meanwhile, the heat, that's what we've really been talking about for weeks and weeks, right? We finally roll into August, continuing with summer, but at least our heat alerts aren't for hundreds of millions of people. Now it's just kind of centered around parts of the South. In a couple of spots in the Southwest, we've got 43 million people under these heat alerts, with some more record highs potentially as we get into the later parts of today. Houston heads to 104. That could break a record of 103. Same goes for Dallas, which could potentially tie a record later this afternoon. And we'll deal with more of the same tomorrow, with triple-digit temperatures from Houston to Del Rio and into Roswell. These temperatures are going to stick with us really in that area through the extended period. Meanwhile, a break in parts of the Northeast. You probably noticed over the weekend that big drop in temperatures here as we went from Sunday into Monday. It felt a lot nicer, and it's going to stay right where it should for these areas. We'll see a little bit of a warm up in places like Chicago and Detroit as we get into the end of the week. Cincinnati will hit 90 on Friday, but for the most part, guys, these temperatures are really where they should be. Not quite as warm as they were last week, but still very summer-like. We're still in the swing of summer. So it's better to talk about average temperatures than 10 degrees, 15 degrees above average, right?
It's so strange to see the yellow and oranges all over the map.
Yeah.
It's
You missed the
red.
fiery red. Also, I don't know why your graphic is cracking me up. North stays comfy. So you like that? It's comfy.
Comfy. I'm going to use that all the time now. Comfy 87 degrees.
Exactly. It does feel better, though. All right, thank you. Moving on, by the skin of their teeth, Team USA survives a scare from Portugal and advances to the knockout round. We're breaking down all the heart-pounding action with analysis from former U.S. goalkeeper Ashlyn Harris next.
Plus, remembering Paul Rubens, we have a look back at his life and legacy, the man behind Pee Wee Herman. His fans pay tribute to a one-of-a-kind performer.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the World Cup, and Team USA's women have scraped through to the knockout round of the tournament following a nail-biting 0-0 tie against Portugal.
It was a make-or-break game where a loss would have sent the U.S. home in group play for the first time ever. But the result means Team USA qualifies in second place behind the Netherlands, who beat Vietnam 7-0 in the group's other match. In just a few moments, we are so excited that we're going to get to talk to two-time World Cup winner Ashlyn Harris. She's here on set with us. But before that, let's get out to NBC's Molly Hunter in Auckland, New Zealand. Molly, who has been having the time of her life, by the way. Molly, great to see you, as always. All right, close one for Team USA, but they managed to get through in the end. Tell us about it.
Savannah, I don't think you believe that I'm actually not just partying here 24/7. Every live shot I do just happens to align with that because it's so late at night. Look, don't let the party atmosphere kind of fool you. It is not the result that the U.S. team or the U.S. fans here really wanted. That 0-0 was gut-wrenching to watch. Look, they even put Megan Rapinoe in at the 61st minute to really inject some energy into that game, and she instantly sparked some real moves on the field. The 90th minute, and there was 8 minutes of additional play, the 90th minute was absolutely the most anxiety-producing minute of soccer I've ever watched. You have Alex Morgan, who's the U.S. co-captain, take a near-miss shot on the Portuguese goal. You had a Portuguese shot that hit the goal post for the U.S. They were making subs in the final 2 minutes, but they just didn't have what it takes. And look, Portugal, one of the debutantes of this World Cup, played a very, very strong game, guys.
Whatever dance party is going on over your left shoulder, I either want to be a part of or I'm scared to be a part of. I'm not sure which. But
staying away.
Let's talk about what's next for Team USA. Do we know who they could play in the next round?
We do. So all of this is basically being figured out in the next 24 hours. So we will have a much fuller picture of the bracket. But for the U.S., because they came second under the Netherlands in their group, they are heading to Melbourne. We are also heading to Melbourne next week, where they will play Sweden. Sweden is a very, very tough team. But they do have 5 days. And when I spoke with Megan Rapinoe after the game, you guys, she said they really need these 5 days as a team to really, look, analyze, focus in, and figure out how to bring a better game to Sweden. She also said, though, she lives for these moments. These are these big pressure moments that the World Cup is all about for her, guys.
Molly, other games are happening right now. What do you keep, as well as the dance party? I can't even, it's just so funny every time we come to you. You weren't here yesterday. It was a whole other thing. There's just always so much going on. Molly, what else are you keeping an eye on?
Savannah, I've decided not to have television screens directly in my line of sight when I'm talking to you, specifically after yesterday. However, over my shoulder, you will see there is actually another game going on. The Lionesses, the English team, and China facing off. Right now, it looks like it's 3-0 England. England looks like they are definitely through in their group, but that is going to be a very tough team as well that the U.S. may see down the road, guys.
We didn't notice anything happening over your right shoulder because what was happening over your left shoulder was far more distracting.
Molly, keep living it up and doing your fantastic reporting and interviews. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Ashlyn Harris. She is a two-time World Cup champion with Team USA and Gotham FC Global Creative Advisor. Good to have you with us. So everyone is sort of assessing this, taking it all in. How do you describe Team USA's performance here?
I think we're underperforming. I think that's safe to say. Everyone's talking about it at this point. I don't think if you asked any player, they would be happy with their individual performance at this point in the tournament. But we can't be so critical. We are moving on. There are a lot of teams who are not. And even though it's not the best performance, it's not the USA mentality that everyone is talking about, we also need to realize that this is a new team, that they're getting settled into the tournament. A lot of these players have never played on this type of stage. And as we continue to progress, they have to deliver. They have to be better individually, and they have to be better collectively. And we can't press the panic button now. It is a moment to say, okay, we have to reflect on the things we've done well. We're moving on. That's a good thing. Let's stay positive with that. But also, like, the game plan isn't working. So how are we going to change it?
Absolutely. Good to keep in mind. We won one game, 2 ties, haven't lost. Molly just referenced there talking with Megan Rapinoe, who said, you know, it's great we have the 5 days. As someone who's been on that team and as somebody who I know is speaking to this team, what are these next 5 days like? What does the team do?
5 days is a long time. To sit on the performances of the last 3 matches could be difficult because this is a mental battle that people don't realize. Everyone at the highest level is physically incredible at what they do. This is a tournament that anyone can grab. So for me, 5 days, we have to really build on how we want to be better as a team and what we're going to do to execute a game plan based on playing Sweden, because Sweden's a really hard matchup.
How much of this is ability and talent versus mental? Does this team have the skill to win it all, and it's just a matter of getting over some of the mental blocks, or is the experience thing a bit of an issue here too?
I mean, it's always going to be an issue, right? The average age of this team is so young. A lot of these young kids have never been in a tournament like this. They don't understand the expectation. They don't understand the weight of every single thing that they do. But also, we have to understand that the U.S. is the best team in the world for a reason, and excuses are not going to get you to the next round. So we have to pull, you know, our big girl shorts up and own the moment, and we have to perform. We have to play better. If we want to continue in this tournament, we have to forget the last 3 games because they're not going to help us. We need to be a totally different team. And we need to execute, and we need to score goals, and we need to be lethal. We need to be on our front foot. We need to bring back that U.S. mentality that every country feared stepping on the field.
And you think we can?
I absolutely think we can. I think we will.
That's great to hear. What about the other teams? Have you been impressed or surprised by them sort of raising their game?
I said this from the beginning. It is anyone's tournament. Germany's lost. Brazil's lost. Canada is out. I mean, the parity in this tournament, it's the best it's ever been.
Wow.
So I think at this point, whoever is building, whoever is vibing, whoever is lethal in front of goal, they're going to continue moving forward in this tournament. But like I said before, anyone can win. It's anyone's to grab at this point.
Molly mentioned that Megan said she lives for this.
Oh, yeah. She lives for the big moments. She's not stressed at all. I think the hardest part for Megan Rapinoe is she's playing a different role this tournament. She's not getting the minutes she's used to getting. She's used to carrying this team on her back. So my hope is if we play Sweden, that's most likely what's going to happen. She's got to start. We need something different. Right now, it's too static. It's too we need to be unpredictable. Right now, we're too predictable, which makes it easy. And Megan Rapinoe is a type of player that you have no idea what she's going to give the game, but that's a good thing.
All right, love it. Ashlyn, thank you so much for joining us.
This
We
is so
really
cool to
appreciate
get to
having
talk
your
to you.
perspective.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming over here. So good to see you. Well, let's stay international now. China is bracing for a 3rd typhoon after weeks of heavy rain and deadly flooding.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi is back with that and other world news. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. At least 11 people have died and around a dozen others are missing after torrential rains pounded Beijing. But the deluge isn't over as China braces for a 3rd typhoon in as many weeks. Heavy rains are likely to persist over the weekend, and flooding could worsen in northern regions of Beijing, according to the Emergency Management Ministry. Relentless rain over the weekend broke daily precipitation records at 14 weather stations in Beijing. Over to Myanmar, where the junta partly pardoned jailed former leader Aung San Suu Kyi on 5 of the 19 offenses for which she was convicted, but she will remain under house arrest. The pardon means that 6 years will be shaved off her 33-year jail term. in part of an amnesty under which more than 7,000 prisoners were freed across the troubled country. And finally, a mystery has been solved. A giant metal dome that was found washed up on the beach in Australia that had everybody puzzled turns out to be part of a polar satellite launch vehicle, according to India's space agency spokesperson. The spokesperson said it would be up to Australia to decide what to do with the object. India doesn't seem particularly keen on getting it back.
Yeah. Not a UAP, though. There we go.
Bizarre, yeah. Oh, God, don't even get us started on that path right now. Ali Rizzi, thank you so much. Coming up, for the first time in more than a decade, Wisconsin's Supreme Court will have a liberal majority.
And as more and more polarizing issues end up in the courtroom, we're digging into what it means for the state and the impact it could have on the rest of the country. That's next.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Is that good news for us? You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Major changes are coming to Wisconsin's Supreme Court. Later today, a new justice will be sworn in, and with that, it will mark the first time in 15 years that liberal justices will have the majority on the court, and that could have a major impact on the state's most consequential issues. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now from Madison, Wisconsin. Hi, Shaq. Always great to see you. Put this in perspective for us. How big of a political shift is this?
Well, we're talking about a really big shift here in the state of Wisconsin, Savannah. You know, back in April, when this open seat was up for grabs, this election was described as the most consequential election of the year. While the liberal judge won that race, giving liberals and progressives a chance that they haven't had to control the court in some 15 years. That means the power to influence policy in this state that they haven't had in even longer than that. I want you to listen to what a professor here at the University of Wisconsin told me just yesterday about what this really means for this state.
But this court has really risen to the top of the policymaking system in Wisconsin. And it's not just this election and these issues. Really, the court has become a bigger player in state politics in recent years, in part because of the stalemate between the Democratic governor, Republican legislature. Feuds over all kinds of things are being decided there. That's become the venue.
And believe it or not, we're already seeing action from this court. We're learning through local reporting this morning that the liberal justices will likely fire the state courts director. That's one of the powers that they have. They can now control how business is done at the state Supreme Court. They can decide and set new ethical rules. That's something that has also been signaled in the past. So we're expecting to see a lot of changes here in Wisconsin, not just in how the court operates, but those ultimate decisions that are made.
Absolutely. Shaq, when we look ahead at the court's term, of course, abortion rights, one of the issues people are watching closely. Walk us through some of the other consequential particular issues that may come before this court.
Really big issues here. We'll start with abortion rights. This is a state where abortion is nearly completely banned. We're already seeing cases move their way through the court. So this will end up before the state Supreme Court, and they will rule on whether abortion remains banned in this state. But you see the other issues there. Redistricting. The previous court sided with maps, legislative maps that benefited Republicans in this state. The court will be able to revisit those. You also see election procedure and challenges. Liberal groups already filed a legal challenge just in the past couple of weeks against some of the election rules in this state, dealing with the ban on drop boxes, dealing with early voting. This court will have influence over all of that. One thing to note here, Professor Berry, he mentioned that this won't be an immediate change. You won't expect to see change in the next couple of days or weeks in terms of those issues. But listen to what he laid out when I asked him about a potential timeline for the shift here.
It's going to be some months before we get decisions. It might be after the new year into the spring, potentially of 2024. But I would say within a year, within this year term from 2023 to 2024, the public ought to expect some really important new decisions coming out of the court.
I think one way you can think of this is if you look at what happened at the federal level with the United States Supreme Court. We saw the appointment of Justice Gorsuch, of Justice Kavanaugh, of Justice Barrett, and then you saw some significant change. So that change did come, but it took some time to actually take place.
Yeah, it's a great point. Shaq, what about the implications beyond the borders of Wisconsin? Should people living across the country care here?
Yes, and, I'm competing with the ambulance here, but, the change that you can see, two big issues and two big points I'll make. One, the shift to a more liberal court, that runs a little bit counter to what you've seen in some other states where you've seen state courts become more conservative. So that is a big shift there. And what that means is that some of those election-related decisions, we know Wisconsin is this automatic battleground state. It's a purple state. The past few elections have all come and been decided by less than 1%. I believe it was 4 out of the last 5 presidential elections in this state. So when you're talking about whether drop boxes will be allowed or whether absentee ballots will be allowed, that matters. That can help determine the United States president there. And you're also talking about election challenges. We remember that back in 2020, former President Trump filed challenges to Wisconsin's election, challenges that if he was successful in the courts could have overturned the election or at least flipped the result in that ultimate in the election in 2020. Now with a more liberal Supreme Court, you heard this during the election, they say they will protect democracy, that they would view those challenges a little bit more skeptically. So when you look at presidential politics, Wisconsin is at the center of it, and this court will influence what ultimately happens.
Shaquille Brewster, fantastic reporting as always. Thanks for joining us.
Paul Reubens, the actor best known for playing the whimsical childlike character Pee Wee Herman, has passed away. In a statement posted on social media Monday, his rep said the 70-year-old actor died after a private battle with cancer. This morning, friends and fans are remembering the comedy icon.
I know you are, but what am I?
With his sassy one-liners, signature gray suit and red bow tie, and infectious laugh, actor Paul Reubens turned his character, Pee Wee Herman, into a pop culture icon. He was adored by young and old alike for his kind heart and playful expressions.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Born in upstate New York, Reubens honed his acting skills as a member of the LA improv troupe The Groundlings. He told Today that's where he first developed the Pee Wee Herman character.
He focused on character work and developing and creating characters. So he came out of an improv many years ago at The Groundlings.
That's the password!
A Pee Wee HBO special and guest appearances on NBC's Late Night with David Letterman led to his first big break, the hit 1985 film Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
I meant to do that.
It was followed by his Saturday morning TV show Pee Wee's Playhouse, which ran for 5 seasons and won 15 Emmys.
I'm proud of that show, and we took it very seriously, that we were affecting young minds, and I'm excited that a whole new generation of kids may find it now.
Off-screen, Reubens weathered scandals, including a 1991 arrest for indecent exposure at an adult movie theater, later making light of it at the MTV VMAs.
Heard any any good jokes lately?
Like his Pee-wee character, his career bounced back with 2 sequel films, including the 2016 Netflix special Pee-wee's Big Holiday, reaching a new generation of fans.
Think fast!
Rubens also proved his acting chops with guest roles far from his Pee-wee persona on shows like Ally McBeal and The Blacklist, and darker films too, like 2001's Blow.
I mean, I'm not really Pee Wee Herman, so just for a long time people didn't know that, so I don't think people really thought of me as an actor, because I tried to make everyone think Pee Wee Herman was a real person.
Tributes to Paul Rubens are now pouring in from his fans and famous friends. Conan O'Brien tweeted, "His surreal comedy and unrelenting kindness were a gift to us all." Mark Hamill posted, "Can't thank you enough for the lifetime of laughter." And Tim Burton, who directed Pee-wee's Big Adventure, wrote, "He was a great artist. I'll miss him." Rubens' rep also posted a message that Rubens had written himself before passing away. In it, he apologized for not going public about his health battle, adding, "I have loved you all so much and enjoyed making art with you."
Oh, wow. What a great legacy there. Have to watch that holiday special.
Yes, he's got a holiday special that he recorded in the 80s that has like the most amazing cameos you've ever seen. We watch it every year.
I love that. Thank you, Joe. Well, coming up, a new documentary is taking a look at the man once known as the world's most ingenious thief.
We're going to dig into the wild story with help from the men who helped finally track him down. Next.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I cloned it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivery.
All right, it just made two.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with some money news. A major tech giant is making some strides in healthcare.
That's right. CNBC's Bertha Coombs is back with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, you know, Amazon has been looking to get into healthcare for 5 years now. Now they're expanding their virtual clinic, Amazon Clinic, nationwide. That service will be offered in all 50 states. They launched Amazon Clinic late last year in November with the aim for patients to connect with telemedicine providers. It provides treatments for common conditions like hair loss, migraines, acne, and also sexual health. Amazon Clinic does not accept insurance yet, though. Still, consumers can use insurance to pay for any medications that are prescribed through this service. Nearly half of consumers will turn to some form of financing for their back-to-school shopping this year. A new survey from CNET Money finds 43% will use credit or buy now, pay later programs as they face persistent inflation and price hikes on many goods. Nearly 90%, though, say that they'll use at least one money-saving hack, like a coupon or watching for sales and discounts, which, I don't know, some of us watch for all the time. They'll also shop by comparison for pricing and likely buy fewer things and switch to cheaper brands. The average household's forecast to spend about $890 on back-to-school shopping. That's up 3% from last year. And X no longer marks the spot. That brightly flashing X sign on the top of the San Francisco headquarters of the company formerly known as Twitter has been removed. The sign was installed on the roof of the building late last week. The city's Department of Building Inspection says it received 24 complaints about the structure, including about its safety and the bright lights, which would flash. Representatives for X have yet to respond to messages for comment, I suppose, either on X itself or in the traditional way when we call them over the phone and ask via email.
Right.
I still haven't gotten used to it.
As a branding experiment, I guess we're all talking about it, so maybe that worked. I don't know.
Yeah. The people that lived in the apartment building across the street were certainly talking about it. They were not happy about the flashing lights.
Are we supposed to say you X'd something instead of you tweeted something? I still haven't figured this out. But anyway.
Great question.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Movies like Ocean's 11 make pulling off complicated heists look so easy.
Well, now a new Hulu documentary called The Jewel Thief is exploring firsthand the highs and the lows of a real-life professional thief. It takes viewers inside the mind of Gerald Blanchard, once known as the world's most ingenious thief, and it's going to show us his life of crime.
He went from a small-town thief to a money-making machine.
If you could rob the banks, why not? I studied everything.
As the bank is being built, he's putting ways to get in and ways to get out of the bank. I've never even heard of anything like this.
We had banks calling us in the dozens, and I was pretty good at it.
This is so cool. Joining us now is Landon Van Soest, director of The Jewel Thief, as well as detectives Mitchell McCormick and Larry Levasseur, who tracked Blanchard around from country to country. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Landon's here on set with us, and the two of them are together. Landon, first just tell us what attracted you to this story as a director.
Oh, there's really so much. I mean, it's just such a head-spinning story, and
Yeah.
it's just truly stranger than fiction, you know? I mean, you hear these stories about parachuting into a castle in Vienna, you know, and it sounds like it's straight out of some Hollywood heist movie, but I think for me to realize that that was the culmination of this decades-long crime spree that included bank robberies and frauds and international heists all over the world. I mean, there's just so much to sink your teeth into.
My goodness. Let's chat with the detectives here, starting with Detective McCormick. I mean, how much of a full circle moment was this documentary for you after tracking Blanchard down for so long?
You know, it was a great culmination of what we found to be quite an interesting investigation, and you'll see it when you see the documentary. You know, when you're a policeman, you find the criminals kind of get into a niche. They either do robberies and that's all they do, or break and enters and that's all they do, or frauds. Mr. Blanchard went the gamut on crime, and he did it very well, and he did it very successfully for a very, very long time.
And Detective Levasseur, I mean, save some of this for the documentary. No major spoilers, but just tell us a little bit about what it was like ultimately closing in, and then the relationship with Blanchard now after this long history.
Well, it actually came to a conclusion very quickly in that particular year, and we had received some information that we had to act upon immediately. As Mitch mentioned, there was a whole array of crimes that he was involved in, and we had to react quickly back then with respect to some assault rifles that he was negotiating a deal on. So we couldn't have those hitting the streets of the city. But yeah, it came together nicely. It took a little bit of time to get all the exhibits together and resolve, but at the end of the day, we were successful.
You know, Landon, the poster for the movie shows, I think, another little star of this, which is a specific jewel.
Yeah.
Talk about that jewel and what we should know about it and what role it plays in helping this all come together.
Yeah, so this was it's actually a hair ornament that was worn by Empress Sisi, who's sort of been related to Princess Di, maybe, of Austria, but she's a historic figure that's quite popular there. And most of them have been lost to time. So it's one of very few in the world. I mean, I think it truly does equate to some kind of a crown jewel for the people of Austria. And it was being housed in a historic museum there when Blanchard kind of first set his eyes on it.
That's one way of putting
he said
it.
more than his eyes on it.
Exactly. Detective McCormick, if you look back to when you were tracking Blanchard, I mean, we've heard a little bit of some of these just like fantastic details here, but was there a particular turning point when you realized that this was not a typical case, not an ordinary criminal, and this was going to be as extensive as it was?
Well, you know, again, Larry and I have done some wiretap in our career, and most wiretaps you're going to find that criminals are very guarded. They talk in a code. It was quite the contrary when we ended up hooking up and listening to Mr. Blanchard. And the time that really turned the page for us was, although we did get information that he was a suspect in the theft of the Sissy Star, which, you know, we didn't have too much in the way of Interpol, but when we wired up and he was putting his group together to go do a major fraud in Cairo, and he was doing it and he got people in the air and in Cairo within a day or two when he was talking to a guy that he called the boss from London, England. That's when it really took off and became really international for us, and really said that this is a lot bigger than just break-ins and thefts and frauds and offenses in Canada. This became an international thing for us, and that took on a totally different scope, and it really became something that was interesting and different from what we had done in our careers at that time.
So, Detective Lavasser, are there lessons you learned in this case that could apply in the future for other tough cases with criminal masterminds like this one?
Absolutely. I think bottom line is communication between law enforcement agencies. You know, not on just a local level, but on a national level, and obviously internationally. You hear about, Interpol, and, it's always in a James Bond movie or something like that, but it actually exists, and it's really an important tool for law enforcement right around the world to be able to, effectively enforce the laws of their respective countries. So it's important that we maintain that and continue that going forward as a world population.
Oh, well, it is just so cool to get to talk to all of you involved here. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time this morning. And again, the documentary is called The Jewel Thief. It is streaming on Hulu right now. Thank you, guys. So exciting. Congratulations on it. Coming up, back in bloom. It lit up summer reading lists 25 years ago, and now it's back.
And up next, our own Jenna Bush Hager goes one-on-one with Judy Blume to discuss the re-release of Summer Sisters and her legendary literary career.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is an interesting one. Scientists may have just made a big breakthrough in future treatment for depression and anxiety. By tickling rats, the researchers first implanted electrodes into the rats, and then they tickled the rats and analyzed their brain activity. That is when they noticed one particular area of the brain lit up, causing the rats to get this, to laugh. Who knew that? Who knew that rats could laugh? Well, by comparison, when rats were put in environments that made them anxious, that same part of their brain did not light up, even if they were tickled. The team plans to investigate this in future studies to help humans and other animals combat depression and anxiety. And who knew I could say tickled so many times in one story?
Exactly. And who came up with that idea?
I know.
My goodness.
And we needed the footage of the tickling.
We want rat tickling footage. All right. We're going to end this hour with a literary legend, Judy Blume. Her beloved classic novel, Summer Sisters, is being re-released in honor of its 25th anniversary. Today's show co-host Jenna Bush Hager sat down with Blume at her Key West bookstore to discuss her life and legacy.
Lining the walls of books and books in Key West, Florida, are the names of local literary legends. Ernest Hemingway, Tennessee Williams, Shel Silverstein. But another literary legend is working behind the counters, Judy Blume.
And that's going to be for you too. Perfect. This is a great love of your life, this town, and it happened kind of accidentally.
We came here for a month because I was trying to finish Summer Sisters. It was just put yourself someplace else and forget all your troubles.
The prolific author has written 29 books with 90 million copies sold, including bestsellers like Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing and Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, which recently became a Hollywood movie more than 40 years after she wrote the book.
Please, 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 please.
Growing up in Elizabeth, New Jersey, Judy's love of literature started early.
Your mom was the one that showed you the love of reading.
My mother loved to read. She loved books. My mother was a worrier, anxious about everything, but never about what we were reading.
You would make up stories in your head that kind of answered the secrets you thought adults were keeping from you. What were those secrets?
Family secrets. It was the kind of thing where when you were a kid and you walked into the room, all the adults stopped talking.
At 25, Judy found herself married with children. Judy says she felt like she was playing at being a married lady. She started writing picture books for her 2 young children, a labor of love and a creative escape for the New Jersey housewife.
And so do you feel like writing was, in some ways, kind of an incredible outlet?
So cathartic. Yeah. It gave me a life. It gave me my own life.
Judy's books explore topics like racism, grief, religion, and menstruation, topics that made kids feel less alone.
You would hear from kids that they felt seen, they felt enough, they were told the truth too. What was that like, hearing from these readers?
Well, it was so unbelievable because I never dreamed of anything like that. And then they started to come. And
Like 2,000 a month.
There were a lot of them, yes. And I mean, some of them were so desperate. It was tough.
Yeah.
It was very tough. For a couple of years there in the 80s, I couldn't write at all because I was just answering their letters.
Wow.
And so I had to learn to remove myself enough so that I could write again.
That same giant heart knew when someone special walked into her life 43 years ago. She says with George, her third husband, she found her true love.
My magic.
What about him is so magical to you?
Sometimes you just meet a person.
And you've had such an adventure of a life.
I think we have. I've never been bored when George is around.
Judy published her final book, The Unlikely Event, in 2015. Now she spends her days in her Key West bookstore helping customers. More than 50 years later, Judy's books are still changing lives and making readers feel less alone.
I read somewhere that you even plan to take Are You There, God with you into the next life.
I want a little bench or a little stone or something that says, Are you there, God? It's me, Judy.
It's very cool, and our thanks to Jenna for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, double threat. The grand jury that's investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election reconvenes today. But that's not the only potential looming legal threat for former President Trump. Georgia is preparing to present its own case for election interference, all as Trump expects to see a federal indictment, quote, any day now. Also this morning, deal derailed with the future of Hunter Biden's plea agreement in limbo. House Republicans are launching an investigation into the deal, the questions they want the Attorney General to answer, and what it could mean for the future of the case. Plus, survive and advance. Team USA is moving on to the knockout round in the World Cup this morning, but for just the second time in history, they'll advance without winning their group. We're breaking down today's nail-biting action and what comes next for the Stars and Stripes. And remembering Paul Reubens. This morning, friends and fans are paying their respects to the man behind the beloved character, Pee Wee Herman. We'll take a look back at his career on the big and small screens and his touching last words to fans. We've learned that for years he was secretly battling cancer, didn't let anyone know. He's apologizing to fans for not letting them know, but also sharing a few other thoughts. We'll have those coming up later in the hour.
Absolutely. That last post we saw from him with that. But yeah, you're going to bring us a great remembrance of his legacy.
We're going to begin this hour with the new developments this morning in the ongoing investigations into former President Donald Trump.
In the classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira was unable to file his plea in court yesterday after failing to obtain a lawyer with a license to practice in the state of Florida. De Oliveira is accused of working with Trump in an attempt to destroy video evidence on the documents, in the former president's possession. Meanwhile, the grand jury investigating potential interference in the 2020 election is set to reconvene today. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest on all of this from Washington.
Today marks 2 weeks since Donald Trump told the world he's a target of the grand jury investigation going on in the courthouse behind me, an investigation he now says he believes will soon end with his indictment.
This morning, former President Trump's co-defendant in the classified documents case, Mar-a-Lago employee Carlos de Oliveira, is out on bond, entering no plea during his first court appearance in Miami Monday. Prosecutors say Mr. Trump asked de Oliveira to delete security camera footage at the estate in order to obstruct the investigation. Now, another indictment of the former president is looming, tied to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, with Mr. Trump warning on social media that an indictment could come, quote, any day now, attacking election interference and prosecutorial misconduct.
These are ridiculous indictments.
In Washington, the grand jury hearing evidence in the case is scheduled to meet today. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, investigating Mr. Trump for election interference there, is set to present her case to a grand jury.
the work is accomplished. I mean, we've been working for 2.5 years. We're ready to go.
It comes as a Georgia judge has rejected a Trump bid to shut down the DA's investigation, while blasting the former president's lawyers for, quote, unnecessary and unfounded legal filings ahead of a potential indictment. Despite the legal troubles swirling around Mr. Trump, a new poll shows the former president still dominating the 2024 GOP field, ahead of his closest rival, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, by 37 points, with the rest of the field far behind. According to the poll, even those who don't support Mr. Trump want to defend him, with 71% of Republican primary voters saying the party must stand behind him in the face of his criminal charges. Still, DeSantis on Fox News suggesting the former president has amassed too much baggage to beat President Biden next year.
I think that there's too many voters who just aren't going to vote for him going forward.
Voters may not agree with the governor's assessment. That same poll mentioned in the piece shows President Biden and Mr. Trump tied at 43% apiece nationally in a hypothetical 2020 re-election rematch.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
In Washington this morning, Republicans on Capitol Hill are turning up the heat on President Biden and his son Hunter. This comes just a day after a former business partner of Hunter's testified in a highly anticipated closed-door hearing in Washington. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now with the latest on this. Peter, good morning. So Devin Archer is that former business partner. He met with lawmakers to discuss Hunter Biden's business dealings. This was a private meeting, but what have we learned about his testimony?
Yeah, you're right, Joe. So this business partner's name, as you noted, former business partner, is Devin Archer. He answered questions for about 4 hours, told this Republican-led House committee that Hunter Biden sold the illusion of access to his father. Lawmakers say that Archer insisted that Joe Biden was never directly involved in his son's financial dealings, but that Hunter put his father on speakerphone with clients and former business associates maybe 20 times over 10 years, including when Biden was vice president, to try to impress them here. The committee's top Republican says that Hunter was selling the Biden, quote, brand, but a leading Democrat pushed back on that, saying that it was all niceties, like about the weather and what's going on, that Archer said there was not a single conversation about Hunter's business dealings. Republicans here, they've made the argument, Joe, that Joe Biden lied, that he had no involvement in his son's work, saying it's grounds for impeachment. But overnight, the White House said that Republicans keep promising bombshell evidence, but that they keep failing to produce any. The White House called the attacks ridiculous. Joe?
So, Peter, in a separate matter, a few House Republican committee members announced they're investigating the circumstances surrounding Hunter Biden's plea deal with the Department of Justice. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland. What exactly are they demanding here?
Yeah, so in that letter to the Attorney General, the three Republican chairmen, including Jim Jordan, they highlighted a provision in that pretrial diversion agreement that would have put the onus on the judge overseeing this case to determine over a 24-month period if the president's son had violated the terms of the plea deal. The judge there, appointed by former President Trump, last week said that doing that would be basically outside of her authority, outside the scope of what she can do. The congressional Republicans also took issue with the clause in the agreement that would have given Biden immunity from all other crimes in exchange for completing that pretrial diversion program. They said that those provisions raise serious concerns. Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to federal tax charges, as you know, last week after the judge raised questions about the terms of this whole agreement. He was expected going into that to plead guilty to a pair of charges for failing to pay taxes under a deal that he had struck with the government. But instead, Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty to those charges until both sides here can meet and address all of the judge's questions. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Well, new this morning in the war between Ukraine and Russia, a skyscraper in Moscow has been hit by a second drone attack in as many days. Russia has blamed Ukraine for this latest attack. NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel is watching the latest developments, of course, and he joins us now. Hi, Richard. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, it happened again. In fact, some people in Moscow were looking at this building that was hit by a drone on Sunday, inspecting the previous damage, when suddenly they heard a new blast and started running.
President Putin's war in Ukraine is now coming home to Russia, right to the capital. Another drone this morning slipped through Moscow's defenses, smashing and exploding into a high-rise housing 3 government ministries in the business district. There were no reports of casualties from the early-hour blast, which targeted the very same building attacked by drones on Sunday. Russia blames Ukraine for the attacks, which are intensifying rapidly in and around Moscow. The drones are doing very little damage. They're small and light. These seem more akin to psychological operations to expose ordinary Russians to the conflict and embarrass President Putin. Over the weekend, Ukraine's President Zelensky didn't claim responsibility for the drone attacks, but didn't exactly deny them either, saying the war is now shifting to Russia, calling the move just. This morning, Russia retaliated with its own drone strikes, targeting a student dormitory in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. There were no students in at the time. That was not the case yesterday, when Russia fired 2 missiles at an apartment building full of civilians in President Zelensky's hometown, killing officials say at least 6 people, including a young girl and her mother.
Ukraine has promised not to use Western-supplied weapons for attacks outside of its borders. Ukraine has been developing its own fleet of armed drones, experimenting to extend their range and make them harder to stop. It is a homegrown industry, and it is one of Ukraine's top priorities right now. Savannah?
All right, Richard, thank you so much.
We have been following Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin's recovery after a medical emergency on the field last season nearly ended his life. Now, almost 7 months later, he is back on the field practicing with his teammates. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us with the latest. Sam, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Almost 7 months to the day. How about that? And what a remarkable turnaround. As you said, Damar Hamlin can now take hits. The inspirational defensive player, Joe, now going on offense, leading a CPR tour across the country, part of his new mission to save lives.
With thousands cheering him on, it was a monumental Monday for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. The 25-year-old practicing in pads for the first time since suffering cardiac arrest following a routine hit during a January game last season. The nation watching as Hamlin received CPR on the field, nearly losing his life.
It feels amazing. It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, just kind of being back for the first time.
Now, months after being cleared to return to football, and a day after scooping up a young fan, number 3's presence in full pads, a welcomed sight. Hamlin admitted, while it's not easy easing back under a bright spotlight, he welcomes the challenge.
I think there's strength in, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. It shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Hamlin's recovery, an uplifting outlook, helping further his mission to serve others. That includes leading a recent CPR tour with his Chasing M's Foundation.
They're the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today.
And honoring the Bills medical staff during an emotional tribute at last month's ESPY Awards.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Exactly 1 week before Hamlin retook the field, USC incoming freshman Bronny James, the son of NBA superstar LeBron James, collapsed during practice, also suffering cardiac arrest. Within minutes of the news emerging, Hamlin sending prayers to Bronny and thanking the entire James family.
They've been really big and supportive and reaching out to my family as well. I wanted to let him know I'll be there, for whatever he needs on his journey as far as his recovery.
Now, with Bronny discharged from the hospital and on the mend, Hamlin clearing a major hurdle of his own Monday and looking up to the sky in thanks.
To be able to come out here and compete again, because that's such a blessing. Life is bigger than football, but this is what I love to do.
As for the question so many are wondering right now, Joe and Savannah, when is he going to get back into game action? The Bills' first preseason game is in less than 2 weeks, August 12th. Then their first official game is against the Jets on September 11th. The Bills so far have given every indication they're going to go at Damar Hamlin's pace. Hamlin says that his faith is stronger than his fear. Guys, back to you.
And that's understandable after everything that's happened in the last 7 months.
Yeah.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Amazing to see. Well, summer storms are brewing in the middle of the country. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, so how much rain can we expect in some spots?
There's a couple of spots where we could see upwards of a couple of inches and flooding conditions potentially across those areas here over the next couple of days. Let's talk about where we stand currently with our satellite and our radar. We've got a line of thunderstorms developing across mainly the state of Missouri. Missouri right now. We've also got some showers that have been focused out towards the Rockies so far this morning, but we're going to continue to see that potential for some heavy rain and even some strong storms through the day today. Let's start with the rain. There's that flood watch that I mentioned. It does stretch into places like Cheyenne, including Denver. There'll be multiple rounds of rain on kind of the back end of the system, while the front end of the system shows us some of those showers and thunderstorms that I just mentioned in parts of Missouri and stretching a little farther east in the coming days. There's the showers that we expect throughout the Denver area here as we get into the later afternoon hours. We'll also see some stronger storms into parts of the northern plains and stretching into the Midwest. And then that rain kind of focuses a little farther to the east, and we'll continue to see a moderate risk of flooding as we get into tomorrow for places like St. Louis. But there's the severe storm risk. This is the area we're mainly watching. It does include places like Fargo and Bismarck, and it's mainly going to be the strong winds and the large hail. The good news is that tornado threat is low, but we are going to see upwards of, as I mentioned, 2, even 3, as high as 4 inches in localized areas across the same kind of section. So stretching from Kentucky basically into Iowa, with the biggest amounts expected in places like Columbia, Missouri, really through central Missouri is where we're looking at those the heaviest rain working through. So umbrellas going to be needed in the coming days, and you're definitely going to want to watch for it. The flooded roadways, we remember not to drive through those. Meanwhile, the heat, that's what we've really been talking about for weeks and weeks, right? We finally roll into August, continuing with summer, but at least our heat alerts aren't for hundreds of millions of people. Now it's just kind of centered around parts of the South. In a couple of spots in the Southwest, we've got 43 million people under these heat alerts, with some more record highs potentially as we get into the later parts of today. Houston heads to 104. That could break a record of 103. Same goes for Dallas, which could potentially tie a record later this afternoon. And we'll deal with more of the same tomorrow, with triple-digit temperatures from Houston to Del Rio and into Roswell. These temperatures are going to stick with us really in that area through the extended period. Meanwhile, a break in parts of the Northeast. You probably noticed over the weekend that big drop in temperatures here as we went from Sunday into Monday. It felt a lot nicer, and it's going to stay right where it should for these areas. We'll see a little bit of a warm up in places like Chicago and Detroit as we get into the end of the week. Cincinnati will hit 90 on Friday, but for the most part, guys, these temperatures are really where they should be. Not quite as warm as they were last week, but still very summer-like. We're still in the swing of summer. So it's better to talk about average temperatures than 10 degrees, 15 degrees above average, right?
It's so strange to see the yellow and oranges all over the map.
It's
red.
Fiery red. Also, I don't know why your graphic is cracking me up. North stays comfy. So you like that? It's comfy.
Comfy. I'm going to use that all the time now. Comfy 87 degrees.
Exactly. It does feel better, though. All right, thank you. Moving on, by the skin of their teeth, Team USA survives a scare from Portugal and advances to the knockout round. We're breaking down all the heart-pounding action with analysis from former U.S. goalkeeper Ashlyn Harris next.
Plus, remembering Paul Rubens, we have a look back at his life and legacy, the man behind Pee Wee Herman, as fans pay tribute to a one-of-a-kind performer.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry. People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the World Cup, and Team USA's women have scraped through to the knockout round of the tournament following a nail-biting 0-0 tie against Portugal.
It was a make-or-break game where a loss would have sent the U.S. home in group play for the first time ever. But the result means Team USA qualifies in second place behind the Netherlands, who beat Vietnam 7-0 in the group's other match. In just a few moments, we are so excited that we're going to get to talk to two-time World Cup winner Ashlyn Harris. She's here on set with us. But before that, let's get out to NBC's Molly Hunter in Auckland, New Zealand. Molly, who has been having the time of her life, by the way. Molly, great to see you, as always. All right, close one for Team USA, but they managed to get through in the end. Tell us about it.
Savannah, I don't think you believe that I'm actually not just partying here 24/7. Every live shot I do just happens to align with that because it's so late at night. Look, don't let the party atmosphere kind of fool you. It is not the result that the U.S. team or the U.S. fans here really wanted. That 0-0 was gut-wrenching to watch. Look, they even put Megan Rapinoe in at the 61st minute to really inject some energy into that game, and she instantly sparked some real moves on the field. The 90th minute, and there was 8 minutes of additional play, the 90th minute was absolutely the most anxiety-producing minute of soccer I've ever watched. You have Alex Morgan, who's the U.S. co-captain, take a near-miss shot on the Portuguese goal. You had a Portuguese shot that hit the goalpost for the U.S. They were making subs in the final 2 minutes, but they just didn't have what it takes. And look, Portugal, one of the debutantes of this World Cup, played a very, very strong game, guys.
Whatever dance party is going on over your left shoulder, I either want to be a part of or I'm scared to be a part of. I'm not sure which. But
staying away.
Let's talk about what's next for Team USA. Do we know who they could play in the next round?
We do. So all of this is basically being figured out in the next 24 hours. So we will have a much fuller picture of the bracket. But for the U.S., because they came second under the Netherlands in their group, they are heading to Melbourne. We are also heading to Melbourne next week, where they will play Sweden. Sweden is a very, very tough team. But they do have 5 days. And when I spoke with Megan Rapinoe after the game, you guys, she said they really need these 5 days as a team to really, look, analyze, focus in, and figure out how to bring a better game to Sweden. She also said, though, she lives for these moments. These are these big pressure moments that the World Cup is all about for her, guys.
Molly, other games are happening right now. What are you keeping? As well as the dance party. I can't even, it's just so funny every time we come to you. You weren't here yesterday. It was a whole other thing. There's just always so much going on. Molly, what else are you keeping an eye on?
Savannah, I've decided not to have television screens directly in my line of sight when I'm talking to you, specifically after yesterday. However, over my shoulder, you will see there is actually another game going on. The Lionesses, the English team, and China facing off. Right now, it looks like it's 3-0 England. England looks like they are definitely through in their group, but that is going to be a very tough team as well that the U.S. may see down the road, guys.
We didn't notice anything happening over your right shoulder because what was happening over your left shoulder was far more distracting.
Molly, keep living it up and doing your fantastic reporting and interviews. Thank you so much.
Let's bring in Ashlyn Harris. She is a two-time World Cup champion with Team USA and Gotham FC Global Creative Advisor. Good to have you with us. So everyone is sort of assessing this, taking it all in. How do you describe Team USA's performance here?
I think we're underperforming. I think that's safe to say. Everyone's talking about it at this point.
I don't think if you asked any player, they would be happy with their individual performance at this point in the tournament. But we can't be so critical. We are moving on. There are a lot of teams who are not. And even though it's not the best performance, it's not the USA mentality that everyone is talking about, we also need to realize that this is a new team, that they're getting settled into the tournament. A lot of these players have never played on this type of stage. And as we continue to progress, they have to deliver. They have to be better individually, and they have to be better collectively. And we can't press the panic button now. It is a moment to say, okay, we have to reflect on the things we've done well. We're moving on. That's a good thing. Let's stay positive with that. But also, like, the game plan isn't working. So how are we going to change it?
Absolutely. Good to keep in mind. We won one game, 2 ties, haven't lost. Molly just referenced there talking with Megan Rapinoe, who said, you know, it's great we have the 5 days. As someone who's been on that team and as somebody who I know is speaking to this team, what are these next 5 days like? What does the team do? 5 days is a long time. To sit on the performances of the last 3 matches could be difficult because this is a mental battle that people don't realize. Everyone at the highest level is physically incredible at what they do. This is a tournament that anyone can grab. So for me, 5 days, we have to really build on how we want to be better as a team and what we're going to do to execute a game plan based on playing Sweden, because Sweden's a really hard matchup.
How much of this is ability and talent versus mental? Does this team have the skill to win it all, and it's just a matter of getting over some of the mental blocks, or is the experience thing a bit of an issue here too?
I mean, it's always going to be an issue, right? The average age of this team is so young. A lot of these young kids have never been in a tournament like this. They don't understand the expectation. They don't understand the weight of every single thing that they do. But also, we have to understand that the U.S. is the best team in the world for a reason, and excuses are not going to get you to the next round. So we have to pull, you know, our big girl shorts up and own the moment, and we have to perform. We have to play better. If we want to continue in this tournament, we have to forget the last 3 games because they're not going to help us. We need to be a totally different team. And we need to execute, and we need to score goals, and we need to be lethal. We need to be on our front foot. We need to bring back that U.S. mentality that every country feared stepping on the field.
And you think we can?
I absolutely think we can. I think we will.
That's great to hear. What about the other teams? Have you been impressed or surprised by them sort of raising their game?
I said this from the beginning. It is anyone's tournament. Germany's lost. Brazil's lost. Canada is out. I mean, the parity in this tournament, it's the best it's ever been.
Wow.
So I think at this point, whoever is building, whoever is vibing, whoever is lethal in front of goal, they're going to continue moving forward in this tournament. But like I said before, anyone can win. It's anyone's to grab at this point.
Molly mentioned that Megan said she lives for this.
Oh, yeah. She lives for the big moments. She's not stressed at all. I think the hardest part for Megan Rapinoe is she's playing a different role this tournament. She's not getting the minutes she's used to getting. She's used to carrying this team on her back. So my hope is if we play Sweden, that's most likely what's going to happen. She's got to start. We need something different. Right now, it's too static. It's too we need to be unpredictable. Right now, we're too predictable, which makes it easy. And Megan Rapinoe is a type of player that you have no idea what she's going to give the game, but that's a good thing.
All right. Love it. Ashlyn, thank you so much for joining us.
This is so
really
cool
appreciate having your perspective.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming over here. So good to see you. Well, let's stay international now. China is bracing for a 3rd typhoon after weeks of heavy rain and deadly flooding.
NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi is back with that and other world news. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. At least 11 people have died and around a dozen others are missing after torrential rains pounded Beijing. But the deluge isn't over as China braces for a 3rd typhoon in as many weeks. Heavy rains are likely to persist over the weekend, and flooding could worsen in northern regions of Beijing, according to the Emergency Management Ministry. Relentless rain over the weekend broke daily precipitation records at 14 weather stations in Beijing. Over to Myanmar, where the junta partly pardoned jailed former leader Aung San Suu Kyi on 5 of the 19 offences for which she was convicted, but she will remain under house arrest. The pardon means that 6 years will be shaved off her 33-year jail term, in part of an amnesty under which more than 7,000 prisoners were freed across the troubled country. And finally, a mystery has been solved. A giant metal dome that was found washed up on the beach in Australia that had everybody puzzled turns out to be part of a polar satellite launch vehicle, according to India's space agency spokesperson. The spokesperson said it would be up to Australia to decide what to do with the object. India doesn't seem particularly keen on getting it back.
Yeah. Not a UAP, though. There we go.
Bizarre, yeah. Oh, God, don't even get us started on that path right now. Ali Rizzi, thank you so much. Coming up, for the first time in more than a decade, Wisconsin's Supreme Court will have a liberal majority.
And as more and more polarizing issues end up in the courtroom, we're digging into what it means for the state and the impact it could have on the rest of the country. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is it.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Welcome back. Major changes are coming to Wisconsin's Supreme Court. Later today, a new justice will be sworn in, and with that, it will mark the first time in 15 years that liberal justices will have the majority on the court, and that could have a major impact on the state's most consequential issues. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster joins us now from Madison, Wisconsin. Hi, Shaq. Always great to see you. Put this in perspective for us. How big of a political shift is this?
Well, we're talking about a really big shift here in the state of Wisconsin, Savannah. You know, back in April, when this open seat was up for grabs, this election was described as the most consequential election of the year. Well, the liberal judge won that race, giving liberals and progressives a chance that they haven't had to control the court in some 15 years. That means the power to influence policy in this state that they haven't had in even longer than that. I want you to listen to what a professor here at the University of Wisconsin told me just yesterday about what this really means for this state.
But this court has really risen to the top of the policymaking system in Wisconsin. And it's not just this election and these issues. Really, the court has become a bigger player in state politics in recent years, in part because of the stalemate between the Democratic governor, Republican legislature. Feuds over all kinds of things are being decided there. That's become the venue.
And believe it or not, we're already seeing action from this court. We're learning through local reporting this morning that the liberal justices will likely fire the state court's director. That's one of the powers that they have. They can now control how business is done at the state Supreme Court. They can decide and set new ethical rules. That's something that has also been signaled in the past. So we're expecting to see a lot of changes here in Wisconsin, not just in how the court operates, but those ultimate decisions that are made.
Absolutely. Shaq, when we look ahead at the court's term, of course, abortion rights, one of the issues people are watching closely. Walk us through some of the other consequential particular issues that may come before this court.
Really big issues here. We'll start with abortion rights. This is a state where abortion is nearly completely banned. We're already seeing cases move their way through the court. So this will end up before the state Supreme Court, and they will rule on whether abortion remains banned in this state. But you see the other issues there. Redistricting. The previous court sided with maps, legislative maps that benefited Republicans in this state. The court will be able to revisit those. You also see election procedure and challenges. Liberal groups already filed a legal challenge just in the past couple of weeks against some of the election rules in this state, dealing with the ban on drop boxes, dealing with early voting. This court will have influence over all of that. One thing to note here, Professor Berry, he mentioned that this won't be an immediate change. You won't expect to see change in the next couple of days or weeks in terms of those issues. But listen to what he laid out when I asked him about a potential timeline for the shift here.
It's going to be some months before we get decisions. It might be after the new year into the spring, potentially, of 2024. But I would say within a year, within this year term from 2023 to 2024, the public ought to expect some really important new decisions coming out of the court.
I think one way you can think of this is if you look at what happened at the federal level with the United States Supreme Court. We saw the appointment of Justice Gorsuch, of Justice Kavanaugh, of Justice Barrett, and then you saw some significant change. So that change did come, but it took some time to actually take place.
Yeah, it's a great point. Shaq, what about the implications beyond the borders of Wisconsin? Should people living across the country care here?
Yes, and, you know, I'm competing with the ambulance here, but, you know, the change that you can see, two big issues and two big points I'll make. One, the shift to a more liberal court, that runs a little bit counter to what you've seen in some other states where you've seen state courts become more conservative. So that is a big shift there. And what that means is that some of those election-related decisions, we know Wisconsin is this automatic battleground state. It's a purple state. The past few elections have all come and been decided by less than 1%. I believe it was 4 out of the last 5 presidential elections in this state. So when you're talking about whether drop boxes will be allowed or whether absentee ballots will be allowed, that matters. That can help determine the United States president there. And you're also talking about election challenges. We remember that back in 2020, former President Trump filed challenges to Wisconsin's election, challenges that, if he was successful in the courts, could have overturned the election or at least flipped the result in that ultimate in the election in 2020. Now with a more liberal Supreme Court, you heard this during the election, they say they will protect democracy, that they would view those challenges a little bit more skeptically. So when you look at presidential politics, Wisconsin is at the center of it, and this court will influence what ultimately happens.
Shaquille Brewster, fantastic reporting as always. Thanks for joining us.
Paul Reubens, the actor best known for playing the whimsical childlike character Pee Wee Herman, has passed away. In a statement posted on social media Monday, his rep said the 70-year-old actor died after a private battle with cancer. This morning, friends and fans are remembering the comedy icon.
I know you are, but what am I?
With his sassy one-liners, signature gray suit and red bow tie, and infectious laugh, actor Paul Reubens turned his character, Pee Wee Herman, into a pop culture icon. He was adored by young and old alike for his kind heart and playful expressions.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Born in upstate New York, Reubens honed his acting skills as a member of the LA improv troupe The Groundlings. He told Today that's where he first developed the Pee Wee Herman character.
He focused on character work and developing and creating characters. So he came out of an improv many years ago at The Groundlings.
A Pee Wee HBO special and guest appearances on NBC's Late Night with David Letterman led to his first big break, the hit 1985 film Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
I meant to do that.
It was followed by his Saturday morning TV show Pee Wee's Playhouse, which ran for 5 seasons and won 15 Emmys.
I'm proud of that show, and we took it very seriously that we were affecting young minds, and I'm excited that a whole new generation of kids may find it now.
Off-screen, Reubens weathered scandals, including a 1991 arrest for indecent exposure at an adult movie theater, later making light of it at the MTV VMAs.
Heard any good jokes lately?
Like his Pee Wee character, his career bounced back with 2 sequel films, including the 2016 Netflix special Pee Wee's Big Holiday, reaching a new generation of fans.
Think fast!
Reubens also proved his acting chops with guest roles far from his Pee Wee persona on shows like Ally McBeal and The Blacklist, and darker films too, like 2001's Blow.
I mean, I'm not really Pee Wee Herman, so just for a long time people didn't know that, so I don't think people really thought of me as an actor, because I tried to make everyone think Pee Wee Herman was a real person.
Tributes to Paul Reubens are now pouring in from his fans and famous friends. Conan O'Brien tweeted, "His surreal comedy and unrelenting kindness were a gift to us all." Mark Hamill posted, "Can't thank you enough for the lifetime of laughter." And Tim Burton, who directed Pee Wee's Big Adventure, wrote, "He was a great artist. I'll miss him."
Reubens' rep also posted a message that Reubens had written himself before passing away. In it, he apologized for not going public about his health battle, adding, "I have loved you all so much and enjoyed making art with you."
Oh, wow. What a great legacy there. Have to watch that holiday special.
Yes, he's got a holiday special that he recorded in the 80s that has like the most amazing cameos you've ever seen. We watch it every year.
I love that. Thank you, Joe. Well, coming up, a new documentary is taking a look at the man once known as the world's most ingenious thief.
We're going to dig into the wild story with help from the men who helped finally track him down. Next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
we have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who delivered it.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with some money news. A major tech giant is making some strides in healthcare.
That's right. CNBC's Bertha Coombs is back with that and other financial headlines. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, Joe and Savannah. You know, Amazon has been looking to get into healthcare for 5 years now. Now they're expanding their virtual clinic, Amazon Clinic, nationwide. That service will be offered in all 50 states. They launched Amazon Clinic late last year in November with the aim for patients to connect with telemedicine providers. It provides treatments for common conditions like hair loss, migraines, acne, and also sexual health. Amazon Clinic does not accept insurance yet, though. Still, consumers can use insurance to pay for any medications that are prescribed through the service. Nearly half of consumers will turn to some form of financing for their back-to-school shopping this year. A new survey from CNET Money finds 43% will use credit or buy now, pay later programs as they face persistent inflation and price hikes on many goods. Nearly 90%, though, say that they'll use at least one money-saving hack, like a coupon or watching for sales and discounts, which, I don't know, some of us watch for all the time. They'll also shop by comparison for pricing and likely buy fewer things and switch to cheaper brands. The average household's forecast to spend about $890 on back-to-school shopping. That's up 3% from last year. And X no longer marks the spot. That brightly flashing X sign on the top of the San Francisco headquarters of the company formerly known as Twitter has been removed. The sign was installed on the roof of the building late last week. The city's Department of Building Inspection says it received 24 complaints about the structure, including about its safety and the bright lights, which would flash. Representatives for X have yet to respond to messages for comment, I suppose, either on X itself or in the traditional way when we call them over the phone and ask via email.
Right.
But,
I still haven't gotten used to it.
as a branding experiment, I guess we're all talking about it, so maybe that worked. I don't know.
Yeah. The people that lived in the apartment building across the street were certainly talking about it. They were not happy about the flashing lights.
Are we supposed to say you X'd something instead of you tweeted something? I still haven't figured this out. But anyway.
Great question.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much. Movies like Ocean's 11 make pulling off complicated heists look so easy.
Well, now a new Hulu documentary called The Jewel Thief is exploring firsthand the highs and the lows of a real-life professional thief. It takes viewers inside the mind of Gerald Blanchard, once known as the world's most ingenious thief, and it's going to show us his life of crime.
He went from a small-town thief to a money-making machine.
If you could rob the banks, why not? I studied everything.
As the bank is being built, he's putting ways to get in and ways to get out of the bank.
I've never even heard of anything like this.
We had banks calling us.
In the dozens.
And I was pretty good at it.
This is so cool. Joining us now is Landon Van Soest, director of The Jewel Thief, as well as detectives Mitchell McCormick and Larry Levasseur, who tracked Blanchard around from country to country. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Landon's here on set with us, and the two of them are together. Landon, first just tell us what attracted you to this story as a director?
Oh, there's really so much. I mean, it's just such a head-spinning story, and it's just truly stranger than fiction, you know? I mean, you hear these stories about parachuting into a castle in Vienna, you know, and it sounds like it's straight out of some Hollywood heist movie, but I think for me to realize that that was the culmination of this decades-long crime spree that included bank robberies and frauds and international heists all over the world. I mean, there's just so much to sink your teeth into.
My goodness. Let's chat with the detectives here, starting with Detective McCormick. I mean, how much of a full circle moment was this documentary for you after tracking Blanchard down for so long?
You know, it was a great culmination of what we found to be quite an interesting investigation, and you'll see it when you see the documentary. You know, when you're a policeman, you find that criminals kind of get into a niche. They either do robberies and that's all they do, or break and enters and that's all they do, or frauds. Mr. Blanchard went the gamut on crime, and he did it very well, and he did it very successfully for a very, very long time.
And Detective Levasseur, I mean, save some of this for the documentary. No major spoilers, but just tell us a little bit about what it was like ultimately closing and then the relationship with Blanchard now after this long history.
Well, it actually came to a conclusion very quickly in that particular year, and we had received some information that we had to act upon immediately. As Mitch mentioned, there was a whole array of crimes that he was involved in, and we had to react quickly back then with respect to some assault rifles that he was negotiating a deal on. So we couldn't have those hitting the streets of the city. But yeah, it came together nicely. It took a little bit of time to get all the exhibits together and resolve, but at the end of the day, we were successful.
You know, Landon, the poster for the movie shows, I think, another little star of this, which is a specific jewel.
Yeah.
Talk about that jewel and what we should know about it and what role it plays in helping this all come together.
Yeah, so this was it's actually a hair ornament that was worn by Empress Sisi, who's sort of been related to Princess Di, maybe, of Austria, but she's a historic figure that's quite popular there. And most of them have been lost to time. So it's one of very few in the world. I mean, I think it truly does equate to some kind of a crown jewel for the people of Austria. And it was being housed in a historic museum there when Blanchard kind of first set his eyes on it.
That's one way of putting
he said
it.
more than his eyes on it.
Exactly. Detective McCormick, if you look back to when you were tracking Blanchard, I mean, we've heard a little bit of some of these just like fantastic details here, but was there a particular turning point when you realized that this was not a typical case, not an ordinary criminal, and this was going to be as extensive as it was?
Well, you know, again, Larry and I have done some wiretap in our career, and most wiretaps you're going to find that criminals are very guarded. They talk in a code. It was quite the contrary when we ended up hooking up and listening to Mr. Blanchard. And the time that really turned the page for us was, although we did get information that he was a suspect in the theft of the Sissy Star, which, you know, we didn't have too much in the way of Interpol, but when we wired up and he was putting his group together to go do a major fraud in Cairo, and he was doing it, and he got people in the air and in Cairo within a day or two, when he was talking to a guy that he called the boss from London, England, that's when it really took off and became really international for us, and really said that this is a lot bigger than just break-ins and thefts and frauds and offenses in Canada. This became an international thing for us, and that took on a totally different scope, and it really became something that was interesting and different from what we had done in our careers at that time.
So, Detective Levasseur, are there lessons you learned in this case that could apply in the future for other tough cases with criminal masterminds like this one?
Absolutely. I think bottom line is communication between law enforcement agencies. You know, not on just a local level, but on a national level, and obviously internationally. You know, you hear about, you know, Interpol and, You know, it's always in a James Bond movie or something like that, but it actually exists, and it's really an important tool for law enforcement right around the world to be able to, you know, effectively enforce the laws of their respective countries. So it's important that we maintain that and continue that going forward as a world population.
Oh, well, it is just so cool to get to talk to all of you involved here. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time this morning. And again, the documentary is called The Jewel Thief. It is streaming on Hulu right now. Thank you, guys. So exciting. Congratulations on it. Coming up, back in bloom. It lit up summer reading lists 25 years ago, and now it's back.
And up next, our own Jenna Bush Hager goes one-on-one with Judy Blume to discuss the re-release of Summer Sisters and her legendary literary career.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This is an interesting one. Scientists may have just made a big breakthrough in future treatment for depression and anxiety. By tickling rats, the researchers first implanted electrodes into the rats, and then they tickled the rats and analyzed their brain activity. That is when they noticed one particular area of the brain lit up, causing the rats to get this, to laugh. Who knew that? Who knew that rats could laugh? Well, by comparison, when rats were put in environments that made them anxious, that same part of their brain did not light up, even if they were tickled. The team plans to investigate this in future studies to help humans and other animals combat depression and anxiety. And who knew I could say tickled so many times in one story?
Exactly. And who came up with that idea?
I know.
My goodness.
And
All
we
right.
needed the footage of the tickling.
We want rat tickling footage. All right. We're going to end this hour with a literary legend, Judy Blume. Her beloved classic novel, Summer Sisters, is being re-released in honor of its 25th anniversary. Today's show co-host Jenna Bush Hager sat down with Blume at her Key West bookstore to discuss her life and legacy.
Lining the walls of books and books in Key West, Florida, are the names of local literary legends. Ernest Hemingway, Tennessee Williams, Shel Silverstein. But another literary legend is working behind the counters, Judy Blume.
And that's going to be for you, too.
Perfect. This is a great love of your life, this town, and it happened kind of accidentally.
We came here for a month because I was trying to finish Summer Sisters. It was just put yourself someplace else and forget all your troubles.
The prolific author has written 29 books with 90 million copies sold, including bestsellers like Tales of a Fourth Grade Nothing and Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, which recently became a Hollywood movie more than 40 years after she wrote the book.
Please, 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 please.
Growing up in Elizabeth, New Jersey, Judy's love of literature started early.
Your mom was the one that showed you the love of reading.
My mother loved to read. She loved books. My mother was a worrier, anxious about everything, but never about what we were reading.
You would make up stories in your head that kind of answered the secrets you thought adults were keeping from you. What were those secrets?
Family secrets. It was the kind of thing where when you were a kid and you walked into the room, all the adults stopped talking.
At 25, Judy found herself married with children. Judy says she felt like she was playing at being a married lady. She started writing picture books for her 2 young children, a labor of love and a creative escape for the New Jersey housewife.
And so do you feel like writing was, in some ways, kind of an incredible outlet?
So cathartic. Yeah. It gave me a life. It gave me my own life.
Judy's books explore topics like racism, grief, religion, and menstruation, topics that made kids feel less alone.
You would hear from kids that they felt seen. They felt enough. They were told the truth too. What was that like hearing from these readers?
Well, it was so unbelievable because I never dreamed of anything like that. And then they started to come. And
like 2,000 a month.
There were a lot of them, yes. And I mean, some of them were so desperate. It was tough.
Yeah.
It was very tough. For a couple of years there in the 80s, I couldn't write at all because I was just answering their letters.
Wow.
And so I had to learn to remove myself enough so that I could write again.
That same giant heart knew when someone special walked into her life 43 years ago. She says with George, her 3rd husband, she found her true love.
My magic.
What about him is so magical to you?
Sometimes you just meet a person.
And you've had such an adventure of a life.
I think we have. I've never been bored when George is around.
Judy published her final book, The Unlikely Event, in 2015. Now she spends her days in her Key West bookstore helping customers. More than 50 years later, Judy's books are still changing lives and making readers feel less alone.
I read somewhere that you even plan to take Are You There, God? With you into the next life.
I want a little bench or a little stone or something that says, Are you there, God? It's me, Judy.
Oh.
That's very cool, and our thanks to Jenna for that report. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, August 1st. Any day now, former President Donald Trump says he expects to be indicted soon by a grand jury investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election. We will break down the potential charges as Mr. Trump's legal challenges continue to mount.
On-set shooting. Next hour, the former weapons supervisor for the movie Rust set to appear in an online hearing. She's facing felony charges in the deadly shooting of a cinematographer during a rehearsal back in 2021. And we're going to tell you what attorneys on both sides are now saying.
Back in action, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin suiting up at practice for the first time since going into cardiac arrest during a game in January. His emotional message after a remarkable recovery.
Sharing the spotlight, a growing number of children are building major online presences thanks in large part to their parents. What experts say you need to know before posting about your kids.
Morgan, they call it sharenting, and I am so fascinated by the whole thing. Yeah, and the boundaries and what do you do with the kids as they get older.
That's going to be a good topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the potential for a new indictment of former President Donald Trump expected soon.
That's right. Members of a federal grand jury who would be voting on special counsel Jack Smith's 2020 election interference investigation have been seen entering the courthouse today. Now, that probe is looking into the events surrounding January 6th and the potential efforts to overturn the election.
Last week, Trump said he received a target letter which mentioned 3 federal statutes that prosecutors were looking at. They include deprivation of rights, conspiracy to defraud the United States, and tampering with a witness.
On with us now and on with her sources, NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson joining us. Hallie, I know this has been a busy day for you. What are you hearing at this point about this new indictment? And if a grand jury does, in fact, approve it, what could the charges actually look like?
Hey, Morgan. Hey, Vicki. Great to be with both of you. So to take both of your questions, Morgan, not much, and we don't know for sure, right? So let me take that into 2 pieces. We really, the biggest indication that we have are a couple of things. First, that Donald Trump has been sent the target letter that you mentioned, which is near certainty an indication that he will at some point be indicted. That's according to legal experts. We also know that just within the last 24 hours, the former president suggested this could come any day now. Does he know more than us and our sources? We don't know, but that is what he's saying. And we have this other data point, which you just mentioned, that we have seen, our team at the Department of Justice has seen, and in these key locations, has seen members of that grand jury who have typically been hearing issues related to this investigation walking in today. So we know they're there. We know they're meeting. Okay, those are the tea leaves that we have, which seems to be building to this drumbeat that an indictment could come potentially soon. We do not know for sure, and I want to be clear with people about that. If it does come, what could the charges be? Well, former President Trump was notified in that target letter that it could be charges of obstruction, conspiracy, and then this deprivation of rights under color of law, potentially a voting rights issue. That doesn't mean that that's what's going to be in the indictment. And let's be clear, that is typically a roadmap. It is not a sort of exact signposting of what those charges could be. Keep in mind, whatever it is, it relates to the investigation that the special counsel is doing, separate from the classified documents case, on the broader scheme to overturn the results of the legitimate 2020 election. So it's not just the Capitol attack. It's not just January 6th. It's kind of this broader interference scheme, if you will.
Hallie, a lot to keep track of. Let's move from the Department of Justice down to Fulton County, Georgia. Sure. The district attorney there preparing to possibly charge Mr. Trump in their 2020 election investigation as well. We're expecting potentially a decision to come soon. Bring us up to speed on that case.
Yeah, so similar kind of conversation as it relates to the investigation, that broader scheme to overturn the legitimate election results in Georgia. You probably remember that now infamous phone call that former President Trump made. There's audio of it that's out there where he says, hey, calls the Secretary of State in Georgia and says, find me the 11,000 votes, right? The difference that separated him and President Biden, who, of course, won the state of Georgia. Timing-wise, you might be thinking, well, why are we talking about it? Why do we think it's coming soon? Because the Fulton County District Attorney has shown her cards, has suggested that it's going to happen in the first few weeks of August, and just recently, just this weekend, told reporters they are ready to go. So we do anticipate an announcement coming sometime in the next couple of weeks. It means that really these legal issues for the former president are on a kind of collision course. This may all be coming to a head very soon. Specifically when? Don't ask me the hour, don't ask me the minute, but imminently, I think it's safe to say.
We will ask you to be ready, and we know you will. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson. Thank you, Hallie.
Well, Vicki, in less than an hour, the armorer in the Rust movie set shooting will face a judge. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in connection to the deadly shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now directly from Los Angeles. Steve, first off, why is Gutierrez-Reed specifically facing these charges, and what do we expect out of this hearing today?
Well, obviously, we'll start with this. Gutierrez Reed, as you laid out, was the armorer on set for that film on that fateful day when the gun went off and Hutchins was killed by that gunshot. So she is the person that is not only responsible for all the weapons on set, but all the bullets in the weapons on set. Anything that could be used as a weapon for a prop for that movie is technically her responsibility. And somehow live ammunition ended up in the chamber of that Colt 45 that led to that shooting. So, of course, that is why she's facing these involuntary manslaughter charges, which are obviously very serious charges. But it's also important to pay attention to what prosecutors say was her context in that area. And that's why there's now this additional charge, which is tampering with evidence. And that sounds like, oh, maybe did she move the gun around? Did she move a few bullets around? It's actually about the fact that she had an interview with police based on what was being under investigation at the time, and that prosecutors say that she passed off a bag of narcotics after that interview. And the allegation is that she was taking drugs, that she was high, that she was drunk, that she was hungover even on the day of that shooting. And all of that conduct led to her sort of mismanagement of what was happening on set. Today is about a hearing where attorneys will bring up some of this information, present it to the judge, specifically the defense attorneys, and say that the case should be thrown out because all of these allegations that have come out to the press, to the public, are sort of besmirching her character before any of this could be substantiated. Like the person who apparently got that bag of narcotics has not been named, has not been identified, and the defense is wondering why not? If there is all of this evidence to say that our client is somebody that is disreputable and shouldn't have been on set, why not announce the name of the person? So this is about the defense trying to throw out all the charges and the prosecution now today saying that, no, this is a legit case and she needs to be prosecuted.
Wow, a lot that could potentially come out of that hearing today. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson for us there in L.A. Steve, thanks.
Well, Morgan, the U.S. women's national soccer team wrapped up group play overnight in New Zealand with a 0-0 tie against Portugal. The team narrowly made it out of group play. They are now in the Sweet 16 round. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is in Auckland with more.
Now, don't let the full-on party atmosphere here in Auckland fool you. It is very late at night. Just want to give you a quick look at the American fans here still partying. Look, big picture is the U.S. team does move on to the knockout round of 16. It is not the way they wanted to move on. That tie 0-0 puts them as number 2 seed in their group behind the Netherlands. But come on over here with me. There are some U.S. fans who it was pretty anxiety-producing to watch that. Talk to me about that. Look, big picture, they have moved on. This is what we wanted for them.
I know. Honestly, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I know the ladies can do better. I expect to see it in the next game against Sweden, and I'm rooting for the ladies. I'm here for it through and through.
Okay, Megan Rapinoe coming on in that 61st minute. What energy did that give you?
She's electric. It's like every time she got the ball to her, it's like the stadium lit up. It was incredible, and like, it was just really wonderful to see her play tonight.
Talk to me about that 90th minute. In that 90th minute alone, you had the Alex Morgan almost goal. You had the goal post shot from Portugal. I mean, heart-stopping.
It was heart-stopping, heartbreaking. It was just kind of a roller coaster of emotions. I just having trouble processing. My heart rate was just high, sky high. It was a tough game.
It was a really tough game. And look, all those late subs way after in extra time. Obviously, they were just trying to get that fresh energy and those fresh legs. But do we still believe?
Yes, sir.
All right, so these guys absolutely still believe. And there are a lot of people very, very excited. The big picture is they move on to that knockout round. They will be playing Sweden in Melbourne. They have 5 days now to really refocus. We spoke with Megan Rapinoe right after the game, and she really reiterated that not only does she love this pressure, she loves the fact that right now every game is a must-win. She also said they now have 5 days to really refocus and get after Sweden. I'll send it back to you.
You know, no one does it better than Molly Hunter. She can balance the party crowd with the actual serious reporting.
And I feel like she was a DJ in the background there with all those great 80s
Cindy
hits.
Lauper action. All right.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. International buyers are staying out of the U.S. housing market right now. In fact, purchases of U.S. homes by foreign nationals fell for the 6th year year in a row, according to the National Association of Realtors.
CNBC tech check anchor, I'm just combining all the words. Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, so foreign purchases of U.S. homes, they're now at their lowest level on record. Why are international buyers pulling back?
So international buyers' home purchases dropped 14% from last year, and this pullback is for some of the same reasons Americans aren't buying. Housing prices are close to record highs, and there's limited inventory. There could be a bounce back soon. Some brokers are saying that foreigners are showing signs of renewed interest due to the drop in worldwide COVID restrictions. Meanwhile, CVS Health is cutting about 5,000 jobs to help reduce costs and focus on healthcare services. The layoffs primarily affect corporate positions rather than customer-oriented roles in stores, pharmacies, and clinics. Chief Executive Karen Lynch said employees will receive severance pay, benefits, and help getting a new job. And finally, Bed Bath & Beyond is back, at least online. Overstock.com relaunched the home goods retailer site again today. And if you were a loyal Bed Bath & Beyond customer before, you will still get some of your rewards. Customers will see up to $50 of their loyalty points reinstated. And Overstock is offering a 25% off coupon for anyone who downloads the new mobile app. I don't know if you guys are big shoppers at Bed Bath & Beyond, but part of the fun is going through those aisles, seeing what you can find.
I was going to say, this is a story that I feel like keeps on giving, like the roller coaster story of Bed Bath Be Back. You know?
Bath
Like,
Be Back. We're glad to hear they are back. Hopefully those gift cards are still working too.
All right, CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
Coming up, a frightening close call. How Memphis police are working to find out why one man allegedly tried to break into a Hebrew school with a gun. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
All right, we take you down to Memphis, where a man with a gun tried to enter a Hebrew school there. This all happened around this time just yesterday at the Margolin Hebrew Academy. Police say he was not able to get inside and then started firing shots outside of the school. Officers say the suspect then took off, starting a citywide manhunt. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now with more on that investigation. Guad, first off, was anyone at the school hurt? And the more details we're learning, it sounds like the school was locked. Was the school security system at play, and was that what seemed to have stopped this man?
Morgan, no one at the school was hurt. We're waiting to hear more details from authorities, but we have been learning from other sources. There was a letter sent to parents that we were able to read. In that letter, some of the details indicated that the gunman arrived at the school, was unable to gain entry, and then at some point had a confrontation with one of the workers at the school and then left the campus, but not before shooting that weapon. Now, police officers that spoke yesterday, local police, have praised the school, indicating that the security system in place is what kept the gunman from entering that campus. Here's the press conference from yesterday where they spoke about this security system.
That school had a great safety procedure and process in place and avoided anyone being harmed or injured at that scene. We cannot thank the people from Hebrew Academy enough for their vigilance and for their ability to get information to us.
And we do know that that information was used by local police to then find the gunman in his pickup truck, who was then stopped by an officer. And of course, that's when the officer-involved shooting took place, and the gunman then was shot and then taken to a hospital. Morgan.
And now, what, police have not identified the suspect, but have they given any details on the motive? I mean, is this someone who was already sort of on their radar?
So, Morgan, they have not identified the gunman, and they have not shared any details. What we did learn, and this came from the local congressman, from U.S. Congressman Steve Cohen, he shared a statement on his website, a statement that said that they had recently learned that the shooter at the Margolin Hebrew Academy was himself Jewish and a former student of the school. Now, we still haven't had that information confirmed by authorities, but that information was released yesterday by the congressman, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas following the story for us. Guad, thank you.
Morgan, Hollywood is in mourning today after the loss of 25-year-old actor Angus Cloud. Cloud was one of the stars of the hit Max series Euphoria. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has more on Cloud's mental health struggles before his death.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good night tonight, man. Let's get this money.
From his first appearance on HBO's gritty teen drama Euphoria, Angus Cloud quickly became a fan favorite among the show's millions of loyal viewers.
Sorry, but you can't be coming over here no more. Can I get a quick car?
The 25-year-old Cloud skyrocketing to fame, portraying the gritty and funny teenage drug dealer Fezco on the popular but controversial show focused on troubled teens trying to navigate difficult topics. Cloud, who was born in Oakland, California, had never acted professionally before becoming one of the show's breakout stars.
What's your most iconic moment so far?
Life, baby.
In a statement, his family saying last week he buried his father and intensely struggled with this loss. Cloud's family also noting Angus was open about his battle with mental health, and we hope that his passing can be a reminder to others that they are not alone and should not fight this on their own in silence. Sources close to Cloud's family telling NBC News that Cloud had been battling severe suicidal thoughts after his father's death. Overnight, Cloud's Euphoria castmates paying tribute. Storm Reed posting "The tears won't stop." The show's creator Sam Levinson also writing, "He was too special, too talented, and way too young to leave us so soon," adding, "He also struggled, like many of us, with addiction and depression. I hope he knew how many hearts he touched."
Life deals you the hand you have to play.
Now a complex character and a beloved rising star are gone too soon. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
So sad.
Yeah, it truly is. 25 years old. If you or anyone you know is struggling with issues related to mental health, there is help available. The National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline operates 24/7. It's available by dialing 988 or texting 988 too.
Never too late to ask for a little bit of help. Later this hour, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin describes the roller coaster of emotions that he's experiencing after suiting up in full badge for the first time since his on-field cardiac arrest. You're watching NBC News Daily.
still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
30,000 workers are at risk of losing their jobs after the collapse of Yellow. It is one of the biggest trucking companies here in the U.S. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains how the downfall of this company is leaving taxpayers on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Those yellow trucks are iconic on America's highways. Now it's the biggest collapse ever in the U.S. trucking industry, with the company telling employees and customers that it's shutting down, affecting 30,000 employees, including 22,000 Teamsters. A mechanic for 20 years, Shannon Abbott is worried about his family.
I'm worried about my insurance for me and my family. You never know, something could happen.
Yellow's CEO blamed the union.
The leadership at the International Brotherhood of Teamsters refuses to come to the table to discuss the future of our employees.
When managers in Omaha urged drivers to pressure the union,
the company is running out of cash and is at risk of closure and liquidation.
The anger and pushback were immediate.
But we're the ones that do the work for you. You guys can't run this company. That's the problem.
Yellow has been around for 99 years, offering lower rates to truck freight for retailers big and small, including Home Depot and Walmart. But for years, it struggled to turn a profit. Congressional investigators found Yellow should have never received $700 million in emergency funding during the pandemic. The Trump administration approved the loan in 2020, claiming the company was critical to maintaining national security, even though the Justice Department had sued Yellow for overcharging the military. Taxpayers still own 30% of the company. Its stock down 89% in less than 2 years. Industry experts believe other trucking companies can pick up Yellow's business with minimal impact on the supply chain.
Are there jobs for every worker at Yellow? That remains to be seen, but certainly there is a steady demand for drivers.
The question now is whether that national demand for truck drivers will create enough openings for Yellow's drivers now looking for jobs. Back to you.
Well, today we are remembering comic legend Paul Reubens. The actor was the mastermind behind Pee Wee Herman. The 70-year-old died after a private battle with cancer. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on his legacy of laughter.
He was the star whose quirky one-liners were used on playgrounds across America.
I know you are, but what am I?
Known as Pee Wee Herman, a character he created, few recognized him by his real name, Paul Reubens, and he wanted it that way.
I thought that Pee Wee Herman worked better if one didn't know that was an actor.
Reubens' team announced his death on Facebook after a 6-year battle with cancer. Reubens' own final message apologizing to fans for not disclosing his illness sooner, writing, "I have loved you all so much and enjoyed making art for you."
I've been in so many clubs where that music comes on and everybody in the club turns and goes like...
He soared to superstardom in the 1980s with a character brought to life through wildly popular films.
I meant to do that.
And a Saturday morning children's show called Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Today's secret word is more.
But it all came crashing down in 1991. Reubens, at the height of his popularity, pleaded no contest following his arrest for indecent exposure at an adult movie theater, becoming the subject of tabloid fodder. That same year, he addressed the scandal head-on, appearing as Pee Wee at the MTV Movie Awards.
Heard any good jokes lately?
A decade later, he faced a child pornography charge that was later dismissed. In 2004, explaining the material as vintage erotica to NBC's Dateline.
You would immediately look at that collection and be able to tell very, very, very quickly, this is not a collection of child pornography.
He would go on to appear in both film and television, even bringing Pee Wee back from time to time. Paul Reubens is remembered for that signature laugh and those zany antics that helped to define a generation. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
Straight ahead, Game of Thrones actor Richard E. Grant shares his story of grief and his mission to live with a pocket full of happiness every day. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Just take a look there on your screen. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Tubi, and Peacock. The news continues right after this.
Do the summertime.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. A federal appeals court has ruled to allow the state of Kentucky to enforce its ban on gender-affirming care for transgender youth. The law, which was initially vetoed by the governor, Andy Beshear, prevents trans minors from accessing puberty blockers and hormone therapy. Monday's 2-1 decision came from the same 3-judge panel that allowed a similar law to stand in Tennessee earlier this month.
The controversial X sign placed above the app, formerly known as Twitter's headquarters, has been removed. Video shows the structure being taken down just days after it was put up. The city of San Francisco opened an investigation into that sign after complaints poured in due to its bright nighttime display. The changes are part of owner Elon Musk's app rebrand.
And more than $1 billion is up for grabs in tonight's Mega Millions jackpot drawing. There has not been a winner since April 18th, causing that prize money pot to keep growing. The amount is currently tied for the 7th largest payout in U.S. history.
The Gilgo Beach murder suspect, Rex Heuermann, is expected to appear in a Long Island courtroom later this afternoon for the very first time since pleading not guilty to the bombshell case just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the 59-year-old New York architect is charged with killing 3 different women more than 10 years ago. He's also the lead suspect in the murder of a 4th woman. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is outside the courthouse in Riverhead, New York, with the very latest for us this afternoon. So, Ron, what exactly should we expect at today's hearing? Will he speak?
We'll see him. That's significant because a lot of people in this community are trying to still understand. They're shocked and horrified that someone who has been described as a regular neighbor, a regular commuter, could be behind such a series of gruesome and awful killings that date back to 2010 or even sooner than that, longer ago than that. So there's that. He's already been arraigned and formally charged with 6 counts of first and second degree murder. He's pleaded not guilty. He has been denied bail. There's a possibility that his attorney may try to persuade the judge to grant him bail. If that is the case, the prosecution, we would expect, would push back very, very hard. In their court documents, they say that because of the serious, heinous nature of the crimes, because it took so long to apprehend him, and for any number of other reasons, they are against the idea of letting him free. There's also, of course, these other investigations that are ongoing. He's only charged with the deaths of 3 women, and there are other cases outstanding that he may be charged with eventually. Not today, but at some point in the future, perhaps. Vicki, Morgan.
And give us a sense, Ron, I mean, what is the prosecution saying about this case? And give us a little more about why the district attorney is trying this case himself.
As I understand it, Ray Tierney is a very hands-on prosecutor, and he has been very involved in the investigation. The prosecutors here in Suffolk County have laid out a very detailed case that they think is especially strong. A lot of evidence is based on cell phone records and cell phone tracking of the suspect's movements, of these burner phones that he had, of the victim's phones. And again, there's a trail of evidence like that. There's also DNA evidence that connects him to the crime scene, him to the victims, his wife to the crime scene, because some matter of DNA from her was found at the scene. She's not involved in the case, of course, but again, it connects them. So they're saying that the prosecutors are that this is a very, very strong case, and they intend to get a conviction. And again, there's every possibility that there may be more charges added in the days and weeks ahead.
All right, NBC News correspondent for us, Ron Allen. Ron, thank you.
Also in New York, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is gearing up for the NFL season with his teammates again after a near-death experience on the field.
Now, the 25-year-old started regular preseason practice on Monday, nearly 7 months after he went into cardiac arrest right there on the field during a game. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock tells us what Hamlin had to say.
It's just 3 words that may have never sounded sweeter to number 3. Back in pads. Monday's practice representing a remarkable turnaround for Damar Hamlin, who can now take hits again. The inspirational defensive player going on offense, leading a CPR tour to keep communities safe all over the country. It's part of his new mission to save lives.
With thousands cheering him on, it was a monumental Monday for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. The 25-year-old practicing in pads for the first time since suffering cardiac arrest following a routine hit during a January game last season. The nation watching as Hamlin received CPR on the field, nearly losing his life.
It feels amazing. It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, just kind of being back for the first time.
Now, months after being cleared to return to football, and a day after scooping up a young fan, number 3's presence in full pads, a welcomed sight. Hamlin admitted, while it's not easy easing back under a bright spotlight, he welcomes the challenge.
I think there's strength in, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. It shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Hamlin's recovery, an uplifting outlook, helping further his mission to serve others. That includes leading a recent CPR tour with his Chasing M's Foundation.
They're the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today.
And honoring the Bills medical staff during an emotional tribute at last month's ESPY Awards.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Exactly 1 week before Hamlin retook the field, USC incoming freshman Bronny James, the son of NBA superstar LeBron James, collapsed during practice, also suffering cardiac arrest. Within minutes of the news emerging, Hamlin sending prayers to Bronny and thanking the entire James family.
They've been really big and supportive and reaching out to my family as well. I wanted to let him know I'll be there, for whatever he needs on his journey as far as his recovery.
Now, with Bronny discharged from the hospital and on the mend, Hamlin clearing a major hurdle of his own Monday and looking up to the sky in thanks.
To be able to come out here and compete again, because that's such a blessing. Life is bigger than football, but this is what I love to do.
As for the question everyone wants to know, when is Hamlin actually going to be participating in game action again? The Bills' first preseason game is in a couple of weeks on August 12th. Their first official game of the season, September 11th against the New York Jets. It's not clear when he's going to play, but the Bills have given every indication that they're going to go at Hamlin's pace. He has said, once you hit the football field, you cannot have any hesitation, and that's how you get hurt. But his faith is stronger than his fear. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Losing a loved one, especially a partner, can leave us feeling like a part of ourselves is permanently missing. In fact, experts say that processing grief is really something that's step by step. It takes time.
It makes sense. And our next guest has experienced this firsthand after he lost his wife, Joan Washington. They'd been together 38 years. Now he is sharing their story to honor his wife's legacy and also to help anyone else who is going through a loss. We are joyful to welcome actor and author of Pocket Full of Happiness, Richard E. Grant. Richard, it is great to have you here. So as we just mentioned, the title of this book here is Pocket Full of Happiness. This actually comes from a challenge that your wife left you. Tell me how you are trying to live day by day with a pocket full of happiness, and how are you doing?
4 days before she died, she said to my daughter and I know that you're going to be sad, and I know you miss me, but I challenge you to find a pocket full of happiness in each day. You don't have to win an Oscar or the lottery or the Nobel Prize, just try and do that. And so we've been it's been a great mantra, but to navigate the abyss of grief that you have to deal with. And so finding something in a day that, is a small thing and be mindful of that has been an incredible help.
To be joyful, to be grateful.
Yeah. And not to feel guilt if you do feel joy or, happiness after somebody's died.
Mr. Grant, whenever we do topics like this...
I know I'm old.
No, I'm Southern. You have to forgive me.
Okay.
Richard, whenever we do this, I always like to give everyone an opportunity to kind of share with us about their person. What would you like the world to remember about your wife, and what should we take away from this?
That she was unbelievably loyal, and that she treated Prince, as in Prince Charles, who's a friend of ours, or Pauper with the exact same. She was not starstruck like I am, and she took people for exactly who they were and treated everybody the same. So that, to me, is a great legacy. She's completely democratic with everybody.
Yeah, being kind goes so far. You talk about in your book how, people can feel like it's an amputation to lose a partner. And honestly, it's probably one of my greatest living fears when you have someone you love that means so much to you, that's such an integral part of your life. What are aside from, looking for that pocket full of happiness, what are some other ways you've managed to cope?
Well, I realized that the 8 months of which she was terminally ill compared to the 38 years we were together is such a tiny percentage. So I had this epiphany 3 days ago. I was in Florence, in Italy, and I thought the majority of my life with her has been, incredible, love-filled and, intense, and everything that goes with a marriage or partnership. So the last 8 months is the stuff that, as I put to the side. And also the thing of what I call the steering wheel, when you get home at the end of the day and you say, well, what were the hosts wearing? What were their accents? And, what hair colour did they have? And how hot was it? Or were they wearing Spanx? All this detail that we were obsessively talked about. You suddenly only hear your own footsteps and you don't get a response. But I realized that after all those years together, I'm 99% sure what my wife would have responded about everything about you too. So I have this silent, ongoing conversation in my head. So I'm not walking around going, well, of course, she was wearing this, and what was she wearing? That doesn't happen, but it's ongoing in my head. So that's been a great comfort.
That's how the legacy lives.
In here and in here.
One of the things I thought was beautiful was the way that you described how your daughter helped you through this. And I am an unabashed daddy's girl, and that is a beautiful relationship. How did your relationship with your daughter change through this process?
Well, she said to me when she was 19 that we have twin brain syndrome, and whatever she feels or reacts to, it's exactly the same. My wife would go, "What's wrong with you two?"
You're connected in that way.
So she's been amazingly strong, and she has all of that Scottish Calvinist, take no prisoners attitude that my wife had, whereas I'm sort of, like a lost kid in the Swedish Shop of Fame, and she just brings you, down to earth. So I'm very grateful.
Before we let you go, Richard, what is something you hope readers will take away from your intensely personal memoir?
That secrets in families, from my experience, are toxic. So by sharing your experience, you have a much better chance of finding equilibrium and good mental health.
I love that. You know, I think about, my mother told me that too. She said, I never want my children to remember finding something out. They should just always know.
Exactly.
Actor and best-selling author Richard E. Grant. Richard, thank you so much for joining us. It's been our pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us. We
for
appreciate
sharing.
you. Sharing photos of your small children online could have a big impact on their future mental health. It's called sharenting, and we're going to tell you more about it, the pros and cons. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Okay, well, here's a statistic. 92% of children have an online presence by the time they are 2 years old. According to a 2020 study by the Indiana Law Journal, it is because of their parents.
It's a phenomenon known as sharenting, which describes parents sharing news about their kids online. But with growing concerns around the impact of social media, specifically on kids' mental health, some experts say parents should actually think twice about posting their kids online. Thankfully, we have family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jen Hartstein here, joining us to explain the impact of sharenting and some things to keep in mind. Dr. Jen, thank you first off for coming and joining us.
We're excited about this one.
I
love this conversation.
Speaking of another statistic, we understand the National Institute of Health said that half of parents actually start posting about their kids before they're even born. Vicki, I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's true. We all do.
This is a hot topic, hot take, obviously, with two parents here today.
Exactly.
What are some of the considerations, at least, one should take before posting their child?
So social media is a great way for us to share with our extended communities, right? And it's an easy way to get to your family in California. But things we want to consider is, why are you posting? Are you posting to get attention? Are you posting, like, what's your motivation? We want to ask ourselves that question, right? And I think that's
true for us whenever we post, but especially when we post for our children, because you are getting them out there. And then what's it doing for them? What's it doing in your relationships with them, especially as they get older? So these are things we want to think about.
Well, I have a real life example. A good friend of mine, his daughter is a brilliant singer. She's a great piano player, and he's really proud of her. And she does these public performances for hundreds of people. Every time she says, Dad, don't post this, don't post this. One time, she didn't say that. He posted it because he's so proud. And then she found out, and she was so upset about the boundaries. She's older. She's maybe 16, 17 years old. But the question is, hey, Dad paid for those lessons. Dad's filming you. Dad's taking you. How much does he share in this experience, too?
Does he get to share, right?
Does he get to share? Yeah. At what point do you have to respect your children's boundaries?
You always, I mean, period. I mean, so if he's sharing it, she's giving performances to 100 people.
Right.
So it's already being shared. So if that's
his argument.
Right? So if it's already being shared, but she gets to decide who gets to disseminate it more. It's especially as they get older, you need their consent. They get to decide. It's similarly to, you wouldn't force her to hug somebody that she didn't want to hug, right? She gets to say to you, hey, please respect this for me. I do not want this out there. I'm asking you not to do it. Get her permission, and once he did it without her permission, he needs to apologize, because that'll impact their relationship, and she does get to decide what goes out.
Okay, you know, this is a hot debate in my household specifically. My dad, I mean, called me for like the first week my kid was born. Was like, well, yeah, but you shouldn't be sharing so much, you know, about your kid online. And I
love it. I like to see you about it.
Well, here's the thing. For me, on the negative side, it's actually how it impacts the child. For example, I don't want my child posing every time. Like, I don't want her triggered to think that she needs to perform every time someone has a cell phone out. I want a kid who's free. But on the positive side of sharing, I love that it feels like this community of like cyber aunties are like, you know, hugging her, giving her this virtual hug. Are there positives?
Yes, that is one of the positives. It builds community. Let's say you're struggling. It gives you advice. You know, you have all these aunties that are coming in and saying, oh, that happened with my baby, do this. So it gives you and builds community, which is the positive of social media anyway, right? There are positives of social media. We just have to balance those positives with some of the negatives. We get to share that information. My brother lives in California. Being able to see images and things that were going on with his child, right, was amazing for me living over here. And so it gives us those opportunities, but we have to kind of rein it in and be aware of what those risks are too.
Dr. Hartstein, talk about the practical matter of security risks. You know, first day of school's coming up, and I always see people posting a picture in front of their home, their address. The kid is wearing a shirt or a sweatshirt saying where they go to school. Even if the profile is set to private, there are concerns here.
There are a lot of concerns. So privacy is a big one. Not only is it a risk, you know, we don't want to be like everybody can get kidnapped, right? But they can come and they can steal your identity. Right. And I think that's the biggest risk, is that you can have someone open some accounts in your child's name if they know their whole name and they know your address and they know where they go.
Their birthday.
Right. All of these pieces, those are risks you have to think about. So you want to be super mindful of not revealing too much and kind of what that line is, and blocking out that information that you don't want people to know, because that is probably the biggest risk, is cybersecurity, general privacy, all of those things.
With just a few seconds left to go, what impact does it have on the child to be posted?
So you mentioned that you don't want them posing, you don't want them, right? It can have a real impact on their self-esteem. They learn to live their lives so out loud and in the spotlight that they don't actually know how to be genuine, and that's a real big problem for their mental health.
That's a major concern. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Jen, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it as always.
Thank you so much. Sometimes less is more.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner deliberations.
All right, anticipated too.
All right, so we are now entering the third week of the SAG-AFTRA strike. The union represents over 160,000 actors who are joining writers on the picket lines. Actor, writer, and president of SAG-AFTRA, Fran Drescher, sat down with some of our colleagues from today to discuss how those negotiations are going. But we do need to note that Comcast, the corporation that owns our parent company, NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers.
We need the working person to be respected and honored for their massive contribution. And we need what is considered in our industry the minimum wage for the majority of our workers to reflect the inflation. What they're offering us in real money is less than 2020, and we're supposed to accept that through 2026. It's outrageous. And the business model changed, and they're unwilling to change the contract.
Business model meaning streaming and AI, or?
Yes, that's huge. And we're still trying to fix a contract that was forged in 1960.
Do you see this continuing on for another couple weeks, another couple months? I mean, how long will this go on?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball. We have financially prepared ourselves for the next 6 months. And we're really in it to win it. That's why we have to support the interim agreements, because that allows the journeyman actor, performer, and crew to continue to work through this. And that's very important because they're honoring our, proposals, and that proves that they're not unrealistic, they're reasonable, and they're fair.
Fran, is it true that I read this, that the average SAG-AFTRA member makes $27,000 a year?
You know, the 86% of them can't even meet the threshold, which is just below $27,000 a year for their health insurance. So what are we talking about here? These are hardworking people. They want the same things for their children that all of those CEOs that are making large fortunes want for their children.
Well, a hardworking 5-year-old is showcasing his green thumb by running his own homegrown fruit and vegetable stand. Sam Reed from our NBC affiliate WJAR spoke with the young farmer about how he's growing his seed money.
Every Sunday down Sycamore Street in Swansea, 5-year-old Jamison Jeffers is up and at it early.
We wake up in the morning and we come in the garden and we get a basket and we look for vegetables. I have a lot of them, but this morning it was kind of bad because a squirrel ate all of my corns.
Picking the produce has become a regular routine for the almost kindergartner,
I would say he's like 5 going on 50.
who has been working on his green thumb for many months now.
I told him, I was like, this is yours, so this is something you have to take care of.
And so far, things are growing great.
Then I sowed some more. I don't have to water them because of the rain.
It all started in late winter. Jamison, who had been helping his dad, had his own idea.
This year, he told me he wanted to do a little farm stand.
I wanted to learn how to make my own money. I wanted to learn how to plant a garden and make food.
After getting the green light, Jamison took a loan.
It's very nice to help me.
From the Bank of Dad.
It's a lot more rewarding to look at something that you have and say you've earned it, instead of it being given to you.
For more than a month, Jamison has been spending his entire day working the stand.
Zucchini, squash, eggplant, peppers.
And the community.
Show people the garden, tell them about it.
On many occasions, it's been a huge success. His stand typically sells out.
It's really great to see the community that Swansea has.
The $120 he borrowed from his best friend was paid back in full.
It feels so exciting.
2 weeks later.
I'm very proud of him. To see the dedication and the responsibility he's taken as a father, to see that, especially at a young age, it really it makes you happy.
Jameson says whatever money he makes is going towards something special.
Yeah, I'm saving it for a four-wheeler in a house.
And the fruits or vegetables of his labor are well worth it.
Are you proud of your garden?
So proud.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Sam Reed.
Wow.
I want that little green thumb.
Yeah, as he should be proud. Keep growing, Jameson.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, August 1st. Looming indictment. A federal grand jury is meeting again today as they investigate former President Donald Trump's role in the January 6th riot. What we're learning about the possible charges that could come at any moment.
Gilgo Beach murders, an accused serial killer in New York set to appear in court for the first time this afternoon. The latest on the investigation and what we are now hearing from the suspect's family.
AI revolution. A new summer camp is helping inspire the next generation of young women to harness the power of artificial intelligence. We went there straight to the summer camp, spoke with those students about the future of AI.
Stress eating. Experts say tension and anxiety not only impact your mental health, but also your weight. What you can do to manage the temptations and achieve your fitness goals.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Tuesday, and thank you for joining us. We start right now with former President Donald Trump possibly facing a new indictment today. Members of a federal grand jury gathered at a D.C. courthouse just earlier, and they could be voting on special counsel Jack Smith's 2020 election interference investigation. Now, the special counsel is looking into the events surrounding January 6th and potential efforts to overturn those election results.
Mr. Trump said he received a target letter a week ago. That letter indicated indicates 3 federal statutes that prosecutors are looking at: deprivation of rights, conspiracy to defraud the U.S., and tampering with a witness. The potential indictment comes just days after Trump got hit with more charges in Jack Smith's other investigation for the alleged mishandling of classified documents. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from the Justice Department in Washington, D.C. Good to see you this afternoon, Ken. So what exactly are you hearing about a new indictment? And if the grand jury does vote to indict, what are the potential charges here?
Well, Vicki, we are on indictment watch here at the Justice Department and a few blocks away at the federal courthouse. There are a lot of expectations about today, but no certainty, of course. But in terms of the charges, we know from that target letter that Mr. Trump said he received, and from our own reporting, that the charges involve essentially 3 groups of conduct. A conspiracy to defraud the United States. That relates, we believe, to the scheme to establish slates of false electors to say that Donald Trump won the election when, in fact, Joe Biden won the election, and also a conspiracy to obstruct the January 6th session of Congress where those electoral votes was being counted. And then the deprivation of rights statute is believed to relate to the fact that in many of those states with with the false electors, the theory is that there was an attempt to deprive voters in those states of their right to vote. Again, this is what we are gleaning from the target letter. It's not a certainty that the charges will encompass that conduct. And there are also really big questions about whether there will be co-defendants or charges against Donald Trump alone. The timing of all this, it's all up in the air right now, but we're watching and waiting to see what will happen today.
Speaking of watching and waiting, Ken, I mean, those are federal charges, but talk to me about what's happening down south, because we know that Trump could also be facing new charges from the Fulton County District Attorney there in Georgia from a separate election investigation. What do we know today?
That's right, Morgan. An absolutely extraordinary situation. You'd have this federal indictment, first in its history, against a former president, accusing him potentially of trying to thwart the lawful transfer of power. And then a very similar case we expect in Georgia. The DA down there saying within the next couple of weeks, it's likely that we will see an indictment there. That's state charges focusing only on the conduct in Georgia. Famously, the recorded conversation between Donald Trump and the Secretary of State down there, where Trump asked him to find a certain amount of votes that would be necessary for Trump to win the election there. Obviously, Mr. Biden won in Georgia. So Donald Trump's legal complications are only growing. And if the federal indictment happens and the Georgia indictment happens, he will be under indictment in 4 cases as he runs for president.
4 cases, 2 fronts. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian for us there. Ken, thank you.
Morgan, we head now to Tennessee, where state officials are trying to figure out why an armed man tried to force his way inside a Jewish school in Memphis. This happened Monday at the Margolin Hebrew Academy. Police say the suspect was not able to get inside, but then he started shooting his gun outside the school. Officers say the man then took off, prompting a citywide manhunt. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now with more on this investigation. Guad, first, was anyone hurt, and where is that shooter now?
Vicki, no one in the school was hurt. We know that the gunman arrived at the school, tried gaining entry. And there is a letter that was sent out to parents that NBC News was able to read. And in that letter, parents were communicated that there was some type of exchange between the gunman and a worker at the school, a confrontation. The gunman then left the area shooting that gun and then got in his vehicle. The information that was given to authorities was used by authorities to help them find the suspect, but nobody at the school was hurt. We do know that the gunman, of course, was shot by an officer. So as of now, he is the only one that was hurt because of this incident. Vicki?
Guad, what have you learned about this man and his potential links to this school?
So authorities have not released any information on the suspect. We know that he was taken to the hospital in critical condition. But yesterday, Tennessee Congressman Steve Cohen did release information on his website. He released a statement indicating that they recently learned that he was himself Jewish and a former student at the school. That's the information shared by the congressman, but we're still waiting for local or state authorities to share more information of the suspect, including his identity. Vicki?
Look, we're glad no one was hurt. We know the charges. Do we know at this point what charges the suspect could potentially face, and would there be any hate crime enhancements?
Right. So what we know now is that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations is leading the case, and they are the ones that are looking into all of the facts, but they have not said what type of charges could be announced. We're still waiting for more information. Of course, once we also get his identity, we'll also be able to learn more about the man. But the only information we have is that he was injured and he was taken to the hospital in critical condition, and we're still waiting for an update on his status at the hospital. But as of yesterday, the last information we received was that he was taken to the hospital, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you.
Well, Vicki, turning now to the bombshell murder case in Long Island, New York. The Gilgo Beach murder suspect Rex Heuermann will appear in court today for the very first time since pleading not guilty to killing 3 women more than 10 years ago. He's also the lead suspect in the murder of a 4th woman. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is outside the courthouse right now with the details this Tuesday. Ron, first off, what kind of hearing is this? What do we really expect to see come out of this?
It's being described as a conference for both sides to get together and to sort of figure out and plot the road ahead for the trial and for the whole process, especially, for example, the exchange of evidence. The defense is going to want to know when they're going to get all this evidence that the prosecution says they have. The defense might want to revisit this issue of bail. He was denied bail. If so, if they do request some sort of change to that, we expect the prosecution to push back very hard because of the seriousness of the crime, because the investigation continues, and because there is every expectation, possibility, I should say, that there might be more charges added. Again, this case involves now the deaths of 3 women, and he is linked to a 4th murder, and that there could be additional charges beyond that. So that's what we're waiting to see. And we're also waiting to see if any of the victims' families are going to come here today. So far, we've not seen any of that, but that's another possibility because, again, this is such a high-profile case that is still just shocking and devastating this community, that this man described as a regular neighbor, a regular commuter, could be behind such a this. There's a lot of curiosity about this individual and about this case.
And Ron, just in a few seconds here before we go, what is the likelihood at this point? I mean, have we heard from the prosecutor about his confidence in actually getting a conviction in this case?
They're extremely confident. They released the court filings, a 32-page document outlining the evidence they have. They say they have a massive amount of evidence. Interesting, a lot of it is cell phone records and cell phone tracking that they've done over the last decade or so to pin this down. And then there's DNA evidence as well that's detailed in the court filings. So they feel like they have a very strong case, and they intend to get justice for these families.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen for us there. Ron, thank you.
We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. As we approach back-to-school season, many Americans say they will rely on financing to buy school supplies. Yeah, 86% of consumers say they plan to implement at least one money-saving tactic. This is according to a survey by CNET.
That's right. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, look, these price hikes, the high inflation, they've hit consumers with a 1-2 punch this year. So how are people actually making the expensive task, we all remember that, of back-to-school shopping a little bit less a headache?
I mean, college was expensive and high school less so, but still, it's a lot of money to spend. So nearly, Morgan, Vicky, to your point, 40% are doing things the old-fashioned way and say they will be looking for things like coupons, also sales and discounts. 2/3 of respondents will just buy less stuff, buy cheaper brands, or compare prices online and in stores. Nearly 1 in 10 college parents will actually use credit card rewards points to offset those costs. The average household is, by the way, expected to shell out around $890 on back-to-school shopping. That's up 3% from last year. Amazon is rolling out its virtual health clinic nationwide. The service connects patients with telemedicine providers for help with common conditions like acne or hair loss. Amazon Clinic does not accept insurance just yet, but consumers can use their insurance to help pay for any prescriptions they may need on the heels of it. And if you want to chat with Abraham Lincoln or get travel options from a surfer dude, the Financial Times reports that Meta Platforms is hoping to offer that experience and more when it launches several artificial intelligence chatbots that can have human-like discussions with users in a variety of different personality types. Now, it could be rolled out as soon as next month. As if we didn't already have to be a little bit scared of what's happening, now I won't even know whether the person talking to me is an AI chatbot or just a surfer dude from California.
It really is it is nutty to think about. But at the end of the day, if you get the answers you need, Dom, do you care?
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah,
but
me
I
too.
worry about the jobs. I worry about the jobs. Who's going to be talking to me besides a computer these days, right?
No one could replace you, Tom.
Oh,
no
never-
one could
never
replace
you.
We need, yeah, exactly.
Never,
we
Tom.
need you.
Thank you, guys.
CNBC senior markets correspondent, the irreplaceable Dominic
Yes.
Chu. Thank you.
And coming up, a nail-biter in the World Cup today for the U.S. women's national team. What's ahead for the reigning champs after narrowly advancing to the knockout stage? You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The U.S. women's national soccer team is heading into the next round of the World Cup after a 0-0 draw with Portugal last night. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter spoke with some of the team's top players about their performance so far and the road ahead as they look to defend their back-to-back titles.
And don't let this party atmosphere fool you. This is not the result that the U.S. fans or the U.S. team wanted. Looking at that U.S. team huddle up after the game, they look disappointed. Looking at those subs go in that extra additional time after that 90-minute mark to get those fresh legs out, to see if someone could spark something on the playing field. Of course, Megan Rapinoe went in at that 61st minute, brought a huge jolt of energy to a team that really needed it. And we had the chance to speak with Megan actually right after she came out to the field, off the field, excuse me. Take a listen.
Going out there, I know I'm confident in my game, but I feel like my teammates are able to look at me and know that I'm going to bring something and know I'm going to, give everything.
Now, we also had the chance to speak to Rose Lavelle. Of course, she got that yellow card, her second in as many games. That means she is sitting out the next match. Take a listen to her.
Disappointed in myself to pick up that yellow and not be able to help the team next game, but I think there's still a lot of ways off the field that I'll be able to help the team, so I think that's where my focus will be.
But look, the big picture, and of course, the fans here really get the big picture, is that they are moving on to the knockout round. They play Sweden in Melbourne in 5 days. I'll send it back to you.
Well, here at home, Damar Hamlin is back in action. The Buffalo Bills safety participated in his very first practice with pads yesterday, and this is 7 months after his near-death cardiac arrest during a game. Well, now the 25-year-old is speaking out about his future right there on the field. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the details for us. Sam, what did Hamlin say exactly about his return to the game? I mean, how is he doing things differently, if at all, this time around?
Yeah, he said he had conversations, Morgan, with his parents about whether this was the right thing to do to pursue his love of football in light of everything that happened. And he said, you know what? I'm going for it. But before we even talk about sort of the strategy and where he stands in terms of the recovery process, how inspiring, Morgan, is this guy? He is the embodiment of what you would want from a professional athlete, not just the strength and the perseverance that he showed coming back as a world watched on as he nearly died on national television, but to come back and use his platform for the Chasing M's Foundation to teach CPR. He has a CPR tour where he's going around the country to make sure that communities are safe, that kids and coaches are educated. It is exceptional. Now, in terms of where things stand, he was cleared 4 months ago from a number of heart specialists to return to football activities. He went through OTAs, or organized team activities, which in NFL parlance is basically just the easing into the training camp series. That happens in June. So he's already cleared all that. This was his first time in pads now, and he talked about just the full gamut of experiences and emotions that he's experiencing doing this, coming back out onto the football field in full pads, able to be hit. Here's what Damar Hamlin said.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, you know, just kind of being back for the first time. But God don't make no mistakes, you know what I'm saying? I'm on God's timing. Pretty much lost my life playing this sport, you know what I'm saying? So to come back and do it all over again, I think there's strength in, you know, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. You know, it shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Morgan, his parents were both there for the first practice, in addition to thousands of people watching Hamlin. And he said, look, I'd be lying if I said there weren't initially some fear, but his faith is stronger than the fear. And he's stepping back out on the football field.
I mean, it is incredibly inspiring. I know he had his pads on for the first time, but will he be ready for full competitive play in the game next month?
That is the million-dollar question. So the Buffalo Bills have their first preseason game in just under 2 weeks. That's August 12th against the Colts. Their first game of the season is not until September 11th against the New York Jets. We have not gotten any sort of clear finality as to whether he's going to be stepping on the field for the first game, but the Bills have given every indication they're going to be going at his pace. And just listening to the press conference, the enthusiasm, the optimism, the courageousness that Damar Hamlin has already articulated, I think it would be safe to assume, or fair to assume, he'll probably be playing in game number 1. So we're all looking forward to seeing that.
We sure are. I mean, regardless of who you're rooting for, I think it's hard not to root for him personally, because what a feat. And you nailed it, courageousness. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock for us there. Sam, thank you so much.
Thanks, Mark.
Just ahead, new fallout from the deadly Rust movie shooting. Why defense lawyers are now urging a judge to dismiss the charges against the film's former weapons supervisor. You are watching NBC News Daily.
on here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
All right, let's go overseas for just a moment, where France is evacuating all European citizens from Niger today as safety concerns grow after the military there seized control. Now, on Monday, the president of Chad met with Niger's ousted president, who is currently detained. This photo is the very first time the president has been seen since that coup happened last week. Other countries in the region, they're now putting pressure on Niger to end the coup and then reinstate their elected government, giving them 1 week or face possible military intervention. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from London. Megan, we've all watched this unfold, and it's been pretty unbelievable to see. I mean, U.S. officials still see what they call a narrow opportunity to reverse this military takeover. I mean, how likely is that, and what's sort of happening inside the country as we speak?
Morgan, good to be with you. When you look at the situation on the ground there, you can see at the moment that there is still a possibility for the United States government, as they said. But again, when you look at the totality of what's happening, you can also see how that window of opportunity is quickly narrowing. As you mentioned, we saw the leader of Chad going to meet with Niger's President Bazoum and meeting with leaders of the coup. It doesn't appear as though anything came of that. If anything, it looks like the leaders of the coup are hardening their position. Then, of course, you've got the Western African regional body coming forward and saying that they're putting sanctions against Niger. And as you mentioned, they're giving the leaders of the coup 1 week to release President Bazoum, or else there could be military action. There could be force. That then triggered neighboring countries of Burkina Faso, along with Mali, to put out a statement that I want to read for you. They say any military intervention against Niger would be considered a declaration of war against Burkina Faso and Mali. So you can see how the situation on the ground there, the crisis that they're looking at, is certainly deepening. Morgan.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald for us live from London. Megan, thank you.
Morgan, now to Wisconsin, where a historic transfer of power is about to take place. The state's Supreme Court will flip from a conservative to a liberal majority today after a new justice is sworn in. This marks the first ideological change to the state's highest court in 15 years. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is in Madison, Wisconsin for us. Shaq, good to see you this afternoon. So how are constituents and political experts reacting to this major shift in the state's highest court?
Hi there, Vicky. Well, I'll tell you, when this seat was open and when there was an election for this back in April, it was called the most consequential election of the year across the country. You later saw that turn into the most expensive state Supreme Court race in America's history. And the reason that is because of how consequential this shift is. You mentioned the first time that liberals will have control of this state's court in 15 years. I talked to a professor about why it's such a big deal. Listen to what he told me. How big of a shift is this?
It could be cataclysmic. It is a big change in a state that's really been mired by partisan divisions in the state legislature and with the governor. Liberals have really been locked out of a lot of the policymaking in this state over the last dozen years or so.
When he mentions that point, this is a state where there's a Democratic governor. He just got reelected back in November, but there's a Republican legislature. So there's not much compromise, not much policy that comes out of those two branches. So many of the state's toughest questions have come before the state Supreme Court, and that court is now going to be interpreting policy much differently in the future, Vicky.
And on that point, real quick, Shaq, this transfer of power, we're talking about contentious issues like abortion rights, gerrymandering. What cases are on the docket in Wisconsin now?
You mentioned them already working their way through the lower courts is a case involving abortion, deciding whether or not Wisconsin's existing ban on abortion that dates back to pre-Civil War era, whether or not that will stay in place. The justices will likely hear that case this term. They begin hearing cases in September. We also know, and you see them there, redistricting, election procedure, and challenges will all come before the court. This is a big deal, and that's why people from around the country are watching what happens here in this flip that we're seeing in the state Supreme Court.
Cataclysmic, as your professor put it. NBC's Shaq Brewster in Wisconsin for us. Shaq, thank you so much.
Well, as more kids across the country set out for summer camp, one program is taking a new high-tech approach. We'll tell you how it's inspiring a diverse group of students to shape the future of artificial intelligence. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're back on this Tuesday. So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. New Jersey Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver has died at the age of 71. The news comes just one day after she was hospitalized for an undisclosed medical issue. Oliver has been in office since 2018 and is currently serving as acting governor while New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is out of the country. She made history as the first black woman to serve as New Jersey's State Assembly Speaker.
3 former dancers for popular singer Lizzo are accusing the artist of sexual harassment and creating a hostile work environment. In the lawsuit filed earlier today, the plaintiffs say that dancers were body shamed and even pressured to touch a nude performer while at a club in Amsterdam. NBC News has reached out to Lizzo's representatives for comment, but we have not heard back.
And California is seeing its largest wildfire of the year. The York fire has burned through 77,000 acres across Mojave Desert and into Nevada. Officials say the fire was first spotted on Friday and is currently 0% contained.
We turn now to tragic news from the entertainment world. 25-year-old actor Angus Cloud died on Monday. He was best known for his role in the series Euphoria.
NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has more about the mental health struggles the actor faced leading up until his death.
This news comes as a tragic shock to the television world. Angus Cloud was discovered by a casting director on a street in Manhattan. He never expected to be on a hit show, but his unforgettable performance and charisma on and off the screen made him a breakout star.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good night tonight, man. Let's get this money.
From his first appearance on HBO's gritty teen drama Euphoria, Angus Cloud quickly became a fan favorite among the show's millions of loyal viewers.
Sorry, but you can't be coming over here no more. Can I get a quick call?
The 25-year-old Cloud skyrocketing to fame, portraying the gritty and funny teenage drug dealer Fezco on the popular but controversial show focused on troubled teens trying to navigate difficult topics. Cloud, who was born in Oakland, California, had never acted professionally before becoming one of the show's breakout stars.
What's your most iconic moment so far?
Life, baby.
In a statement, his family saying last week he buried his father and intensely struggled with this loss. Cloud's family also noting Angus was open about his battle with mental health, and we hope that his passing can be a reminder to others that they are not alone and should not fight this on their own in silence. Sources close to Cloud's family telling NBC News that Cloud had been battling severe suicidal thoughts after his father's death. Overnight, Cloud's Euphoria castmates paying tribute. Storm Reed posting "The tears won't stop." The show's creator Sam Levinson also writing, "He was too special, too talented, and way too young to leave us so soon," adding, "He also struggled, like many of us, with addiction and depression. I hope he knew how many hearts he touched."
Life deals you the hand you have to play.
Now a complex character and a beloved rising star are gone too soon.
Just as long as you stand.
And finally, we should mention, if you or anyone you know are struggling right now with issues related to mental health, there is always help. The National Suicide Crisis Lifeline is available 24 hours a day, and you can reach someone by dialing 988. Back to you.
Turning now to a bizarre murder case that captured the nation's attention. A judge has sentenced an Idaho woman, Lori Vallow Daybell, to life in prison after she was convicted of killing her 2 children and conspiring to murder her husband's former wife.
NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the grisly details.
I do not fear death, but I look forward to it.
Reading from notes moments before a judge ordered her to spend the rest of her life behind bars, Lori Vallow Daybell, the Idaho mother convicted of killing her 2 children and conspiring to murder her husband's former wife, broke her silence and remained defiant.
No one was murdered in this case. Accidental deaths happen. Suicides happen. Fatal side effects from medications happen. I know for a fact that my children are happy and busy in the spirit world.
With Vallow Daybell claiming she has spoken to the victims in the afterlife, the tragic and bizarre case led to sensational headlines. Dubbed the Doomsday Cult Mom, Vallow Daybell claimed her children were zombies and she was a goddess sent to usher in the biblical apocalypse. The mutilated bodies of 7-year-old JJ and 16-year-old Tylee were found on the property of her new husband, Chad Daybell, a self-published author who wrote about Doomsday and whose former wife he is also accused of killing.
I have always mourned the loss of my loved ones, and I have lost many in this mortal world.
As the judge admonished Vallow Daybell for showing no remorse, prosecutors say the motive was money, arguing the mother killed her children to collect benefit checks.
The crime scene was a horrific thing to have to review.
Despite the heinous crime, Vallow Daybell's attorney pleaded for mercy, but family members say she deserves none.
We're done, Lori. We are done with Lori. She is no more to us.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
The Rust movie set shooting case is back in court today. Attorneys for the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, they are seeking a dismissal of the charges against her. She's currently facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in connection to the deadly shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Steve, that hearing just started 30 minutes ago. Walk us through what's happened so far.
Yeah, hearing is still ongoing, Vicky. I've got you in this ear. I've got the hearing in this ear as I watch on my phone. So let me set this up. And this is basically fireworks in court if you are a legal nerd. For everybody else, it's a little in the weeds, but it's important to the overall sort of substantiary evidence of the case. Here's what's happening. So Gutierrez Reed, obviously the armorer on set. She's been charged with involuntary manslaughter because she's essentially responsible for every prop and every weapon and every bullet and every fake bullet that's on set. And somehow a live bullet ended up in that Colt 45 that was ended up, obviously fired on set that led to that tragic day. The circumstances around that, though, are sort of what this hearing is about, because there were also other allegations that has led to now a formal charge of tampering, that she was impaired either in or during or around the filming of this movie, that she had come to set hungover, that she was taking drugs, that she was drinking, all of these things coming out into the media from the prosecution, basically alleging that she was reckless. The defense has been saying all along that none of this stuff was substantiated in any way. The tampering charge comes from the fact that the prosecution says that she handed off a baggie of drugs after speaking to police, trying to hide evidence, trying to hide the fact that she may have been taking those drugs, to a witness that the prosecution says will speak during the trial. But the prosecution sort of never, ever unveiled who this person is, never sort of made any statements about why this person would say that this had happened. And so basically the defense wants the charges thrown out. That is what the motion is today. That's why the hearing today is important. I've been listening to both sides. The defense is making that case, the prosecution making the case that the charges should absolutely stay, because none of this is an influence on a jury that essentially hasn't even been selected yet. And from what I'm just hearing, it sounds like the judge agrees with the prosecution. She said, quote, that this case should stay the course, that there hasn't really been any sort of tainting of a jury, that it's too early, even before a preliminary hearing, to make the decision to sort of throw everything out. So it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing, and this is still ongoing, that they're going to stick to this case, that they're going to stick to what would likely be a trial, and that they're going to keep having hearings to talk about this, Vicky.
Steve, that addresses the
right
question I was about to ask you, which is there a possibility the charges may be dropped, as we saw with Alec Baldwin? It sounds like that's not happening. I know you've got two things going on in your ears. We appreciate it. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson, stay on it for us. Thank you so much, Steve.
Well, Vicki, artificial intelligence is all the rage recently, as you and I have been reporting on. And so I went recently to a summer camp there in Princeton, New Jersey, where the focus was all about AI, from the robots to the drones to the technology. It was pretty impressive. The camp's goal to encourage a new generation of young women and people of color to shape the future of AI themselves.
This is not your typical summer camp.
3, 2, 1, go.
Instead of roasting marshmallows, these high schoolers at Princeton University's AI for All camp are programming drones.
There it is.
Using artificial intelligence.
Stay there. Stay there.
So what is this?
This is the drone simulation.
You all learned all of this just in the past 3 weeks.
Yes, we did.
It's incredible.
Here, they learn how robots move and think, and even teach drones how to map out areas on their own, so they can do things like monitor forest fires in places that humans can't reach.
We use satellite imagery to detect certain illegal mining activities.
It all started back in 2015 at Stanford University as a way to close the gender gap in the artificial intelligence field. Now it's designed to encourage women and students of color, reaching more than a dozen college and university campuses across the country last year.
There's a lot of fear around AI right now, and this is part of what's driving a lot of people away. They don't see role models that look like them. They don't have a peer support network within this field. And what we try to do is sort of address all of this. We try to demystify some of this technology and reduce some of the fear.
And in a data-driven industry, the data is striking. Job postings for generative AI have increased more than 540% in the last 3 years. But industry-wide, women make up just 30% of AI workers.
Do you see a lot of other women who look like you, who look like me? Do you see a lot of women of color?
Not a lot. I wish there was more.
And it's a field where people of color are dramatically underrepresented. A trend these students say they plan to break.
What would you say to other young women, other people of color who may be hesitant to learn about this space?
Don't be intimidated and be open-minded to learn new things.
To be curious?
Yes.
A new generation changing the technology that's changing the world.
All right, so since that camp started back in 2015, the summer camp program has helped more than 1,600 high school students across the country. And what's even better is that now, since they've been expanding, they've been trying to now include college students. And what's so fascinating is, you know, if you don't have diversity, it shows up in the actual technology itself.
Exactly. Everybody knows that it's going to mirror and generate kind of the inputs, right? So the more diverse the inputs are, the better off it is for
Facial
everybody.
recognition, things like
all
that.
those things. All right. Thank you, Morgan. Really cool, interesting story. All right, coming up, new studies shedding light on how chronic stress can lead to weight gain. Next, we're going to hear from two experts about how to manage your health, your stress, and to form some good habits. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so it is no secret that stress can really often impact our food choices. In fact, it's why we have terms like comfort food or even emotional eating.
Yeah, heard of them, experienced them firsthand. But chronic stress, it can actually lead to longer-term effects on our bodies and cause us to gain weight. Joining us now, health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour and Kelly Ruglis, a licensed clinical psychologist. Ladies, it is great to have you both on set with us. Let me start with you, Steph. So how does stress play a role in our weight gain?
You know, when we have elevated levels of cortisol, that can sometimes be seen or felt as a ring around the midsection, actually storing those fat cells in that area. And not only physiologically, but also emotionally, when you're stressed, you turn to salty foods or sweet foods. Also, stress impedes our sleep. And when we're not getting that sleep to help us rest and digest and repair our bodies, that can lead to weight gain or a halt of weight loss. And finally, you know, if you are at a weight loss plateau, you really want to make sure that you are taking taking a 360 view of your stress. So including stress management and stress reduction techniques into your weight loss plan is really key.
And people don't think about that.
I'm really glad that you mentioned the lack of sleep because it really is a cycle. Kelly, what does it do to our brains when we stress eat?
So stress eating is a way actually for our brains to cope with really challenging times. So what research has shown us is that when we eat comfort foods, it actually triggers a release of feel-good hormones like dopamine. So they help lift our mood and help us from getting too low. So the act of stress eating in and of itself is really protective, but we really have to make sure that we have more ways to cope than just eating, that we have a variety of ways to deal with stress, like journaling and meditating and movement.
That's all important. It's not kind of a 360 approach to weight loss. What are some of the ways to manage your anxiety around choosing healthy foods and watching your weight in a healthy way that you don't spiral into an eating disorder?
Right. You know, in terms of exercise, and I'm glad you mentioned movement here, because a lot of times I have clients come to me and they're stressed, they want to lose weight, and the same thing that worked for them in their 20s, like kickboxing or HIIT workouts or
may not work after the 20s.
May not work after your 20s. Right. And that's also because you're putting more stress physically on your body. So if you can look at your workouts and your movement as a way to de-stress, I encourage people to take a transition walk after work before you relax for the evening so that that can help you relax, unwind, feel a little bit more comforted. Also, if you can look at food as fuel and really think, I need to fuel my body. I got to eat my protein, my fruits, my veggies. I can have my carbs too, but I want to make sure that I'm fueling up with the stuff my body needs. So then I'm getting on track so I can maybe stave off some of those cravings and maybe feel like my body's functioning more optimally.
You know, Steph, Kelly, this is all great if you're looking at it sort of prospectively, right? Like, these are great ways and tips to avoid, but what if it's already happened? Because, you know, when I talk to a lot of other people, a lot of other women, the feeling is a lot of shame, right? Like, I wasn't able to control this, or it got it snowballed, so to speak. How do you deal with the feelings of guilt and shame so that you can get back on the horse?
Absolutely. So I think guilt and shame around food usually come when we've got really rigid ideas about, you know, what's a good food and what's a bad food, or we start to fear this idea that if we make one wrong choice with our food, our health is going to be ruined. But it's really important to step back and remember that we are holistic beings, right? And so when we think about our bodies, they do so much for us that it's more than just our appearance, right? It's more about, you know, the decisions that we're making over time that impact our health. It's not just about that one thing. So when we're stressed about food and eating, it's important to step back and remember, listen, our bodies know how to handle food, no matter what kind of food it is that we give it. And so it's a matter of the trends that we're making in our decisions over time. So enjoy food, have fun. It's not just about right and wrong.
Quick final thought from each of you. We have a minute left on what we can do with our diet and also what we can do with, you know, managing our stress.
Yeah, you know, first I tell people track, track, track. Write down your successes for the day. Focus on the positives. In our Start Today challenge, we actually have a section dedicated this month to non-scale victories. So celebrating things like, oh, I drank more water. I ate a salad with my lunch or with my burger instead of just the fries. You know, tracking things so that you feel good about yourself, and success breeds success.
Oh, I like that.
Absolutely. And again, remembering that you're a whole person and this isn't just about, you know, how you look or the exact foods, but who you are as a person. You are more than just the number on the scale, and remembering that as, you know, you are a whole person.
Kelly,
go ahead,
please.
Dr. Kelly Rutledge
so
and Stephanie Mansour, thank you so much. Learned a lot.
Thank you for joining us, ladies. This has been great. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Literary legend Judy Blume is re-releasing her renowned classic Summer Sisters in honor of the book's 25th anniversary.
That's right. Today's Jenna Bush Hager sat down for a one-on-one interview with Blume to discuss the resounding impact her novels continue to have on readers.
Lining the walls of Books and Books in Key West, Florida are the names of local literary legends. Ernest Hemingway, Tennessee Williams, Shel Silverstein. But another literary legend is working behind the counters, Judy Blume.
And that's going to be for you too. Perfect.
This is a great love of your life, this town, and it happened kind of accidentally.
We came here for a month because I was trying to finish Summer Sisters. It was just put yourself someplace else and forget all your troubles.
Summer Sisters, my Read with Jenna August pick, one of Judy's adult novels, is a timeless story about female friendship.
Summer Sisters, I've long said it's one of my favorite books ever.
Let me tell you that Summer Sisters was probably my most difficult writing experience to get the book right, because I didn't know what I wanted it to be in the beginning.
It is a book that holds up because it is about female friendship. It's about class.
It's definitely about class in America.
And that, is something that 25 years later is, on the forefront of our conversations.
Judy's books have never shied away from real-life topics like racism, grief, religion, and menstruation, topics that make kids feel less alone, but also land some of Judy's books on the American Library Association's list of most frequently banned books.
If you want to ban a book, you will find a reason to ban a book. And there are a lot of people out there today who want to ban books.
What would you say to parents who, just want their kids to have access to books about all different?
Speak out. Speak out. Don't let them take away the books.
Do you still have hope that will come out of it?
I'm an optimist, so I always have hope. And I always say, librarians have saved lives by handing the right book to the right child at the right time.
It's so sweet. It makes me want to cry, but it's so true. Can I just talk a little bit about your George and your love story?
Oh, my George.
When Judy first met George Cooper, her third husband, 43 years ago, she says she found her true love.
He's my magic.
What about him is so magical to you?
Sometimes you just meet a person.
And you've had such an adventure of a life.
I think we have. I've never been bored when George is around.
Judy wrote her final book, In the Unlikely Event, in 2015. Now she spends her days in Key West with George or working in her bookstore. 50 years later, Judy's books continue changing lives and making readers feel less alone.
I read somewhere that you even plan to take Are You There, God with you into the next life.
I want a little bench or a little stone or something that says, Are you there, God? It's me, Judy.
Oh. Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
That is so beautiful. I loved that book growing up.
And just reminding us how many titles that she has written is kind of incredible. Makes me want to go back and reread all those books I
think she earned that Are You There, God bench.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
All right, here's what's trending right now. Serena Williams and her husband, Alexis Ohanian, serving up a grand gender reveal for their second baby. The tennis star and her family are seen cheering as a drone in the sky wrote out, girl. The couple already has a 5-year-old daughter, Olivia.
Superstar singer Taylor Swift thanking the truckers who have been hauling her equipment across the U.S. for her massive stadium tour in a big way. There are about 50 truckers that are currently working on the Eras Tour. And TMZ is reporting Swift has given each of them $100,000 as a bonus as this national tour now heads to a close ahead of her international tour. And we know the trucking industry is going through a lot of change. So many businesses closing down.
We just had that report.
Yeah, that money's going to go a long way.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Tuesday, August 1st, 2023. Breaking news, indictment imminent. We could learn at any moment whether the Justice Department will indict former President Trump over his alleged interference in the 2020 election. The signs that we're watching for right now.
Facing a judge, the suspect in the notorious Gilgo Beach murders in court right now for his very first hearing. While law enforcement officials now say he's no longer a suspect in 4 other cases.
School attack. A gunman opens fire outside a Tennessee Hebrew school after failing to get inside. The steps the school took to keep everyone inside safe.
And too much information. Do you know a parent who overshares about their child online? Why it could be a big problem and how you can protect your own kids from that very thing.
It is 11 a.m. in Los Angeles, 1 p.m. in Austin, Texas, 2 p.m. in New York.
Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to begin in the nation's capital, where we're waiting to see if a grand jury will hand former President Trump his 3rd indictment.
The 2024 Republican frontrunner is already facing 2 indictments, one over his alleged mishandling of classified records, the other over alleged hush money payments made during the 2016 campaign.
Today, the focus is on the investigation into the January 6th riot and efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Today also marks 2 weeks since Trump publicly announced he was the target of this probe. A grand jury met this morning in Washington, D.C. to hear evidence and testimony. Jurors could vote as soon as today on an indictment.
We're also keeping an eye on the Fulton County, Georgia investigation into Trump's alleged 2020 election interference in that battleground state. Former President Trump has denied all wrongdoing in each of these separate probes that we've mentioned. A lot to unpack here. We have all of it covered for you. Let's begin with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, we kind of do need a scorecard for all of this, but just let's zoom in on the grand jury hearing that we're really focused on today and what's happening in that federal courthouse in Washington. Talk about where we're at and what the broader significance is.
Yeah, here's what we know, Kate. It's been 2 weeks to the day since former President Trump announced to the world that he had gotten a target letter from special counsel Jack Smith in this election suppression, election fraud conspiracy case, which said that he is likely to be indicted and listed a series of charges, which, when you interpret them, include conspiracy to defraud the United States by making bogus allegations of election fraud, and then conspiracy to obstruct that congressional proceeding on January 6th, which was impeded by the riot where they were trying to count the electoral votes, and then a third charge of depriving people of their rights, presumably voting rights. So the grand jury meets on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's meeting today. We've seen the grand jurors, our colleagues in the courthouse, have seen them walk into the courtroom. We've seen them eat lunch. And now we watch and we wait. And the way this would transpire if the grand jury voted to indict the former president and perhaps others today is it would be handed up. And then we believe it's going to be made public shortly thereafter. And that we would see it potentially in a news release, which happens every day, by the way, at the Justice Department, an announcement of an indictment and then the indictment itself. So that's what we're watching for today.
All right, let's bring in MSNBC contributor Chuck Rosenberg. He's also a former U.S. attorney and senior FBI official. So, Chuck, if there is an actual indictment, what would be the next steps here?
Well, immediately after an indictment, it's not all that interesting, at least procedurally. The defendant or defendants would appear in court for an arraignment. They would have the charges made public, available to them and to us, of course, and they would enter pleas of not guilty and be released on bond. However, procedurally is not the part that I'm waiting for. The part I'm waiting for is to see the actual indictment, because I found those quite fascinating. The special counsel, Jack Smith, and his team have used in the past what are called speaking indictments, in which they lay out in quite some detail the allegations against the defendants, the way in which the crimes were committed. Of course, it contains all the requisite, charging language of the various statutes, but it also puts on the bones of the case lots and lots of meat. And that meat has been quite fascinating. So procedurally, not all that interesting. I think for those of us who like to read indictments and try and figure out what happened and what the government intends to adduce and prove at trial, very interesting.
And Chuck, would it make any difference from a prosecution or defense standpoint that this would be Trump's third indictment, or do they all operate independently in this sort of thing?
Well, they operate independently with one caveat, which I think is an important one, and that's timing, right? If Mr. Trump is a defendant in 3, potentially 4 different criminal cases, he can't be in 4 courthouses at once. And so the government will need to figure out a way to get all these cases tried as expeditiously as possible. That's going to be hard. It's getting harder. Now, from the defense perspective, there is a strategic value to them in trying to delay cases. I'm told that wine gets better with age. I don't know, I actually know that, but that's what people tell me. Criminal cases do not. They do not age well. And because you already have one case set in Manhattan for March of 2024 and a federal case set in Florida for May of 2024, the defense would certainly like to see any additional cases pushed beyond that.
Let's turn to NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker, who's been patiently waiting for us. I appreciate it. Kristen, I want to ask about politics. There's a New York Times Siena College poll out today. It asked registered voters nationwide last week if the 2024 presidential election were right now, who would get your vote? And it's a dead heat between President Biden and former President Trump, 43% each. But when you look at the voters who say, I don't like either of them right now, Biden gets a slight edge. I'm wondering if that means that the impact of all these indictments might be greater politically than what we have thought, Kristen?
Well, it could be. I think that's the key, Kate. It's possible that these indictments are starting to have an impact on the general election, and that could have an impact on independent voters, for example, who could be crucial in this next general election. Think about what happened in 2020. President Biden beat former President Trump among independents 42 to 37%. So think about that. But Think about the primary. We have only seen former President Trump get stronger, become more emboldened with each new indictment. In fact, we've seen a real spike in terms of his fundraising every time one of these new indictments comes down. And financially speaking, though, it gets a little bit more complicated because he has spent millions of more dollars, I should say his super PAC has, than he's brought in on his legal fees. So that's where the complication comes in. Another potential complication, we're starting to see some of his GOP rivals really sharpen their attacks. Ron DeSantis, for example, starting to say that these legal problems are piling up and are making him unelectable. So there's no doubt there's a real question hovering over the broader impact. We'll have to see what happens if, in fact, he is indicted yet another time. Kate and Sinclair.
Kristen Welker, Chuck Rosenberg, Ken Delaney, and thanks to all of you.
Thanks so much. We're going to turn now to New York. Suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann is inside a Long Island, New York courtroom right now.
The 59-year-old architect is charged with killing 3 women more than a decade ago. He has pleaded not guilty in those murders. Heuermann is also the lead suspect in the murder of a 4th woman. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. He joins us outside the courthouse in Riverhead, New York. Ron, what's happening there right now?
Well, we're still waiting for things to get underway. There's been a delay at 2 o'clock. There may be another case that goes on before this. Suffolk County is a very busy place. There's a lot of media attention. There's some, we believe, members of families of victims in the courtroom. A lot of attention focused on what we expect to be a rather brief hearing that will lay the groundwork going forward, or lay the schedule going forward for the direction that this case is going to take and the timing of it. Heuermann has already pleaded not guilty to 6 counts of 1st and 2nd degree murder. He has already been denied bail. There's some question that his attorneys may raise that issue of bail again, which the prosecution, we expect, would push back very hard on because of the serious nature of the crimes. They say that they, in their court filings, that they strongly resist any idea of giving this individual bail, not just because of the serious nature of these crimes, but because he is a suspect in a 4th murder, and that there are other cases in other parts of the country that may also end up being linked to him, although one in Atlantic City, New Jersey, is now not being linked to him, we understand. So we'll see how this all plays out. But again, the bottom line is he's here in court, and this community that has been so shocked and horrified by all this gets a chance to see him. There will be still photographs taken, no video cameras in court, and we are getting notes and information from producers who are in court relaying us what exactly is happening. Kate?
All right, Ron Allen with the very latest for us. Ron, thank you.
Now to our financial headlines. In New York, man is suing Taco Bell for alleged false advertising. And what if you could get paid to play the card game Uno?
Yes. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Christina.
Kate and Sinclair, I got a good story for you. Let's start with this New York man that is asking Taco Bell, where's the beef? He filed a class action lawsuit that accuses the fast food chain of unfair and deceptive trade practices. According to the lawsuit, the Mexican pizza chain, the Mexican pizza he ordered had half the beef and bean filling he expected based off of what he saw in advertisements. The lawsuit also targets Crunch Wraps. He's seeking, get this, upward of $5 million. Someone's got to hold him accountable, right? Uber delivered its first ever operating profit as it saw strong demand for both its rideshare and food delivery services. Ride bookings were up 25% year over year, and deliveries were up 12%. And last but not least, this is a story about Mattel. Mattel is hiring one lucky fan to make thousands of dollars as the company's first ever chief Uno player. The chief Uno player will be tasked with challenging worthy competitors to a game of Uno Cuatro, the latest edition of the card game, and teaching them the rules. It pays almost $18,000 for 4 weeks of work.
I could get behind that. But notice she said teaching them the rules, because Uno, controversial about, like, if you do a +2, +2, is that a +4 or just a +2? You know what I'm saying? Christina, do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't really play it, so no.
We both play Uno. I get you. I hear you.
It's controversial, but maybe we can get paid to play. All right, Christina Partsinevelos, thank you very much.
Coming up for us, a big milestone for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin, what he is saying about his return to the field since that scary moment last season.
Plus, the major decision a jury is considering for the gunman in the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting. You're watching NBC News Dateline.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, here's some good news. Team USA is moving on in the Women's World Cup despite struggling in a scoreless tie against Portugal. Portugal came within inches of winning in extra time, but a shot bounced off the goalpost. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is in New Zealand with the next steps for Team USA.
Now, don't let the full-on party atmosphere here in Auckland fool you. It is very late at night. Just want to give you a quick look at the American fans here still partying. Look, big picture is the U.S. team does move on to the knockout round of 16. It is not the way they wanted to move on. That tie 0-0 puts them as number 2 seed in their group behind the Netherlands. But come on over here with me. There are some U.S. fans who it was pretty anxiety-producing to watch that. Talk to me about that. Look, big picture, they have moved on. This is what we wanted for them.
I know. Honestly, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I know the ladies can do better. I expect to see it in the next game against Sweden, and I'm rooting for the ladies. I'm here for it through and through.
Okay, Megan Rapinoe coming on in that 61st minute. What energy did that give you?
She's electric. It's like every time she got the ball to her, it's like the stadium lit up. It was incredible, and like, it was just really wonderful to see her play tonight.
Talk to me about that 90th minute. In that 90th minute alone, you had the Alex Morgan almost goal. You had the goalpost shot from Portugal. I mean, heart-stopping.
It was heart-stopping, heartbreaking. It was just kind of a roller coaster of emotions. Having trouble processing. My heart rate was just sky high. It was a tough game.
It was a really tough game. And all those late subs way after in extra time. Obviously, they were just trying to get that fresh energy and those fresh legs. But do we still believe?
Yes, sir.
Believe. And there are a lot of people very, very excited. The big picture is they move on to that knockout round. They will be playing Sweden in Melbourne. They have 5 days now to really refocus. We spoke with Megan Rapinoe right after the game, and she really reiterated that not only does she love this pressure, she loves the fact that right now every game is a must-win. She also says they now have 5 days to really refocus and get after Sweden. I'll send it back to you.
Molly Hunter, thanks. Well, Kate, we're going to stay on sports. 7 months after he collapsed on an NFL field, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is back on the field. Hamlin went into cardiac arrest after a hit stopped his heart, but thanks to the quick work of his team's medical staff, he survived. On Monday, Hamlin put on the pads for the very first time in a team practice. NBC News' Sam Brock joins us now. So, Sam, first time out on the field, I imagine nerves were high. How did it go?
Yeah, certainly nerves, and Damar Hamlin, Zinkley talked about the fact that he did take some hits. It was fine. The reality is, full context here, it's kind of a freak situation what happened to him. Hamlin has talked about commotio cordis, which is a rare form of cardiac arrest that's brought about when you're hit in just the precise part in your chest at the wrong time in the heartbeat. That is what happened to him, and we all watched, a national audience did, as he was fighting for his life, receiving CPR on the football field. Now, move back for a second, a few months. That was only in January, almost exactly 7 months to the day. He is now back in full pads on a football field. It is incredible. And not just that recovery, Zinkley, but also the fact that he is using his Chasing M's Foundation as a platform to talk about CPR preparation and execution to communities all over the country. So this is an athlete who has taken his tragic experience and turned it into something positive. But still, going back and playing football after everything that he's been through is no small task. Here's Hamlin describing the flood of emotions he was experiencing.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, just kind of being back for the first time. But God don't make no mistakes, you know what I'm saying? I'm on God's timing. Pretty much lost my life playing this sport, you know what I'm saying? So to come back and do it all over again, I think there's strength in, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. It shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Zinkley, both of his parents were in attendance for the practice, and he said, look, there is no hesitation when you step back out on the field, because if you have hesitation, you get hurt. So he's good to go.
No, that's an important point. I mean, do you think we're going to actually see him in the game when the season starts in September, Sam?
That's the big question. So far, the Bills have not provided clarity on that, except, we know there's the first preseason game coming up. That's on August the 12th, so less than 2 weeks from now. And then September 11th is the opening game against the New York Jets. It is a huge divisional football game. You cannot imagine, really, a circumstance in which Hamlin is not playing in the game, especially based on the comments that he's made. But the Bills have made it very clear they're going to go on his timeline and on his pacing. But I would think there's a pretty good chance he'll be playing on that game Monday night.
Well, we're definitely rooting for him. Sam Brock, thank you so much.
Coming up, how police were able to take down a gunman before he entered a Jewish school in Tennessee. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Beats keep beatier, chips keep chippier, dips keep dippier. Tupperware freshness, that's our promise. Look at all the ways we keep it.
If you don't recognize that, your parents might. It's a Tupperware ad from the 80s when Tupperware parties were all the rage. But get this, the company's stock has surged more than 425% over the last month. CNBC's technology reporter, Kate Rooney, joins us now. So, Kate, as recently as April, it seemed like Tupperware could have been going out of business. So why this sudden resurgence?
So, Zinkley, if you look at the stock price, you might think, yeah, things are going great over there. You mentioned that 400% rally. Really not the case. This company has faced an avalanche of issues this year. It's got a heavy debt load. It warned that it might not be able to make some of its interest payments this month. It's also seen an 18% drop in sales recently. And there are concerns that this stock could even be delisted from the New York Stock Exchange. But there is a subset of people and traders who like this type of contrarian stock. They've often been called meme stock traders. They tend to be chasing momentum versus any sort of fundamental value. They look to sometimes unprofitable companies with a lot of mentions on social media. And then there's something called short interest, meaning a lot of people are betting that that stock will go down. When that doesn't happen and the price actually goes up, it can create something called a short squeeze, where those investors need to quickly buy back their shares and cut those losses. That can shoot the price even higher, which is what we're seeing play out here.
I mean, Kate, to that end, right, we saw a similar thing happen with GameStop. People are comparing it to that when their stock surged seemingly out of the blue back in 2021. Is this the same thing?
It is. It's sort of deja vu. We're seeing a similar dynamic, and traders back then really banded together on Reddit and Wall Street Bets. That was the popular forum where they tried to pretty much cause a short squeeze, which I just described, by forcing the hedge funds to buy back shares. And it worked. You saw that rally go on for months, and it's still, you know, a mainstream stock, whereas it was sort of this niche, unheard of thing. Same thing with Tupperware. But absolutely buyer beware. Up or down, you're bound to see more volatility and more big price swings. So hard to say how long it's going to go on, but I would say absolutely be careful if you're getting into this one. A lot of momentum.
All right. Kate Rooney with that news for the thing that's in everybody's cabinet. Thank you.
Definitely in my cabinet. A hardworking 5-year-old is showcasing his green thumb by running his own homegrown fruit and vegetable stand. Sam Reed from our Providence, Rhode Island affiliate spoke with the young farmer about how he's growing his seed money.
Every Sunday down Sycamore Street in Swansea, 5-year-old Jamison Jeffers is up and at it early.
We wake up in the morning and we come in the garden and we get a basket and we look for vegetables. I have a lot of them, but this morning it was kind of bad because a squirrel ate all of my corns.
Picking the produce has become a regular routine for the almost kindergartner,
I always say he's like 5 going on 50.
who has been working on his green thumb for many months now.
I told him, I was like, this is yours, so this is something you have to take care of.
And so far, things are growing great.
Then I saw some more. I don't have to water them because of the rain.
It all started in late winter. Jamison, who had been helping his dad, had his own idea.
This year, he told me he wanted to do a little farm stand.
I wanted to learn how to make my own money. I wanted to learn how to plant a garden and make food.
After getting the green light, Jamison took a loan
It's very nice to help me.
from the Bank of Dad.
It's a lot more rewarding to look at something that you have and say you've earned it, instead of it being given to you.
For more than a month, Jamison has been spending his entire day working the stand.
Zucchini, squash, eggplant, peppers.
And the community.
Show people the garden, tell them about it.
On many occasions, it's been a huge success. His stand typically sells out.
It's really great to see like the community that Swansea has.
The $120 he borrowed from his best friend was paid back in full.
It feels so exciting.
2 weeks later.
I'm very proud of him. To see the dedication and the responsibility he's taken as a father, to see that, especially at a young age, it really makes you happy.
Jamison says whatever money he makes is going towards something special.
Yeah, I'm saving it for a 4-wheeler in a house.
And the fruits or vegetables of his labor are well worth it.
Are you proud of your garden?
So proud.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Sam Reed.
We're proud of you too, Jamison. Well, up ahead, the summer camp that's all about AI. You're watching Daily.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The legal team for the weapons supervisor charged in the deadly Rust movie set shooting appeared at a virtual court hearing today. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is charged with involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say she loaded a live bullet into a prop gun on the set in New Mexico of the Alec Baldwin movie. Baldwin fired the gun on set, killing cinematographer Helena Hutchins. Charges against Baldwin have since been dropped. Today's hearing was procedural, and Gutierrez-Reed was not present.
A North Carolina man who drove his car into a group of migrant workers has turned himself into police. This graphic video shows 68-year-old Daniel Gonzalez ramming his SUV into the group in a Walmart parking lot. It happened Sunday morning, and 6 people were hurt. An original statement from police said detectives believe it was intentional, but yesterday his family told police he accidentally hit the gas pedal while trying to park his car. Police now say the motive is still under investigation.
And breaking news, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver has died. Her family releasing a statement today. The 71-year-old Democrat was taken to the hospital for an undisclosed medical issue yesterday. Oliver was actually serving as the state's acting governor while Governor Phil Murphy is out of state. New Jersey's state Senate president will now take over until Governor Murphy returns from vacation.
Investigators in Tennessee are trying to figure out why a man tried to enter a Jewish school with a gun, and when he could not get in, he started shooting.
This all happened yesterday in Memphis, Tennessee. Police say the man fired off multiple shots before driving away in a red pickup truck, leading to a search and a shootout with police. He was taken to a hospital in critical condition.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venanguez is following this story for us. So, Guad, what more do we know about just what happened here and the investigation?
Sinclair, according to local authorities, the suspect arrived and attempted entering that school, but the safety protocol in place is what kept him from being able to enter that campus. Now, we also got a hold of a letter that was shared with parents of the students. In that letter, there was more information about what could have happened. The letter indicated that the suspect arrived and did have a conversation with a member of the staff, a worker that was there. And it was after that confrontation that the suspect then fired his handgun. He then got in his vehicle and left. And it was members of the school staff that shared some of the details of the suspect and his vehicle with police, which then, of course, helped police officers track him down. They then stopped him. And after that traffic stop, according to police, the suspect exited his vehicle with the handgun in his hand. And that's when an officer opened fire. The latest update indicates that that suspect was taken into custody and to a hospital in critical condition, with state authorities now leading the investigation as we wait for charges to be announced, Sinclair.
No, really glad that didn't end up being a lot worse. Guad Venanguez, thank you so much.
We are following breaking news out of Washington this hour. The grand jury hearing evidence in special counsel Jack Smith's federal investigation into alleged 2020 election interference was just seen leaving the courthouse.
We have been on watch all day for a possible indictment in this case after former President Trump said he was expecting an indictment, quote, any day now. Let's get right to it with NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, what more do we know here?
Not much beyond that, Zinkley and Kate, and I just want to be transparent about where we are here. There are increasingly more and more signals that are coming into us that perhaps this indictment that we expect to see against former President Trump is imminent. The reason we expect to see that indictment, of course, is that Donald Trump himself has said he is the recipient of a target letter from the special counsel's office related to their investigation into this scheme, essentially to overturn the results of the 2020 election, the legitimate results of that election. Now, Donald Trump about 24 hours ago said that he expects that indictment to come any day now. It is not clear if he or his team has further information, more information from prosecutors. But here's what we do know, right? The grand jury that typically hears this case is meeting today and has just left, as you point out. And we have also seen activity at the location that this is happening, at the special counsel's office, including the motorcade of Jack Smith, the special counsel himself, pulling in, kind of speeding in past the reporters who are staking this place out into I believe, an underground garage. Don't quote me on that. Again, indication that there is activity here, right? Indication that there is maybe something in the water. We cannot definitively say at this point what that something is, if anything, but given all of these different tea leaves that we're pulling together, it seems to suggest that perhaps something could happen soon. I just want a grain of salt caveat this for people. Something may also not happen soon, right? I mean, we have been talking about this now ever since Donald Trump got that target letter and it became clear that he was being investigated. The reason why that target letter is important, of course, is because legal experts point out it almost certainly means that an indictment is coming down the road. What could Donald Trump be charged with if this indictment happens? A couple of things were laid out in that letter. It doesn't mean that those are the definitive charges, but essentially obstruction and conspiracy along with deprivation of rights. Kate Zinkley?
Yeah, definitely a waiting game. Hallie Jackson with the latest on this Trump elections probe. Thank you so much. And don't miss Hallie Jackson now coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming live on NBC News Now.
Jury deliberations are underway right now in the final phase of the federal trial for the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter. Jurors are deciding if that gunman will be sentenced to life in prison or the death penalty. 11 worshipers were shot and killed at the Tree of Life synagogue back in 2018. It is the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is outside the courthouse for us in Pittsburgh. Kathy, this trial began more than 2 months ago. We've kind of checked in here and there. Can you take us through the timeline? How did we get here and what's happened so far in court?
Well, Kate, good afternoon to you. This trial was essentially broken up into 3 different phases. The first portion, of course, was a guilty phase, and the jury convicted Robert Bowers on 63 criminal counts. And then in July, they found him eligible for the death penalty, and that's where we are today. The same jury, will now decide whether he spends the rest of his life in prison without parole or the death penalty. Now, earlier this morning, his defense attorney overnight actually filed a motion for a mistrial, objecting to the closing arguments given by the prosecution. Yesterday, during closing arguments, the judge actually denied that motion. And also, when the jury began deliberating around 9 o'clock this morning, quickly after that, they actually wanted to see the weapons used in the attack. The judge okayed that. And then just a few minutes ago, actually earlier this afternoon, they had another question regarding some evidence that the judge granted that request. So we are entering 5 hours of deliberations. And once again, Kate, the jury needs to be unanimous on this death penalty decision. And yesterday, of course, closing arguments wrapped. The prosecution leaning on the fact that Robert Bowers had a troubled childhood, and they brought on a lot of experts talking about his mental illness. Kate?
All right, Kathy Park keeping an eye on that for us. Kathy, thank you.
In Haiti, people are taking to the streets, protesting the kidnapping of an American nurse and her child and calling for their release. Alex Dorsonville and her daughter were abducted from the Christian charity where Alex was a nurse on Thursday. That was the same day the U.S. State Department warned Americans to not travel to Haiti due to intense unrest and violence there. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is in Washington for us. So, Kelly, what more have we been able to learn about Alex and the work she was doing in Haiti?
Well, she is married to the founder of the aid group that is doing that good work there. And so she has a personal connection to Haiti, and she has been a part of the community there, which is part of why we're seeing this outgrowth of protests at a time when, of course, institutions like these aid organizations and ministries and so forth are often the only functioning institutions, given the gang violence that is in Haiti and the sort of dissolution of the normal government processes. So the White House tells us the president is fully briefed on her case. They are being cautious about speaking publicly about this, saying they're doing all they can to try to get her and her child safely back. But in these kinds of instances where there are kidnappings or people being detained in other countries, sometimes adding more focus on them actually raises the price, if you will, on trying to secure their release. So the White House is following this closely. Zinkley?
Yeah, definitely an alarming situation. Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much.
The largest wildfire in the country so far this year is spreading across 2 states. The fire started Friday in a remote area of California's Mojave National Preserve. That's north and east, rather, of Los Angeles, just near the Nevada border there. More than 80,000 acres have already burned in California and Nevada. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is out in Los Angeles. Miguel, what kind of progress are firefighters making today? What are the biggest challenges?
Okay, so far they have made some progress, but certainly not enough to feel comfortable. As you mentioned, this blaze is massive, 80,000 acres, which has become the biggest in the state and in the country so far this year. The fire is about a quarter contained, which means there is still growth around 75% of its edges. Now, this is a somewhat unusual blaze as it's burning in the desert, baking in those triple digits. Firefighters are basically battling this inferno while working inside of an oven. There's also been some other extreme weather like the wind. It's been powerful enough to create those fire-nados. That's a vortex of swirling fire and winds. Crews are going to have several long weeks on their hands as they battle this blaze in those incredible conditions, Kate.
And Miguel, we're just entering the peak period of California's wildfire season, right? How bad is it projected to be this summer, this year?
Well, officials in different parts of the states have different projections, but we do know the worst months are still to come. As you know, we've had those historic rains over the winter, and that was followed by a pretty mild spring. That's given plenty of time for overgrown brush to really double, even triple in size and go unchecked. That's the perfect fuel for these wildfires. Officials are just hoping for the delay of fire season will mean a shortened time for it to burn. But the problem is when it arrives, it's expected to be explosive, Kate.
It's interesting, Miguel, because you would think a wet winter would have helped us, right? That the ground might have gotten more saturated.
And it did, and it certainly delayed the start of fire season. Usually, Kate, by this time of the year, we've already had several major wildfires, and we've been talking about these blazes that are really exploding and popping up in states across the West. There has been a delay, and you would think, as you mentioned, that a wet winter would mean we would have a slower fire season, but it just means a delayed start, and it also means there's so much brush that has been growing. The hills across Los Angeles were very green for months into the spring. Now they're certainly beginning to turn a little bit brown and dry. We're seeing that across so much of the region, and that's the threat.
Yeah. Miguel Almaguer for us. Miguel, thank you so much. And I know you'll have more on this fire coming up tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Well, coming up, the majority of kids already have an online presence by the time they're just 2 years old. The impact that could have on kids later in life.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this crop circle that popped up. Look at that. In a field of wheat in the English countryside. Mysterious crop formations have been found across this region since they gained media attention back in the 1980s. While many crop circles have been proven to be man-made, some people do believe that they are created by extraterrestrials or paranormal activity. I guess we'll just leave it up to you to judge that photo. Looks pretty perfect to me.
Looks pretty mysterious to me.
More NBC News Daily right after this.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In today's modern parenting, did you know that over 90% of children have an online presence by the time they are 2 years old?
There's actually a word for it, sharenting. Basically, it's when parents share news about their kids online. But with growing concerns around the impact of social media on kids' mental health, some experts say parents should think twice before posting about their kids. Joining us now is family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jen Harstein. So, Dr. Jen, a study by the NIH really caught my eye because it said that over half of parents post about their kids before they're even born. So just walk us through. I know, like...
Well, pregnant photos, I get that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair. That's
Fair.
about the parent more than it's about the child, but it's still, we're starting early.
Yeah,
right? We're getting it out there.
We're starting early. So what should parents consider before they even press that button?
Well, I think true for all of us, but especially true for parents, is why are we posting, right? What are we doing it for? Are we sharing information? Are we kind of, what's the motivation? And I think that's an important thing we have to think about. We have to think about privacy for our kids, right? And we have to be selective about what we're doing, because if we're just showing our whole life, our kids are only learning how to perform for the camera, and they're not really figuring out what to do. We were talking before the segment started, sometimes we do stuff that we maybe might need to apologize for. Maybe your child didn't give you permission and they're old enough to have an opinion. Acknowledge that you maybe overstepped and kind of recognize that relationship matters more than the post.
So Jen, for years, I did not show the faces of my children on social media.
Mhm.
We have a few pictures that we can show you. I would show like the back of their heads.
Sure.
Something not identifiable, because I was worried about their privacy and also, frankly, their safety, because I have this very public job on television. Is that smart? What can parents do to appropriately share and safely share?
Such important questions. And I think, yes, that's okay, right? Because now there's nothing really identifying. A ponytail is not identifying. Any kid can have a ponytail. A baseball hat is not identifying. But we have to be mindful about privacy and safety, because if I'm posting my address, what school my kid goes to, now I'm opening up not just cyber security issues, but privacy issues and safety issues. Somebody can take my kid's identity and open up a bank account, and all of a sudden we're kind of pulling that back. So the overshare is really something we need to consider, because we don't want people to take advantage of our children or of us.
Also, that stuff lives forever. The producers pulled those photos from, I mean, those are probably
deep in the archives.
10-year-old
Right. It lives forever. And so then what's happening, right? We're teaching our kids to perform. So it does, we talk about mental health of teenagers now, but if their whole lives are being played out in front of the world, what is that setting up for who they want to be later?
Yeah, I've even seen people put like emojis on top of their kids' faces to shield them. I wonder, are there any benefits, though, any positives to posting about your kids? I know some people have long-distance family relationships.
Yeah, it's a way to communicate with long-distance friends and family, 100%. It's a way to create community. What if I'm struggling with my kid and I'm like, hey, they have this, I'm showing you their arm and they have a rash, and maybe everybody gives some, Google Doctor magically appears, or all of these things. But community is one of the benefits of social media for all people at every age, and it's no different for parenting. We need community. It makes us feel seen and heard in ways that other communities may not.
Yeah, so you're saying it's not all bad to engage with your community about your children.
Yeah.
Just be careful about how much, it's the overshare, right? Be careful of the overshare. And if somebody's like, hey, you're posting a lot, hear that. It's not necessarily criticism. It might be really important feedback.
Go ahead.
Well, I just quickly wanted to ask, how does sharenting impact the parent-child relationship?
It's a great question, and it can really be negative, right? If I'm asking you not to do it and you're doing it anyway, that's a problem, and it can create some conflict. It can create a lack of trust. It can create a real challenge in me as a young person figuring out who I am, because you've kind of made my identity for me. So we really want to figure out how to kind of support them in their own development.
So as they're older, we were talking about this in the commercial break, asking, or I guess even when they're younger, asking them, saying like, is it okay if I post this picture of you?
Yes.
Make it a team effort. Do it together. together and let them have a say, because maybe they don't want all of that information out there, and you're deciding for them. Give them some agency, give them some ability to make their own minds up.
I love that.
And then they can it'll teach them how to be better social media users later, too.
Dr. Jen Hartstein, I could talk about this all day.
I know. I'm like, Mom and Dad, are you listening? Thank you so much. And thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's no secret, artificial intelligence seems to be popping up everywhere.
Now AI has even become the primary focus of some summer camps. Here's NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford.
This is not your typical summer camp.
3, 2, 1, go.
Instead of roasting marshmallows, these high schoolers at Princeton University's AI for All camp are programming drones.
There it is.
Using artificial intelligence.
Stay there, stay there.
So what is this?
This is the drone simulation.
You all learned all of this just in the past 3 weeks.
Yes, we did.
It's incredible.
Here, they learn how robots move and think, and even teach drones how to map out areas on their own. So they can do things like monitor forest fires in places that humans can't reach.
We use satellite imagery to detect certain illegal mining activities.
It all started back in 2015 at Stanford University as a way to close the gender gap in the artificial intelligence field. Now it's designed to encourage women and students of color, reaching more than a dozen college and university campuses across the country last year.
There's a lot of fear around AI right now, and this is part of what's driving a lot of people away. They don't see role models that look like them. They don't have a peer support network within this field. And what we try to do is sort of address all of this. We try to demystify some of this technology and reduce some of the fear.
And in a data-driven industry, the data is striking. Job postings for generative AI have increased more than 540% in the last 3 years. But industry-wide, women make up just 30% of AI workers.
Do you see a lot of other women who look like you, who look like me? Do you see a lot of women of color?
Not a lot. I wish there was more.
And it's a field where people of color are dramatically underrepresented, a trend these students say they plan to break.
What would you say to other young women, other people of color who may be hesitant to learn about this space?
Don't be intimidated and be open-minded to learn new things.
To be curious?
Yes.
A new generation changing the technology that's changing the world. Morgan Radford, NBC News.
Cuba is officially lifting its ban on women boxing.
And this gives women the opportunity to compete in the ring for the very first time in more than 60 years. Here's NBC's Ed Augustin.
Eliani de la Caridad Garcia was over the moon when she heard the news.
Lo que hice fue saltar de alegría, abrazar a la niña, abrazar a mi abuela, a la familia, de que entonces ella podía ser una boxeadora.
This athlete could barely believe the news.
Me llamaron por teléfono, me dijeron, aprobaron el boxeo, y yo dije, bueno, porque ya yo como que, no sé, como que ya había pasado tanto tiempo y no creía que fuera, porque muchas veces habían dicho que sí.
Cuba, known as a boxing powerhouse, finally authorizing women's boxing. The small island nation has punched above its weight at the Olympics. In the men's category, Cuba is the second country with the most gold medals after the US. But since the 1959 Cuban Revolution, the country has dominated the sport at the Games. But though women have been able to box in the Olympics since 2012, Cuban women had been excluded. The island's boxing federation citing safety concerns.
Querían saber realmente si el boxeo no afectaba a la mujer como para, no sé, para tener hijos.
But many in today's team think the ban was patronizing.
Claro que era injusto, súper injusto, como ya le decía. Las mujeres tenemos los mismos derechos de los hombres. Incluso hay mujeres albañiles, hay mujeres judokas, taekwondokas, hay mujeres en pesa, en lucha, y por qué no también boxeadoras, por supuesto.
With the ban lifted last December, the team is finally out of the starting blocks. And last month, taking a silver and 2 bronzes in the Central American and Caribbean Games held in El Salvador. The goal now, to qualify for next year's Paris Olympics. But given some on the team only put on boxing gloves for the first time last year, just qualifying for the Games will be the fight of their lives.
El boxeo en otro país ha comenzado sin una base sólida. Es decir, que no hay una fortaleza técnica para pensar en ese resultado de inmediato.
But that won't stop them giving their all.
El sueño de todo atleta es llegar a la Olimpiada. Mi sueño es ese, estar en lo más alto del podio.
Really cool to see more people have more opportunity to play all kinds of sports.
Yeah, Ed Augustin reporting there. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinclea Samoa. You're watching NBC News Daily.
back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zincle Asamoah.
I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, breaking news: indictment imminent. We could learn at any moment whether the Justice Department will indict former President Donald Trump over his alleged interference in the 2020 election. The signs we're watching for right now.
Facing a judge, the suspect in the notorious Gilgo Beach murders has his first day in court, while law enforcement officials now say he is no longer a suspect in 4 other cases.
Growing threat: a suspect now in custody in the stabbing of a gay man who was simply dancing in the street. The rising concern about a surge in anti-LGBTQ+ attacks.
And shake it off. New research shows how chronic stress can lead to chronic problems like weight gain, ways that you can make sure you get going, and when the going gets tough.
We got a lot of news to get to, and we're going to start in the nation's capital, where we're watching for the potential 3rd indictment of former President Donald Trump.
That's right. The 2024 Republican frontrunner is already facing 2 indictments. One of those is over his alleged mishandling of classified documents. The other, on the right there, is over alleged hush money payments made during the 2016 campaign.
Today, the focus is on the investigation into the January 6th riot and efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Today also marks 2 weeks since Trump publicly announced he was the target of this probe. A grand jury met this morning in Washington, D.C. for about 5 hours to hear evidence and testimony.
We're also keeping an eye on the Fulton County, Georgia district attorney who is preparing to present her case to a grand jury. That's in the investigation of alleged election interference in that battleground state. Former President Trump, by the way, has denied all wrongdoing in each of these separate probes. A lot to unpack. We have all of it covered for you. Let's begin with NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake, who's with us. Garrett, where do things stand right now on the possibility of another indictment?
Well, Kate, as we were speaking, the grand jury appears to have wrapped up their work for the day. We don't know if they've taken a vote yet or not, but this is sort of their standard procedure. They're in for big chunks of the day on Tuesday and Thursday, and we know that they are perilously close to the end of their investigation, both based on the target letter Donald Trump received from the special counsel more than 2 weeks ago, telling him as much, and based on the fact that his attorneys came to Washington late last week to meet with the special counsel's office in kind of one last conversation, trying to forestall an indictment. But whether any decision has been made at the courthouse is not something we'll be privy to until that grand jury foreperson physically hands over the indictment, hands up the indictment to a magistrate judge. It's at that point this will go into the record. We could find out more or less right then, or we could find out, like we did with the classified documents case, if and when Donald Trump's attorneys are informed that he's going to be charged and he blasts it out to the whole world. We're in a posture now of just having to sit and wait to see where the kind of wheels of justice are today, Kate.
Definitely anxiously waiting. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She's also a former prosecutor. Kristen, good to see you. So if there is an indictment here, what would the next steps look like?
Well, if there's an indictment, we'll probably see the same type of process that we saw with Donald Trump in Florida. You know, post-indictment, he'd be arraigned, where he'd be formally presented with the actual charges and he'd be asked to enter into a plea. And of course, as we've seen, history kind of repeats itself with regard to Donald Trump. He will most likely enter into a not guilty plea and then a trial date will be set. And of course, they're also going to have to discuss how documents will be presented to the defense for discovery purposes. But then, you know, they would also set the bail. And if it's anything like we saw in Florida, he'd be released on his own recognizance, which means, you know, he wouldn't have to post any bail. He just would be legally obligated to attend any and all court proceedings.
Kristen, you talk about history repeating itself. Notably, this is Trump's 3rd indictment. Would it make any difference from a prosecution or defense standpoint that that's the case, or do they all operate independently?
Well, they all operate independently, but the existence of multiple indictments and investigations can absolutely influence the strategy from both sides, because from the prosecution's perspective, these cases can bolster one another by establishing that MO or that pattern of behavior, which could be used to argue criminal intent. And then on the other side of the defense, and we've seen this defense utilized, he can argue that this is politically motivated and that he's innocent and it's all of a witch hunt. But like I said, each of these cases are distinct. They involve different jurisdictions, different legal concepts, different charges. But even, again, one other strategy that could be employed is whether or not the defendant actually will testify. If Trump testifies in one proceeding, it could be used against him in another. Again, I don't expect him to testify, but certainly it would be a question that will have to be considered with regard to the defense strategy.
Let's turn over to NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson, who's with us as well. Hallie, there's a New York Times Siena College poll out today. It asked registered voters nationwide last week if the 2024 presidential election were now, who would get your vote? It's kind of a dead heat between President Biden and former President Trump, 43% each. But Hallie, as you know, when you look at the middle, like that doesn't add up to 100, right? So there's some people in there who don't say either right now. And when they asked them, Biden gets the slight edge. I guess I'm wondering, does that say that maybe some voters in the middle, undecided, aren't sure how to read all these potential indictments or already indictments?
It's a great question, Kate. And I think if you pull back up that graphic, what it says to us, those numbers on the very end there as it relates to independence, it says that Donald Trump's grip on independence, you see 42% would break for Biden, 37% would break for Mr. Trump and President Biden there. What it says is that Donald Trump's grip on independence is not as strong as his grip on the Republican Party. I think that is one of the takeaways we could see here. That's borne out by some other numbers, too, right? We know that based on the same polling, something like 7 in 10 likely Republican voters believe that the Republican Party should get behind Donald Trump, should back him up as it relates to these investigations against him. That's a big number, right? 70%. And that echoes what we have seen really all along from the months after the riot at the Capitol and January 6th went down. You saw Donald Trump have a hold on the GOP that has not gone away, at least not for right now. The question is, what about the political middle, if you will? There's some other polling in the last few days that shows that about half of independents, and this has been fairly consistent too, but about half of independents do believe that Donald Trump did something really problematic or did something illegal, essentially. It depends on how the question is phrased. That may not be an issue for Donald Trump in the primary, right? And he's got to get through a primary to get to a general election, but it is going to be a huge question mark come, let's say, next February or March or whatever, whenever we know who the Republican nominee will be, if it is Donald Trump. That's where the question mark comes into play, and that's where some of these issues that he has legally could come to a head, especially, Kate and Zinkley, if we see trials happening right around that time.
Hallie Jackson, Garrett Haight, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, great panel for us. Thank you all. Appreciate it. And for Hallie, please don't miss her show, Hallie Jackson Now, coming up 5 o'clock Eastern, streaming live on NBC News Now.
The suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer, Rex Heuermann, was inside a Long Island, New York courtroom today.
The 59-year-old architect is charged with killing 3 women more than a decade ago. He has pleaded not guilty in their murders. Heuermann is also the lead suspect in the murder of a 4th woman. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. He joins us outside the courthouse in Riverhead, New York. Ron, what's happening right now?
Well, the hearing just ended. Heuermann was in the courtroom for all of 5 to 7 minutes. There were some still photographs that show him there in a black jacket and khaki pants and a blue shirt. He's handcuffed the entire time. He stood the entire time, looked over at the prosecution as the prosecution was talking about the massive amount of evidence that they say they have in this case. And that's what this was mostly about, as is called, discovery and the evidence and how the prosecution is going to get this information to the defense in the coming weeks and months. The next hearing date was set for late September, the 27th of September. But a lot of the discussion, as we understand it, between the judge and the attorneys, not in court, but in sidebars and so forth, was about the logistics of trying to get all this information to the defense. It's 2,500 pages of photos, documents, 4 2-terabyte hard drives of information, surveillance video, photographs from the crime scene, 13 years worth of investigative material is how the DA described it afterwards. And they, of course, insist that their case is extremely strong. So that's kind of where we are now. A very brief appearance by the defendant, by the suspect. The hearing next date set for September 27th. A lot of discussion about the massive amount of evidence that the prosecution says it has. And the suspect just there for 5 to 7 minutes and heading back to the correctional facility here in Suffolk County.
And I know we're seeing the suspect for the first time. We got that new image here, or not for the first time, but some new images today. Ron, I know police are also looking into whether Huerman has any connection to any unsolved crimes in several other states. What's the latest in those investigations?
A lot of questions about that and not a lot of answers from the district attorney here. There was some indication, some reporting that he is not part of the investigation of a series of murders of young women that happened in Atlantic City, New Jersey back in 2006. But there are also still investigations going on in Las Vegas and in South Carolina where he has properties and where he had some relationships, some attachments. But again, at this point, the DA here just continues to emphasize that the investigation is ongoing. The grand jury is still convened, still hearing from witnesses. There may be more evidence presented. This is an ongoing case, they keep saying, and that's essentially where they are. One thing they would not discuss is whether there were relatives of the victims who were here today, but they did say that some were here, not whom.
Ron Allen with the very latest. Thank you very much.
Turning to financial news now, vaping company Juul is seeking an unusual new patent. And tonight is your next chance to be a billionaire.
Hey, I'll take any chance. Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Morgan.
And I will lay out your chances. The flashing X on top of the building formerly known as Twitter headquarters, that's been removed. Video shows the structure being taken down days after it went up. San Francisco launched an investigation after the sign went up, but it was not clear why it was removed. E-cigarette company Juul Labs is seeking authorization for a vape that would verify a user's age. A company spokesperson said customers can either upload their ID and a real-time selfie to an app that's paired with a vape, or input personal information into a database to verify identity. And the Mega Millions jackpot. It's still up for grabs with a grand prize at more than $1 billion. USA Mega says the luckiest numbers are 22 and 11. Both have been drawn over 20 times since the last winner. No one's hit the jackpot since April, but players will have another chance with tonight's drawing. I said I would give you those chances. 1 in 302 million.
Oh, is
there
that
you
all?
go. That's your chance with one ticket.
And my thing is, if no one has won, you said since April?
No one's won since April. We've
So-
only seen a jackpot this large with a B at the end of it 5 times before.
You know, so those numbers, 22 and 11, can't be that lucky. If
I
that's
guess
what I'm
not, if
saying.
that's what everybody's playing and it's not working.
Exactly. Morgan
Maybe try
Brennan.
something else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My favorite number is 38 for the record.
Ah.
Coming up, tensions escalate in Haiti as protests there erupt over the kidnapping of 2 Americans.
Plus, the biggest wildfire of the year burns out of control, spreading across 2 western states. We're tracking the progress to get it under control. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
In Haiti, people are taking to the streets, protesting the kidnapping of an American nurse and her child and calling for their release. Alex Dorsonville and her daughter were abducted from the Christian charity where Alex was working as a nurse on Thursday. That was the same day the U.S. State Department warned Americans to not travel to Haiti due to intense unrest and violence there. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. He's in Delaware traveling with President Biden. So, Mike, what more have we been able to learn about Alex and the work she was actually doing in Haiti?
Well, Zinkley, we learned in this new statement from the ministry that she had been working as a nurse, a school nurse, since 2020. But really, her connection to Haiti goes back more than a decade earlier. She traveled there as part of many volunteer efforts to support Haiti in response to that 2010 devastating earthquake. And we learned that she would travel basically any break she could get, summer, winter, breaks in her schooling, over the course of the next decade to try to reconnect with the island that she really fell in love with. When she earned her nursing degree, she then would save money and fund her own trips to Haiti to do whatever she could to keep that connection with this country. Now, she did marry the head of the ministry in 2021, and then, of course, they welcomed the child. But really, the ministry in this statement is emphasizing how unfortunate this kidnapping was 5 days ago, especially given this personal connection she had developed with the people there.
Mike, with all that said, have we heard any more from the White House about efforts to actually get her released?
Well, we heard again today from John Kirby, the National Security Council spokesperson, saying that the president has been briefed and he continues to get updates on this, that they continue to work for her return. But one of the challenges here is usually these efforts are government to government. And frankly, Haiti's government is non-existent at the moment. We did hear from the Secretary of State today, Tony Blinken, though, welcoming an effort from Kenya to perhaps lead a multinational force to try to bring some stability to Haiti, to resume that political process, to try to get its government institutions up and running again. This is going to be a priority of the United States as it assumes the presidency of the UN Security Council this month. They hope to really continue to build that coalition to try to bring some stability to Haiti.
Yeah, that instability impacting both the residents of Haiti and now this American mother and her child, hoping that she returns soon. Mike Memoli, thank you.
A North Carolina man has turned himself in to police after he was caught on camera plowing into a group of migrant workers outside of a Walmart. One of the workers who was hit is now speaking out as well. NBC's Guad Venegas has the latest.
This video released by Lincolnton Police shows the moment the black SUV slowly makes its way down a Walmart parking lot before making a turn towards the group of workers who were standing in the shade under these trees. The driver then speeding over the curb and striking 6 men. An ambulance then seen arriving, tending to the injured men ranging from ages 21 to 39. All have been treated and released from the hospital and are expected to recover.
Jorge Lopez Anaya.
Among the injured, 33-year-old Jorge Lopez.
Marvel se fue directamente contra nosotros.
He went straight towards us, said Lopez to our Telemundo affiliate. He says the workers were shopping at a local Walmart on their day off when the incident occurred. He now suffers from injuries in his ankle and says he won't be able to work for 2 weeks. We're all here to work hard and make a little bit of money, said Lopez, who, like the other men, is in the U.S. with an H-2A farm worker visa, according to his employer. This incident reminiscent of a fatal incident in Brownsville, Texas, back in May, where 8 migrants were killed after police say a driver under the influence drove into them while they stood outside a migrant shelter. That driver was charged with manslaughter, and authorities are still looking into whether that crash was intentional. But fear now spreading among other farm workers in North Carolina, including the farm where the 6 men work. I'm scared. I'm scared after what's happened, said Jose Benjamin Morales as he took a break from working in the fields.
As for the victims that won't be able to work for the next few days, the Mexican consulate says that legal and financial help is available to them if necessary.
Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Coming up, remembering Euphoria actor Angus Cloud, how the cast is honoring the life of the rising star and what we're learning about his final days. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including all the places listed in front of you on the screen. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Team USA is moving on to the next round of the World Cup, but just barely. The U.S. struggling in a scoreless tie against Portugal earlier today. Portugal came within inches of eliminating Team USA in extra time, but the ball actually hit the goalpost. Co-captain Alex Morgan says her team will need to step up if they want to defend their World Cup titles.
We're not happy with the performance we put out there, but at the same time, we're moving on. This isn't the first time in my career that we've moved on second in the group. And so now it's coming back together, knowing that we have all of the pieces to make it all the way, but putting that all together.
Okay, but they're still in. Team USA's next game is Sunday morning, Eastern time. They're going to find out their opponent tomorrow. It will likely be rival Sweden, and they have faced each other in the last 5 tournaments. The U.S. has never lost to Sweden in the World Cup, and I hope I didn't just jinx it.
Hopefully not. Well, Kate, there's a heated debate happening over milk. There's a growing demand across the country for raw milk. That's when it hasn't been pasteurized to kill germs. Iowa is now the latest state to explicitly legalize its sale, and advocates are calling it a win, but public health experts are not convinced it's safe. Here's NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky.
There may not be a use in crying over spilled milk, but you have no idea the debate's taking place right now over raw milk.
It's one of those professions where there aren't a lot of vacation days. Weekends really are no different than weekdays.
Susan Young's work starts early and ends late, even later now that her small little farm has got a new product on the market. This summer, her home state, Iowa, joined more than 30 others that allow producers to now sell consumers dairy products, including milk, unpasteurized. That's raw milk.
That provides a whole new income stream for our farm.
Let's go back to middle school for a quick refresher on pasteurization. It's a centuries-old process that heats up milk to kill off bacteria like Salmonella, Listeria, or E. coli, then cools it back down.
The warming of attitudes toward raw, unpasteurized milk appears to be fueled by a post-COVID trend of seeking out more natural products, as well as TikTokers urging consumers to choose raw.
Let's discuss the fact that the FDA says this is dangerous.
Raw milk activists like Sally Fallon Morell say raw milk has more nutrients.
Raw milk is nature's perfect food, and we have the technology today to produce very safe raw milk and get it to every child who needs it in this country.
Okay, instant fact check. Yes, food safety in America has come a long way in the last 120 years, and the risk of consuming raw milk is low, especially for the average American. But for young children, seniors, or pregnant women, those risks are higher and potentially deadly. So the raw milk debate comes down to, do the benefits outweigh the risks? And most epidemiologists, researchers, and pediatricians agree that there just aren't really any benefits at all to drinking raw, unpasteurized milk. So no, they say the risks aren't worth it.
The bulk of the data demonstrates that pasteurized milk is very healthy and easily digestible and leads to good health outcomes.
Take it from a family with a raw milk nightmare story.
It was, hell is putting it mildly.
Mary McGonigal Martin was trying to find healthier food for her 7-year-old son, Chris. Internet research led her to raw milk. 3 weeks later, Chris was on a ventilator, undergoing kidney dialysis, and had developed pancreatitis. She says it was E. coli from the milk, and it led to 2 hellish months in the hospital. Chris survived, somehow miraculously, according to his mother, but she spent the 17 years since then warning the world about foodborne illnesses.
Here's the thing about raw milk, or just like driving a car and wearing your seatbelt. I could drive my car for a long time and not be in an accident. The same with raw milk. Raw milk is great until it has a pathogen in it.
But in an era where soy, almond, and other dairy alternatives eat away at traditional milk's market share, Americans now drinking about 50% less milk than they did in the 70s, many consumers and farmers are glad raw milk is an option again. For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
Coming up, a major milestone for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. How he is feeling about his return to the field after that terrifying moment we all saw last season.
But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this. It's a crop circle that popped up in a field of wheat in the English countryside. Mysterious crop formations have been found across this region since they gained media attention in the 1980s. Some people think they're created by extraterrestrial or paranormal activity. You should tell us what you think. More NBC News Daily after this.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Police are investigating after a body was found inside a plastic barrel on a beach in Malibu, California yesterday morning. Police say the body was discovered when a lifeguard noticed the barrel floating offshore. They say the lifeguard opened the drum and discovered the body of a black adult male. There is still no word on the circumstances surrounding his death.
President Biden has decided to keep the U.S. Space Command headquarters in Colorado, reversing former President Donald Trump's plan to relocate headquarters to Alabama. The head of the Space Command had argued against the move, saying that it would jeopardize military readiness. Alabama lawmakers say they are angry about that decision and that the fight is not over.
And breaking news, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver has died. Her family released a statement today. The 71-year-old Democrat was taken to the hospital for an undisclosed medical issue yesterday. Oliver was actually serving as the state's acting governor, while Governor Phil Murphy is out of state. New Jersey State Senate president will now take over until Governor Murphy returns from vacation.
The largest wildfire in the country so far this year, spreading across 2 states. The fire started Friday in a remote area of California's Mojave National Preserve. That's north and east of Los Angeles, just near the Nevada border there. More than 80,000 acres have already burned in California and Nevada. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is out in Los Angeles. Miguel, what kind of progress are firefighters making today? What are the biggest challenges?
Okay, so far they have made some progress, but certainly not enough to feel comfortable. As you mentioned, this blaze is massive, 80,000 acres, which has become the biggest in the state and in the country so far this year. The fire is about a quarter contained, which means there is still growth around 75% of its edges. Now, this is a somewhat unusual blaze as it's burning in the desert, baking in those triple digits. Firefighters are basically battling this inferno while working inside of an oven. There's also been some other extreme weather like the wind. It's been powerful enough to create those fire tornadoes. That's a vortex of swirling fire and winds. Crews are going to have several long weeks on their hands as they battle this blaze in those incredible conditions, Kate.
And Miguel, we're just entering the peak period of California's wildfire season, right? How bad is it projected to be this summer, this year?
Well, officials in different parts of the states have different projections, but we do know the worst months are still to come. As you know, we've had those historic rains over the winter, and that was followed by a pretty mild spring. That's given plenty of time for overgrown brush to really double, even triple in size and go unchecked. That's the perfect fuel for these wildfires. Officials are just hoping for the delay of fire season will mean a shortened time for it to burn. But the problem is when it arrives, it's expected to be explosive, Kate.
It's interesting, Miguel, because you would think a wet winter would have helped us, right? That the ground might have gotten more saturated.
And it did, and it certainly delayed the start of fire season. Usually, Kate, by this time of the year, we've already had several major wildfires, and we've been talking about these blazes that are really exploding and popping up in states across the West. There has been a delay, and you would think, as you mentioned, that a wet winter would mean we would have a slower fire season, but it just means a delayed start, and it also means there's so much brush that has been growing. The hills across Los Angeles were very green for months into the spring. Now they're certainly beginning to turn a little bit brown and dry. We're seeing that across so much of the region, and that's the threat.
Yeah. Miguel Almaguer for us. Miguel, thank you so much, and I know you'll have more on this fire coming up tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The deadly stabbing of a gay man in New York City is being investigated as a possible hate crime. Witnesses say O'Shea Sibley was dancing to music at a Brooklyn gas station on Saturday night when he was approached by a group of men and told to stop. Here's NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton.
In addition to learning that authorities are now looking for a 17-year-old suspect in connection to the killing of O'Shea Sibley, we're learning more about what happened to the 28-year-old late at night on Saturday. O'Shea and a group of friends were outside of a gas station in Brooklyn dancing, a form of dance called voguing that's popular among LGBTQ people here in New York and around the country, just goofing off when suddenly a group of men allegedly approached and began to hurl anti-LGBTQ slurs slurs at Sibley and the others there and to demand that they stop dancing. That's when, according to his friends, Sibley approached them, tried to stand up for himself and tell them that being gay was not a bad thing. Then he was stabbed and the suspect fled the scene in a black SUV. This killing has sent shockwaves through the LGBTQ communities here in New York and around the nation, as people have been warning of an uptick in this kind of hate and activity across the country. Take a listen to our Mayor, Eric Adams, reacting to what's now being investigated as a hate crime.
You know, these random acts of violence shake our confidence, but it does not paralyze us. And I am seeing every day as I walk the streets, on the subway system, in our parks, going out and moving about, people are saying, Eric, we see a difference. Now, you have an incident like we saw over the weekend where this young man was experiencing that hate crime and we will find the person responsible. It shakes our confidence. When you have someone that randomly assaults someone because they have a real mental health issue on the streets, it shakes your confidence.
For a few years now, advocates have been warning that the politicization and the debate over LGBTQ people's rights would lead to increased violence and confrontations like this in real life. One organization has been tracking these incidents and says that since June of 2022, there have on average been about 39 anti-LGBTQ protests nationwide every single month. Here in New York, a city known to be welcoming of people of all backgrounds, back in June, which is Pride Month, there were incidents at the Stonewall Monument. People tore down and damaged pride flags, and people are warning that more of this could happen if action isn't taken. And so communities here in New York are eager to hear updates later today and this week from authorities.
Antonia, thank you. Keeping him in our prayers. So a key hearing in the sentencing of the gunman who killed 4 students at a Michigan high school is expected to wrap up today. 17-year-old Ethan Crumbley pled guilty to 24 charges, including first-degree murder and terrorism. This hearing is to determine whether or not Crumbley will be eligible for parole. That's because he was 15 years old and a minor when the shooting happened. A psychologist brought to testify by Crumbley's defense team said he was abandoned by his parents. They also said the shooter suffers from mental illness and can, quote, absolutely be rehabilitated. Prosecutors say he has a history of disturbing behavior and are seeking life in prison with no chance for parole.
The sudden loss of 25-year-old actor Angus Cloud has stunned fans of the HBO show Euphoria. His family confirmed his death yesterday. Cloud was one of the rising stars on that hit series. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz has more on the shocking death.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good night tonight, man. Let's get this money.
From his first appearance on HBO's gritty teen drama Euphoria, Angus Cloud quickly became a fan favorite among the show's millions of loyal viewers.
Sorry, but you can't be coming over here no more. Can I get a quick call?
The 25-year-old Cloud skyrocketing to fame, portraying the gritty and funny teenage drug dealer Fezco on the popular but controversial show focused on troubled teens trying to navigate difficult topics. Cloud, who was born in Oakland, California, had never acted professionally before becoming one of the show's breakout stars.
What's your most iconic moment so far?
Life, baby.
In a statement, his family saying last week he buried his father and intensely struggled with this loss. Cloud's family also noting Angus was open about his battle with mental health, and we hope that his passing can be a reminder to others that they are not alone and should not fight this on their own in silence. Sources close to Cloud's family telling NBC News that Cloud had been battling severe suicidal thoughts after his father's death. Overnight, Cloud's Euphoria castmates paying tribute. Storm Reed posting "The tears won't stop." The show's creator Sam Levinson also writing, "He was too special, too talented, and way too young to leave us so soon," adding, "He also struggled, like many of us, with addiction and depression. I hope he knew how many hearts he touched."
Life deals you the hand you have to play.
Now a complex character and a beloved rising star are gone too soon. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
And just a quick reminder, if you need help, if you're having any kind of suicidal thoughts, you can call or text 988 or visit 988lifeline.org.
Well, today we have NBC News exclusive. 3 former dancers for pop star Lizzo are accusing the singer of sexual harassment and creating a hostile work environment.
That's according to a lawsuit filed Tuesday, in Los Angeles. Wait, today is Tuesday, isn't it?
Today is Tuesday, so that would be today, August 1st.
In Los Angeles. It's funny that I have to ask what day it is. The dancers who accuse Lizzo, who's known for embracing body positivity, of weight shaming and pressuring them to touch a nude performer at an overseas strip club. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is following the story for us. Stephen, tell us more about this lawsuit and what these former dancers are alleging.
Yeah, a lot of shocking stuff here, some wide-ranging accusations in this lawsuit. This was brought by those 3 former dancers. They're alleging sexual harassment and creation of a hostile workplace. All of it is shocking to read, but there are also those claims that Lizzo body-shamed one of the dancers for weight gain. That's shocking, of course, because Lizzo has been such a beacon of body positivity. Those sexual harassment claims allegedly come from an after-party in Amsterdam that Lizzo allegedly hosted after a concert. Now, the plaintiffs claim she forced one of those dancers to touch a nude performer. There are also allegations that a dance captain, Charlene Quigley, harassed people with religious discussions, accused of trying to convert them to her Christian beliefs after they said they were not interested. There are also some descriptions of an alleged 12-hour rehearsal described as excruciating. It came after Lizzo allegedly accused some of the dancers of drinking before performances. Now, the dancers are all former employees now. 2 were let go, 1 resigned. The suit names Lizzo, her production company, and Quigley, and not all of them are accused of doing all of these various things. For example, there are also racial harassment allegations that appear to be focused only on that production company. Those body shaming allegations, though, are the ones that are getting the most headlines, of course, because Lizzo is just known for being such a beacon for so many people.
Well, I was going to say this is particularly striking because her brand is so centered around body positivity. Have we heard from Lizzo or her team?
Yeah, I've continued to check. They have not responded to NBC News requests for comment, but I've just checked social media. Lizzo has posted 3 times on Instagram today. Nothing about this. Of course, this was just filed today, so we do expect it to take some time to actually hear back from them. But we are definitely waiting to see what she and the other parties involved have to say.
Yeah, you'll keep following it. Stephen Romo, thank you. Ever gain a few extra pounds when you're feeling stressed out? Who hasn't? Coming up, why it happens and how you can take the weight off your mind and your body. You're watching NBC News Daily.
we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, it's no secret that stress can impact our food choices. It's why we have terms like comfort food or emotional eating.
Yeah, but chronic stress can actually lead to longer-term effects like weight gain and beyond. Joining us now, health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour and Kelly Ruggless, a licensed clinical psychologist. Great to have both of you. Kelly, let me start with you since you're the psychologist. Can you talk a bit about the psychology of stress eating? I think most of us do it. Why?
Well, the interesting thing about it is that it's actually a protective mechanism in our brain. So when we're stressed, we often seek comfort foods because they trigger a release of feel-good neurotransmitters like dopamine. And those neurotransmitters actually help to boost our mood. So it's actually a really positive and helpful thing. The challenge, though, is when that's the only thing that we have to cope with our stress. So the goal is not to really get rid of that mechanism, but to make sure that we have a variety of ways to cope with stress, like journaling and meditating and movement. So we're not just relying on one aspect of stress management.
You got to grow the self-care toolbox. And I mean, we should say gaining weight is not a bad thing, but if it's linked to stress, not ideal. So Stephanie, why does our weight sort of fluctuate when we are feeling super stressed?
Yeah, I have so many clients that come to me and they want to lose weight. And one of the first things that we tackle is their stress, because physiologically, if your body, if your mind, if you're feeling stressed, then all of your energy is not going towards digestion, not going towards speeding up your metabolism, not going towards fat loss. It's going into that fight or flight mode. We feel like we have to escape or fight in order to survive. So really focusing on those stress reduction techniques. I encourage people to take a transition walk after work before they wind down for the evening. Or if you have, a testy phone call with a colleague or a family member, take a few deep breaths. Really focus on your stress management throughout the day so that your body can relax, release, and let go and eventually lose weight if that's your goal.
And Kelly, if that is your goal, it can be stressful to gain weight. So does it become kind of a cycle where you're stress eating, you gain weight, and then you're stressed that you gained the weight?
It can be, which is why it's really important to remember that we are more than just the number on the scale, and that, if I were to ask you about yourself and who you are, you wouldn't tell me the number on the scale. You would tell me so many other things about you. So I know people have different goals about their weight, and sometimes they want it to go up, sometimes they want it to go down, but it's important to remember that you are more than that so that you can keep a healthy distance from that number and getting so preoccupied with it.
To that end, if you are someone who decides, I do want to lose some weight, how can we do that, Stephanie, in a healthy, sustainable way?
Yeah, we want to start with practical steps. So step number one is to get in some movement. And this may seem a little ironic, but if you are trying to lose weight, you don't necessarily have to kill yourself in the gym. You can just go on a leisurely walk, do some light strength training, do something that's slow and movement oriented, but it's not putting your body under even more stress. And secondly, in terms of food, you want to focus on nutrient dense foods that you enjoy eating, not that you feel, every food that tastes good is off limits. You want to make sure that you're adding in, a variety of foods into your diet, the proteins, healthy fats, fruits, veggies, and then finally track your progress. So we have over 500,000 people in our Start Today wellness program, and that's at today.com/starttoday. And we start with little baby steps. So things like a 20-minute walk or doing a workout challenge, 10 minutes a day of strength training, even focusing on non-scale victories, like feeling that your clothes are looser, having more energy, being in a better mood.
Non-scale.
Yes.
Anybody can do that, right?
Yes,
Anybody
absolutely.
can go to today.com and sign up and be part of your, how many people?
Yeah, over 500,000
That's
people
a lot.
have now joined, all of our viewers, yes.
Yeah.
So it's totally free to join too.
Kelly, I think psychologically a lot of people have feelings of guilt or shame around food and around trying to, manage emotions and eat appropriately. What's your suggestion on that?
So it's important to remember that guilt and shame usually come from a really perfectionistic attitude about food, categorizing foods as good or bad. So what's a better way and a more accurate way to think about food is nutritious or less nutritious. And that's a more neutral approach to food, which gets rid of feeling like you've done something wrong when you've chosen a food that tastes good or chosen a food because you're celebrating with friends. It's also important to remember that our health is determined by the decisions we make over time, the trends in how we feed our bodies. So that hopefully will help us to not focus so much on the individual choices we're making every single day and think about, if I'm making balanced choices overall, then I'm okay and it's all right to enjoy food.
Oh, that's so good. And overall, it just sounds like being mindful of our stress levels, not getting chronically stressed, because that can have a real big impact on us, right?
Yes, absolutely. And if you ate an unhealthy thing for lunch, let's say you had a burger and fries, and you're like, oh my gosh, my whole day is shot. No, take the next choice and take that as an opportunity to make a healthier one, or go on a walk. It's not all or nothing, like Kelly was saying.
One step at a time.
Yep.
I love that. Thank you, guys. It's so great to have you paired together and both here in the studio. Really appreciate it.
Stephanie Mansour, Kelly Ruggless, thank you both, and thanks for watching. There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
7 months after he collapsed on an NFL field, Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin is back.
Hamlin went into cardiac arrest, as you probably remember, after a hit stopped his heart during a game. But thanks to the quick work of his team's medical staff, he survived. He's doing well. On Monday, Hamlin put on the pads for the first time in a team practice. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
It's just 3 words that may have never sounded sweeter to number 3. Back in pads. Monday's practice representing a remarkable turnaround for Damar Hamlin, who can now take hits again. The inspirational defensive player going on offense, leading a CPR tour to keep communities safe all over the country. It's part of his new mission to save lives.
With thousands cheering him on, it was a monumental Monday for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin. The 25-year-old practicing in pads for the first time since suffering cardiac arrest following a routine hit during a January game last season. The nation watching as Hamlin received CPR on the field, nearly losing his life.
It feels amazing. It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, just kind of being back for the first time.
Now, months after being cleared to return to football, and a day after scooping up a young fan, number 3's presence in full pads, a welcomed sight. Hamlin admitted, while it's not easy easing back under a bright spotlight, he welcomes the challenge.
I think there's strength in, going through a process in front of everybody's eyes. It shows vulnerability, it shows strength, it shows perseverance.
Hamlin's recovery, an uplifting outlook, helping further his mission to serve others. That includes leading a recent CPR tour with his Chasing M's Foundation.
They're the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today.
And honoring the Bills medical staff during an emotional tribute at last month's ESPY Awards.
Damar, first and foremost, thank you for staying alive, brother.
Exactly 1 week before Hamlin retook the field, USC incoming freshman Bronny James, the son of NBA superstar LeBron James, collapsed during practice, also suffering cardiac arrest. Within minutes of the news emerging, Hamlin sending prayers to Bronny and thanking the entire James family.
They've been really big and supportive and reaching out to my family as well. I wanted to let him know I'll be there, for whatever he needs on his journey as far as his recovery.
Now, with Bronny discharged from the hospital and on the mend, Hamlin clearing a major hurdle of his own Monday and looking up to the sky in thanks.
To be able to come out here and compete again, because that's such a blessing. Life is bigger than football, but this is what I love to do.
As for the question everyone wants to know, when is Hamlin actually going to be participating in game action again? The Bills' first preseason game is in a couple of weeks on August 12th. Their first official game of the season, September 11th against the New York Jets. It's not clear when he's going to play, but the Bills have given every indication that they're going to go at Hamlin's pace. He has said, once you hit the football field, you cannot have any hesitation, and that's how you get hurt. But his faith is stronger than his fear. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
So glad he's doing all right.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
The NFL, speaking of the NFL, CBS Sports and Nickelodeon are partnering up to present the first kid-centric Super Bowl.
Ooh.
This will be the first time the Super Bowl will have an alternate telecast on another network. Nickelodeon NFL telecasts typically show slime-filled end zones and SpongeBob SquarePants in between goalposts. It's been credited for introducing a younger age to the game, but also keeping parents interested. So Super Bowl 58 will be played in Las Vegas on February 11th, 2024.
I hope instead of Gatorade, they slimed the winner.
That'd be good.
That would be fun. Well, there was more than one surprise at the gender reveal for Serena Williams and her husband. The tennis star thought she would cut into a cake and find out if they were having a boy or a girl. But as a prank, her husband, Alexis Ohanian, ordered a yellow cake. The actual reveal was done with drones, of course, lighting up the sky, reading, "It's a girl. Congrats to them."
Drones lighting up the sky.
I mean, yeah.
That's pretty big. That's a pretty big
Better
reveal.
than cake.
A zoo in China is denying speculation that its bears, get this, are actually humans in disguise. It comes after this video went viral on social media. One of the bears standing like a human. That really does look like a human in a bear suit. In a posted audio recording from Chinese state media, zoo officials said that humans cannot last that long in fur in a fur suit during the summer heat.
Interesting.
And they said that type of bear was a
sun bear. Sun, more like someone.
I don't buy it.
Bear necessities? I don't know. There are plenty of bear puns.
Keep going.
I'm out.
I can't snow.
I'm Zink Clay. Thanks for watching Daily.
stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where we are keeping a close eye right now on both the district courthouse and the special counsel's office. The grand jury weighing a potential criminal indictment of former President Donald Trump in the special counsel's investigation into 2020 election interference appears to have finished meeting for the day. The jurors were seen leaving the courthouse about 2 hours ago. Special counsel Jack Smith's vehicle was then spotted arriving back at his office about a half hour after those grand jurors left. The former president posted on social media yesterday that an indictment could come any day now. That came after Mr. Trump spoke to supporters over the weekend, suggesting that he would welcome any charges brought by special counsel Jack Smith. Listen.
Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it actually a great badge of honor. I do. It's a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you.
And yet, Mr. Trump's mounting legal troubles are creating very real financial problems for his political operation. According to new FEC filings, his Save America PAC has spent nearly twice as much money as it brought in during the first 6 months of the year, spending more than $20 million on legal fees alone. And MAGA Inc., a super PAC supporting Mr. Trump, spent $38 million during that time period, after bringing in just $14.8 million. Roughly 1/3 of that spending came from money MAGA Inc. gave to help shore up the financial situation at Save America PAC. I'm joined now by NBC's Julia Ainsley, who covers the Justice Department, NBC's Garrett Hake, who covers the Trump campaign, NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, and Carol Lamb, a former U.S. attorney and an NBC News legal analyst. Of course, Julia, let me start with you and the legality. What do we know about what is happening right now? The jurors have left for the day.
Well, of course, there's so much guessing going on here, Kristen, but the way things like this have worked in the past, and now we have a little bit of a framework given what we already saw happen last month when Trump was indicted for what happened at Mar-a-Lago with those classified documents. There is a period where after a grand jury hands down an indictment, if that's what's happened here, the defense is notified and they might be working out a day for Trump to come to D.C. for an arraignment hearing. That is something that could happen privately through the phone calls behind closed doors. But of course, in this case, we have an atypical defendant, Mr. Trump, who might want to get out and start tweeting about this, going on Truth Social, the social media network that he uses to tell people when he's gotten a target letter, he may go ahead and say if he's been indicted, like he did in the Mar-a-Lago indictment, really getting ahead of the public's ability to read this indictment. And it will also be up to Jack Smith to decide whether or not to unseal that indictment or to wait for another time. We also could be looking at a press conference from Jack Smith. He's gone back to his office. That's where he held the press conference on the Mar-a-Lago indictment again last month. If we're looking at that framework, perhaps those conversations are happening now. But right now, it's anyone's guess. We've seen the movement of people around D.C. You've shown that here. But it's a matter of what we might hear when. And so we're waiting for that to see if we'll get an indictment today. And then, of course, as soon as we do, we'll start reading through it and trying to get to those details, because there is so much to unpack. Because this we call it the January 6th grand jury. It's not just focused on January 6th, 2021. It's related to all of Trump's possible interference in trying to change the results of the 2020 election. So there could be a lot of details to unpack in any indictment that we might see today, Kristen.
Yeah, and Julia, you're right. We are reading tea leaves at this point. We're also reading the former president's Truth Social account to try to get a sense of what exactly is happening. One thing I know you've been tracking that you can say specifically what's going on are the security preparations around all of this. What can you tell us about that, Julia?
That's right. And this is where it's a little different than what we saw with the Mar-a-Lago indictment, Kristen, because there had to be so much advanced preparation between the Secret Service and Miami police, because that's where Trump was arraigned in that case. In this case, seeing as that will most definitely be here in Washington, there's already daily communication between the Metropolitan Police Department here in D.C. and the Secret Service, because this is where the president lives. Those two law enforcement agencies are in such close contact all the time, they really won't have to do as much prep work. They'll only have to reach out to Trump's Secret Service detail to be able to move the defendant, Trump, to D.C. for that arraignment. And so there's a little less prep work than we would normally get. Of course, the U.S. Marshals will also be involved, and possibly the Federal Protective Service, because it involves a federal courthouse. So all of those agencies will have to be talking to each other, but they won't make those plans for a movement of the detailee, Trump, until after a date is confirmed or after that indictment is at least communicated to Trump's defense team. So in terms of when we might be hearing news and when those security preparations might be underway, that would probably happen after. One more thing on security prep, though, I will flag is the possibility of protesters. We've been in touch with people here in the counterterrorism community, people who want to protect against another January 6th. And so they've been watching social media. People I've spoken to so far say they haven't seen any imminent threats, but it's something they're watching daily, both here with local police and federal law enforcement, to make sure that anyone who would want to protest either for or against Trump wouldn't want to then target D.C. again when he would be brought here for an arraignment.
Yeah, there are ongoing concerns about protesters. There's no doubt about that. Garrett, let me turn to you, because the former president got that target letter 2 weeks ago. It seems like every day since then, you and I have been talking about what exactly is happening inside Trump world. So what is the very latest today, Garrett? What are they saying, and sources close to the former president, as they await for this potential indictment, which seems like it could be imminent at this point?
Yeah, look, my sources within the former president's orbit all expect the indictment to come today. They've been waiting and refreshing their Twitter feeds and their emails just as much as we are. They've been on kind of a ready five posture, much the same as everybody covering this process has been, following a lot of the same signals that we've been, both in terms of monitoring the witnesses who have come in and in just keeping track of the, conversations between the Trump camp and the DOJ. And Kristen, as I'm sitting here thinking about this, I mean, there's a reason that Donald Trump is so public about things like the target letter that he received. It's been a huge boost to his fundraising. It is related to the story that you started this broadcast with. His single best fundraising day of this entire campaign was the day that he was arraigned in New York State. The second best day was the day that he was arraigned in Miami. And so the ability to kind of whip up his base into, if not a frenzy to come out onto the streets, which he doesn't want, but to open their wallets and to click online donation buttons to fuel his campaign and the legal fees that he's facing, is an important reason why he, as much as anyone else, has tried to keep the idea that he might be indicted again as a primary headline and a lead story on television news broadcasts all across this country.
Yeah, you're right about that, Garrett. And the other thing, we've seen that spike in fundraising and in his polls this week alone, with that 37-point lead over his nearest rival, Ron DeSantis. I mean, clearly he feels emboldened in the primary, but this is where you start to see an opening with candidates like DeSantis saying, hey, wait a minute, with all of these indictments piling up, is he really the best person to go against Biden in a general election?
Yeah, look, they might make that argument. DeSantis has kind of flirted with making that argument. Nikki Haley's been making it for some time, and she's at 3% in these polls. I mean, when you dig into the polling that we've seen, including the New York Times Siena poll that you were alluding to there, the problem with that theory is you have a majority of Republicans, even ones who don't support Donald Trump as the nominee, saying it's important to defend him in this moment. The language that Donald Trump has introduced into the Republican Party, the idea of a weaponized DOJ or of prosecutors who are out to get him or out to get conservatives, have been adopted by so much of the rest of the party. It's hard if you're one of these other candidates who've embraced that language and that structure to say, oh yeah, we agree, the DOJ is bad, they're too big, the FBI is doing too much to go after conservatives, except on this one particular issue in which they're right and Donald Trump's totally got too much baggage. I mean, the sort of permission structure isn't there for these other candidates to make those arguments successfully, as is being reflected in the low poll numbers of those who've been making the arguments the most. Asa Hutchinson, Chris Christie, Will Hurd.
Yeah, they have come out with some forceful language. There's no doubt about that. Garrett, quickly before I let you go, and I know you have a lot of work to do, so I am going to let you go. We know that the former president's super PAC has actually outspent more than it's raised when it comes to these legal fights. So to what extent are they budgeting for these future battles on the horizon?
Well, look, it's a huge challenge for the Trump campaign, who, unlike, with traditional super PAC, where, his campaign is built by these grassroots donors who are given 30, 40, 50 bucks. Your normal super PAC, like Ron DeSantis is, or like Mitt Romney, who kind of invented this back in 2012, is where your big donors park $1 million at a time and you spend it on attack ads. Now that kind of money is having to get diverted back into the other PAC to pay for legal bills. That's not going to be sustainable. So we're seeing two things happen. The Trump campaign is trying to set up this separate legal defense fund to pay for the legal bills of people not named Donald Trump, to kind of get that off the campaign's plate, find other ways, perhaps even for donors who've already maxed out to the PAC, to continue to give to support something like that. And the other fact of the matter here is, and it's just a fact, that Donald Trump is still a billionaire, and at some point he might have to start picking up some of this tab himself, something he's been loath to do going back to his career as a businessman in New York in the 1980s.
Yeah, really great points there. Garrett Haake, thank you so much. I'm going to let you get to the rest of the work that you have to do. Mark, let me turn to you. Pick up where Garrett left off. I mean, this sort of staggering revelation that his super PACs are basically outspending what they've raised on all of these legal fees. From the perspective of running a campaign, how problematic is this?
Yeah, let's just go over the numbers. More than $20 million over 6 months spent on legal fees by one of his primary PACs. And if you really want to extrapolate that out to all the trials that we're going to end up seeing between October and May of 2024, and that doesn't even mention any other kind of potential indictments that we might end up seeing from Jack Smith or others, that $20 million could soon be $50 million or $100 million. Now, as Garrett was actually mentioning, the world of these super PACs, somebody could write a check for $10 million. Someone could write a check for $20 million. Donald Trump could actually end up cutting his own check. But it is a humongous expense if you are looking ahead to a general election, and I'm sure that Donald Trump and his campaign are, you need to have about $1 billion, if not $2 billion, to go up against what the Democrats and Joe Biden are building.
Yeah, it's really important perspective there, Mark. And let's stay on the issue of numbers and talk about what we've seen in the polls, which is a former president who's increasingly emboldened, it seems like, by these indictments. And yet it does get more complicated when you look at the general election polling. But he's running neck and neck with President Biden.
Yeah, let's use our own NBC News poll as kind of a nice barometer. Our April poll, Kristen, came out just right after that indictment on that hush money case. And our poll found about 2/3 of Republicans saying, hey, we're going to stand behind Joe Biden versus, hey, let's look for somebody else who might be a better general election candidate. Then our June poll came out just after his indictment in the Mar-a-Lago case, and it found that his lead ended up doubling. And now, as we're kind of bracing for a potential, new indictment, the New York Times Siena poll comes out, and you have 71% of Republicans who say we need to stand behind Donald Trump. Those numbers keep on getting stronger for him, not weaker. Now, I do think it's important for us to kind of keep at least the realization that the weight of all these indictments, that all of a sudden that it's at some point those numbers start going down. But all that we have seen, and whether, as Garrett was pointing out, it's the fundraising that's gone up for Donald Trump or the poll numbers, the political situation, at least in the Republican race, has only gotten better every time that he's been indicted.
And Mark, I'm going to get to Carol in just a moment. But before I do, what will you be watching for in terms of the breakdown when we're talking about independents, women voters? I mean, that's where around the margins, elections are won and lost.
Yeah, and going back to what you said about the general election, the New York Times Siena poll came out with their poll this morning and finding that it was a tie. 43% of registered voters supporting Joe Biden, 43% supporting former President Donald Trump. It's a really close race. And Kristen, you could actually, maybe Joe Biden's ahead by 2 or 3 points, maybe Trump's ahead by 1 or 2. The totality of all the general election polling is that right now, if there is a matchup, we're 15 months away, would be very, very close. And in a close race, every single demographic does matter. And what we ended up finding when Joe Biden in this 43 versus 43 score is that he's leading Donald Trump among independents, among black voters, among young voters, among women, but not by the margins that we saw according to the 2020 exit poll. And so Joe Biden's got plenty of time. There isn't a real contested primary, but he's got to start getting that team, that Democratic coalition, to look more like it was in 2020. And right now it's not there for him.
No doubt that's causing some jitters inside Democratic circles. Mark, appreciate that. Carol, let me turn to you now. The former president has said an indictment could come, quote, any day now. So where is it? Are you surprised that we haven't seen the indictment yet?
I'm not surprised, Kristen. Think about the number of logistics that Jack Smith's team has to manage at this time. Julia did a marvelous job of naming the constituencies involved, everything from the grand jury to the security forces to Donald Trump to his lawyers to the judge. There's a lot to manage here. And the last thing they want to do is do something too early, too soon, before everyone's ready, and then something bad happens. So it doesn't surprise me at all that there's delay going on here, or things aren't moving quite as quickly as we would hope they would, because there's just a lot of logistics to manage.
And historically speaking, is there a way to gauge how long someone typically receives an indictment after receiving that target letter? And again, just to reiterate this point, it was 2 weeks, I believe, to the day that the former president received the target letter.
There's no real way to gauge that. And in fact, target letters aren't always used. I don't think I ever sent a target letter, but the times that you do send a target letter is when there are various reasons for doing it, but one reason is you don't want the person who's the target of the investigation to come out afterwards and to say, I didn't realize that I might be indicted. Had you told me, I would have given you all this information and all this evidence that you don't have, and you'll see why I shouldn't be indicted. They want to take that argument away. I didn't really expect that the indictment was going to come down just a day or two after he received the target letter, because you also don't want him to say, well, they only gave me a couple of days. It wasn't enough time. So I think 2 weeks is just about right. It's enough time for him to indicate whether he has more information he wants to bring to the prosecutor's attention. And if the indictment comes out today, apparently he didn't, or they were not convinced.
And Carol, just to go back to your point about unfinished business, if there is still unfinished business, what could that be? What could it be that Jack Smith is still working on?
Sure. There's always the possibility, as we saw in the Florida Mar-a-Lago case, that there will be additional charges and maybe even additional defendants added to the case. And that's called a superseding indictment. It takes the place of this indictment, but it does mean that all the charges that are currently in this indictment still will hold true. And so what Jack Smith might be investigating is he might be investigating additional people. He might be looking at criminal liability of people who aided and abetted in, say, the slate of fake electors. And he might be looking at additional charges not only against Donald Trump, but against others as well. That's pretty par for the course, and wouldn't be a surprise to me if there was a superseding indictment that came down in this case.
Julia, let me give the final word to you. I know you've been reading the tea leaves there throughout the day. There was a Jack Smith sighting. What are you watching for the rest of the day? What are you expecting to happen?
I guess we're just looking at the clock here. I mean, it's not often that we would have a nighttime press conference, Kristen. And so if Jack Smith wants to make a statement like he did at the last indictment that his investigators put out, then we would expect that, I would think, to happen before 5 or 6 tonight. And so if we get to that point in the clock, maybe there's some reason why they're holding this. Again, Carol laid out a lot of reasons why they may want different parties to be involved, different conversations to be had. We're not sure what might be happening behind the scenes here. But I do think that if there is a reason for Jack Smith to come out and make a statement, and I think that there is a reason to, because he is going up against a defendant who is very vocal, will want to say a lot about how this is a complete hoax and a witch hunt. Jack Smith is going to want to unseal an indictment on a day where he can say something about it. I would be expecting that to happen around 5, maybe latest 6 o'clock today. So looking at the clock and then trying to figure out what the holdup is if we don't see anything by then, Kristen.
We will be checking our watches throughout the day. Julia, thank you for that great guidance, and thanks to all of of you for a great conversation. Julia, Mark, and Carol, really appreciate it. Still to come, we'll dive deeper into the former president's political and legal peril and what it means for the 2024 race. Plus, power shift in battleground Wisconsin. The state's new liberal-leaning Supreme Court begins its new term, and it could have a major impact on abortion access in the state. We'll delve into that. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Voters in battleground Ohio will be heading to the polls 1 week from today to vote on a measure that could have major implications for abortion access in that state. On August 8th, voters will decide whether to raise the threshold to approve constitutional amendments to 60% from a simple majority. Here's what that has to do with abortion access. On the ballot in Ohio this fall, there's a constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. If next week's vote passes, that amendment would need 60% rather than 50% to pass. Right now, polling suggests it has the support of a majority of Ohioans, but not quite 60%. It comes as Democrats and Republicans are closely watching how this issue plays out in Ohio as a potential bellwether for voters heading into 2024. Joining me now for more on next week's election is Haley B. Miller, who covers politics for the USA Today Network's Ohio Bureau. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So let's talk about next week's vote 1 week from today, not technically about abortion. But look, the question, I guess, is would this be happening if abortion weren't an issue? This is kind of a proxy vote for an abortion vote, right?
Yeah, it's extremely unlikely we'd be dealing with this in August right now, if not for the abortion vote. Republicans who have been pushing this say that they've been talking for years now about making it harder to amend the Constitution, changing that process. But several officials have all but said that the reason to create a special August election, which, by the way, is a special election, so we really weren't supposed to have an election in August. The reason for that is to preempt this abortion amendment proposal in November.
You know, it's interesting because just reading about it, it's somewhat complicated. Do you think voters understand, have both sides done a good job at breaking down this issue for voters? Where is the support and what are people saying about it?
So we've seen a couple polls on issue one so far. One conducted earlier in July suggested that opposition to issue one was a lot more overwhelming. There's a more recent poll that said it's neck and neck. It's really hard to predict this kind of election because it's August. We're expecting turnout to be low. But, you know, as you noted, it is a complicated issue. And talking to voters in recent weeks, while there are some who definitely understand it and some who have landed on a side, there are still a lot of people who are confusing different sides or don't know quite how they're going to vote, still need to research. It's been certainly a challenging message for both sides to sell, given how convoluted it is.
And obviously, you have to be careful when you're talking about the early vote. But what have you seen in the early vote so far? What do you think it says about what ultimately might be the outcome?
So we've seen a pretty robust early voting turnout so far, which has surprised even our election officials. The numbers this past week have surpassed the entirety of early voting for our May 2022 primary, which had competitive races for U.S. Senate and governor on the ballot. It's hard to say if this is a sign that turnout will also be strong on August 8th, or if because it's summer, because people are on vacation and things like that, if people more often than usual are trying to get their vote out of the way before Election Day.
So are supporters of issue one concerned about that early vote so far?
I don't think so. What's been interesting about the supporters is that, you know, the Vote Yes campaign is driven largely by Republicans in this state, and Republicans, as we know, historically have been reluctant to embrace early voting because of claims made by former President Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. But the Ohio Republican Party and other allies have really been pushing early voting in this election. They say, you know, it's okay to early vote. It's safe to do that here, and it's best, you know, they're trying to bank as many votes as they can before Election Day, just like the other side is.
Mm-hmm. Before I let you go, Haley, what can you tell us about the November ballot measure? What's the latest there?
So that issue did get enough signatures to make the ballot in November. Ohio Republicans are suing over that right now. They contend that the measure should be disqualified from the ballot because they say that the group did not meet certain requirements. For the petitions, that matter is ultimately will be left to the Ohio Supreme Court. But at this point, both groups on each side are planning as if it's going to be on the November ballot. Both abortion proponents and opponents have already spent a lot of money, both on the August election and to get ready for the November race.
All right. Well, a busy week ahead for you. Haley B. Miller, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We want to turn now to Wisconsin, where a contentious Supreme Court election turned into a proxy battle over the issue of abortion, which remains banned in the state under a law that has been on the books since before Roe v. Wade. The victor in that Supreme Court election, Janet Protasewicz, is set to be sworn in at the state capitol later this afternoon, giving liberal justices the majority on the court for the first time in 15 years. NBC's Shaq Brewster is on the ground in Madison for us. Shaq, good to see you. Appreciate it. So, look, Protasewicz emphasized her position on abortion rights throughout her campaign. How could this all impact the ongoing battle there?
Well, we know right now, if you look at lower courts in the state of Wisconsin, where, as you mentioned, abortion is currently banned, it's a near total ban on the procedure. We know that lower courts are reviewing this right now. A district court said that that the case is able to proceed, and this is a case that both sides acknowledge will likely come before this Supreme Court. And this Supreme Court, with now Janet Protasiewicz taking the oath of office later today in just about an hour and a half or so, will lock in a liberal majority for at least the next 2 years, Kristen. So what that means is she will have a direct say in whether or not this procedure remains illegal, or if perhaps they allow that, or they strike that 1849 ban down and allow the procedure in the future. As you mentioned, she campaigned on this issue. She said while she wouldn't prejudge the outcome of any case, she said that access to abortion was a fundamental value for her. That was something unique for a justice candidate or a judicial candidate to do. But it's very clear how she feels about the issue, although we, of course, don't know what will ultimately happen when it does come before the court, Kristen.
Yeah, that is for sure. We'll have to see. It's so fascinating. This is the most expensive state judicial race in U.S. history. Just underscores the stakes there. What are some of the other cases that are on deck there, Shaq, that you're watching for that will tell us how this court is going to decide?
Yeah, there's a lot of issues that can come before the court. Just think about the issues that have come before the court in the past. Things like COVID restrictions, election rules, election challenges. We have a list of what folks expect to come before the court. I'll tell you, one of the liberal justices, I had a conversation with her back in April as she was campaigning for Protasiewicz, and these are some of the issues she mentioned. We talked about the abortion ban. We talked about redistricting, where the conservative court sided it with Republicans and chose maps that gave Republicans in this legislature essentially a super majority in nearly both chambers. You also look at election procedure and challenges. Liberal groups have already filed a lawsuit to try to get drop boxes in this state, to try to get the court to reverse a previous decision banning drop boxes. You see rights of unions, education policies, including school choice. A host of issues will come before this court. One caution, though, and I talked to a professor at the University of Wisconsin just yesterday, and one caution is that you don't expect all of these issues to be decided in the next few weeks or months. This will be a slow process, just like we saw at the federal level, where a new Supreme Court and new justices did fundamentally change policy in the country. It took some time to get to that point, and they're saying that you should expect it to take some time for many of these cases to work their way up to the state Supreme Court here in Wisconsin, Kristen.
Yeah, important final note there. Shaq Brewster, thanks for your great reporting. As always, we appreciate it. Coming up next, House Republicans keep their focus on Hunter Biden's business dealings as they hear testimony from a Biden business associate behind closed doors. The reaction from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, that's next. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. House Republicans continue to pursue their investigation into Hunter Biden and President Biden's alleged involvement with his son's business dealings. Devin Archer, a former business partner of Hunter Biden, sat down for a 4-hour transcribed interview before the House Oversight Committee yesterday behind closed doors. According to lawmakers who heard his testimony, Archer said Hunter essentially played up his ties to his father, giving the illusion of access to the vice presidency. Archer also testified that Joe Biden did speak with his son's business associates on a number of occasions, but the conversations were described as casual interactions and niceties. Joining me now from Capitol Hill is NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. What were your key takeaways from this testimony? How credible did people on both sides find him to be?
Well, it's important to point out, Kristen, that Devin Archer back in 2018 was convicted of defrauding Native American tribes. He was sentenced to prison in that case, and that is something completely different. But in this case, he is testifying. He did testify before Congress, and to lie before Congress would be a federal offense. And so what the Democrats, including Dan Goldman, said was that Devin Archer told lawmakers that on about 20 occasions over the course of a 10-year period, Hunter Biden, in meetings with some of his business associates, did put his father, then the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, on speakerphone. As you mentioned, they talked about the weather. They exchanged pleasantries. According to Dan Goldman, the Democrat, there was no business described from Mr. Archer in describing these phone calls between the vice president and these Hunter Biden business associates. James Comer, the oversight chairman, sees things very different. He says this is evidence that Joe Biden was lying about having no knowledge about Hunter Biden's business dealings, and says that it's clear evidence that Hunter Biden was trading on his family's name. Specifically, James Comer called it the Biden brand.
Well, even before the Archer testimony, we heard from Speaker McCarthy, who's indicated he's open to an impeachment inquiry. Some Republicans are uncomfortable with that. Did anything change after yesterday, after Archer's testimony?
Well, as you know, lawmakers are on a month-long August recess for the summer. They are out of town, so very few of them are walking around the building. But I don't think that this changes the dynamic at all in terms of an impeachment inquiry. Kevin McCarthy and Oversight Chairman Comer have been very cautious. They are saying that they will proceed with this investigation into Hunter Biden, but at this point, they're letting these committees continue their investigations rather than rushing into an impeachment inquiry. Moderate Republicans, those from swing districts, those who are very vulnerable, I should mention, have been pumping the brakes on any sort of impeachment effort. As you know, Kevin McCarthy is very cognizant of these moderates because they are really the key to him keeping his majority.
Yeah, the political backdrop certainly looms large over any potential decision there. Scott Wong, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Coming up, the Trump campaign focuses squarely on President Biden and its newest ad as the former president dominates the Republican presidential primary and braces for more potential criminal charges. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As Donald Trump faces the possibility of more criminal indictments, he doesn't seem too concerned about the potential impact on his primary standing, where he remains the far and away frontrunner. And the Trump campaign is already releasing attack ads looking ahead to a general election fight against President Biden. Take a look.
What do you call someone this weak? Someone caught in a bribery scandal that made them millions, complicit in a government cover-up, and uses your government to get special deals for his family? You call them Joe Biden.
Well, a preview of things to come. Joining me now is our panel, NPR political reporter Deepa Shivaram, Mo Alithi, executive director of Georgetown University's Institute of Politics and Public Service, and Brendan Buck, former advisor to Republican House Speakers Paul Ryan and John Boehner, as well as an NBC News political analyst. Thank you to all of you for being here. Deepa, let me start with you. So we thought we might have an indictment at this point. We don't, right. We don't have one yet, but take us inside what people are saying inside Republican circles. How much concern is there about the fact that these indictments are piling up on the person who is far and away the Republican frontrunner?
Well, that's what you just said ended there, right? The Republican frontrunner. The polling shows repeatedly that these indictments, as they come out, have not been having a big punch on Donald Trump's polling numbers. And so on their end, they're looking at this saying, well, you know, this third one that we're looking at might not be as much of a punch either. And that's definitely the energy that you see Donald Trump bringing. His Truth Social posts throughout the day, attacking this as a witch hunt, which is a line we've heard from him often, attacking Jack Smith. We're not seeing anything new and different from them. And so from their end, this is not exactly something to be necessarily deeply concerned about at this point, given these polling numbers.
Brendan, what's your take? Because on the one hand, he seems to just be solidifying his lead in the polls. On the other hand, his super PAC has outspent how much it's raised. Those spikes that they got in fundraising after the first and second indictments, they've spent all of that on legal fees.
Yeah, and it may not matter at all. I mean, look, Donald Trump was essentially the incumbent in this race. You know, he started far ahead, and he's benefiting from the fact that, candidly, the other candidates are running very bad campaigns, and he's not even had to respond to them. I mean, he's in the position of running a primary where he can just go ahead and jump right ahead to the general, and he's taking on Joe Biden. He doesn't really even need to worry about Ron DeSantis. Of course, this indictment is not necessarily going to hurt him if it does come, because to this date, the rest of the candidates have been backing him up on it. They've been defending him, they've been running interference, they've been explaining away. So, you know, there are only so many big moments in an election cycle. This is one of them. You would think that it would be damaging, but I can't imagine it's going to go any different than last time, because they haven't figured out how to go after him on it.
Mo, pick up on Brendan's point specifically about the Republican rivals of former President Trump. A number of them are walking a very fine line. Some of them aren't. You have Chris Christie, very strong against the former president, as well as some of the other candidates. But do you expect that to change once we get into the debate? Do you expect the tone to sharpen?
Yeah, I think if this campaign plays out the way it should, then yes, these candidates will, as they get more attention, try to do that. But the question is, how do they try to do that? And I think that's where they have all struggled up till now, with the exception of the lowest tier candidates, the Chris Christies, Will Hurds, Asa Hutchinsons, who are not bashful about going after him on the indictments, on his legal troubles, amongst many other things. The others are still doing this delicate dance. They don't want to upset his base, and so they're not going after him. But the challenge with that strategy is his base is not in play for them, no matter what, right? They need to go after those Republicans who are a little soft on Trump, maybe like some of the things he did, but are tired of the chaos and tired of 3 straight election losses. They need to go after those people. Every now and then you see one of them sort of flare up with like what seems like could be an effective message. And then they fade back into the background. if you want to beat the king, you've got to beat the king, and they're not doing it yet.
But it's so fascinating because if you look at Ron DeSantis' strategy, those gettable votes that Mo's talking about, he doesn't seem to be actively courting them, the moderates in the party. Instead, he's running to the right of former President Trump in a lot of ways.
Right, and we've seen this too, the messaging on wokeism and trying to target voters with this is not landing, and his message hasn't yet shifted. And so he's going after a pile of voters, you could say, that don't even really exist and are not enthusiastic with that messaging either. And so he's kind of running in this direction that's clearly not working. And in the meantime, that support for Trump is only growing, like we mentioned. So at the same time, he's really got to balance shifting that up or changing the voters he's going after, and we haven't quite seen that yet.
We have not seen that yet. Mo, what is your reaction to the attack ad that we saw, already running attacks, going squarely to the general election, focused on President Biden, and polls show they're running neck and neck?
Yeah, well, as Brendan mentioned earlier, he has every reason to go straight to the general election because he's not seeing much of a primary challenge right now. And it's also a great example of the tactic of deflection in a campaign, right? You turn your own weakness against your opponent. You listen to that ad up until they mention Joe Biden's name at the end with your eyes shut, and it could be an ad run against Donald Trump, right? It goes after the corruption and the cronyism and many of the allegations that have been levied against him over the years, but tries to turn it against his opponent. The problem is we haven't seen any evidence that it sticks with a general election electorate.
There was a lot of focus on Hunter Biden this week with his business associate on Capitol Hill. Chuck on Sunday asked Chris Coons if there should be a code of conduct for family members. I want to play that and get everyone's reaction on the other side.
Should presidential family members be a separate, perhaps come under a little additional scrutiny?
That may be worth looking at, because frankly, as you referenced, Jared Kushner wasn't just a private citizen. He worked in the White House and engaged in economic...
No, if you're outraged about Hunter Biden, you should be outraged about Jared Kushner. To me, it's not like, you could, it's hard to...
You can't pick and choose.
You can't pick and choose.
Brendan, what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, it's a difficult spot for Democrats because they need to be careful. Don't defend Hunter Biden. I think people need to appreciate that Hunter Biden was, in fact, doing a lot of shady things. It may not be illegal. We'll have to figure that out. But he's not someone that you want to defend, and you walk into a dangerous place where you do that. And they have to be very delicate about differentiating, as Mo did, between what Joe Biden may or may not have done and what Hunter Biden may or may not have done. And that's the dangerous place where Republicans are trying to trap them right now.
And as we're having this conversation, a little bit of, I don't know if it's news, but a new Truth Social from former President Trump. Let me just read it. He says, quote, "I hear that deranged Jack Smith, in order to interfere with the presidential election of 2024, will be putting out yet another fake indictment of your favorite president, me, at 5 p.m. Why didn't they do this 2.5 years ago? Why did they wait so long? Because they wanted to put it right in the middle of my campaign, prosecutorial misconduct." This is something that we've heard from former President Trump. And of course, there is no evidence that this is election interference. But Deepa, he puts this timestamp of 5 p.m. I mean, we have no reason to corroborate, or we can't corroborate that, I should say, at this point. But we have been waiting for what feels like an imminent indictment.
Right, and in that meantime, you have seen him post consistently about this. And this is also, I should point out, a topic that the White House does not want to get into, the Biden campaign does not want to get into. So what you see as we're waiting and waiting and waiting for this announcement to come out is Trump really take control of the narrative here a little bit, because all you hear from Biden himself, from the White House, from the DNC is a lot of silence. And so that's something that, we should also be watching at the same time, is what the reaction from Democrats will end up looking like.
No, it's such an interesting point. And I've asked the president about this. I've asked people around the president about this repeatedly. Are they going to get more engaged in talking about these indictments? And the answer continues to be no. The president is going to continue to do the work, this is what they say, of being president. He's, of course, traveling across the country, touting what he sees as his biggest accomplishments. Is that smart strategy right now? Should he continue? Or at some point, do the gloves need to come off?
For now, it's absolutely the right strategy for two reasons. One, he's got the unique ability that only incumbent presidents have to be the incumbent president, to go out there and tout his economic record, which they have been very aggressive to doing. But second, the attack that the Trump folks are levying on him is that this is Biden's politicized Justice Department. The second the president weighs in, he gives that some legs. So stay away from it. Take any oxygen, or as much oxygen as he can, out of that argument. and do what he needs to do. It's not like the rest of us aren't all talking about this.
Well, Chuck Schumer and other people have also resisted that, and that's where I think they need to change up their strategy a little bit.
You do. You don't think there's risk in that?
I absolutely agree that Joe Biden himself shouldn't be engaged in this. But Democrats can't just assume that people are going to see this for what it is. The polls are showing that it's tied right now. You would think that someone who's on potentially 3, maybe 4 indictments by the end of the week would be losing in the race with the president, but he's not. So I think they need to realize that they need to take the gloves off a little bit more. Not the president, but the people around.
Some other Democrats.
Yeah.
Some other Democrats, yeah. Well, it will be fascinating to see what happens as we continue to wait and see if this new indictment does come down. Thank you for a great conversation, Deepa, Mo, and Brendan. Appreciate it. Turning now to New Jersey, where the sitting governor, Phil Murphy, right now is not running the state because he's overseas, and neither is his lieutenant governor. We have some tragic news there. The state's lieutenant governor, Sheila Oliver, died today after a brief hospitalization, meaning the state's Senate president is now acting governor until Murphy returns. Oliver is being remembered as a trailblazer. In 2017, she became the first black woman to hold statewide office in New Jersey. She was also the first black woman to be the Speaker of the General Assembly in New Jersey, and she was only the second black woman in the country to lead a state legislative house. Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver was 71 years old.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. Despite the seemingly bleak situation in Niger, a senior U.S. official says the United States still sees a narrow window of opportunity to reverse the attempted military takeover in the West African nation. Yesterday, Niger's democratically elected president, Mohamed Bazoum, was seen for the first time since he was barricaded inside the presidential palace by his guard last week. As you can see here, President Bazoum was photographed meeting with Chad's leader. Meanwhile, a bloc of West African governments are calling on the military junta to restore democratic rule by next week or else face military intervention. For its part, the Biden administration has yet to formally designate the situation a coup, which would then require the U.S. to cut aid and military cooperation with that country. Joining me now is Kamisa Kamara, Senior Advisor for Africa at the U.S. Institute of Peace and former Foreign Minister of Mali. Thank you so much for joining me, Kamisa. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
So let's just start off with this assessment by a senior U.S. official who said that there still seems to be a narrow window of opportunity to reverse this coup. Do you agree with that? Is that how you see the situation?
I see the situation as very confused and definitely as very fluid since the coup in a few days ago. On day one of the coup, when the Army General Chani kidnapped President Bazoum and held him hostage in the presidential palace, observers of the Niger situation really thought that the situation was over and that President Bazoum had completely lost power. A few hours after the coup, the regional bloc ECOWAS came down very, very hard on Niger, and the president of Nigeria, who is now the chairman of the ECOWAS, seemed very, very determined to change the course of action and to reverse the situation. And so now there have been negotiations between ECOWAS leaders and the Nigerian junta to reinstate President Bazoum into power. They gave the Nigerian junta 1 week as an ultimatum to restore President Bazoum. Otherwise, they will send troops to Niamey to make sure that this actually happens.
What is your level of optimism that that will happen? What needs to take place in order for that to be carried out effectively, do you think?
I think if a military intervention were to take place in Niger, it would be quite detrimental for the stability of the Niger, but also of the whole region. I just don't see how a military intervention would not be a bloodbath between the Nigerian militaries, but also the ECOWAS forces. Yesterday, the juntas of Burkina Faso and Mali also declared war against the ECOWAS if the ECOWAS were to send troops to Niamey. So it wouldn't be the best solution for a military intervention to take place. And I believe that we're really hoping that diplomatic negotiations have positive results and that maybe Mohamed Bazoum could be reinstated to power, but I'm not too optimistic about that specific option.
As I said initially, the U.S. has not designated this officially a coup. What is your reaction to that? Do you think it's a prudent move at this time, or does the U.S. need to go further?
No, I think it's a very prudent move. I think Secretary of State Anthony Blinken was in Niger last March. It was the first time that a U.S. Secretary of State visited the country. It was a demonstration that the United States sees the Sahel as a priority, that the United States sees the Niger as a stable and reliable security partner in the region. And I think that I'm not too surprised about the fact that the United States didn't call the situation a coup yet. I think we all have to be prudent and not speculate about what might happen. The ECOWAS may be successful at reinstating Bazoum, even if the chances are slim.
And your country, Mali, also obviously experienced a coup in 2021. What are the parallels that you see, and are there differences as well?
So Mali experienced two coups, actually, one in August 2020 and a coup within a coup in May 2021. The situations are very, very different. What we saw in Mali, especially leading to the coup of 2020, were popular protests. The president and the government, of which I was a part, lost a lot of credibility in Mali because we failed to bring back security. There were accusations of corruption, of nepotism. And so there were really popular demands for the president to step down. We're not seeing the same situation in Niger. Niger was very, very stable up until the coup of last week. There were no popular protests calling for the resignation of President Bazoum. And like I said, international partners have been involved in Niger and have seen Niger as a very stable country in a very volatile region. So the situations are very, very different. And also, one major difference that we can see is that the coup leaders in Mali were young officers. The one in Niger are veterans. They have been in the army for over 30 years. They're well-known military figures. They're army generals, and they had the credibility that some of the junta leaders in the region didn't have. So really, the situation in Niger is very surprising. I don't think that anybody suspected that the head of the Presidential Guard, who was very loyal to the president, would actually attempt an overthrow.
Well, Kamisa Kamara, thank you so much for joining us and helping us to understand this incredibly complex and horrific situation there in Niger. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, new details on the thousands of photos and papers that prosecutors have in the bombshell case of that suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer, as that suspect's family speaks for the first time about the days-long search at their home. We'll take you live to Long Island. We'll also take you live to Atlanta with new details from the sheriff there about security preps in case Donald Trump is indicted and the multiple threats aimed at the district attorney ahead of any announcement. What else the tea leaves are saying, including the new timing guess prediction from the former president himself. Plus, in California, its biggest fire of the year. Look at this, ripping through the Mojave Desert right now. The scary scenes and the smoke tornadoes coming up. And we're on the ground in China with dozens dead and thousands evacuated because of a typhoon, with an ominous warning another storm may be on the way. Plus, an NBC News exclusive, a new lawsuit against Lizzo from her former backup dancers. Why they say they were weight shamed and demeaned by someone whose public image didn't match her private one, they allege, later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are starting tonight with the suspected serial killer in court. Prosecutors laying out a mountain of evidence against him, his family breaking their silence, and his defense attorney reminding everybody their client is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. Listen.
There have been hundreds, if not thousands, of leads in this case, and we haven't even seen them yet. I know about these leads from you folks who have reported these leads for the last 10 years, 12 years. So the answer is they very well could have the wrong guy.
But the prosecutors say they have the receipts in the murders of 3 women buried near Gilgo Beach on Long Island. Multiple hard drives, they say. Thousands of pages of documents, pictures from the crime scene, hundreds of hours of footage from the suspect's home and office. You see that suspect here, Rex Heuermann, standing in court today as prosecutors handed over that evidence to the defense. He has pleaded not guilty in a case that has gotten international attention, partly because there may be more victims out there than the 3 women he's been charged with killing. He's also the prime suspect in the murder of a 4th woman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes. He's not been charged in that case. Police have been collecting evidence from inside Heuermann's house since his arrest. These pictures, obtained by the New York Post, as you can see, are from inside his home, allegedly on Long Island. You see in one of these pictures, a piece of the tub has been broken out or cut out, essentially. There's boxes of stuff that investigators have dug through. Heuermann's estranged wife saying it's been a really tough few weeks for her and her kids. In a new interview with the Post, she tells them her 2 adult children cry themselves to sleep and that she has no answers for them when they ask about her husband's arrest. Ron Allen is covering this story. He is joining us now. What else do we know from prosecutors? What do they have, and where does this go from here?
Well, they have DNA evidence as well. They have mountains and mountains of evidence, they say. And as you heard the defense say, they haven't proven any of this yet. And he says and insists that his client says that he did not commit these crimes, although he offered no plausible explanation for why he's being charged or what the connections are. One of the most compelling aspects of the DA's case, they say, is years and years of cell phone records that essentially trace the suspect's cell phone, some of the victim's cell phones, some burner phones that the suspect allegedly used, that really narrowed him down geographically at certain times and dates to the community where he lives and to the office area where he works in Midtown Manhattan. Here's a bit more of what the DA had to say about the scale of the evidence and how they're going to hand it over to the defense. Take a listen.
So what we've said is a rolling basis, and that what that essentially means is when you're talking about this massive amount of material, we're just basically starting and then culling the material, providing it, and then sort of repeating the process. But there's it's a massive amount of material.
It's 13 years of investigation by numerous agencies, state, federal, local. They have poured countless resources into this case, and now they are trying to cull that, trying to put that all together in a coherent way and hand it to the defense as is required in a court of law. The process could take some time. As far as dates are concerned, next court date we have is late September, September 27th, when there'll be another hearing on the status of this discovery or evidentiary process. Hallie?
Ron, we talked about that interview with Rex Sherman's estranged wife about these past few weeks. That is getting a lot of attention as well, considering it is the first time that we have heard from Kierman's family. She says her kids are getting attorneys.
Yes, they are. And be clear that she has not been named as a suspect. She appears to have nothing to do with any of this. The prosecutors point out that several of these murders happened when she was out of town, which they say is some of the incriminating evidence against the suspect. So there's that. Yes, a lot of concern from the wife about the way the search went, about she says she was blindsided by all this. They claim that the house was ransacked, that it's unlivable. We've seen pictures of it. They dug up the backyard. They tossed all kinds of things around. It does look to be in some disarray. The DA said in response to that if the family has some concerns, that there are ways that they can seek relief. He expressed no remorse or a lot of sympathy for them. But yes, that is a concern. The family, the wife and the two adult children who are in their 20s, late 20s and early 30s, by the way, they've gotten an attorney, and they're going to push back a bit as well. They appear not at this point to be central to this case or involved in this case at all in terms of criminal responsibility. But again, we'll see. And the bottom line is the investigation continues. The grand jury is still seated. That's hearing evidence in all this. And this process of trying this case and investigating others is going to go on for many, many months to come, it appears. Hallie?
Ron, Allen, thank you very much. Live for us there from Long Island. Appreciate it. Back here in Washington, we've got some new details just coming into us on the 2024 political and legal landscape, with Donald Trump, the former president, predicting perhaps at any minute an indictment against him could come down from the special counsel investigating him. We have seen some movement tonight near where the grand jury has been meeting. Most of them appear gone for the day. However, our team is just reporting in the last couple of minutes that the foreman of the grand jury appears to still be in the courthouse. Again, former President Trump on Truth Social, his social media platform, suggesting that he could be indicted really any minute. He said 5 p.m. We don't know what he's basing that on. Of course, Jack Smith, remember, the special counsel, is the one who's been looking into the schemes to overturn the legitimate 2020 election results. He is not the only one looking into that. The district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, is also investigating former President Trump in that plot. And the sheriff there in Georgia, in just the last hour, says his team has a security plan in place. They're ready to go, even if an indictment were to come out on the state level as soon as today. We've got our NBC News team covering all of this. I want to bring in now Julia Ainsley, who's in our Washington bureau. Blaine Alexander is outside the courthouse in Fulton County, Georgia. All right, Julia, let's start with you. And I want to just real talk this for a second, because about 3 minutes before we came on the air, Donald Trump sent out a post saying that he hears, and I believe I'm quoting it correctly, that he hears that he will be indicted, he said 5 o'clock Eastern today. Just so people know, it is 5:08 Eastern, where we are sitting here in Washington. You can see this post now. We do not know what Donald Trump is basing that on. We do know Donald Trump a couple weeks ago got a target letter, which legal experts say is a pretty clear indication that somebody is almost certainly going to be indicted. If you've been notified you're the target of an investigation, you're probably going to end up indicted. There's been this question on timing. There's been activity at the courthouse. It is an annoying question because right now it's tea leaves, but where do things stand?
Well, Hallie, I mean, the tea leaves would indicate that something might happen news-wise during your show, right? I mean, you have, for a long time, this has been a day we've expected. Trump saying that he expected this to come at 5 o'clock today. Of course, that could slide. That might indicate that the initial call has gone from the prosecution to the defense, saying that the grand jury handed down an indictment today, and now they need to work out a possible date or a date for him to come to D.C. for that arraignment. That's the same way way it played out previously when he had the indictment in Miami for the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. Now, a difference here, though, is whether or not Trump has actually seen the indictment. He says he will be indicted. Previously, he went on Truth Social and said he had been indicted. He broke the news himself, and then it was up to the Justice Department to scramble and unseal the indictment hours or actually a day later in that case. So right now, we think that there may be some lessons learned from that and that Jack Smith would want to get ready for a press conference. Now, we also have cameras outside Jack Smith's office. We know that he left the grand jury courtroom. He left the court around 2 o'clock, came back to his office around 2:30. Doesn't appear that he's left for the day. Of course, there are a lot of ways to get out of buildings. Maybe he's there waiting for a press conference, Hallie.
Can I ask you a question? We are reporting, our colleague Ryan Riley, that the grand jury foreman, the person that we were just talking about, is currently, as we're taking some of these live shots from here in Washington, is currently in the magistrate's courtroom. What would that be an indication of? In other words, like, and I don't know if you know the answer to this question, I don't. Could the grand jury foreperson be in that courtroom for any reason other than an indictment coming down tonight?
Yeah, I think that seems really odd. I can't think of any other reason. Of course, the foreman is the one who delivers that indictment, but then why would he be there if the rest of the members of the grand jury left? I mean, they either voted or they didn't. So we can pontificate this on air together, Hallie. I don't know that I have all the answers for you, though.
Julia, I know you don't. I don't think anybody except for Jack Smith probably does at this moment. But what seems clear, and again, we're all kind of checking our phones looking at this. I want to be transparent with viewers. Something appears to be happening that does not normally happen at this courthouse. We are working to get more folks from our team up. But I want to go to you, Blaine Alexander, because, Blaine, you are live in Fulton County, Georgia. That is where another indictment could come against former President Trump. And there is some new indication today from the sheriff's office that they are putting some security plans in place to prep for the possibility of a state-level indictment on what is largely related to the same issue, a plot to overturn the legitimate results of 2020, right?
Absolutely. You know, it's interesting that we have a pair of dueling indictment watches there in D.C. and then down here in Georgia. This one not as intense, though. But yes, the sheriff says that they have been preparing for this for months. We've talked a lot about how long this investigation has been going on here in Fulton County. They've had a long runway to get this security plan going. So they're having a number of meetings. They're meeting daily. They've been doing that for months. They're having a number of conversations, but they're also watching other places where this has happened. In fact, the sheriff told us today that if they do see an indictment in D.C., he'll likely send some of his team members up there to watch how security is handled there, just as he did in Manhattan and just as he did in Miami. So certainly he's taking a lot of lessons from elsewhere. One thing that he says they haven't seen so far are any specific or credible threats from extremist groups. That's certainly something that's worth noting. He says there will be a place for protesters to come, a designated area, but it's very likely that we're going to see the streets around this courthouse completely blocked off. Now, while they haven't seen threats from extremist groups, they have seen a lot of personal threats. I reported on some of those today, an email that the district attorney forwarded to a number of commissioners, words that I can't repeat on TV, that the sheriff couldn't repeat to me, Hallie. So we're talking about some very kind of vile comments, but certainly all folds into their security plan when they talk about making sure that all agencies are on the same page around this.
Blaine, thank you. I want to bring in Tom Winter, one of our investigations correspondents here at NBC News. And Tom, let me have you join the conversation here because, again, there has been this thing that has happened all day where there has been movement with the grand jury. There have been signals and tea leaves, like the special counsel, Jack Smith, showing up here. And tonight it appears that movement is increasing with this word from our team that the grand jury foreperson is now in the magistrate's courtroom.
That's right, Hallie. And the reason why I'm looking slightly off camera here is I have my laptop up, and we have the ability to look at cases as they pop up within the federal court system specific to Washington, D.C. and this courthouse. And so the last name that was made available there is a name that we've seen all day long. So at some point, presumably, it'll pop up on screen. I might be able to show you. You see here, there's a whole number of cases, and they say sealed. And at some point, one of those might pop open, and we'll see whomever might be charged, if in fact we do get charges in this investigation. And then at some point, it's also possible that just a whole new name and a whole new case number will come up. Those sealed cases don't all have to do with the special counsel's office. None of them might have to do with the special counsel's office. They could be just the day-to-day investigations and indictments that are handed up in Washington, D.C., drug dealing cases,
cases, for instance, gang cases, violent cases, any sort of federal case that might be brought forward. So I don't want people to look at that and think, oh, my goodness, there could be 9, 10, 12 people charged today. It probably has nothing to do with the special counsel at all. But that's what we're waiting for right now. It is also possible that we'll get a copy that'll be emailed and sent to us, rather. So we're going to continue to monitor all the things that we do. This is very much a process that we do when we're in a situation where we have anticipation that something might be coming. And of course, that's because our reporters and intrepid team at the D.C. courthouse have seen that grand jury foreman in a federal court, in a magistrate's court. That's where they would be when they sign and hand up an indictment. So that's just what we're going to have to watch.
I want to share something coming into us, and I want to share it with you here. We're doing it live on the air, so I want to be careful here. That per Daniel Barnes, who is one of our producers who works at the Justice Department on that beat, says that we can report that the grand jury has returned an indictment against an unnamed individual. What does that say to you, Tom? And I want to be extremely careful to be saying things that are, you know, is only as we know them as to what's happening in court. One person, sealed indictment, we're being told.
So Daniel Barnes has been covering and at the courthouse for months on end, so he knows what the grand jury looks like that's been hearing evidence from the special counsel's office specific to January 6th, believed to be specific to January 6th. On top of that, he knows what that foreperson looks like. And so if he's there and there's a, in the way it works in D.C., and it's different in a lot of federal courts, Hallie, but the way it works in D.C., my understanding is they bring in a judge, they bring in a prosecutor, they bring in the foreperson, they sign and hand the judge the necessary paperwork, and then at that point, the judge will hand it to a clerk and it'll be docket and it'll show up in the computer system I was just sharing with you. So we know that somebody has been indicted or some people have been indicted in the special counsel's investigation. The question at this point is, who? And that's obviously what we've been focused on all day. Certainly a lot of speculation about who that can be, but nothing from the reporting at this moment, 5:16 Eastern Time, seems to indicate to us at least that we know who that individual might be.
Tom Winter, thank you very much for that. Julia Ainsley, I want to go back to you because the vibe outside this location for the past couple of days has been this posture, it seemed, of something potentially happening imminently. Now, Donald Trump yesterday, about 24 hours ago, suggested that he predicted an indictment would come any day now. He is again predicting tonight that it is going to happen tonight. And I want to be clear, we do not know what he's basing that on. We don't know if Donald Trump, the former president, is, when he says, I hear that Jack Smith will be putting out an indictment at 5 p.m., we don't know if he's hearing that from his attorneys, from members of the media, from, you know, people at Mar-a-Lago or at Bedminster, right? I mean, there's a lot of question marks on this front. That said, it seems as though the security posture, some of the posture has been a little bit different in the past couple days.
Yeah, I mean, imminent, the word you used, Hallie, is certainly one that has actually been floating around even since last week. Because of that target letter, security, law enforcement people have been meeting, federal and local in D.C., to get ready for what they have seen as an imminent indictment and the possibility of protesters here in Washington. There are a lot of parties that have to align themselves before an indictment of Trump, and such a high-profile individual who draws in a lot of people for and against him. So imminent has been a word that's been floating around for a few days. I don't think it has been any closer than it is at this moment, especially with what Daniel Barnes is reporting, that grand jury who we know is convened to look at Trump's interference in the election of 2020 and his role in January 6th, the insurrection against the Capitol in 2021. We know that that was their goal. Now, there could be other co-defendants, though. We know in the Mar-a-Lago case, there was Walt Nauta, who was also charged, another defendant that was named just this week or just last week. We know that there could be other co-defendants, but the way, if you're going to piece apart that tweet from, or Truth Social post from Trump, he could have an indication that there has already been an indictment and that he will merely find out that it will be unsealed now. That is a very real possibility that one of those pieces that Tom showed you there is an indictment that's already been voted on and is simply still sealed. So we have to see the timing of that as well. It could be that they've voted, the indictment has happened, and it's just not made public yet. So a lot of pieces have to come together, but I don't think we've ever been as close to that real imminence as we are at this moment, Hallie.
Tom, I know you wanted to jump in on this conversation. Go for it.
And again, it works totally different in different courthouses. So in the Southern District of New York, which is typically where I cover, we would none of this would be happening. We get an email typically from the Justice Department saying, "Hey, we're letting you know that we've unsealed charges," and we would hunt through the docket ourselves, but we would not necessarily know that this is going on. In D.C., it's a little bit different. So sometimes they even give the name or the initials of the person that's been indicted. It's our understanding from our team and our colleagues Ryan Riley and Daniel Barnes that we don't have that name. And again, the only clue that this has anything to do with anything tied to the special counsel's office is what I relayed to you earlier about the makeup of the grand jury, and that this foreperson has typically been associated with that. It is entirely possible that this is some person who the special counsel's office has investigated in connection with their investigation into January 6th or the Trump documents case, and it could be something that, you know, involving a person we may not have heard of. Though I would caution against the documents case. That's been filed out of the Southern District of Florida, so you would expect any conduct related to that would be filed in Florida versus the Washington, D.C. District Court, which obviously would have venue and jurisdiction on anything involving January 6th. So that's kind of the state of play. So it is interesting that the name would be announced sometimes in court, but apparently it's not what happened here today.
Tom, stand by. I want to bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Carol Lamb, who is joining us now. Carol, if this indictment were to come down, right, we expect that it would relate to what this investigation is about. This broad scheme, this plot, essentially, to try to interrupt the typical transfer of power that we see after presidential elections. There were several charges specifically laid out in the target letter against Donald Trump, as we have reported: obstruction, conspiracy, and something listed as deprivation of rights under color of law. You see it here. Help us understand, this is not necessarily what would be in an indictment. It is merely an outline. It is not the full roadmap. Fair?
Well, I think you could surmise that, Hallie, but I would venture to say that this probably is the full scope of what Donald Trump is going to be looking at in an indictment. And for this reason, the reason you send a target letter, if you do send a target letter, it's not required, but the reason you would send one is so that the putative defendant has an opportunity to say to the government, wait, you don't understand. You're misunderstanding what happened. Let me present you with evidence of why I did this or that. And if they don't tell him in the target letter all the charges that he's looking at in the indictment, in the upcoming indictment, then it defeats the purpose of sending the target letter in the first place. So that's why my speculation would be that Jack Smith is not going to go beyond what he laid out in the target letter in the indictment that he brings against Donald Trump. Most notably, it does not appear that he's looking at bringing an insurrection charge with respect to the breaching of the Capitol building on January 6th. I actually think for lots of reasons that's probably a smart move on his part, and that this is going to be a more deliberate indictment that follows step by step the conspiracy to interfere with the election and the normal course of turning over an administration, but not the actual violent breach of the Capitol.
I want to go to Garrett Haake, who is joining us now, one of our correspondents covering all things Donald Trump. And Garrett, we are hearing, of course, from the former president himself tonight.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. In the last hour or so, we've heard from the former president twice on his social media platform doing what he did in the New York case, which is essentially trying to scoop prosecutors, suggesting that there was a specific time where he'd been told or was somehow aware of information where this indictment would be unsealed against him specifically, and also, you know, complaining about the timing of it, suggesting that this is something that was election interference, in his words, because it wasn't done 2.5 or 3 years ago. It's done now in a presidential campaign in which he's the Republican frontrunner. And I've just had hit my inbox a statement from the Trump campaign that goes much further into this same idea, arguing that this is, you know, election interference. Why did they wait 2.5 years to bring these fake charges right in the middle of President Trump's winning campaign? Election interference. They compare this to Nazi Germany in the 1930s and the Soviet Union. It's kind of a throw the kitchen sink at the special counsel statement here in response to nothing yet exactly related to the former president, right? We know about this indictment having been handed up, but we certainly don't know that it involves him specifically. But this campaign statement is very lengthy and goes to, you know, kind of hyperbolic lengths here to attack the special counsel and these investigations as unfounded and purely political, Hallie.
And remind people, Garrett, that the former president's attorneys were seen meeting with members of the special counsel's office just days ago.
Right. I mean, if indeed this indictment that's been handed up tonight is for the former president, it wouldn't be a surprise to him, certainly. His attorneys were here in Washington last Thursday. They met for about an hour with special counsel prosecutors at the special counsel's office a few blocks from where I'm standing. And it's 2 weeks after he received a target letter laying out in pretty specific terms, at least the broad statutes under which charges against him were being considered. More to that point, Trump and his greater kind of orbit here, his staff and his allies in Congress and in the Republican Party have long expected, for months expected, that he would eventually be charged for something to do with the 2020 election or with January 6th. It's built into his campaign, it's built into his stump speech, and it's certainly built into his fundraising. I mean, this has been a key element to the way his campaign has tried to raise money, arguing that he's under attack for his supporters, and therefore they need to donate to him for his defense and in some way for theirs. Hallie?
Garrett, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by as long as you are able, as we are looking at the myriad of legal issues that the former president faces. So I want to remind people where we are tonight at this moment. Here is the concrete reporting that we have as we speak. Our team inside court says that there has been a sealed indictment handed up against an unnamed individual. We don't know who that person is. We cannot say for sure who that person is. Concurrently, at the same time, we also know that former President Trump has predicted on his Truth Social page, as Garrett just laid out there, that he thinks an indictment against him is coming down tonight. We don't know how Donald Trump knows that or how he is hearing that, but that is what he is saying, at least publicly at this moment. We also know that the person believed to be the foreperson of the grand jury investigating Mr. Trump and this scheme to overturn the 2020 election has been in the magistrate courtroom. That is where we are tonight. We also know that the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, is not here in Washington. He's actually up in Philly for a totally unrelated event related to National Night Out. This is something you may hear about or see in your communities in the summertime. He's speaking about that. You can see on the left side of your screen, that is our camera there, keeping an eye if the Attorney General may perhaps take a question, talk about this. We don't know. Again, it's an unrelated event that the Attorney General is at right now. I want to get back to Tom Winter now, who's keeping an eye on the filing system that the court uses to see if we can glean any more clues, Tom.
Well, I went to college, Hallie, and have learned over the years that sometimes the ability to use the refresh button has been one of the handiest tools I've learned. So in the D.C. District Court, a new sealed case has been added to the docket. Now, we do not know whether or not this is at all tied to the special counsel's office investigation, if it's tied to this indictment that we had been hearing about that was handed up in court, but we don't know to whom. And of course, it could be something totally unrelated to the special counsel's office. It's Washington, D.C. It's a big district. There's a lot that goes on. And so it could just be any other prosecution tied to something wholly unrelated to January 6th. But shortly after we got word from the courtroom that indictment had been handed up, a docket did come on to the computer system here and says it's a sealed docket. So at this point, that's one that we're going to be watching, and we're going to continue to hit refresh here. But it is interesting to me that we did get a case added late here today and had not seen any other activity at the courthouse. So we'll continue to watch that specific filing and that specific number, and then we'll continue just to scan for any cases that are updated. And of course, if we see anything tied to the special counsel's office of any sort, I'll be sure to let you know.
Here's something else that we do know for sure, and that is that Donald Trump, the former president, is spending an enormous amount of money, it appears, on legal fees to the tune of at least $20 million, we believe. I believe Mark Murray is joining us now, one of our political directors here at NBC News. And Mark, this is coming from new federal financial disclosure forms. It is extremely relevant to the conversation that we are having now, Mark.
Yeah, right. Hallie, we ended up finding out from the Trump Save America PAC that they ended up spending more than $20 million in legal fees the first half of this year. And why this is significant is that's been a big drain, not only on that leadership PAC, but the other ones as well, where his super PAC had to actually give money back to actually pay for more legal fees. And you add it all up, Hallie, and you have a situation in where we've seen $20 million spent in the first 6 months of this year, with more trials, with more legal challenges, with more investigations on the way, that $20 million figure could actually creep up to about 40 or 50 million by the end of the year, by 60 to 80 million dollars by the first half of next year. And that's a considerable sum of money when you actually sometimes need that kind of money for ads and other kind of political work. And so it is a big expenditure that the Team Trump in general, with all their different kind of fundraising mechanisms, is spending on legal fees.
Mark, thank you. I want to bring in now Dasha Burns, who is joining us as well, because, Dasha, there is a political component to this as we wait for more information about this sealed indictment against an unnamed individual. Again, we don't know for sure who at this point, but there has been movement suggesting, as Donald Trump has predicted, that he may, in fact, end up indicted tonight. Dasha, his political opponents so far have largely laid off, attacking him on the legal issue. That has changed slightly in the last 48 hours, as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is running behind the former president in the Republican primary, has sharpened his tone a bit.
Yeah, Hallie, you know, at each moment when this has happened for the former president, because this is not the first time now, we've been through this a couple of rounds now, you can sort of hear the collective grunt from the other campaigns, because they know that now the news cycle is going to be dominated by the former president for the next 48, 72 hours and beyond. And this is really a pattern we've seen from former President Trump, where while the legal woes mount, the political fight hardens, and it hardens against his opponents. Today, while he was awaiting this indictment, he actually posted about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis multiple times. He's already been sending out fundraising emails about this. And beyond fundraising off of this, Hallie, it's really trying to rally that support, that blanket of Trump fandom from his base that really does come to life when these things happen. And when you're out there and you're talking to voters about this, what I've gotten several different sort of buckets of responses about this. One, you do have that baked-in Trump base where, you know, there is really nothing like the connection that Trump has with his voters. It is extremely unusual, it is extremely passionate, and it's really, truly authentic. And so with those folks, whenever something like this happens, whenever they feel he's under attack, they come, they rally, they rise up in whatever way they can. But now that we're on indictment number 3 and a number of other legal problems...
Hey, Dash, I got to interrupt you. I want to get to Tom Winter. Tom, you have some new reporting. Go.
Hallie, in the District of Columbia, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has been indicted by a federal grand jury. He faces 4 counts: conspiracy to defraud the United States, tampering with witness, victim, or an informant, tampering with a witness, victim, or informant, and conspiracy against the rights of citizens. That's 18 U.S.C. 241. The case is 23-257. I'm sharing this with our control room, and as soon as the indictment pops up, it just has, I will be able to send this to everybody to look at it. It's going to take a second to download, but
Tell
it
us
is
again
official.
the charges, Tom.
It is official. The 45th President of the United States has been indicted in a 45-page indictment. And it's loading right now, Hallie, and I hope to share it with you. And right now I'm just trying to see if he's been charged with anybody else. No, the former president has been charged by himself. So the special counsel's office has indicted Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, in a 4-count indictment. Count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Okay. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Count 3, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. And lastly, 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against rights. Hallie, let me dig into this if I can, and then I will be able to better kind of tell you what's going on. But again, it's a 45-page indictment, and the 77-year-old former president stands alone in this indictment, not charged with anybody else.
Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, our NBC News legal analyst. I'm going to give Tom a beat to look through this indictment. I want to go to you on these charges: conspiracy, obstruction, and conspiracy to defraud. Talk us through what they mean, their significance, and where this goes.
Yeah, this is very significant, particularly in light of what the former President Trump is looking at from a criminal perspective. You know, with the conspiracy to defraud, particularly in this case, it's going to be probably some facts uncovering that Trump acted in concert with others to defraud the U.S. government. So again, I don't have the indictment in front of me. When Tom gets a minute to kind of digest it, it's probably going to be factual assertions or allegations regarding Trump's alleged attempt to use those fake electors to overturn election results, or even any type of private communications suggesting some type of coordinated effort to influence that election outcome. And then when you talk about those obstruction of proceedings, those, and Tom had mentioned tampering witnesses before, those are those types of charges that really deal with Trump attempting to deter or alter some or influence some type of proceeding. It could be the investigation. It could be the testimony of others during the course of the investigation. So that is really, really hefty charges. And then, of course, with the deprivation of rights charge or the deprivation of a civil right, the crux behind that, the factual allegations behind that could be anything where the allegations would be Trump really trying to deprive or conspire to deprive any person of their free exercise or enjoyment of a certain right. In these particular cases, it would probably be the election, free and fair election.
Kristen, thank you. So again, 4 counts now in this new federal indictment against former President Trump in what is an extraordinary moment in American history. A former president now charged criminally with seeking to interfere with the lawful transfer of power after an election, a person who is now the front runner in the Republican primary for the next election. We're going to go now to an NBC News special report.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Former President Trump has been indicted in the special counsel's investigation with 4 new charges filed for efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. This marks the first time a former president has been charged in connection to disrupting the transfer of power between administrations. Today's indictment also comes just days after that same special counsel, Jack Smith, filed superseding charges against the former president in a separate case related to his handling of classified documents after leaving office. Mr. Trump also faces separate criminal charges for a 3rd case in New York State, where earlier this year he pled not guilty to charges involving hush money payments during his 2016 campaign. But today's new charges could be among the most significant. Legal challenges Mr. Trump is facing, and a reminder he has denied any wrongdoing in all these cases. Let's bring in our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. You literally just received the indictment. You've had a chance to go through it. 4 charges. Can you tell us what they are?
Yes, Lester. This really focuses on all of the efforts that the former president undertook to try to overturn the will of the people, to overturn the election results. It is not, at least as on this first reading, about the violence that took place at the Capitol. As you can see there on your screen, obstruction-related charges, specifically obstructing the congressional vote count that happened on January 6th, and all of the steps that the former president and his allies took to try to stop that count, to try to stop the peaceful transition of power. So we're going to go through this. It is lengthy, spanning about 45 pages, but again, the former president of the United States, for the first time in history, has been indicted for trying to thwart the last election.
And to frame this from the beginning, this was never necessarily about the riot itself of January 6th, but what the prosecutors believe may have sparked that riot.
Well, and we had wondered for some time exactly what the charges would be, as everyone remembers those iconic images from the attack on the Capitol and the speech that he made preceding it. And we had wondered whether he would be charged with some sort of incitement-related crime. And we're going to need to go through it again. But on the first pass, this appears to relate to the actual steps that he tried to take to thwart the vote count. Right. So that's why we're going to, again, try to
I'll give you a moment to go through that. Let me bring in NBC's Garrett Haake, who has been covering the former president. Garrett, walk us through how this day has gone.
Well, Lester, this is a day that the Trump campaign has long anticipated would happen. It was always a question of when, not if, in their minds, that he would face additional charges related to the 2020 campaign. And as has been the case in his previous indictments, the former president tried to scoop the announcement using his social media platform to post earlier today that he suspected this would come Friday and to start questioning the timing of this indictment as a form of election interference, arguing that where it comes in the presidential campaign could only be an effort by President Biden to somehow derail his campaign. Since word of the indictment has broken, the former president's spokesman confirms to me that he was informed of the fact that he had been indicted. And the campaign sent out a lengthy statement using much the same language that they've used in the face of his other legal challenges over the years, calling this an un-American witch hunt, suggesting that it is purely political, even making hyperbolic comparisons to 1930s Nazi Germany and Soviet authoritarianism to describe the kinds of conduct here from the Justice Department going after the former president. So it's clear that he's going to fight this in the public sphere just as much as he fights it in a courtroom. That has already become such a key part of his presidential campaign, Lester. In fact, the former president's previous arraignments, particularly the New York arraignment, have been huge days for him from an online fundraising capacity. Things like this, which would have been badly damaging right away to other presidential candidates, haven't seemed to have the same effect. The former president will be making this, I think, a key part of his campaign going forward as he fights these charges in the legal system.
All right, Garrett, we'll ask you to stand by. Let me bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. And Hallie, Garrett just walked us through some of the things the former president has said, trying to liken this to election interference in the 2024 election. Remind us again how this investigation began and the timing. It was before Mr. Trump was a presidential candidate.
That's right, as far as the special counsel investigation and then the special counsel, the investigation itself, and then the special counsel, of course, was created after Donald Trump did become a presidential candidate this cycle. I want to hit on a couple of key points, Lester, that we are learning from this indictment. First, the next big date, this indictment says that the former president has been summoned to appear on August 3rd, which is Thursday. So Thursday will be the day, based on this indictment, that we may see the former president. I'll leave it to the legal experts to talk through whether or not that date could change based on conversations with the former president's attorneys here. I would also note, and I think it's, big picture, right, remind people what this is based on, right? At the core of this indictment appears to be the former president's insistence that this election, the 2020 election, was stolen from him. It was not. That was not true. And this indictment lays out a series of examples related to the former president's mindset. The prosecutors here are saying Donald Trump knew that wasn't true. He knew it wasn't true when he persisted in making these claims that were not founded of election fraud. He'd been told directly, they say he'd been informed directly that this was not the case, and yet he continued to make those claims through the election, after the election, before January 6th, after the January 6th. In fact, and this is not in the indictment, this is sort of me just telling you based on the reporting here, Donald Trump continues to make those claims even today, that the 2020 election was stolen from him illegally. Again, it was not. There is no evidence of widespread fraud in the 2020 election. And I think it is interesting, as we're looking through this indictment, that it very specifically lays out his mindset. Remember, his attorney general, even at the time, Bill Barr, came out publicly and said there was no evidence of widespread fraud. This indictment lays out multiple instances where the former president, people around him, were told that it was not the case, Lester. And I think that mindset question has been an important one and continues to be an important one.
All right, Pally, I'll ask you to stand by as well. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now. Kristen, we have seen everything leading up to this point. In fact, Mr. Trump himself has predicted this moment would happen. But to the extent that he's campaigning off it and seems to be enjoying his rise in the polls, the reality is these are very, very, very serious charges going forward.
You're absolutely right, Lester. These are very serious charges. Politically speaking, we have seen former President Trump really benefit from these indictments in the polls. And in terms of a spike in his fundraising, Lester, he's 37 points ahead of Ron DeSantis, his nearest GOP challenger. However, from a financial standpoint, if you take a look at what he's spent so far in 2023, he's outspent how much he has raised, his super PAC has, in legal fees. So that speaks to the fact that this is starting to chip away at his overall operation as he runs for re-election. But again, politically speaking, we have seen his polls increase. We've seen a spike in fundraising. That's the primary. What happens in the general election? That's another matter. We've gotten recent polling out just this week, Lester, that show that he is running neck and neck with President Biden. No surprise there. This is a deeply divided country. We expect whatever the ultimate general election race to be a close one, so it's not a surprise that you would see President Biden and former President Trump running neck and neck. But it does raise questions about what this could mean if, in fact, he is the Republican nominee. So at this point in time, we're seeing both sides of that. We're also watching in terms of the questions that remain to see how his Republican challengers respond to this, Lester. So far, you have a few of them. Chris Christie, Will Hurd, Asa Hutchinson really sharpening their attacks against the former president, saying that, look, these mounting legal troubles make him a weak candidate in a general election. But so far, you're not seeing a chorus of voices. Ron DeSantis walking a very fine line, for example. Will that start to change in the upcoming debate now just a few weeks away? We'll have to see, Lester.
All right, Chris, thank you. Let me bring in former U.S. Attorney and senior FBI official Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, for there to be conspiracy, there have to be other individuals. We don't know who those are.
Well, we don't know their names. At least they're not named in the indictment. But there's traditional charging language that prosecutors use in a conspiracy, Lester, citing to conspirators known and unknown to the grand jury. And then they list 6 known conspirators, not by name, but by description. 5 of them are attorneys. One of the 5 attorneys is a Department of Justice official. And then the 6th known conspirator, again, not named, is a political consultant. So there are others that are clearly on the radar of Jack Smith and his team, others who joined in a criminal conspiracy with Mr. Trump. So we'll certainly learn their names. The prosecutors, of course, know their names, but they are identified specifically in the indictment by the jobs they hold, the positions they held during the course of the conspiracy. Another point to make. Charging a conspiracy in a speaking indictment, as the Smith team did, gives us a tremendous amount of detail about the indictment and the allegations. So in that way, very similar, Lester, to the indictment that was returned and then superseded in the Southern District of Florida. Speaking indictments with tremendous detail. I hope people read it carefully.
These 4 charges we're looking at here now, how will they be defended? How would they typically be defended? Do you see any obvious weaknesses in the government's charges?
Well, I don't see weaknesses in the government's charges because I haven't had a chance yet to read the indictment carefully. But assuming that the government can adduce and prove in court everything it alleges in the indictment, my quick look at the indictment suggests that it's compelling and strong. That said, how do you defend against the case like this? So to your question, Lester, traditionally, typically, in these sorts of cases, the defendant will argue that he didn't have the requisite intent to commit these crimes. He may argue that he relied upon attorneys for their advice and counsel, and by doing so, he should be absolved of any criminal liability. Simply put, the government always has to prove intent, and often in these types of cases, a defendant will claim that he lacked the requisite intent. But, and this is important, there are numerous individuals also cited in this indictment who did the right thing by telling Mr. Trump that he lost the election. They are also listed in the indictment by position: the Vice President of the United States, Department of Justice officials, the Director of National Intelligence, Department of Homeland Security officials, and officials from the White House counsel's office, Mr. Trump's internal counsels within the office of president. And so with all of those people telling Mr. Trump he lost and being designated in the indictment as having done that, it becomes that much more difficult for Mr. Trump to claim he lacked the requisite intent. So that's how these cases are often sort of framed for battle: government proving intent, a defendant arguing he didn't form the requisite intent. But it seems here that the government, Mr. Smith and his team of prosecutors and agents, have thought carefully about that already.
All right, Chuck Rosenberg, thank you. Let me go to our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. I bought you as much time as I could to read through this document. What stands out to you?
A couple of interesting things. The story that the prosecutors are telling here is incredibly detailed, and we're still working our way through it. But to Chuck's point, talking about the former president's intent, on page 7, they lay out all of the times, and these probably aren't all of that they've collected, but they give some examples of the times that the former president was told that the things that he was saying publicly were flat out false. And the reason that they're doing that is because they need to show that he was acting with some sort of corrupt mindset. And they don't have to show that he was told directly that you're breaking the law, but the fact that they have on several different occasions here, people telling him there was no evidence of widespread fraud, people telling him that the vice president didn't single-handedly have the power to overturn the will of the people, does bolster their case. And it's interesting, they specifically say the defendant had a right, like every American, to publicly speak about the election. This is on page 3. He was also entitled to formally challenge the results through lawful and appropriate means. What he was not allowed to do was to try to actually use improper means to overturn the election results. And the best example is, imagine for a moment that you think a bank has taken your money. You notice a strange withdrawal on your bank account, and you think that wasn't right. The right way to challenge that is to actually go through a process. The right way to challenge that is not to rob the bank. And that's essentially what they indicted him for here, was to use improper means. Even if he thought that he was the right elector, even if he thought that he had actually somehow won the election despite all of the evidence to the contrary, the prosecutors are saying here is you actually have to challenge it through the appropriate court process, and that is not what he did in this case.
Let's bring in your co-reader here, Danny Savalas, an NBC News legal analyst. What stands out to you? What have you been able to learn from this?
For me, thinking about a potential defense of Trump has always revolved around how can he claim ignorance and how will DOJ address this in the indictment, and they do. Because the key is, if Trump opposed this election the way he did, what if he believed that his claims were true? And the indictment addresses that. It addresses that Trump had knowledge, or at least reason to know, that his claims were false. And they list that. Right on page 7, they list all the different people and entities that told him, essentially, Mr. President, you are wrong. And that includes the vice president, senior leaders of the Justice Department. You have the director of national intelligence. You have the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. All of these people are combining to tell the president that there's no there there. There is no fraud. You're wrong. And so in light of all of these people telling him that and him proceeding, that allows an inference that the president at the time knew what he was doing was wrong, knew that he did not have a valid claim that the election was stolen. And so for me, that has always been the key, that if they charge him with any of these crimes, whether it's conspiracy to defraud the United States or conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, much of his defense would revolve around the claim that I believed that what I was doing was right. Yes, there were courts that were saying, that were dismissing my claims. Yes, the liberal media, for example, was saying that I was wrong, but I believed it, and I had enough people around me telling me that it was reasonable for me to think so. That's the core of his defense. I mean, the only other real defense is getting elected and appointing an attorney general to get rid of these charges. But the key here is, how do you address Trump's knowledge? It's always been the key, and now we see in this indictment they're addressing it.
But did not, correct me if I'm wrong, did not evidence come out during the January 6 hearings that there were those who heard him acknowledge that he knew he'd lost?
Yes, exactly. So that is going to be part of this, the government's burden of proof here. It may be somewhere in these words, but Laura and I and everybody else were furiously going through it. But they feature prominently right up front. They list all the different agencies and entities and people. And I always suspected that that would feature prominently in any indictment. The fact that senior members of the DOJ told him, you're wrong, including his outgoing attorney general, who sat him down and said, these claims, there's nothing there. And I knew also, I suspected rather, that the indictment would also have a lot on the fact that Donald Trump attempted to subvert, allegedly, the DOJ to achieve his election goals. Beyond being just morally culpable, you're going to have a lot of witnesses who are senior DOJ members, people who oppose this, and people who are going to be credible. Credible in a way that co-conspirators or cooperating witnesses ordinarily aren't. These are going to be very credible witnesses, and for the most part, we've already heard their story through the January 6th committee testimony and hearings from last summer. So we all knew most of the operative facts. The government is now saying those operative facts make out specific cases: conspiracy to defraud, obstruction of official proceeding. There you have it. We may have already known what happened. Now we know how the government sees that, and they see it as a crime.
All right, and I should point out to folks, this is a pretty lengthy document you're all going through, so we appreciate you going through it and pulling out the salient facts. I also want to let folks know that we're now expecting to hear from Jack Smith in a briefing or a statement coming up perhaps within the next 10 minutes or so. We'll keep you up to date on that. Let me bring in former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. Carol, a lot to go through. I don't know what you've been able to read. One of the issues I know going into this was whether they would focus on the so-called fake electors. Do we know if that's included in here?
That is actually the bulk of what is included in here, Lester. And I think what people are going to wonder is, gee, after everything we heard in the January 6th congressional hearing, how come we don't see charges relating to the actual violent breach of the Capitol that day? Isn't that so much of what the investigation in Congress took place with? And I think this was a very, very deliberate and smart decision on Jack Smith's part. He decided, I'm going to focus on the case that is easily, readily provable, and I'm not going to get involved in this brawl that took place on the grounds of the Capitol that day, because that is a trial that could take a long time, and at the end of the day, I don't know if I can get a conviction of Donald Trump on that. And remember, Donald Trump is now looking at 3 and possibly 4 criminal trials within the next year if they're all going to get done before the election. Jack Smith cannot afford to have a trial that goes on for 8 months. He needs to be surgical. He needs to get this conviction quickly. And it's rather unusual to have a conspiracy indictment brought where so many of the conspirators are not charged. They are unindicted conspirators described in the indictment. Only one individual is named in this indictment as a defendant, and that is Donald Trump. And that is likely because Jack Smith is trying to keep this case confined so that it can be tried quickly and he doesn't have to deal with multi-defendant cases.
All right, Carol, thank you. Well, let me bring back Chuck Rosenberg. Chuck, you had some thoughts about intent, which will loom large in this case.
Yeah, we spoke about it a few moments ago, Lester, and Laura and Danny also highlighted how the government has to prove intent, and Mr. Trump will try and argue that he never formed the requisite intent. But here's a box that Mr. Trump is in strategically. The best way for him to articulate his lack of intent would be for him to get on the stand and say he didn't intend for any of this thing to happen, right? He might be able to do it through proxies. He could always try, but he runs into evidentiary problems unless he gets on the stand and says so himself. And that really is a box for Mr. Trump. As we know, he has made a lot of statements, many of them contradictory, many of them false. A good prosecutor starts on day one of the investigation putting together what we call a cross-examination file. I can only imagine how voluminous the cross-examination file that the prosecutors hold right now must be. So if Mr. Trump wants to argue, as we discussed earlier, that he lacked the requisite intent to commit these crimes, Lester, he's going to really have to consider taking the stand. Not something he's required to do, but something he might be inclined to do. And I would imagine prosecutors are salivating at the opportunity to cross-examine him.
All right, Chuck, let me bring in NBC's Garrett Hake again. A reminder, any minute we're expected to hear from Jack Smith, the special counsel in this investigation. What more can you tell us, Garrett?
Well, Lester, the political fallout from this momentous indictment is already happening, much as we expected it would. Donald Trump's Republican allies, particularly in the United States House, have been blasting out statements in his defense, many of which were crafted weeks ago in anticipation of this moment. And the former president is trying to capture the anger of his base to help his campaign fundraising. He sent out a campaign fundraising appeal via email just a few minutes after this indictment became public, which talks all about the idea that somehow prosecutors are coming after him to get to his supporters. He makes the case that he needs their support to continue defending them, and argues, as our legal team has been so thoroughly debunking, that this is all about the violence on January 6th, specifically in that fundraising email, saying he did nothing wrong on the 6th, that he told people to assemble peacefully, and that's why he's being indicted. Obviously, the text of this indictment proves that very much not to be the case, but these fundraising appeals have been very successful for the former president up until now. His single best fundraising week was around his first indictment in New York. The single best day of that week, which he raised several $1 million in online fundraising, was on the day of his arraignment. And so using his supporters' anger at the idea, as he says, he's being targeted with so-called election interference to raise money has been a successful part of his campaign, and increasingly a necessary one. The legal bills for he and his allies